The Perfect Supreme Chapter 2215 to Chapter 2295. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and he could get wind and rain whenever he wanted. Then, Lin Ling found Commander Huang Qi and gave him some instructions before heading back to his hometown. He had benefited a lot from this trip to the Martial God Barracks. There was indeed a reason why the mysterious young man had guided him here. I got the Warm Sun Origin Jade. Xianyuan and the others can be saved. However, I don't know what happened in my world. Lin Ling was excited as he set foot on his journey again. He recalled his journey to the Martial God Barracks and the competition in the Martial God Barracks. Then, he became a commander. All of this was extremely rare. A day later, Lin Ling arrived at the place where he had first arrived. The two mysterious guardians were still sitting on top of the two mountains. When they saw Lin Ling, they were shocked. Did you succeed in going to the Martial God Barracks? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Lin Ling came from the North Territory like him. Therefore, he had a deep impression of Lin Ling. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I have become a member of the Martial God Barracks. Lin Ling quickly bowed. The two of them treated him with sincerity, so he was very polite. Hee, that's good. I thought you would fail. I wanted to guide you to the South Territory to gain experience before going to the Martial God Barracks. I didn't expect you to exceed our expectations. The other old man stroked his beard and said, however, you seem to have gained a lot in the Martial God Barracks. I remember that you were a rank 4 Martial Emperor. Now, you have reached rank 6 Martial Emperor. Not bad, not bad. Since you've already become a member of the Martial God Battalion, then spread out your Divine Chi concealment art. I'll see if I can give you some pointers and improve your boundary essence. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling kindly and said. Lin Ling immediately nodded. The middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction and said, because you have improved by 2 ranks, if you have someone to guide you, it is possible for your boundary essence to be converted to 20%. It turned out that he saw that Lin Ling's cultivation had improved, so he wanted to help Lin Ling improve his boundary essence. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the two of them narrowed their eyes. They sensed that Lin Ling had converted 20% of his boundary essence. This guy. The two of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. His cultivation had improved and his boundary essence was it not enough? They didn't know how that guy cultivated. Looks like you don't need our guidance. However, you want to return to your hometown, right? Before that, you must cultivate the realm search technique because the myriad of worlds is vast, and it won't be easy to find your hometown. A jade slip appeared in the old man's right hand, and he tossed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was Lin Ling. However, he still Lin's Lin quickly and in the chaos of the universe, boundary essence is everywhere. You have to be able to travel the universe and use the boundary essence in your body to find your hometown. However, when you become a true boundary lord, you won't have to go through so much trouble. Because when you become a boundary lord, you can call the wind and summon the rain in such a weak world. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling meaningfully. He pointed with his right hand and the scene of a world appeared in front of him. He didn't know which world it was, but compared to Lin Ling world, the strength of the cultivators in that world was obviously stronger. I want wind, so there is wind. The middle-aged man's face became serious and domineering. Whoosh, in that world, the wind was raging. Seeing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. What terrifying strength. I want rain, so there is rain. The middle-aged man waved his hand indifferently. Whoosh, in that world, a torrential downpour was falling, causing the cultivators of that world to tremble in fear. This was the power of a boundary lord. I want wind, so there is wind. I want rain, so there is rain. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His left eye kept flashing. Faintly, he suddenly understood what a boundary lord was. A boundary lord controlled the boundary essence and could summon all the laws of heaven and earth. He could even change the laws. He could call for wind and rain. Not bad. You have already comprehended it. Now, try practicing the world-searching technique. The old man reminded him. Thank you seniors for your reminder. Lin Ling was grateful. This was a kind of guidance on the martial arts realm. The guidance seemed simple, but it was broad and profound. If he understood it, he understood it. If he didn't, he would never understand it. Don't thank us. This is your opportunity. The two seniors looked at him with admiration. Lin Ling hurriedly practiced the world-searching technique. After a full 2 hours, he raised his head and his eyes lit up. Seniors, I have found my home. That's fast. It seems that we have underestimated your comprehension. The two seniors narrowed their eyes. The first time they had practiced the world-searching technique, they had spent a full year. The fastest they had seen had taken 3 days. However, Lin Ling had taken 2 hours. This meant that Lin Ling's comprehension of the universe had surpassed everyone. It seems that we have underestimated you again. However, you must be in a hurry to go home. Go on. Then, the two of them waved their hands at Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the black hole behind him and strode in. He began to comprehend in his heart. He was searching for the way home in the myriad of worlds. The comprehension ability of the myriad elephant demonic eyes is really abnormal. Lin Ling knew that his original comprehension ability was definitely not that strong. It was the effect of the myriad elephant demonic eyes. Myriad elephant demonic eyes could see through everything and even the origin of the universe. Let's try practicing the Black Sword record. A book appeared in Lin Ling demonic eyes. He was reading the book as he strolled along the path of the martial god. The Black Sword record was a world origin martial art from the sword world. It was an extremely famous sword technique in the sword world. It had been used by the Sword Emperor and had become famous for a while. Why can I only see the first stage? Then, Lin Ling demonic eyes was puzzled. The first stage of the Black Sword record was called 10 years to sharpen a sword. This was the most basic world origin martial art. Its purpose was to allow the cultivator to be more familiar with their own world origin. The only effect of this move was to block the attacks of experts and increase the cultivator's world origin by 10%. Lin Ling demonic eyes currently had 20% world origin. However, with this move, his world origin sword could reach 30%. On the path of the martial god, the young man cultivated as he walked. It was as if he was strolling in the universe. When he appeared in a new world, the aura on his body changed. Sometimes it was sharp, sometimes it was calm, sometimes it was like an ordinary person. However, if there was an expert here, they would definitely notice that the young man's body was filled with an aura. That was the power of a world. The young man seemed to be engrossed in the book. He held the book and walked along the yellow road step by step. Shockingly, this was the border of Xianpeng region. The passers-by looked at the young man in surprise. They did not expect the young man to be so engrossed in reading. The world is chaotic now. If someone like him reads a book while walking, he will be unlucky if he meets an expert. Many people secretly shook their heads. However, at this time, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard on the road. A wedding procession was moving along the road. It was extremely lively. However, if one looked carefully, the wedding procession looked like a group of ordinary people getting married. However, everyone there had unfathomable strength. A sudden change last time. I heard that someone was going to marry a bride, and took her around the black origin, black yellow, and even the ghost realm and devil realm. Is it to let the whole world know about that marriage? Who is the bridegroom? What a bold move. I don't know. I heard that he's from the nation of God. As for the bride, I heard that she's a beauty from Xianpeng province. Her name is Lu Susu. I've heard that Lu Susu is the disciple of the 7 emperors and one of the top 10 beauties in Xianpeng province. However, she seems to be very close to Lin Ling. Could it be that the groom is Lin Ling? Dream on. I heard even Lin Ling is in favor of this marriage. He's very close with the people from the nation of God. That's just a rumor. Lin Ling is the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. How could he be a dog of the nation of God? The people on the roadside started to talk about it. Some people who didn't know anything were listening to others curiously. At this moment, the handsome young man finally put away his book and looked ahead with a frown. The profiteer is getting married? I actually agreed? What's going on? The young man mumbled to himself. He was Lin Ling. What happened while I was away? Lin Ling's face became slightly solemn. He sensed that something seemed to have happened to the 3 mysteries of the mortal world. However, he had spent an entire year cultivating in the martial god's barracks, and he had spent close to half a year cultivating in the other areas. This meant that the battle of creation had yet to begin. The battle of creation had yet to begin, but the world was already in chaos. Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Furthermore, when Lin Ling left in the past, the extreme Yang God Monarch, Fire Cloud God Monarch, the Devil Kingdom Crystal Master, and the 400 million Great Demon Monarchs, these ancient giants had all disappeared without a trace like stray dogs. Now, they had resurfaced. However, even if they came out of the water, the mortal world had Grandma Wendao, the little saint, and his 3 disciples. Those enemies would not dare to be arrogant. Could it be that the strength of those ancient giants had greatly increased with the help of the stone sculptures left behind by Li Xiaoyao? Shaking his head, Lin Ling wasn't anxious for the time being because he sensed that there must be some secret hidden within. What's more, he was already back. A day earlier or a day later wouldn't change anything, he simply walked along the yellow path. Not long after, an ancient city appeared in front of him. Although the city was grand, Lin Ling had traveled extensively all these years, so he was used to it. On the contrary, stepping on the soil of his hometown made Lin Ling feel nostalgic. This was his hometown, and also his territory. After entering the city, it was extremely lively. What surprised Lin Ling was that in this spacious city, there were actually experts of the Devil Clan everywhere. Moreover, there were ghostly winds blowing from time to time. There were even many experts of the Ghost Clan. One had to know that when Lin Ling left, the Ghost Clan, the Devil Clan, and the Divine Clan were all enemies with the Human Clan. Hee, that Lu Susu is about to get married. She just passed by this city. Now that she has finally finished exploring the mortal world, it's really impressive. Indeed, it's just a marriage, but the news has spread throughout the various clans. Lu Susu's reputation is really big. The city was still talking about the marriage that caused a sensation in the entire world. Lin Ling smiled and casually found a group of people. He leaned forward and asked, "Who is the groom?" To be able to marry a beauty like Lu Susu, the groom should not be simple. It is said that he is the 13th prince of the Fire Cloud Empire of the Nation of God. His origin is not simple. As for the others, A man of about 40 years old looked at Lin Ling and laughed. The others also laughed, which made Lin Ling even more puzzled. That 13th prince is an idiot. Out of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, only one of them is left. Finally, the man laughed and said. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. If it was an ordinary idiot, with the strength of the Fire Cloud Empire, they would definitely be able to cure him. However, with the incomplete soul, there was no way. However, Lu Susu was actually married to an idiot. This was a great humiliation for Lu Susu. Lu Susu's origin is not small either. That Fire Cloud Empire's divine king doesn't seem to have the ability to let Lu Susu marry, right? Lin Ling asked again, and took out a wine and threw it to the man beside him. The man sniffed and saw that the wine was extremely fragrant. He quickly drank it in a big gulp, and after feeling carefree, he laughed and said, "Of course, Lu Susu is Lin Ling's woman. Who in the entire mortal world doesn't know that?" However, this matter was personally agreed to by Lin Ling. Huh? Lin Ling was stunned. He agreed? In the great battle a year ago, Lin Ling shook hands and made peace with the Sun God King and unified the world with them. The man looked into the distance and said, recalling the earth-shattering battle. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked again. He sensed that this matter hid a secret that no one knew. He frowned and asked, "It is said that Lin Ling and the Sun God King are not on good terms. How can they shake hands and make peace? This matter must be fake." Moreover, even if Lin Ling agreed, his disciples and friends wouldn't agree. That's for sure. However, Lin Ling was stubborn. Those who opposed were all punished by him. Even his grandfather had an arm cut off by him. Yes, half a year ago, that battle alarmed the 3 realms. It can only be said that Lin Ling has changed. In order to become stronger, he has already lost his principles. Pitiful. Those who followed Lin Ling in the past are now either killed or imprisoned. The people all around sighed. In the past, Lin Ling was the most worshipped king in the human world. But now, Lin Ling had changed. He had become cruel and ruthless. He didn't even recognize his own family. I heard that the Sun God King and the others reached an agreement with Lin Ling. There is a way to let Lin Ling enter the martial god world. That's why Lin Ling did this. Someone said. At this moment, Lin Ling stood there quietly. However, his face became colder and colder. A chill that penetrated into the heart spread out from his body. His subordinates were dead. Even if they weren't dead, they were in prison, and his grandfather's arm was cut off. Most importantly, that person was himself. What the hell happened? Who was controlling all of this behind the scenes? Boom, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body, causing everyone on the street to suck in a breath of cold air. When they looked at Lin Ling had already disappeared. So strong. I thought he was just an ordinary martial artist. Sigh. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at the sky and suddenly had a feeling that something big was going to happen among the three mysterious of the human world. Earlier, after he heard about Lin Ling's actions, he released a terrifying aura. Could it be that he wants to go against the world's carelessness and take action? Sigh. But this handsome young man looks very familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Sigh. I had the same feeling. I almost asked because I felt that he was the legendary #1 genius of the human world, Lin Ling. Sigh. Translator, trans and editor, trans in the whirlpool hidden in the dark at this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. His face was as cold as ice, his mind was in a mess. This was because one of his grandfather's arms had been cut off, who was so bold. Moreover, his 3 disciples, Daoist came, martial god Xianxia, and the others were all there. The other party could still cause a huge commotion. This meant that the enemy's background was not small. Most importantly, Grandma Wendao was also there. That senior was someone Lin Ling could not see through. However, Grandma Wendao did not do anything about this. This was too strange. Lin Ling believed that if there was really a fake Lin Ling, Grandma Wendao would definitely be able to see through it and she would stop it. Therefore, there was only one reason why Grandma Wendao did not stop it: she was not here. As for the reason, Lin Ling had already guessed it. An existence that even Grandma Wendao was afraid of must have appeared, so she left. And this kind of existence usually only appeared in the martial god realm. This meant that an expert from the martial god realm had arrived. One had to know that the path of the martial god realm could not be entered without a world origin realm expert, but an expert from the martial god realm could easily enter. I don't care who you are, but since you dare to behave atrociously in my territory, you will stay here forever. Lin Ling's body was filled with a terrifying murderous aura. He had not had such a murderous aura for a long time, because the other party had touched his reverse scale. At this moment, the rainforest sacred ground was extremely lively. Looking around, other than the human race, there were also experts from the demon race, ghost race, and even the deity race. It was as if they lived here, talking and laughing. A huge stone statue sat on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Ling's stone statue. However, a large number of people were kneeling around the stone statue, and those people were Lin Ling's subordinates. Their faces were pale and their bodies were covered in blood, but their eyes were filled with determination. They had been kneeling for half a year. They were punished by Lin Ling. Half a year ago, Lin Ling planned to join forces with the Sun God King and other experts, but these people were all against it. Even Lin Ling's grandfather and the others were against it. Unfortunately, any opposition was stopped, and those who disagreed were killed. The legendary Lin Ling had even chopped off his grandfather's arm in front of everyone. This action was extremely shocking, because in the hearts of some people, they knew that Lin Ling seemed to have left this world. Although they didn't know where he went, his temperament had changed greatly after he returned. He was cruel, merciless, and proud and complacent. Unfortunately, even though Lin Ling had changed, Lin Ling was still their benefactor. Therefore, they did not dare to attack Lin Ling. They could only kneel here forever until they died. Idiots, Lin Ling is still your benefactor, but you don't listen to his orders. However, these idiots are still loyal. Even if they oppose Lin Ling, they don't dare to overthrow Lin Ling. They can only kneel to make Lin Ling change his mind. Unfortunately, who can change Lin Ling's decision? A large number of people jeered in the distance. On the ground, the former Starry Left Court Palace, Flame Left Court Palace, and Lord Watermist were all kneeling there. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. They didn't believe that Lin Ling had changed. the youth of the past had risen step by step, leading them to roam the world, creating endless glory and pride. It had made them follow Lin Ling for their entire lives, but now, they had been abandoned by Lin Ling. It was impossible for them to guess what Lin Ling was thinking. Lin Ling had even told them that they were too weak and weren't qualified to be Lin Ling's subordinates. How had their king become like this? Rumble. At this moment, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was a wedding procession. Lu Susu and the others are back. Starting from the rainforest sacred land, they went to the three mysteries, Ghost Realm, Demon Realm, and the Nation of Gods. They have finally returned to the starting point. Now, I'm afraid everyone knows about the marriage. I heard that the 13th Prince of the Fire Cloud Empire has arrived and is ready to pick up the bride. Many people stared at the sky and said with respect. Those who were kneeling on the ground raised their heads at this moment, but there was a strong sense of sarcasm in their eyes. Although this was a marriage that Lin Ling had personally agreed to, it was a joke to bring Lu Susu to various regions for a marriage. Moreover, the person Lu Susu was going to marry was an idiot. If this wasn't a joke, then what was? Hall Master Lu, it's been hard on you. Lord Watermist and the others said in a low voice. They knew that Lu Susu was marrying that idiot for their sake, because Lin Ling had said that if Lu Susu didn't marry him, then Lord Watermist and the others would die. Congratulations! Congratulations! After the procession landed on the ground, a large number of people in luxurious clothes came out from the imperial city behind the huge stone statue. Their auras were unfathomable, and they were all martial emperors. One of the men who was dressed as a prince smiled and said, "You've worked hard." Ironically, there was a young man who was dressed in a red groom's robe beside him. However, his eyes were lifeless and he was smiling foolishly. His saliva was flowing like a stream, causing the robe to be covered in saliva. This young man was the 13th Prince of the Fire Cloud Empire. Many people looked at the idiot and couldn't help but shake their heads. They secretly sympathized with Lu Susu. This was a flower that was stuck in cow dung. Prepare to bring the bride back to the Fire Cloud Empire, the prince said with a smile as he looked at the bridal sedan in front of him. The people around the bridal sedan also had joyous expressions on their faces. If one were to take a closer look, one would see that the two great war kings from the Xinhuang region were actually personally escorting the bridal sedan. Right now, they were also wearing flattering smiles on their faces, which made one feel extremely disgusted. As for the bridal sedan, a woman was sitting quietly. She was wearing a wind crown, but her beautiful eyes were extremely lifeless. She was Lu Susu. When she knew that Lin Ling had ordered her to marry the 13th Prince of the Fire Cloud Empire, she was also shocked. She even thought that Lin Ling was fake. Unfortunately, after a series of earth-shattering battles, many people were certain that Lin Ling was the real deal. However, she and Lin Ling had been friends for life and death many times. Why would Lin Ling betray her? Could it be that Lin Ling didn't know her heart? Unfortunately, after Lin Ling had issued the order, she had personally asked Lin Ling why he did this. However, Lin Ling's answer was that she wasn't worthy. This meant that she, Lu Susu, wasn't worthy of Lin Ling. This made Lu Susu's heart turn to ashes. She recalled the first time she met the young man. At that time, the young man was still very weak. Out of curiosity, she helped the young man. Even back then, when the law overlord of the 7 emperors almost killed Lin Ling, it was she who risked her life to ask her master for help and save Lin Ling. But now, she realized that she was wrong. When a person reaches the apex of the world, they would be able to call for the wind and rain for the rain. They're just women, and they're just to be used. She had comforted herself many times that Lin Ling hadn't changed. He still valued relationships and was still firm in his principles. The real and fake Lin Ling, is that really you? Lu Susu's beautiful eyes looked through the window of the palanquin. Her Hongyan fingernails had scratched her palm. However, beside the magnificent stone statue outside, a large number of people were kneeling there, proving that Lin Ling had changed. People change. Lu Susu revealed a sad but beautiful smile. Her dream had been shattered like a bubble today. Return to the godly kingdom. At this moment, a majestic voice came from outside the palanquin. The wedding procession beat the drums and gongs again and flew towards the sky. However, at this moment, a ray of light shot over like an arrow. Then, under countless gazes, it actually pierced through the stone statue that represented glory and pride. crack crack crack, cracks began to appear on the stone statue, and soon after, it collapsed. Seeing this, the entire city went silent. That stone statue represented Lin Ling. Someone destroyed Lin Ling's pride. Crazy. That person must be crazy. Lin Ling was cooperating with the Sun God King and other ancient giants. His identity was already at the realm lord level. How dare you destroy our king's statue? After a short moment of silence, angry roars came one after another. Other than Lord Shui Wu and the others who were kneeling, a large number of warriors rushed out from around the imperial city. These people were also Lin Ling's subordinates. Some were new, some had followed him for many years. At this moment, they were undoubtedly furious. As for the king representing the Fire Cloud Empire, he also frowned. Although he didn't know who came, today was a joyous day for the Fire Cloud Empire. The person who came was so arrogant. This was a slap to the Fire Cloud Empire's face. Moreover, the human realm was now under their control. How dare a traitor be so arrogant? Kill. The king waved his hand coldly. Kill. Tear him into pieces. At the imperial city, a large number of warriors flew over. Shui Wu and the others were extremely shocked. Now, no one dared to resist Lin Ling, but that mysterious person dared to. Who was he? However, when they saw the martial artists pouncing over, their faces immediately dimmed. Many of those people were their allies, but after the nation of God gave them huge benefits, they all went against their principles. They had attacked their own people, they had committed all kinds of crimes. Of course, they couldn't be blamed for this. Since their king, Lin Ling, had done this, their subordinates would naturally follow suit. I don't know why this place is so foul, but you still have one more chance. Don't lose your principles and your heart. At this moment, a cold and indifferent voice came from the front. The voice carried a sigh and sympathy. You're about to die, yet you still dare to speak such arrogant words. Unfortunately, those who had already lost their principles couldn't care less. They only wanted to kill the intruder. I've seen many of you before, and there are also some I haven't. However, we fought under the same banner in the past, so we're brothers. However, brothers are brothers. If you violate your principles and go against your conscience, then you still have to be punished. Although I don't want to see the blood of my brothers, I'm sorry. You've been blinded. Therefore, as your brothers, I can only send you to hell. Under everyone's gaze, a figure finally flew over from the sky. This person floated in the distance and looked down at the ground like a god of death. His face was filled with regret, anger, and indifference. He slowly put on a black robe and took out a black handkerchief to tie around his eyes. I don't want to see the blood of my brothers. Everyone heard this sentence, but they also sensed a terrifying murderous intent erupting. Unfortunately, those powerhouses who pounced over had ferocious expressions. They used to be Lin Ling's men, but now that the world was peaceful, they were also founding fathers of the nation. They also fought for themselves. Anyone who dared to infringe on their interests would be killed without mercy. Rumble, like a swarm of locusts, the crowd swarmed toward the mysterious person in the distance. How terrifying. Rumor has it that Lin Ling's men are powerful. His subordinates are all unafraid of death. Today, I see that they live up to their reputation. Unfortunately, these people can't differentiate between good and bad. They're cruel and heartless. You can only blame Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling's fault for indulging them. Many people thought to themselves, then sighed softly. They knew that the mysterious person was already dead. This was because today's incident was not uncommon. Unfortunately, everyone who dared to resist was all dead. Let's go. As for the Marquis from the nation of God, he waved his hand lightly, thinking that the ant in front of him had been torn to pieces. However, just as he took a step forward, the tide of people in front of him erupted with a thunderous rumble. Laws seemed to gush out endlessly. Boom, it was like the explosion of the beginning of the world. The crowd was blown apart, and blood rained down from the sky. Almost 100,000 people there were wiped out in an instant. A black-robed figure walked out coldly. His eyes were still covered by a black cloth, but the black cloth was also dyed red with blood. This caused the mysterious black-robed man to have a pained expression on his face. It was as if killing those people was something he didn't want to see. However, the sky was filled with smoke. Sometimes, even if he didn't want to, he still had to use his hands to wipe it away. On the path of a warrior's growth, there were still some things that he had to face, only in this way could he truly grow. How dare you? You actually killed them. Everyone was shocked, but soon, even more furious roars erupted from below the imperial city. The rainforest sacred land has been through countless storms. What haven't we seen before? Today, it's not your turn to behave atrociously. In the past, we followed King Lin Ling and fought all over the world. So, even if you're a god, you'll fall here today. More powerful people rushed over, their faces ferocious, and their murderous auras were monstrous. I don't want to see the blood of my brothers. Don't force me. At this moment, the young man shouted again and stepped into the void, allowing more people to see his appearance clearly. Suddenly, the entire rainforest sacred land exploded like thunder, because that person was very familiar, because that person was the number one genius of the human world, because that person had created countless miracles, and was the pride of the human race. He was Lin Ling. On the ground, those who knelt down all widened their eyes. Below the imperial city, the prince of the nation of God frowned slightly. As for Lu Susu, who was in the sedan chair, she was stunned. Was that Lin Ling? Where did this rascal come from? How dare he impersonate me, Lin Ling? He's got guts. Kill him. However, at this moment, an extremely majestic voice rang out from within the imperial city. However, everyone could tell that the voice came from Lin Ling. There were two Lin Ling in front of them. One was in the imperial city, and the other was in the sky ahead. Was this a dream? Translator, trans and editor, trans and the mysterious blue-robed young man kill. The martial artists who were charging forward roared angrily again. They did not believe that the person who had come was Lin Ling. They had seen the real Lin Ling before. His strength was at the peak of the ancient era. Rumble. The martial artists charged forward again and unleashed their terrifying strength. Many of them were at rank 1 martial emperor realm. Be careful. Lu Susu shouted when she saw the terrifying scene. Although she did not believe that the person who had come was Lin Ling, she hoped that Lin Ling had not changed. She hoped that the man she loved was still an indomitable expert. Even if his body was crushed, he would not give up his principles and would not abandon his family and friends. Sir, don't worry about us. Please leave this place as soon as possible. Lord Shui Wu and the others shouted from the ground. In their hearts, the young man in the past was bright and sunny. No matter how strong he became, he would never look down on his friends. He would never change. Therefore, when they looked at the person who had come, they felt like they were looking at the weak young man of the past. They felt like they were looking at a young man who would fight for his family and friends. I don't want to see the blood of my brothers. At that moment, the deep voice came from the sky again. The killing intent on the black-robed young man's face was even more intense. He slowly put on the black cloth and covered his eyes. In fact, he already knew that even if he came back, not many people would believe him. That was because the person behind this should have made sufficient preparations. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to use his blood to wake these people up. Heaven's way. He waved his right hand and white flames shot out. They turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation and floated in the sky. Brother, I don't care who you are, and I don't care how close we are. We were brothers in the past, and we will always be brothers today. Have a safe journey. Lin Ling said coldly. The 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky began to clean up the smoky sky. The martial artists who had charged at Lin Ling could not control themselves and flew toward the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky. Seeing this, the entire land fell silent. In just a few breaths of time, another 100,000 people disappeared from the sky, forever entering the cycle of reincarnation, dying in the rainforest sacred land. The rainforest sacred land had weathered countless storms, but it had never fallen. Today, with the fall of the stone statue, the rainforest sacred land's glory was no longer there. Under the gazes of countless people, the young man whose black robe was dyed red with blood had finally appeared on the ground. He was very quiet, not a single word was spoken. However, everyone's heart was extremely oppressed, especially the prince of the fire-clad empire. His brows were tightly knitted as he finally spat out a sentence coldly, "Who are you?" However, the young man didn't say anything. He didn't seem to be walking fast, but in just a few steps, he arrived in front of the prince. I am Lin Ling. The young man reached out with one hand. It looked like an ordinary move, but it carried the aura of the universe. the Marquis was at the 7th level Martial Emperor realm. However, he could not fight back at all. His neck was grabbed in an instant. "Who are you?" The prince was alarmed. How could this person be so strong? I said, "I am Lin Ling." The young man's voice was extremely cold. Without waiting for the Marquis to speak, his hand slightly tightened and the Marquis' neck was crushed. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that there were many experts standing beside the Marquis. However, at this moment, they were all motionless. They felt that they couldn't move, as if they had met the will of heaven, causing them to be unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. The young man took another step forward and arrived in front of the idiotic 13th Marquis. "You want to marry Lu Susu?" the young man said indifferently. The 13th Marquis was still smiling foolishly, unaware of the danger that was about to befall him. "Although you are innocent, you shouldn't have come here because the water is deep. Therefore, I will send you to reincarnation." The young man's eyes became even colder. "How dare you? Do you know who he is?" "He is the son of the Fire Cloud Supreme Being." The surrounding people finally spoke. Could it be that the young man dared to kill the 13th Marquis? The Sun Supreme Being and the Fire Cloud Supreme Being are only doing this to humiliate me, Lin Ling. However, their methods are too despicable. If they really want to kill me, Lin Ling, they can just attack me. Why implicate my people? The young man coldly spat out a sentence. With a wave of his sleeve, the 13th Marquis collapsed. His only soul seemed to have been shattered. However, everyone could see that the 13th Marquis died with a smile on his face. Perhaps, he was born an idiot, so he died with a smile, or perhaps, he didn't want to be used as a tool, so he died. He felt relieved. Dead, the son of the Fire Cloud Supreme Being is dead. The crowd's heart trembled violently. They didn't expect the mysterious young man to be so decisive in killing. Interesting. In order to impersonate me, he even used the Yellow Springs flame. However, there is only one real Lin Ling. At this moment, a gigantic samsara circle suddenly appeared in the sky. It collided with another samsara circle and devoured the first samsara circle. Then, a young man in a long white robe walked out of the imperial city with proud steps. His long hair fluttered and he carried an ancient sword on his back. He had delicate features and an indifferent smile hung on his face. He was none other than Lin Ling. The reason why the surrounding people did not recognize the black-robed Lin Ling was because of the blue-robed Lin Ling. As such, two Lin Ling appeared. It was hard to tell which was the real one. As for the blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky, he looked down at the young man on the ground from above. "Because I'm too dazzling, you want to impersonate me? Unfortunately, your martial arts are not up to par. The cultivation of the Yellow Springs flame is too weak. I wonder if your nomological laws have reached 150 million? However, since you impersonated me, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down now. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life." His voice seemed to command the wind and clouds, looking down on the world. "My lord." Cheers erupted from all around. Everyone was in high spirits because they had all witnessed the blue-robed Lin Ling's strength. They all believed that the blue-robed Lin Ling was the real deal. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the blue-robed young man in the sky. His left eye quietly appeared and he was shocked. This was because this impersonator was not weak. He actually had a realm origin seed. Most importantly, Lin Ling saw through his origin and discovered that he was only one of his avatars. This person must have come from the martial god realm. However, as for why he was impersonating him, he would only know after fighting him. "You said that you are the real Lin Ling. Then you should know what Lin Ling's reverse scale is?" Lin Ling said indifferently. "This, I don't know. May I ask what it is?" The blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky shrugged. "I don't know why you're here, and I don't know what your goal is, but you've done something wrong. You've touched my reverse scale. Because my reverse scale is my family, friends, and brothers. Even if you're a martial god from the martial god realm, as long as you dare to touch them, I'll kill you." Whoosh, Lin Ling drew the ancient sword on his back and pointed it at the sky. No one believed it. "So, this is the reverse scale. Now, I know. But so what if I touched it?" The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled. "In fact, you're just a stray dog to me. However, I'm surprised that you seem to think of yourself as Lin Ling. He waved his right hand, and a majestic ancient sword appeared in his hand. You dare to impersonate me? Do you think others will believe you just because of your mouth? I, Lin Ling, am the realm lord of this world. Boom, accompanied by his cold shout, a turbulent aura surged out like a tsunami. The godly demon body had descended, left god, right demon. Lord Lin Ling. Looking at the god-devil body, everyone shouted excitedly. Great creation! The blue-robed youth shouted again, and the space around the ancient sword shattered. Seeing this, Lin Ling was shocked. This person actually knew all of his martial arts. This guy's methods were indeed powerful, however, the anger in his heart burned even more. The other party forced Lu Susu to marry an idiot, and made Lu Susu sit in a sedan chair and wander around the world. This undoubtedly made everyone laugh at Lu Susu. The other party killed many of his subordinates. The other party even cut off one of his grandfather's arms. In this world, I, Lin Ling, have spilled countless blood, and my countless footprints. You say you're Lin Ling, and you're Lin Ling? Lin Ling took a step and shot into the sky. With the tyrant song in his hand, he slashed fiercely. Oh, you're angry with just a few words. The real Lin Ling won't be so reckless. You're still too inexperienced. The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled disdainfully and also rushed towards Lin Ling. 2 swords, 2 figures, one black and one blue, with the same silhouette and the same face. Under countless gazes, they finally clashed crazily. Rumble, the swords collided, and a terrifying spatial law swept out, forming a turbulent spatial storm. Those who had not reached the martial emperor realm and were close to it were directly torn to pieces. This was the battle of the human realm's #1 sovereign. So powerful, that black-robed Lin Ling also knows spatial law. The crowd in the distance all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lord Shui Wu and the others on the ground narrowed their eyes. They suddenly had a feeling that the black-robed Lin Ling might be the real one, although the blue-robed Lin Ling had already proven himself and was very similar to Lin Ling in every aspect. There was one thing that was different. Lin Ling was a sentimental person. The real Lin Ling was someone who would kill for his family and friends. The blue-robed Lin Ling obviously couldn't do that. Could it be that he's the real Lin Ling? Lu Susu also walked out of the bridal sedan. Her eyes were moist. Perhaps she had always believed that the man had never changed. Even if he had returned from hell, even if he had turned into a killing god, there would always be a peaceful place in his heart. That was the place he wanted to protect. You're quite capable. However, I, Lin Ling, have dominated this world, defeated countless experts, and won endless glory. That pride is not something that you can take away with just a few words. Crack, after the swords collided, the blue-robed Lin Ling let out a cold voice. The abominable thing was that he had taken everything from Lin Ling, but in his words, it was Lin Ling who coveted all his glory. On the other side, Lin Ling looked through the tyrannical song sword and looked at the mysterious man in front of him at a close distance. Very similar, everything was very similar. However, the real him was not as despicable as him. If you want to prove yourself, then ask the world. The blue-robed Lin Ling activated the underworld flames, causing the number of laws to reach 100 million, and swept towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression changed. He was unable to react in time and was immediately hit by the powerful laws. If his godly demon body had not been greatly improved, he would have been injured by the sword. Whoosh, from the sky, Lin Ling was suppressed. His body flew back flat on the ground. In the end, his sword stabbed into the ground to stop the terrifying momentum. Sure enough, the blue-robed Lin Ling is the real master. That fake can't even withstand a single blow. Trash, you actually deceived us. Many people seemed to have figured out who the real Lin Ling was and immediately shouted sarcastically. The blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky seemed to enjoy the sounds of worship around him. He tilted his head and said with a smile, "Trash. Trash." Following his words, there were even more noises coming from the surroundings. You're pretending to be Master Lin Ling. You want to die. If I were you, I would have killed myself already. You can pretend to be anyone, but pretending to be Lin Ling, is your conscience eaten by a dog? Where are your teachers and your parents? Why did they teach you to be so shameless? Many familiar faces from the past also walked out at this moment. The two people at the front were surprisingly the matchless Sun and Moon Battle Kings from Champion University. The matchless Sun and Moon Battle Kings used to be one of the three legends of the human world. They were as famous as the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother and the Seven Emperors. Later on, Lin Ling had risen, and they had immediately followed Lin Ling's lead. Lin Ling looked at them and burst into laughter. He didn't have any feelings for those people, but he had never thought that they would be the first ones to rebel against him. Nobody, do you believe me? Lin Ling's expression was calm as he spat out a sentence. After that, the world became silent, but very quickly, more people started laughing. Why should we believe you? Because of you. Nobody believed Lin Ling. In fact, in this world, strength was everything. Even if it was really Lin Ling, the blue-robed Lin Ling was much stronger. Subconsciously, they would believe the blue-robed Lin Ling. The same rice could raise 100 different kinds of people. In the past, when Lin Ling was strong, many people flattered him. However, when he was in decline, as long as there was a chance, people would want to trample on Lin Ling and enjoy the feeling of accomplishment. No matter what the reason was, Lin Ling seemed to have been abandoned by the world. In his hometown, nobody believed him. Lin Ling frowned. Indeed, nobody believed him. In the Gu Yan sect, I decided the future of the Gu Yan sect by myself. Gradually, the weak were taken care of by the strong. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, when the throne changed, I protected the Fire Ancient clan. In that storm, I protected everyone and even decided the throne of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. In the Rainforest Sacred Land, enemies attacked. Celestial Venerable Su Xing wanted to destroy the world, and I protected this land with my life. It was also me who killed my enemy and returned everyone a peaceful home. Now, I have become an abandoned person. A soft voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. His voice had a hint of self-mockery. The crowd instantly quietened down. They seemed to have seen the youth of the past. With his perseverance and fighting spirit, he gradually reached the peak of the world. No matter how big the setbacks and storms were, he used his sword and flame to protect his hometown. This was a record of the growth of an expert. At that moment, many people's hearts were shaken. Lin Ling had sacrificed a lot for this land. Everyone knew how much blood and sweat. Nonsense. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios, we believe in you. Do you think anyone will believe in you? The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled faintly. I believe in him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a delicate voice echoed. Under countless gazes, Lu Susu walked towards Lin Ling. As she walked, she said, "This land belongs to him. He is the true realm lord. Because I feel that the land of my hometown is overjoyed because of his return. He is our king. I believe in him too." Those who were kneeling stood up one after another. These warriors were all emotional and had tears in their eyes. From Lin Ling's words, they saw the strong young man of the past. It was this young man who led them and made a name for themselves. Lord Lin Ling, Starry Sky Left Court Palace, return. Yes. Lord Lin Ling, Blazing Right Court Palace, return. Yes. These two palaces were Lin Ling's left and right hands. Many of them had followed Lin Ling since he was in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Pack, pack, pack. They walked towards Lin Ling in an orderly manner, shocking the world. Did no one believe in Lin Ling? Did everyone abandon Lin Ling? However, they believed that they would still follow Lin Ling. All of you are crazy. Yes. Sun Yu Wushuang and Yu Wushuang were furious. Before this, no one believed Lin Ling, but now, they did, and quite a few of them. His eyes can't fool anyone. Lu Susu said as she walked. Looking at the black-robed Lin Ling, her heart was moved. This was her man. Thank you. I said that I will protect you. I did in the past, now, and in the future. Lin Ling looked at Lu Susu emotionally. In fact, he didn't care if everyone abandoned him. Even if he walked alone in the dark, he wouldn't feel lonely. As long as he had family and friends in his heart, it was enough. Yes, the real Lin Ling would never abandon me. Lu Susu finally smiled. Her smile was extremely beautiful. No matter how Lin Ling treated her, she didn't care. Because she had said that she would protect him. That was enough. Now, you still dare to say that no one believes me? Retracting his smile, Lin Ling coldly looked at the mysterious young man in the sky. The young man's face was a little ugly. He originally wanted to see Lin Ling get abandoned, but the result was beyond his expectations. There are so few of you. You can't compare to me. The blue-robed young man said disdainfully. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and looked at the people in front of him. I've said it before. I don't want to see the blood of my brothers. So, you have one more chance. Now, stand in line. A threat, this was a strong threat. One could imagine that if they still did not choose a team, then what awaited them would be a massacre. However, this threat was quickly met with mockery. Still, no one believed Lin Ling's words. I believe you. But at this time a voice suddenly sounded. Looking carefully, it was actually the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, Lin Ling's former enemy, was also the legend of Yungu Immortal platform. But from a certain point of view, she was also Lin Ling's grand disciple because her master was Yungu Martial God, but now, she actually believed Lin Ling. Even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, do you want to betray the sect? The blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky suddenly shouted. This Jade Lake Heavenly Mother wanted to humiliate him. I don't dare. It's just that I'm too familiar with the real Lin Ling. Although he kills decisively, in his life, he has never killed an innocent person, let alone his family and friends. Only his enemies think of him as a killing god. But you have killed too many innocent people for fun. So, I feel that you are not like Lin Ling. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother walked out step by step, looking at the blue-robed Lin Ling in the sky. Very well, you will be the first to die later. The blue-robed Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. I also believe in him. Another person walked out. It was the former Fire Clan Emperor, Huaao, and beside him was Princess Xianxia. Huaao smiled faintly and said, Blue-robed Lin Ling, although your strength seems stronger than the black-robed Lin Ling, the real Lin Ling is not afraid of any strong enemy. His strength is not as good as yours, but he dares to face you. So, I believe that he is Lin Ling. I also believe in the black-robed Lin Ling. Maybe it's because I believe in the death god. More people walked out. They were the stone deities of Xianhuangdao. Acquaintances, brothers, and friends who had fought side by side in the past, they all walked out. In an instant, the two sides formed two great forces. Of course, the blue-robed Lin Ling's side was stronger because there were experts from the Ghost Clan, Deity Clan, and Devil Clan on his side. As for the human experts, they still didn't know who the real Lin Ling was, but it was obvious that the blue-robed Lin Ling was stronger. So, they followed the blue-robed Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the people who walked over, and his heart warmed. These were friends, brothers who had gone through thick and thin together. In the past, we lived and died together, and it's still the same today. Mr. Shui Wu and the others looked at Lin Ling and said. This was also a gamble, and if they lost, then everyone would die. Ha ha ha, you are all so foolish. Follow me and you will enjoy a boundless future, but follow the fake. You should know what the consequences are. At this time, the blue-robed Lin Ling laughed wildly. Only death awaits them. Working Sri and Yu Shuang laughed gloomily as well. When they saw how confident they were, the others behind them roared with laughter as well. It was like they were watching the annihilation of the black-robed Lin Ling and the others. How interesting. Another Lin Ling has actually appeared. Meanwhile, ghastly winds blew, and then an enormous coffin smashed down. A pale-faced man sat on the coffin while a large number of ghosts fluttered around him. The Heavenly Coffin Grand Emperor. The blue-robed Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was one of the 4 ghost emperors of the Ghost Clan, and he was an ancient titan. Haha, Lin Ling, I was just passing by and wanted to watch the show. However, you should be able to deal with your clan's problems, right? The man on the coffin smiled faintly. His words were actually an admission that the blue-robed Lin Ling was the real Lin Ling. Hearing this, the eyes of the crowd flickered. An ancient titan had admitted it, so it was definitely not fake. It's just a small matter. I'm just regretful that many of my former comrades will die today. The blue-robed Lin Ling shrugged. He was obviously referring to Mr. Shui Wu and the others. Today, they would all die. That's good. Let me see how capable this fake fellow is. The man said again. He's just trash. The blue-robed Lin Ling shook his head and finally looked at the Lin Ling. Let's fight. Let's see who is the real Lin Ling and who is the trash. Bang, along with his voice, a terrifying aura swept out, shaking the entire rainforest sacred land. Everyone saw the gigantic god and demon standing in the sky, as if they were indomitable. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Omnidirectional Suppression Sword, come. The blue-robed Lin Ling bellowed again. His ancient sword buzzed, causing a black hole to appear in the sky. It was full of spatial cracks, moreover, there were white flames burning around his body. It was very cold, this was the underworld flame. At this moment, he had once again proved that he was Lin Ling. All of his techniques were extremely shocking and even terrifying, even the eyes of the heavenly coughing great emperor narrowed. The blue-robed Lin Ling was really strong. He was definitely the real deal. Lin Ling, be careful. This person's strength has reached the rank 9 martial emperor realm. He has more than 150 million laws and his space and fire laws are not weak. On the ground, Lord Shui Wu and the others looked solemn as they warned. In fact, although they believed that the person in front of them was Lin Ling, the blue-robed youth in the sky was too terrifying. His techniques were exactly the same as Lin Ling's. The real can't be fake and the fake can't be real. Lin Ling said indifferently as he flew towards the sky. Loser, come and fight me. Looking at Lin Ling rushing towards him, the blue-robed Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The space laws formed a black line that cut through everything. This time, the blue-robed Lin Ling is obviously serious. That imposter will definitely not be able to block it. Many people secretly said. They knew that it was time to end everything. Looking at the identical sword technique, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. However, he was not surprised because he knew that it was the power of the realm origin energy. It used the realm origin energy to form the space laws and even the fire laws. This method could deceive others, but if it wanted to deceive Lin Ling, who came from the martial god realm, it was impossible. Great creation! Lin Ling also slashed out with his sword, forming a collision of spatial laws. It was like a collision of lightning. You're quite capable. You're more powerful than before. Looks like you've been hiding your strength. However, you're still too weak for me. Heavenly law. The blue-robed youth stretched out his left hand. A white flame jumped and formed the scene of the 9 Serenities hell. Enter reincarnation. The heavenly Tao reincarnation had appeared, sealing everything away. This was clearly Lin Ling's signature fire attribute martial arts. Rumble, there were space laws in front of him and fire laws in the sky. Lin Ling had nowhere to run. Rumble, incomparable fire element laws shrouded Lin Ling, dragging Lin Ling into the 6 paths reincarnation. Furthermore, the terrifying 6 paths reincarnation enveloped Lady Shui Wu and the others, dragging them into the 6 paths reincarnation as well. Obviously, they had made the wrong bet. How pitiful. You can't even differentiate between your own adults. Serves you right for entering the cycle of reincarnation. The crowd shook their heads when they saw this scene. At this point, they could already tell that the battle was over. No matter how they looked at it, the fake Lin Ling was no match for the blue-robed Lin Ling. 150 million Yellow Springs flame laws is indeed powerful. The heavenly coffin emperor narrowed his eyes and said. On the ground, the faces of Lady Shui Wu, Lu Susu, and the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother changed. Then, they exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. It seemed that they had indeed made the wrong bet. Regardless of whether the bet was wrong or not, I believe that he is Lin Ling. All I can say is that the blue-robed youth is stronger. Since we've lost the bet, let's follow Lord Lin Ling. Those people did not resist at all. They just stood there quietly, allowing the 6 paths reincarnation in the sky to suck them in. They were willing to accept their loss. However, at this moment, the huge 6 paths reincarnation in the sky suddenly stopped spinning. Moreover, an indifferent voice drifted out, you don't have to follow me. I'm still alive, so you won't die either. Following that cold shout, another flame reincarnation appeared in the flame reincarnation in the sky. Moreover, that flame reincarnation was constantly expanding. With an unstoppable force, it crazily devoured the first 6 paths reincarnation. This scene caused the rainforest sacred land to fall silent. This was reincarnation against reincarnation. Rumble. In the next moment, a deafening sound was heard. Under countless gazes, the first 6 paths reincarnation exploded and was absorbed by a new reincarnation. At the same time, a black-robed figure walked out faintly. "This is your reincarnation? Too weak." "Yes." That person was none other than the black-robed Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, the blue-robed youth's expression changed drastically. In fact, he came from the martial god realm, so he could easily control the laws of this realm. Moreover, he was above everyone. Who would have thought that a country bumpkin could actually break his law martial technique? This country bumpkin was too strange. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling had returned from the martial god realm, he would not be so surprised. "You're no match for me when it comes to playing with fire." "Yes." In the sky, Lin Ling stepped out step by step. Seeing this, Lord Watermist and the others became excited. Lin Ling had won the Battle of the Yellow Springs Flame. As for the 2 battle monarchs, Sun and Moon Wushuang, they were a little worried. Could it be that the black-robed Lin Ling was the real one? "Haha, you have some skills. It seems that I've underestimated you." "Haha." At this moment, the blue-robed youth laughed wildly. Until now, he still did not take Lin Ling seriously. In fact, the reason he had pretended to be Lin Ling was for fun. Moreover, after meeting the real Lin Ling, he had even thought of making fun of him. The reason he had come here was because he had been invited by the Sun Divine Nation. That was because the Sun Divine Nation was originally a citizen of the martial god realm. They had just been demoted. To him, the Sun Divine Nation was just a branch of his race. Moreover, he had an even more important reason for coming here. He had come for Grandma Wen. However, so what if you're good at playing with fire? The real Lin Ling is not only good at the Tao of fire. Haha. The blue-robed Lin Ling smiled faintly. Is that so? Yes. Lin Ling also smiled and retracted the 6 paths of reincarnation. This action shocked countless people, because Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation was very strong. Lin Ling should have used his strongest move to defeat his opponent. However, Lin Ling had actually retracted his flames? What are you doing? The blue-robed Lin Ling also furrowed his brows. Lin Ling did not speak. He looked at Lu Susu and the others on the ground and sighed softly. To prove it, and also to repay their trust. So? The blue-robed Lin Ling asked suspiciously. I'm going to crush you in every field and tell them that I'm the real Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold, but it also carried a strong sense of pride. His body swept towards the blue-robed Lin Ling. At this moment, he finally revealed his abilities. No matter what the other party's goal was, it was all over. This was his world. No one was allowed to behave atrociously here. God Fiend. A roar came out of Lin Ling's mouth. The real God Fiend body finally appeared behind him. It was as if it could swallow mountains and rivers, and the God Fiend roared. So you're playing close combat. However, you're too confident in yourself. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Get what you want, do whatever you want. Boom. He also unleashed his godly demon body. 2 gods and 2 demons collided in an earth-shattering collision. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. The things I've seen are beyond your imagination. The blue-robed Lin Ling shouted coldly. He didn't believe that a martial artist from a small world could shake him. This was a joke. Boom. However, he knew that this wasn't a joke in the next moment. His fist had just collided with Lin Ling's fist, but his fist was instantly shattered. His bones also made cracking sounds. His entire arm was crippled. What a powerful force. The blue-robed Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. God's palm. However, before he could react, a palm that seemed to cover the sky overbearingly and landed on his face. It directly knocked out his teeth and bent his chin. As for the palm that collided with Lin Ling's, it was directly destroyed. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a violent god of war, destroying everything in his path. Boom. When Lin Ling kicked out fiercely, the blue-robed Lin Ling smashed into the ground like a cannonball. Seeing this, everyone in the rainforest's holy land felt their hearts explode. Berserk, truly berserk. That was the true godly demon body. Countless eyes stared at the black-robed Lin Ling in the sky. At this moment, their hearts trembled as if they were looking at the king of godly demons. Boom. However, At this moment, the ground rumbled and a figure quickly shot into the sky. It was the blue-robed Lin Ling. However, his expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Although he had suffered a heavy blow earlier, with his strength, he could obviously recover from that kind of injury quickly. However, the injury in his heart from the humiliation could never be healed. He was a genius of the martial god realm, but he was humiliated by a country bumpkin. Lin Ling, does it hurt? While he was furious, Lin Ling suddenly sneered. He had personally called the blue-robed youth Lin Ling. Of course, this was obviously a form of sarcasm. I will kill you. The blue-robed Lin Ling's face was extremely ferocious. He was actually injured by an ant from the lower realm. This was a huge humiliation. If you want to kill me, then come at me, trash. Lin Ling laughed again and returned the word trash to him. After he finished speaking, he didn't waste any more time and shot towards his opponent. His god-demon body once again erupted with a terrifying power. After cultivating in the martial god world, Lin Ling's celestial devil physique had reached the 8th grade divine rank, and his strength had reached 1,000 universes of force. As for the blue-robed Lin Ling, although he had imitated Lin Ling's fiend god physique, he had only imitated Lin Ling to the level before he went to the martial god world. Therefore, in terms of physical strength, he was no match for Lin Ling. Rumble. All of a sudden, the blue-robed Lin Ling was like a sandbag, being ruthlessly beaten by Lin Ling, from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. That earth-shattering collision caused everyone to widen their eyes, especially the two battle monarchs, unparalleled sun and unparalleled moon. Their mouths were agape. This was because the blue-robed Lin Ling that they looked up to was being completely abused. At this moment, they were suddenly afraid. If the blue-robed Lin Ling died, then their fates would be extremely miserable. Flames and physical strength, he was completely defeated. Could it be that the black-robed Lin Ling is the real deal? In the distance, the heavenly coffin great emperor frowned and said, "Enough." At this moment, the blue-robed Lin Ling shouted angrily and frantically retreated. He had never thought that he would lose to Lin Ling in both domains. I will kill you with this sword. An ancient sword appeared in his hand, and he gathered all the spatial laws, turning it into the most dazzling sword, and slashed towards Lin Ling. Whoosh! Just as the sword slashed out, the sky was instantly split into two. It was so terrifying. Seeing this, the two battle monarchs were filled with anticipation. This sword should be able to turn defeat into victory. Kill me? You are too confident. At this moment, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Around the sword, spatial laws roared. His realm essence had been converted by 20%, causing his laws to be much stronger than before. This is not confidence, but your fire martial way and godly demon body are very powerful, but they can't kill me. I only need one sword to kill you. The blue-robed Lin Ling let out a low shout. At this moment, his aura quietly changed. It was as if he was no longer pretending to be Lin Ling, but returning to his original self. Perhaps to him, this game of impersonation should end. You only need one sword to kill me? You're too optimistic. Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. His long hair fluttered, and the space around him exploded, as if he had walked out from the void, and those spatial laws actually hid a trace of realm essence. This reminded him of the guidance of the two seniors before he entered the martial god realm. Ask for wind, ask for wind, ask for rain. When he became a true realm lord, this realm would be under his control. Wind, rain, come, I will do whatever I want. Shwa, a dazzling sword light, like a line of death, ruthlessly slashed out. At this moment, Lin Ling's spatial laws had reached 150 million, and that terrifying sword directly broke the blue-robed youth's sword. Moreover, it revealed its sharpness and slashed towards the blue-robed youth. At this moment, the blue-robed young man's pupils constricted, and his heart fiercely skipped a beat. He could faintly see the birth of a world overlord. That kind of domineering aura only appeared in the martial god realm, and it even appeared in his senior. How could this be? How could a mere junior from a rural area know about realm essence? This must be a fluke, or even an illusion. While he was still in shock, the sword light slashed over, enlarging in his eyes. It seemed to be telling him that this fake Lin Ling had reached the end of his arrogance. 3 great domains, physical body, fire, and sword. I will crush you in all aspects. Shwa. The sword light was like the moon, causing a smear of scarlet blood to sprinkle down from the sky. The blue-robed Lin Ling was slashed alive, split in two. Seeing this, the earth became deathly silent, dead. Could it be that the black-robed Lin Ling was the real Lin Ling? However, all of this was possible, because in the three great domains, the blue-robed Lin Ling had been completely defeated. Moreover, the blue-robed Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all, but he still died. This meant that he was not the real Lin Ling. Pudong, at this moment, many people directly knelt down in fright. They seemed to be on the wrong side, especially the unparalleled Sun and Moon Battle Monarch. Their faces were pale, and they directly shouted, "So you are the real Lin Ling? Sorry, we were wrong before." Along with their voices, many people also shouted and begged for mercy. They did not expect the blue-robed youth to be so weak. He was actually completely defeated. As for the sky-coughing great emperor in the distance, his expression was extremely serious. He also did not expect the black-robed Lin Ling to be the real lord. Looking at Lin Ling in the sky, Lady Watermist and the others were extremely excited. This was because this was the real Lin Ling, their king. They had made the right bet. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling had not changed. Even if the world changed, Lin Ling was still Lin Ling. Thousand-faced young master, before this, we were deceived. We are innocent. The two battle kings hurriedly said. I don't think you're innocent. To put it bluntly, strength decides everything. You think that blue-robed Lin Ling is stronger, so you're standing on his side. Isn't that right? Lu Susu said. She didn't believe their words at all. We're innocent. We're innocent. Hearing those words, everyone kowtowed and quietly stared at Lin Ling. However, they realized that Lin Ling was indifferent. He didn't say that he wanted to kill them. This made them feel relieved. It seemed that Lin Ling still cared about old friendships. However, not long after they kowtowed, a demonic aura rippled out from the ground. A figure that seemed to be condensed from metal slowly floated up. The entire process was silent, causing the scene to be extremely strange. Most importantly, this person's face didn't have any facial features, causing people to feel a chill run down their spines. It seems that I've underestimated you. However, it's time for the game to end. Boom. After the golden figure floated up, he coldly said. Moreover, a force that had never appeared in this world crazily erupted. It was like a domain force field. The sky instantly shattered like glass, and a void appeared. Moreover, it was a void that one couldn't see the end of. In the surroundings, wind, snow, sun, moon, and stars appeared as well. It was as if the laws of this world were completely under his control. This was the power of world essence. In a weak world, the power of world essence was clearly able to summon the wind and summon the rain. However, in the martial god world, world essence didn't have such powerful might. The reason was that a weak world couldn't withstand world essence. Therefore, a powerful world essence expert could directly control the entire world. How terrifying. Is this the blue-robed youth from before? Boom. This is the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Countless people stared at the terrifying scene in the sky. Their hearts trembled. This kind of power was too strong. Even the expressions of Lady Shui Wu and the others changed violently. Never had they imagined that this fellow who was impersonating Lin Ling would actually possess such formidable strength. You're Lin Ling, right? I'm sorry for impersonating you before, but don't think that I'm interested in your glory. I'm just treating it as a game. Of course, you're still worthy of praise for being able to defeat me. The golden figure said faintly. There was a metallic liquid flowing on the surface of his body. It was extremely mysterious. Why praise me? Lin Ling said with a calm expression. He was not surprised at all. In fact, he already knew that this mysterious person was not dead. That was why he didn't care about the two battle kings begging for mercy, because he knew that the battle wasn't over. I praised you because you saw through my game and defeated me. The golden figure spread out his hands and said, but now, do you still think you can defeat me? I still think so. Lin Ling said indifferently. Haha, ignorant ant. You don't know that there's always someone better than you. The golden figure snorted coldly, let me tell you. Your world is only one of the myriad worlds, and it's extremely weak. If it weren't for our branch family in this world, with my status, I wouldn't have come here. This is one of the reasons why I'm here. Secondly, I don't know what kind of attraction your weak world has, but it actually attracted an expert to live in seclusion here. This is the second reason why I'm here. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The expert that the other party was talking about should be Grandma Wendao. He didn't know how Grandma Wendao was doing, but it seemed that the mysterious person hadn't found her. However, Grandma Wendao must be hiding some secret since she had invited an expert from the martial god world to come here. Have you heard of the Grand Court County? The golden figure said again, but seeing Lin Ling's silence, he smiled disdainfully. I guess you don't know. With your knowledge, I'm afraid you don't even know about the martial god world. But before I die, I'll tell you. I'm from the Grand Court County, and I'm young Master Thousand Faces. I have 8 clones that have entered the myriad worlds to train. This is just one of my clones. The power that we control is something that you ants can only dream of in your lifetime. That's boundary essence. As soon as he finished speaking, the rainforest became even more silent. More and more people gathered. They looked at the golden figure that was like an emperor, and their faces became extremely frightened. Could it be that this person was from the martial god world? For many people, the martial god world was like the distant sky, a place that all warriors dreamed of. Boundary essence can be easily converted into law, but law cannot be converted into boundary essence. Only those who have boundary essence can enter the martial god world. That is a symbol of status, and is not something that trash like you can understand. Strong boundary essence can summon the wind and rain. Look. The golden figure said proudly. His appearance seemed mysterious, but in fact, his age was about the same as Lin Ling's. As he pointed, a snowstorm began to fall from the distant sky, freezing the heaven and earth, forming the scenery of the snow country. The sun is out. The golden figure shouted again. The snowstorm disappeared, and the sun appeared, scorching the earth. At this moment, he was like a god. He could have anything he wanted. In this weak world, although I only have 10% of boundary essence, it is enough to dominate everything. The golden figure's voice was like the majestic heavens, staring at the shocking scene in the distance. The crowd trembled. This was too terrifying. It was actually the power of boundary essence that surpassed the law. One must know that powerful warriors comprehended the law and used the law of heaven and earth to defeat their opponents. But this mysterious person actually changed the law, and even created his own law. In that case, who could be his opponent? No one at all. 10% of boundary essence? Lin Ling looked at the other party indifferently. The reason why he was listening to the other party's nonsense was because he wanted to get more information, and now, he knew a little. First, the other party did not come for him, but for Grandma Wendao. Second, the sun god race was an abandoned citizen of the martial god world, but their background was not simple. You said so much because you were defeated by me before, so you want to tell me how lowly I am to wash away the humiliation from before? Finally, Lin Ling said indifferently. As soon as he said this, the golden figure nodded. Indeed. He could easily kill Lin Ling, but before doing so, he wanted Lin Ling to know how weak he was. The previous battle was just his warm-up. Okay, I understand. You don't need to talk nonsense. However, after knowing his strength, Lin Ling was still extremely calm. This undoubtedly infuriated the golden figure. He looked at the ground and said, Now, I want to ask all of you. Is Lin Ling the master of this world? Or is it me? When he was defeated before, many people begged Lin Ling for mercy. Now, he wanted to see who would dare to beg Lin Ling for mercy. It's you, sir. We only recognize you as our master. Do you understand? Lin Ling, kneel down. The heavenly coughing great emperor flew out and shouted angrily. He was more excited than anyone else, because this mysterious person was actually from the martial god realm. If he could curry favor with him, this mysterious person might be able to give him a few pointers, because according to what he knew, among the ancient giants, there were a few who had already comprehended the world essence. That's right. This senior is from the martial god realm. You, Lin Ling, are just a country bumpkin. Kneel down. If you offend that senior and implicate us, you won't be able to atone for your sins even if you die. Kneel down now. Many people also shouted, and some even pointed at Lin Ling and cursed. In their opinion, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he was no match for the martial god world's experts, As for Lin Ling's contribution to this world in the past, it was just a joke. Of course, they would still thank Lin Ling in their hearts, but only in their hearts. Compared to their lives, Lin Ling's life was even more worthless. You're all shameless. Who was it that knelt down and begged for mercy earlier? Now you're turning around and targeting Lin Ling. You're all utterly devoid of conscience. Lady Watermist and the others immediately roared furiously at the cursing of the entire world. This group of people was simply too shameless. Cut the crap. You're going to die too. Senior from the martial god realm, allow me to kill them. Numerous voices of rebuttal resounded once more, and many people even took the initiative to stand out for the sake of claiming credit. Haha. The powerhouse called young Master Thousand-Faced smiled satisfactorily as he stared at Lin Ling. Do you have anything you want to say? Previously, when Lin Ling defeated him, he thought that Lin Ling would be very happy because he had once again taken back his glory. Unfortunately, when Lin Ling was at his happiest, he threw a bucket of cold water at the wrong time and interrupted Lin Ling's pride. He felt that Lin Ling must be feeling very sad right now. However, under his gaze, Lin Ling didn't say anything. Instead, he walked forward step by step. Seeing this, young Master Thousand-Face did not do anything. He slowly said, if you want to give birth to a boundary origin seed, there are only two ways. 1. Kill 3,000 peak martial emperors. 2nd, self-comprehension. Of these two methods, the first one is the fastest. Moreover, I've also helped a few ancient giants successfully comprehend world origin. Many people's expressions changed greatly when they heard this. This young Master Thousand-Faces was indeed formidable. This also meant that as long as young Master Thousand-Face was happy, they would also have a chance to comprehend boundary essence. However, the first method is ultimately an unorthodox method. The boundary essence seed that is born is not as good as the second method. The second method is self-comprehending. Only the geniuses of the various worlds can successfully be born. Once the boundary essence is converted to 100%, the boundary essence can be fused with one's talent. This also means that no matter how talented a martial artist is, they can only use the power of laws. Without boundary essence, they are all ants. His voice, which was as majestic as the heavens, continued to drift out. The crowd was enlightened. So that was how it was. They immediately benefited greatly. Do you understand now? Young Master Thousand-Faces' gaze finally looked at Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he had already arrived in front of him. However, people didn't care at all because they also knew that no matter how strong Lin Ling's talent was, without boundary essence, everything was an ant. Then, they saw Lin Ling move. He didn't even care as he threw out a punch, overestimating himself. Everyone had the same thought in their minds, even young Master Thousand-Face was the same. He shook his head and said, looks like you still don't understand what boundary essence is. My boundary essence can change the world, and even... ! However, before he finished speaking, the punch landed on his stomach, causing his face to distort. Boom, in the next moment, under countless gazes, young Master Thousand-Faces' body exploded. Golden liquid splattered everywhere. Suddenly, the space became deathly silent. There was no sound at all. On the ground, the martial artists all opened their mouths wide. Previously, when they listened to young Master Thousand-Faces' guidance, they felt that they had benefited greatly. They also knew that boundary essence was the only way to become stronger. They also yearned for boundary essence and even hoped that young Master Thousand-Face would give them some guidance. At that time, Lin Ling made his move. In their eyes, Lin Ling was simply a mantis blocking a car. He didn't understand what boundary essence was. However, in the next moment, the martial god world genius who possessed boundary essence was directly blown apart. Isn't boundary essence able to ignore all laws? The two great battle monarchs, Heavenly Coffin Great Emperor and Unparalleled Sun and Moon, felt their hearts tremble madly. Nonsense. You should stop before you go too far. In the sky, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as an ancient well as he indifferently spat out a sentence. Nonsense? Previously, young Master Thousand-Face had been giving guidance to everyone, including Lin Ling. However, in Lin Ling's eyes, it was all nonsense. Chi. At this time, the golden water droplets on the ground once again shot into the sky, forming a metallic figure in the sky. However, at this moment, his aura was somewhat weak. Most importantly, he stared at Lin Ling with extreme horror, because to be able to injure him, laws were obviously ineffective. Only boundary essence, however, how could a country bumpkin comprehend boundary essence? Without his reminder and help, the people of this world wouldn't be able to comprehend boundary essence. You injured me? Young Master Thousand Face coldly said. He opened his hands and the world behind him began to collapse. Like broken glass, it swept towards Lin Ling. He wanted Lin Ling to die along with the collapse of the world. Let me show you what the power of boundary essence is. Boom, rumble, the sky continued to collapse. The void also shattered. It was a shocking sight. On the ground, Lu Susu and the others immediately shouted out in worry. That power was too terrifying. Boundary essence can indeed summon wind and rain in a small world. However, compared to destroying a world, the truly terrifying thing is creating a world. Chi-Chi, however, Lin Ling indifferently spat out a sentence in the face of the calamity and gently waved his sleeve. Rumble, something terrifying happened. The shattered world actually began to slowly recover. Even the sky began to clear up and the sun shone. Even the ground that was affected by the battle was restored to its original state. That terrifying calamity disappeared without a trace under Lin Ling's sleeve. Do you understand? Chi-Chi, Lin Ling stepped forward and said indifferently. This sentence undoubtedly shocked the crowd to the extreme. They even rubbed their eyes, feeling that this was a dream. However, the reality was that the sky had indeed recovered. Young Master Thousand Face was guiding everyone before, including Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was also guiding him now. One destroyed a world, the other created a world. Between the two, it was clear that creating a world was more powerful than destroying it. Do you understand? Translator, trans and editor, trans and friend and foe, how is this possible? Young Master Thousand Face's heart was also pounding. In fact, he already had some guesses when Lin Ling heavily injured him. He was just unwilling to admit it, because how could a youth from the countryside be able to comprehend boundary essence and injure him who was high above? Unfortunately, this kind of self-deceiving could not be concealed any longer. You have a boundary essence seed. Young Master Thousand Face finally let out a low shout. His voice caused the hearts of the crowd to explode. Boundary essence seed? Lin Ling's eyes revealed a mocking smile. You only have 10% of your boundary essence. In the martial god world, you are indeed at the level of geniuses from various worlds. However, I have seen many geniuses like you. You want to rely on 10% of your boundary essence to guide others? Don't you think your face is very thick? He stepped forward. In his right fist, a mysterious power bloomed. It was boundary essence. Moreover, it was boundary essence that was even more terrifying than young Master Thousand Face. It was definitely more than 10%, that punch shot over like a meteor. Accompanying it were the laws of the falling and blooming of flowers and the rising and setting of the sun. 10% of boundary essence? Young Master Thousand Face's throat wriggled. It was as if a mouthful of saliva was stuck in his throat. He did not know what to say. Now, of course he understood. He understood it better than anyone, because the youth opposite him was not a boundary essence seed, but a real boundary essence. Moreover, it seemed to be even stronger than his. This caused his heart to feel as though it was being sliced by a million blades. Before this, how tyrannical was he? He was like a world overlord, giving pointers to the common people, letting these ants know how powerful he was. He thought that Lin Ling was feeling sorrow and was feeling inferior. He even thought that Lin Ling would kneel down and beg him for pointers. However, all of this was just him comforting himself. The youth opposite him was in fact stronger than him. His arrogant boasting was undoubtedly a resounding slap to his own face. Seeing the terrifying punch coming, young Master Thousand Face panicked. He kept retreating. Wait, how about we let this matter rest? His voice was extremely fast, mixed with fear. The crowd was silent. The genius of the martial god world that they looked up to was actually afraid now? Do you think you can escape? However, how could Lin Ling let young Master Thousand Face escape? At this moment, his black robe was wildly dancing in the wind. It was tyrannical and domineering, telling everyone that he was the true king of this place. How dare you? Young Master Thousand Faces' expression turned increasingly ugly. this was one of his clones, and it took him so much effort to comprehend realm essence. Could it be that it was going to be destroyed here, now that the county competition was approaching? If he spent 10% of his boundary essence here, then the competition would probably have nothing to do with him. Never had he imagined that one of his clones would actually be annihilated by an ant while tempering himself here. To put it bluntly, one of his 8 lives had perished. If that's the case, it's very useless. Lin Ling's boundary essence was like his sword, sweeping towards young Master Thousand Faces, forming a scene of heaven and earth collapsing, locking down all the directions young Master Thousand Faces could escape in. I'm from the Grand Court Commandery of the Martial God Realm. Do you really dare to kill me? Young Master Thousand Faces shouted angrily. Sorry, I'm from the Martial God Camp of the Martial God Realm. However, what answered him was a cold voice, causing young Master Thousand Faces' eyes to widen. This young man was also a genius from the Martial God Realm. What was laughable was that he had actually thought that this young man was just a martial artist from the countryside. Boom. When the roar resounded, the sky regained its tranquility. Young Master Thousand Faces was dead. This genius from the Martial God Realm, who everyone thought was an extremely mysterious expert, had been killed by the #1 genius of the mortal world today. On the ground, everyone's faces turned pale as they watched young Master Thousand Face die. This matter was too shocking for them. They stared at the black-robed young man in the sky, and only then did they remember that in the past, the young man had taken one step at a time and finally stood at the peak of the mortal world. Today, even though the experts from the Martial God Realm had arrived, his position as the #1 sovereign was still unshakable, undefeated. It was as if he would never be defeated. Are you all proud of him? At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice woke everyone up from their shock. The crowd fell silent and their faces turned even paler. In fact, I can understand your hearts. However, Lin Ling's next words eased the pressure in everyone's hearts. Lin Ling could understand them? In this world where the strong are respected, it is human nature to side with an expert. Lin Ling said again. Thank you for your understanding, sir. In fact, we were also forced to do this. Young Master Thousand Faces is a genius from the Martial God Realm. To us, the Martial God Realm is a place we can only look up to. We can't not submit. We were wrong. Many people shouted anxiously. Among them, the 2 great battle kings were the main ones. I indeed understand your choice. If I were defeated today, my people and I would all die. Therefore, you didn't believe me and chose to stand on his side. Such a choice is human nature. However, since you have made your choice, you are my enemy. You should know how I, Lin Ling, treat my enemies. Lin Ling finally looked at the ground. Boom, everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by lightning. Who in the mortal realm didn't know Lin Ling's character? He was very good to his friends and was loyal to his friends. However, to his enemies, he was a nightmare, one thought to heaven, one thought to hell. Lin Ling would protect his friends forever. If they were enemies, then he could only kill them. Sir Lin Ling, we were wrong. Everyone was afraid and regretful. Many people even slapped their own faces and questioned themselves why they didn't believe Lin Ling before. Lin Ling had created so many miracles, and today, he could also create a miracle. Why did they believe in the genius of the Martial God Realm? Some things are wrong. Just like a broken mirror, there will never be a time for it to recover. Kill yourselves. Lin Ling's voice was very calm. There was no fluctuation in it. Kill yourselves. Were they all going to kill themselves here? No, absolutely not. You can't kill us. At this moment, the 2 battle kings furiously roared, although we were on the wrong side, we didn't attack you. You still have the right to kill us. Our lives are ours to choose, not yours. However, we can promise you that we will never step into the mortal realm again. Is that enough? Under the 2's voices, many people looked up at Lin Ling with eyes full of determination. At this moment of life and death, they no longer cared about Lin Ling. Hearing this, Lu Susu and the others laughed. The great calamity of the mortal realm, the invasion of the devil race and the god race, it was Lin Ling who protected them and won the creation war. At that time, they didn't necessarily come out to support Lin Ling and help Lin Ling. Under the opportunity that Lin Ling fought for, they enjoyed the feeling of being above others and lived for many years. Although they seemed to submit to Lin Ling on the surface, in reality, they were only using Lin Ling. In fact, they were also using Lin Ling to win the favor of the young master Thousand Faces through Lin Ling. Kill. You guys are really thick-skinned. Who was the one shouting that they should kill Lin Ling? Lady Xuewu said sarcastically. Her words silenced the two battle kings. As for those who were clamoring, they were also speechless. They obviously couldn't refute her. We were forced by the situation at that time, but we didn't attack you. That's right. That's right. Moreover, we used to treat you as an adult, and you promised to protect us. You can't be so cruel. That's right. However, the two battle kings quickly opened their mouths and spoke as if it was only natural that Lin Ling would protect them. Haha. That's right. Lin Ling also laughed and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. If I want to kill you, do I need to care about your feelings? You guys think too highly of yourselves. If I want to kill you, I'll kill you. What can you do to me? That's right. With that, he ruthlessly swung his sword, the two battle kings' pupils constricted, and a sword mark appeared on their necks. Lin Ling had killed them with a single slash. They suddenly realized how stupid they were. They thought that Lin Ling would still protect them, so they resorted to sophistry. Perhaps they were used to being protected by Lin Ling, and thought that Lin Ling protecting them was a matter of course, but now, Lin Ling used his sword to tell them that their lives were actually the lives of ants. Since you guys won't kill yourselves, then I'll do it. That's right. Lin Ling's voice became colder and colder, and he swung his sword again. Whoosh! That slash reaped a large number of lives again. No, Lord Lin Ling, I was wrong. That's right. Those people all shouted. At this moment, they were finally panicking and regretting their actions. Unfortunately, what greeted them was a slash. Instantly, blood flowed like a river, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Brothers, attack to your heart's content. Kill them all. That's right. Lin Ling swung his sword continuously, causing the ground to be filled with miserable screams. At the same time, Lin Ling spoke to Lady Xuewu and the others. He knew that Lady Xuewu and the others had suppressed a lot of anger, so it was time for them to release it. Kill to your heart's content, kill to your heart's content, clean up the foul atmosphere. Lin Ling shot towards the earth like a god of death. Kill. Blood dyed his clothes red, but he didn't care. Instead, he felt carefree. As for Lord Xuewu and the others, their faces were filled with killing intent as well. They wanted to kill to their heart's content and turn the world upside down. They disdained to be associated with such people. Since he had chosen the wrong side, he had to pay the corresponding price, and the price was death. Far away, the heavenly coffin Great Emperor trembled as he watched this scene. How terrifying. This was going to kill millions of people. He was scared. He quietly retreated. However, just as he moved, a figure appeared in front of him. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Plop! The heavenly coffin Great Emperor was so scared that he fell to the ground. Lin Ling's strength and Lin Ling's desire to kill everyone under the heavens was something he didn't dare to face. Great Emperor Heavenly Coffin is an ancient magnate. There's no need for you to be so courteous. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, but his voice was like that of an emperor who ruled over the life and death of others. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with me. Please spare my life. Put down the butcher's knife and don't kill more people. The heavenly coffin Great Emperor said nervously. Oh, you seem to be begging for mercy, but in fact, you want to affect my state of mind. However, you seem to have forgotten that I, Lin Ling, have killed many people in order to grow to where I am now. 1,000,000 people are just a piece of cake to me. Lin Ling said casually. Since he started learning martial arts, what kind of storm had he not encountered, right or wrong, good or evil? He didn't care at all, he only wanted to have a clear conscience. I don't dare at all. Lord Lin Ling, please spare my life. The heavenly coffin Great Emperor kowtowed. As one of the 4 great ghost emperors, he didn't even dare to fight and directly kowtowed. This was undoubtedly a great irony. Did you get the treasure from the 3rd stone statue in the past? Yes. Lin Ling said indifferently. Yes, Lord Lin Ling, I'll return it to you now. Yes. The heavenly coffin great emperor hurriedly took out an ancient stone and handed it over with both hands. Then, he looked at Lin Ling in fear. Lin Ling should let him go now. Lin Ling took the stone and his eyes were filled with excitement. He had obtained another stone statue fragment, then, without looking at the heavenly coffin great emperor, he slashed out with his sword. His boundary essence was released, cutting off all of the heavenly coffin great emperor's laws. His body and the coffin behind him were directly cut in half. "You promise not to kill me?" the heavenly coffin great emperor shouted. He never thought that Lin Ling would kill him. "I've said it before. You stole my stone statue in the past, so you must die today." Lin Ling looked at him disdainfully and turned to leave. The heavenly coffin great emperor looked at the back of the black-robed figure and was shocked. He knew that Lin Ling had returned to collect his debt. Because of him, this world would definitely be overturned by a storm of blood once again. Unfortunately, he could no longer see all of this. Today, he was just passing by. He never thought that this would be the place where he would die. At this moment, Lin Ling held up the stone statue and wrapped it with the power of law. In a short period of time, the seemingly ordinary stone statue shattered and turned into specks of crystal light. This stone statue contained the treasure that Li Xiaoyao left for Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not know what it was for the time being, but soon, Lin Ling's face was filled with joy. It was actually 10% of his boundary essence. It seemed that Li Xiaoyao was well prepared. He knew that he would need boundary essence for his reincarnation, so he prepared it in advance, and this 10% of boundary essence was smoothly integrated into Lin Ling's boundary essence, allowing his boundary essence to transform by 30%. If he used the mysterious sword record, he could erupt with 40% of his boundary essence. It seemed that he had to retrieve the remaining stone statues as soon as possible. "Go to hell, trash." After putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. It was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. On the ground, those ugly cultivators could not escape even if they wanted to. They could only be killed mercilessly. Other than the cultivators from the mortal world, there were also cultivators from the demon race, ghost race, and deity race. However, they were all killed. They were filled with regret. This rainforest sacred land was not a place that they could enter. As time passed, the ground was filled with blood. The rainforest sacred land was dyed red. Lin Ling wore a black robe and held a large sword in his hand. His eyes looked at the red ground, but his expression did not change at all. "Lin Ling, they are all dead." Lu Susu, Lord Shui Wu, and the others ran over and said. They were excited. If Lin Ling did not return at the crucial moment, they would be the ones dead. Behind them, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was secretly relieved. Fortunately, she had made the best choice. Otherwise, she would have been killed right now. However, she did not think that Lin Ling was heartless. Because all these shameless people deserved it, Lin Ling was already very kind to them. "It's good that everyone is fine." Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at everyone. At this moment, his coldness disappeared and was replaced with a clean smile. "Yes." Everyone nodded. "Oh right, where are my grandpa and the others?" Translator, Trans and Editor. Trans and True Spirit Islands calamity currently, they are on the True Spirit Island where King Daoist is. However, Martial God Tian Yu and the Mortal World Guardian have been captured by the Sun God Emperor. As for Martial God Yungu and Sword Immortal Tsong Tian, they are protecting the True Spirit Island. Lady Shui Wu said. Lin Ling was shocked. His 3 disciples were extremely powerful. How could they not be able to withstand the attack? It is said that some of the Sun God King's people have comprehended the boundary seed. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother also said what she knew. Lin Ling finally nodded in understanding. No wonder his disciples were unable to resist. However, the boundary seed was not easy to comprehend. Presumably, the Sun God King and the other experts had killed more than 3,000 peak martial emperors to comprehend the boundary seed. As for where the 3,000 peak martial emperors came from, with young Master Thousand face around, it was not difficult. After all, this world did not have so many experts, but other worlds definitely had them. "Let's go to True Spirit Island," Lin Ling said in a low voice. He was back, then it was time to end everything. "By the way, tell the world that I, Lin Ling, have come to collect the debt. Moreover, the creation battle has begun," Lin Ling said again. "Yes, my lord." Hearing this, everyone became excited. No matter how many storms and waves they encountered, no matter what kind of powerful enemies they encountered, this man in front of them would lead them to sweep away 1,000 enemies. This was their lord, Lin Ling. Let's go. Without further ado, Lin Ling led everyone to True Spirit Island. At this moment, in Chaos Demon Sea, a large number of experts were flying across the sky. An old man wearing a fiery red robe was heading towards True Spirit Island. Lord Fire Cloud Divine King, the survivors are hiding in True Spirit Island. There are Daoist came, the 7 emperors, and Lin Ling's 3 disciples. Someone said respectfully to the old man. The old man was the Fire Cloud Divine King. At this moment, his face was cold. In the past, I saw Lin Ling kill the Yellow Spring Great Emperor with my own eyes. At that time, he used the Boundary Origin Seed, which surprised me. Now, I also have the Boundary Origin Seed. I alone can sweep away Daoist Came and the others. My lord is mighty. The others nodded respectfully. These people were not weak. They had reached the Martial Emperor realm and had nearly 100 million laws. Of course, the most powerful one was still Fire Cloud Divine King, because he possessed a realm origin seed. He could sweep through any law power, declaring himself a king. That young Master Thousand Faces is truly amazing. He actually increased my strength greatly. In the future, I can also go to the martial god world. Fire Cloud Divine King's eyes flickered. Currently, the entire world did not know that Lin Ling was young Master Thousand Faces in disguise. Only a few of them knew, and those who knew all possessed world origin seeds and were nurtured as trusted aides by young Master Thousand Faces. However, I don't know where the real Lin Ling has gone. Perhaps he knows of your current strength and doesn't dare to appear. Haha. Haha, how can that trash be a match for you now? Haha. The others suddenly laughed. Their words made Fire Cloud Divine King nod in satisfaction. He liked to hear such flattery. In the past, Lin Ling alone had scared him into fleeing. If there was a chance in the future, he wanted Lin Ling to know how powerful he was. Let's go. Kill everyone on True Spirit Island. Haha. The mighty experts, led by Fire Cloud Divine King, charged towards True Spirit Island. At this moment, True Spirit Island was facing a great enemy. Not only were there Lin Ling's friends, there were also all the warriors from Saint's big domain. At this moment, they were the only line of defense. If True Spirit Island was breached, then everyone would die, especially some of Lin Ling's relatives and friends. They looked at a one-armed old man on the island, and the determination in their eyes intensified. That one-armed old man was Lin Ling's grandfather, Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. This was Lin Ling's relative. No matter what, they had to protect him, even if they had to be wiped out. Otherwise, when Lin Ling returned, how could they report to him? Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, please leave True Spirit Island immediately. There are powerful enemies chasing after you. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Someone said to Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. It was the 7th Emperor. They had been chased all the way here. It was obviously not easy for them to escape here. Little Saint, go outside the island and keep an eye out. If there are any changes, inform us immediately. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Martial God Yunga said to the Xianlin Celestial Snake. Little Saint turned into a black torrent and flew out of the island. At this moment, they were not facing local warriors. It was said that the mastermind was an expert from Martial God World. Therefore, they only felt powerless. You don't have to protect me. I'll fight alongside everyone. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame shouted suddenly. Many people became worried and wanted to persuade him again. However, Old Ancestor Extreme Flame waved his hand and said, haha, if I die in battle, then I can only say that this is all I can do. I can't let my grandson protect me every time. Although I'm weak, I still have a backbone. How can the Lin family's sons be protected by others? Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Great-grandfather, I'll also fight alongside you. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Linny shouted coldly. He was no longer a child. Although he was only 12 or 13 years old, he was already like a teenager. Moreover, he shouldered his father's glory and pride. Therefore, he would not run away. Sigh. Old Ancestor Extreme Flame. Sword Immortal Song Tian, spiritual master, came and the others sighed. This was the only way. Sun God King and the others were no match for us in the past. However, today, they have comprehended the boundary seed. It's impossible for us to resist them with our power of law. Dark Dragon Emperor said with a frown. Sun God King and the others had obtained Lin Ling's stone sculpture and their strength had increased greatly. In addition, they had comprehended the boundary seed. Naturally, they could defeat them. We have to stop them even if we can't. The path of martial arts has never been smooth sailing. Ancient martial god Yun looked at the sky, rumble. At this moment, a roar sounded. In the sky, a huge black shadow fell down. After falling to the ground, it let out a painful cry. Little Saint! Little Saint! Ancient martial god Yun and the others immediately shouted anxiously. It was the black scale divine snake. In the past, it was Lin Ling's mount. Its strength had reached the level of an ancient giant. However, this terrifying existence was suppressed by someone today. Are you all hiding here? Little Saint! Almost at the same time, a cold voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up and found that it was the Fire Cloud Divine King of the Fire Cloud Empire. Finally, he's here. Everyone looked as if they were facing a great enemy. However, they did not panic. They all held the weapons in their hands and prepared to fight to the death. What a pity. The three disciples of Li Xiaoyao were the strongest existences among the ancient giants. Now, they are like stray dogs. Fire Cloud Divine King looked down at everyone and said indifferently. These words made Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others' faces turn cold. Compared to experts with boundary seeds, they were indeed much weaker. Since you're all here, then kill yourselves. You should know the grudge between me and Lin Ling. It will not end until one of us is dead. Sigh. Are you tired of living? Unless you kill all of us, you can see if anyone will commit suicide. On the island, Ancestor Tai Yan raised his aged face and looked at the sky fearlessly. He was satisfied with his life. Even if he were to die now, he would have no regrets. Hee, if you don't commit suicide, then you will know what a nightmare is. Fire Cloud Divine King nodded and waved his right hand. The experts behind him rushed towards the island. Daoist came, Sword Immortal Firmament, Martial God Yungu, you were all ancient giants. Today, I will let you see how powerful my subordinates are. What was terrifying was that Fire Cloud Divine King's subordinates were all extremely powerful. It was as if Fire Cloud Divine King didn't even need to take action to massacre the entire island. Fight. Within the island, surging battle intent erupted. However, just as everyone was prepared to fight to the death, a cold and resounding voice exploded in the sky above the island like a thunderclap. Want to kill my people? Let's see if you have the ability. This sudden voice undoubtedly shocked the entire island. Countless people looked around and saw a large number of experts flying over from afar like a tornado. The man in the lead was holding a large sword. His long hair danced in the wind, and his cold eyes seemed to be telling everyone that the god of death had arrived. Ling Father. Master. When everyone saw the familiar figure, they immediately shouted excitedly. As for Fire Cloud Divine King, he was slightly surprised as he stared at the newcomer. However, soon, he sneered, finally willing to come out. I knew it. You must be hiding somewhere. Unless your son, wife, and grandfather are in danger, you definitely won't dare to show your face. He didn't know that Lin Ling had gone to the martial god realm. He only thought that Lin Ling was afraid of them, so he hid. Of course, this was normal because they had young Master Thousand Face on their side. Unless Lin Ling was stupid, he wouldn't dare to fight force with force. The former #1 genius of the mortal realm can only hide like a stray dog today? Fire Cloud Divine King laughed again, causing the people behind him to laugh as well. And on the island, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were nervously staring at Lin Ling. Although they knew that Lin Ling wasn't weak, this pursuit had made them realize that Fire Cloud Godly Monarch's strength had greatly increased. And the most terrifying thing was that there were many powerhouses like Fire Cloud Godly Monarch. Lin Ling, your end has come. I can tell you that this world has changed. With a genius from the martial god realm, you can only decline forever. The Fire Cloud God King spoke out once more. At this moment, he didn't seem to be in a hurry to attack. Perhaps he wanted to see Lin Ling feel a sense of helplessness, the former #1 genius of the mortal world, the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. Today, he had also become trash and an ant-like existence. This kind of thing made people feel extremely happy. Haha. Behind Fire Cloud Divine King, the experts laughed even louder. Lin Ling's name shook the world, so to see the latter being trampled on was an extremely rare sight. However, their laughter didn't last long. In the distance, Lin Ling finally appeared on the island. His expression didn't change. In his left hand, the 6 paths of reincarnation surged out violently, turning into white flames that enveloped everyone and crazily burned them. This fire seemed to be Lin Ling's fury. Entering reincarnation is too easy for you. Today, I'll scatter your souls. Everyone heard that vicious sentence. Of course, such words couldn't move Fire Cloud Godly Monarch and the others. They didn't believe that Lin Ling had such strength. However, the cold flames that followed let them know that they were about to be burned to death. Not good. What kind of law is this? It can't be broken. This fire can't be extinguished. Moreover, it's burning my soul. Lord Fire Cloud Godly Monarch, save me. The sky was suddenly in chaos. The fire burned everything, as if it wanted to burn the heavens. On the island, everyone's pupils trembled. When did Lin Ling's 6 paths of reincarnation become so strong? It was a law that burned everything. Moreover, they were worried about Lin Ling, thinking that a bloody battle would break out. However, in the next moment, the scene that gave them was that the enemies were all screaming in pain and begging for mercy. All of you, die for me. Collect. Lin Ling floated in the sky with a fierce look on his face. His left hand suddenly clenched into a fist. Walala, the dazzling white flames began to shrink. The experts in the fire reincarnation circle were all burned to death. Moreover, the burning was very painful because it reached the soul. Just as an incense stick's time was up, there were only flames floating in the sky. Hundreds of thousands of experts were all burned to death. Most importantly, those experts were at the martial emperor realm. They were existences that could dominate any place. However, here, they could only be slaughtered like weeds. This is too fast. Ancestor Extreme Flame opened his mouth wide and looked at the sky in shock. Even Sword Immortal Tsung Tian and the others were the same. However, they all laughed. Those flames were Lin Ling's anger. Those who touched them would die. Good, you actually killed all my subordinates. Do you know how many treasures I spent to nurture them? At this time, an angry voice rang out. Fire Cloud Divine King did not die. Clearly, he had boundary essence, so he was able to resist the burning of the Yellow Springs flame. Kneel for me. Fire Cloud Divine King roared again. With the boundary essence seed, why would he be afraid of Lin Ling? It's you. Lin Ling's gaze finally looked at him. Without any nonsense, he flew over. Courting death. Fire Cloud Divine King was extremely angry at this moment. When he saw Lin Ling flying over, he immediately attacked. Let me tell you, boundary essence is not something that only you, Lin Ling, have. He pointed out a finger, forming a power that surpassed the laws. He knew that Lin Ling had boundary essence, but he was confident that his boundary essence was stronger. However, Lin Ling did not retreat or dodge. His palm fiercely grabbed out. As Fire Cloud Divine King sneered, his finger actually exploded. Fire Cloud Divine King's boundary essence seed was like tofu in front of Lin Ling. The smile on Fire Cloud Divine King's face froze. What replaced it was pain and horror. Last time, you escaped. This time, you still dare to appear in front of me. Are you tired of living? Lin Ling's voice was extremely cold. His palm once again grabbed out. It was like a hand covering the sky. No one could stop it. At this moment, Fire Cloud Divine King finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. This was because he realized that Lin Ling did not have the boundary essence seed. Instead, the seed had already grown. It had probably reached 10% boundary essence. At this moment, he finally knew that no matter how strong he became, he would always be an ant when facing a monster like Lin Ling. The battle of creation begins. Fire Cloud Divine King shouted anxiously. He knew that Lin Ling was not hiding but was not in this world. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not be afraid of him. Unfortunately, before he could utter any nonsense, Lin Ling reached out with his large hand and directly tore this ancient great head into two in front of countless people. This cruel and merciless action caused some of the enemies in the distance to tremble. They thought that Fire Cloud Divine King and Lin Ling would have a fierce battle and that Fire Cloud Divine King would emerge victorious. However, the result was that Lin Ling tore Fire Cloud Divine King, an ancient giant, apart with just a few punches and kicks. This simple and brutal situation made them feel like they were dreaming. Kill them all. Kill. After throwing Fire Cloud Divine King, Lin Ling looked coldly at the enemies in the distant sea. Yes, my lord. Kill. Everyone rushed over, letting the remaining enemies feel the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Lin Ling returned with a torrential downpour. As for Lord Water Mist and the rest, their eyes were filled with killing intent. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the rest also flew out from the island and charged forward. All enemies must die. They knew that even if they killed everyone in the world, Lin Ling would not be merciful because they had touched his reverse scale. Ling Master. 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 Father. Master. On the island, everyone rushed towards Lin Ling. Their hearts were filled with excitement. This was their pillar of support. No matter what kind of powerful enemy came, there was only one outcome for that powerful enemy, and that was death. Grandfather. Lin Ling flew down from the sky and looked at the old man in the lead. His heart immediately ached. The old man looked at Lin Ling with gratification. However, Lin Ling saw that the sleeve of his right arm was fluttering in the wind. Clearly, the old man's right arm had been cut off. Hee, it's fine. I'm already so old. Losing an arm is no big deal. Elder Taiyan smiled and walked forward. He reached out his left arm and stroked the face of the grandson he was most proud of. In the past, when the fake Lin Ling appeared, he issued a large number of orders that violated the rules, such as killing his own people. In the end, Ancestor Extreme Flame couldn't stand it anymore and tried to persuade him, but the result was that one of his arms was cut off. But at that time, he guessed that it wasn't his grandson, because his grandson was not that cruel and heartless. In truth, they weren't very sure when Lin Ling would return from the martial god world. Therefore, when young Master Thousand Faces pretended to be Lin Ling, they didn't suspect anything. This is my real father. Linny looked at Lin Ling excitedly. In his eyes, his father was still an indomitable warrior who always had his own principles in his heart. You have grown up. Lin Ling also looked at his family with some excitement. Then, he looked at Ancestor Extreme Flame and immediately knelt down. Grandfather, I have implicated you. Silly child, the enemy is against you. That means you are capable. Mediocre people won't be jealous. Ancestor Extreme Flame said with a smile. Lin Ling felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. Moreover, the suppressed killing intent in his heart became even stronger. It's time to clear the place. All the enemies must be killed. Lin Ling, it's good that you're back. The second dream. Yu Munyan and the others also walked towards Lin Ling and held Lin Ling's hand. At this moment, they finally felt at peace in their hearts. As for Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others, they were still excited at this moment. Their master had returned, so the foul atmosphere in this world would definitely be cleaned up. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling quickly went into the depths of the island and took out the Warm Sun Spiritual Jade. This time, because of an accident, Lin Ling's return was delayed for a while. Fortunately, when he saw the two women lying on the bed, Lin Ling finally felt relieved. Although Xianyuan Ge and the others were almost illusory and would disappear like smoke at any time, as long as they were still there, then they could be saved. Lin Ling placed the Warm Sun Spiritual Jade beside the two women. Suddenly, a Warm Sun Spiritual Chi floated out like a bright lamp, protecting them and allowing their illusory bodies to slowly condense. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally felt relieved. However, he knew that it would take some time, so he turned around and left. Outside the house, everyone looked at Lin Ling nervously. However, when they saw Lin Ling nodding with a smile, their brows also relaxed. You and the others haven't returned yet? Lin Ling asked. However, in response, Elder Taiyan and the others shook their heads. This made Lin Ling slightly worried. However, when he thought about it, only the individual could comprehend the boundary element. No one else could help, so he could only suppress his worries. Master, what should we do now? I heard from Lady Shui Wu that young Master Thousand Faces, who impersonated you, is from the martial god world. He came from the Grand Court Commandery. It seems that such a person is not to be trifled with. Lin Ling, an expert from the martial god world, is not to be underestimated. Why don't we meet him and discuss it and see if we can shake hands and make peace? Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others all spoke up. In the end, Taoist Came felt that it was better to shake hands and make peace. After all, one young Master Thousand Faces had already stirred up a storm of blood in their world. What if more experts from the martial god world came? No matter where he comes from, he has touched my reverse scale. There is only one outcome for him, death. While everyone was still discussing, Lin Ling had already spoken coldly. His words made everyone gasp. However, very quickly, Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others felt their blood boiling. With their pride, they did not want to shake hands and make peace. Revenge begins. Lin Ling's eyes looked into the distance. He clenched his right fist and the white command flag that was hidden on his body shone brightly at this moment. Lin Ling did not know the background of the Grand Court Commandery. However, in terms of numbers and boundary element, Lin Ling, as the martial god great commander, was not afraid of anyone. Let's rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will kill our way to the Sun Divine Nation. If we see any enemies along the way, kill them without mercy. Lin Ling left these words behind and immediately left. Hearing that, everyone was even more excited. In the house, Lin Ling sensed the boundary element in his dantian and the confidence in his heart grew stronger. Then, he recalled everything that had happened. He could not help but worry about the disappearance of Grandma Wendao. However, Grandma Wendao was someone that he could not see through. Therefore, if there was something that Grandma Wendao could not solve, Lin Ling's worries would be useless. It's time to take back all the stone sculptures. Sitting there quietly, Lin Ling's eyes grew colder and colder. At the same time, the news of Lin Ling's return spread across the various regions. What? The real and fake Lin Ling? And the real Lin Ling came back and slaughtered the fake one? That's too amazing. This is nothing. Lin Ling has issued an order. The battle of creation has begun and he wants to clear the place. That's crazy enough. Could it be that the Sun God King and the other ancient giants are going to die? I'm looking forward to it. Coming to collect a debt. Fire Cloud Divine King was killed? And one of young Master Thousand Faces' doppelgangers was also destroyed? This Lin Ling is too arrogant. He's just courting death. Young Master Thousand Face is also rushing over from 10,000 realms. This Lin Ling can defeat young Master Thousand Face. I'm afraid he has converted 10% of his boundary essence. However, young Master Thousand Face's boundary essence is not just 10%. He still has 7 doppelgangers. Young Master Thousand Face comes from Grand Court Commandery of the Martial God Realms Qing Province. His talent is the mysterious Xian body, myriad metal king physique. If not for the fact that his boundary essence was not successfully converted, his talent would have been able to fuse with it long ago. However, the Sun God King and the others were not too worried. With young Master Thousand Face around, they were not afraid of Lin Ling at all. They even believed that Lin Ling was just trying to show off. He did not dare to come to them. At this moment, in the demon domain, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation and the 400 million Great Demon King had also received the news. However, they had comprehended the boundary essence seed. They thought that even if they could not kill Lin Ling, if the two of them joined forces, Lin Ling would not be able to kill them. Moreover, they believed that Lin Ling would die in the hands of young Master Thousand Face. Therefore, they were now thinking of unifying the demon domain and preparing to kill the Great Demon King of the East and Great Demon King Gu Hai. However, on the day their army was mobilized, Lin Ling also arrived. To Lin Ling, he would not let any of the ancient giants go. This debt collection would start from today until he killed his way into the godly nation. At this moment, the true martial realm was like a dream mountain. This place had already become the symbol of the true martial realm. At the foot of the snowy mountain, a large number of demon armies were gathered there. If one looked carefully, the army was led by a giant that was as tall as a mountain. The giant was sitting on a golden blade, as if he was indomitable. This person was the Great Demon King of the East. on the other side was a bewitching woman. She was the great demon king Gu Hai. Now that the demon race was about to unify, the two great demon kings joined forces to resist the crystal master of the devil nation. My lord, the crystal master of the devil nation and the 400 million great demon king Gu Hai. At this time, the beast drum sounded, shaking the heaven and earth. You're here? The great demon king of the east stood up. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Great demon king Gu Hai narrowed his pretty eyes as well. The war of the demon race was about to begin. In the distance, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. All the great devils were rushing over in a grandiose manner. At a glance, the army was actually endless, as if there was no end to it. This was a bloody battle, and it could be said to be the most intense bloody battle in the history of the demon race. All the demons were ready for a bloody battle. However, the army in the distance suddenly stopped, and two figures floated out. A war between armies won't change the unification of the infernal domain. Why don't we have a war between infernal kings? The two massive figures strolled towards Dreamlike Mountain. They were the demon kingdom's crystal master and demon king. How dare you? On the side of the great demon king of the east, the army roared angrily, forming a huge aura, rushing towards the sky. Shut up. However, the devil kingdom's crystal master let out a cold roar. His aura suppressed the army like a giant hand, making it difficult for the army to breathe. This action undoubtedly caused his soldiers to cheer and raise their morale. Alright, then let's have a war between infernal kings. The great demon king of the east pondered for a while and immediately said in a low voice. There were also benefits to having a war between infernal kings, and that was that his people would not suffer too many casualties. My lord, you can't. At this moment, a large number of voices came from the army. One of them even flew up. It was Lin Ling's elder brother, Gu Zhantian. Right now, the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master and 400 million Great Devil Kings have boundary origin seeds. A war between infernal kings is disadvantageous to us. Why don't we have a war between the two armies? Gu Zhantian knelt down in the sky and said. In fact, the great Demon King of the East and Demon King Gu Hai also knew this point. However, a war between armies would only increase the casualties. A war between infernal kings is unavoidable. You all can just watch from the side. If we lose, you all can disperse. The great Demon King of the East sighed softly and stepped forward, walking towards the sky. My lord. The army below him all knelt down, as if they had seen the departure of the Demon King and the unification of the infernal domain. As for Demon King Gu Hai, he frowned and also walked towards the sky. She knew that this war was unavoidable. Unify the infernal domain. Unify the infernal domain. Compared to the solemn aura of the great Demon King of the East, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation's army let out a deafening roar, and their morale was even more majestic. This made the 400 million Great Demon Kings and the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation laugh coldly. Their brows twitched, and a formless aura spread out, causing the infernal domain to shake. It felt as if the heavens were angry, and the entire domain was shaking. It was the power of realm essence. The great Demon King of the East and Demon King Gu Hai immediately let out a groan, and their footsteps paused. They could feel that the world in front of them had changed, forming a powerful domain that made it difficult for them to take another step forward. This made their hearts tremble. Was the power of realm essence really that strong? The war between infernal kings hasn't even started yet, and you all don't dare to fight. Seeing the solemn expression of the great Demon King of the East and the others, the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation mocked. Haha, the great Demon King of the East is afraid of my lord. Humph, he doesn't even have the courage to approach my lord. He can only submit to my lord. My lord's power of realm essence, who else but him can compare to my lord's power of realm essence in this world? At the same time, more voices rang out. Countless gazes were fixed on the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation. There was only worship in their eyes. In the past, the 5 great demon kings of the infernal domain were evenly matched, and no one could shake the other. However, the great Demon King of the East had already declined, and could only be compared to the lowly demon race. He couldn't even stand shoulder to shoulder with the Crystal Master of the Devil Nation. One side was full of vigor, and the other side was naturally weak. The soldiers of the great Demon King of the East all looked gloomy at this moment. Their great demon king of the east had already fallen into a disadvantageous position from the start of the war between the demon kings. In a war between the kings, if their aura was weak, how could they fight? Moreover, the crystal master of the devil nation and the others were clearly humiliating the great demon king of the east on purpose. This seed of realm essence is really powerful. The ancient giants of the past are like ants in front of us now. At this moment, the crystal master of the devil nation and the others were enjoying the carefree feeling. Moreover, they kept increasing the aura of the realm essence. Wanting to make the great demon king of the east and the others kneel down, however, at this moment, a mysterious aura drifted over like smoke, and it actually blew away the oppressive domain in the sky. Eh? The great demon king of the east's expression changed. The pressure had disappeared, even the crystal master of the devil nation and the others frowned. A mysterious power had appeared in front of them, causing the aura of their realm essence to disappear without a trace. At the same time, a black-robed figure quietly appeared in the sky. His appearance came without any warning, as if he had always existed in the sky, and his appearance and the ancient sword on his back, all of this caused the infernal domain to fall silent. Fear. Lin Ling. At this moment, the entire true martial realm was filled with shocked voices. Second brother. Gu Zhantian looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Of course, the Eastern Demon King and the rest were the same. In fact, they had also received news that Lin Ling seemed to have surfaced. However, they never expected that in such a short period of time, Lin Ling would appear in the devil domain. Lin Ling. Compared to the surprise of the Eastern Demon King and the rest, the Crystal Master and the 400 million Demon Kings were unhappy. Why would Lin Ling appear here? I'm here. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the Eastern Demon King and the other two with a faint smile, causing them to smile as well. Lin Ling then looked at his elder brother, Gu Zhantian, which made Gu Zhantian extremely excited. In his heart, his second brother Lin Ling was already an indomitable expert. However, when he saw that the true spirit realm was almost massacred by a strong enemy, Lin Ling appeared again. That feeling was still very shocking. Lord Lin Ling. Lin Ling's appearance was like an invisible flame burning, causing the morale of the Eastern Demon King's side to rise even higher. In their hearts, Lord Lin Ling was already at the level of a demon god. Now that he was here, he could definitely change everything. Lin Ling, this is a battle of our devil domain. Why are you, a human, interfering? Get lost. At this moment, an angry voice rang out from the Crystal Master's army. It was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe with fox ears. This person seemed to be the strategist of the army. Shouldn't you be in the godly nation right now? You, a human, interfering in the matters of the devil domain, don't you feel embarrassed? Moreover, Eastern Demon King, Gu Hai, do you still have any shame? Letting a human interfere, this is simply throwing away the pride of the devil race. The middle-aged man waved his hand, causing the army to let out a cry of shock. Lin Ling, get lost. Great Demon King of the East, if you're still a demon fighter, tell Lin Ling to F***ck off. Dong dong dong, in front of them, war drums were beating and flags were waving in the wind. Tens of millions of soldiers were reprimanding Lin Ling, trying to make Lin Ling retreat. Seeing this, the Devil Nation's Crystal Master and Crystal Master laughed. They were surprised by Lin Ling's arrival, but when they thought about how Lin Ling shouldn't be able to kill them, they weren't in a hurry. Although Lin Ling is a human, he is also a hero of our demon race. How could he be an outsider? Hearing the other party telling Lin Ling to scram, many warriors on the Great Eastern Demon King's side also roared in anger. For a moment, the auras of the two armies collided, forming a terrifying aura tornado in the sky. The Great Eastern Demon King looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to tell Lin Ling not to care about what those people said. However, before he could say anything, he saw Lin Ling waving his sleeve. A powerful aura rolled out like an avalanche. The light of treasures shone brightly, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. In the distance, the soldiers who were clamoring were directly destroyed by the astral wind as if they had seen a siege cannon. In the blink of an eye, millions of soldiers fell. This was the means of an expert. At Lin Ling's level, no matter how many people there were, the effect was not big. He was like a realm lord. When he was angry, he could make tens of millions of people pay with their lives. You mother****, shut up. Along with that terrifying means, Lin Ling's angry roar could be heard. What a joke. He, Lin Ling, was here to collect debts today. Did he need to follow the rules? Did he even need to look at the faces of those ants? At that moment, the sound of the drum stopped, and the flag fell to the ground. The army stared at Lin Ling in silence. No one expected Lin Ling to be so domineering. He killed the army without saying a word. Speak, continue speaking. I want to see who still dares to clamor. Lin Ling stared coldly at the front and roared. That domineering voice made the army even more silent. Lin Ling, what is your purpose in coming here? Why do you want to ruin our good things? The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the 400 million Great Demon Kings shouted coldly. They were furious because Lin Ling seemed to have come to suppress their aura. How hateful, however, their words made Lin Ling laugh. Why did he come? The two Great Demon Kings seemed to have forgotten that they had joined hands to harm Lin Ling in the past. Lin Ling was too lazy to answer such nonsense. Therefore, his gaze was indifferent as he stared at the two Great Demon Kings. When the two Great Demon Kings saw that Lin Ling did not speak, they frowned. Immediately, the boundary seeds on their bodies bloomed. They wanted to let Lin Ling know how powerful they were. Unfortunately, their power was like a stone sinking into the sea in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still looking at them, smiling without saying a word. Gradually, the two Great Demon Kings felt their hearts being suppressed. They even felt a chill. They wanted to attack, but they did not dare. The army in the distance looked at them, waiting for the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the others to attack. However, they were disappointed, because the three of them did not attack. Instead, they watched quietly. This silence did not last long. Finally, Lin Ling stepped forward and slowly walked towards the two Great Demon Kings. Thump, this action shattered the hearts of the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the others. They quietly took a step back. Today, the battle of the Demon City will be postponed. Cold, the 400 million Great Demon Kings coldly spat out these words, turned around, and left. The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom was the same. He swung his cape and stepped forward, proudly walking towards his army. However, behind them, Lin Ling followed silently. It was as if he was a realm lord looking at them. This figure, these footsteps, the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the others also felt a chill in their hearts. However, Lin Ling did not attack. Therefore, they maintained their calm and walked forward slowly. However, they felt that the pressure was getting stronger. This was the fear of the strong, the fear of the unknown. They even wanted to fight with Lin Ling. However, their instincts told them that if they were to fight, it would be disadvantageous for them. From their side to the Devil Kingdom's army, there was a distance of 1,000 miles. However, this short distance seemed to be as far as the ends of the earth. Enough, what do you want to do? Stop. Finally, the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom roared. The feeling of the Grim Reaper following behind him was too much for him to bear. When the two armies saw this scene, they were shocked. The dignified Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom seemed to be afraid. Most importantly, Lin Ling did not attack. He just followed slowly. Following, this created such a huge pressure. Lin Ling, how? Terrifying. However, Lin Ling still smiled and did not say a word. This silent action undoubtedly increased the pressure on the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the others. Even when a gust of wind blew past them, they were like birds startled by the twang of a bough. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would suddenly attack. However, that was just their illusion. Lin Ling did not attack. Finally, they could no longer bear this feeling. They could only speed up and escape from Lin Ling. No way, they are actually so afraid? One of the 5 Great Demon Kings of the Demon City brought an army here today. However, Lin Ling alone made them retreat. They did not even dare to look at him. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and the dignity that was taken away was taken back today. Seeing this, the Great Demon King of the East roared with laughter. The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom's army gritted their teeth. Their king was afraid of Lin Ling. He was afraid of Lin Ling and could only run away. Their king had lost all his dignity. The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the Great Demon King of the Devil Kingdom finally reached the army. However, even though they had reached the army, Lin Ling still followed them. He was alone and looked calm. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Looking at the arrogant black-robed youth who had entered the army, the surrounding devil race roared. The wise general of the Devil Fox clan who had escaped with his life earlier said furiously, "Sir, allow us to join forces and eradicate this evildoer with the honor of the devil god." Kill. Following the voice of the wise general, the army also exploded with killing intent. The devil race was arrogant and unruly. How could they be humiliated like this? However, the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the Great Demon King of the Devil Kingdom didn't say anything. This made the wise general of the Devil Fox clan pale. He even felt sad because he could see that the two great demon kings no longer had any intention to fight against Lin Ling. They didn't even have the will to fight. Kill me? Ants like you? At this moment, Lin Ling was still following the two great demon kings. However, he waved his sleeve. The power of the realm essence was enough to destroy the world. A gust of wind of death blew past. The army in front of him, millions of people, were wiped out again. Moreover, he had been killed without a sound. At this moment, the army no longer dared to speak. Looking at Lin Ling from a close distance, they felt that Lin Ling was terrifying. It was as if they were facing the Realm Master, an expert that surpassed the Great Demon King. The Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and the Great Demon King of the Devil Kingdom were trembling with anger. Lin Ling was right behind them and was about to wipe them out. They could only escape. They didn't even have the courage to turn around and look at Lin Ling. Most importantly, why didn't Lin Ling kill them? Why didn't he attack? Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? The 400 million Demon King choked out a sentence with difficulty. This kind of torment was really unbearable. I've said it before. The battle of Genesis has already begun. Either you die or I die. 400 million Great Demon King, you shouldn't be so naive as to think that we're friends, right? Moreover, you joined hands to steal my stone sculpture. You should have known then that I, Lin Ling, would come to collect the debt. Lin Ling also said in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two demon kings changed drastically. Sure enough, Lin Ling had come to collect a debt, and had even started a battle of creation. Meanwhile, they were the opponents that were going to be eliminated. However, the Devil Nation's Crystal Master said slowly, "If you want to fight, then fight. You've gone too far by humiliating us like this. If you really want to fight, do you dare? Moreover, you say that I'm going too far, so what if I'm bullying you? If you don't accept it, then stop and fight. If you don't accept it, then send your army to kill me." Lin Ling said with a smile. Although his smile was calm, it carried an aura of supremacy. "So what if I'm bullying you?" That sentence made the blood of the Great Demon King of the East boil. This was the real #1 emperor. If he wanted to bully you, then he would bully you. I know that you're angry because I haven't made a move yet. I've only been humiliating you. However, don't forget that you were the ones who did it first. Lin Ling said again. Upon hearing this, the two Great Demon Kings frowned. When had they done such a thing? In the past, you forced Xianxia to marry someone. In the dreamlike mountain, I personally took away Xianxia. At that time, what did you do? Lin Ling's voice seemed to remind the two Great Demon Kings of their memories. In the past, before Lin Ling had obtained the third stone sculpture, the son of the 100 million life Great Demon King had forced Xianxia to marry his son. He had even wanted to unify the true martial realm. At that time, Lin Ling had arrived. Under countless gazes, he had taken away Xianxia from the dreamlike mountain, which had alarmed the entire devil domain. At that time, Lin Ling was still very weak. This had made the devil domain's Crystal Master and the others furious. They had used their aura to suppress Lin Ling and humiliate Lin Ling. That matter seemed to have happened yesterday. At this moment, it was flowing through their hearts in shock. Today, Lin Ling had made a comeback. From the beginning, he had used his aura to suppress them and humiliate them. All of this turned out to be like this. It seems that you have remembered. In the past, the three Great Demon Kings took turns to attack me. In the end, they joined forces. Unfortunately, the 100 million life Great Demon King had died. Otherwise, today, I would have let him experience the feeling of being suppressed. In the past, you all thought that you were very strong, and I was just an ant. However, you never thought that you would have such a day. In fact, When I left the true martial realm, I had said that one day, the humiliation of the past would be returned 100 times today. My aura suppressed you not to prove anything, but to tell you that the dignity that was taken from me, I will definitely take it back. Lin Ling enunciated each word. His voice shook the entire true martial realm. Everyone recalled what had happened, and their expressions changed drastically. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. In the past, the 3 great demon kings of the devil domain had suppressed Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had counterattacked. In fact, many people had heard Lin Ling's words before he left. Lin Ling had indeed said that he would definitely repay the humiliation of the past. However, at that time, they had thought that it was just a joke, but now, the truth had appeared in front of them. As for the 2 great demon kings, their faces were incomparably pale. If they had known that this junior was so terrifying, they would have killed Lin Ling at that time. Now, they had released the tiger back to the mountain. You all have a chance to live. At this time, Lin Ling suddenly said. His words made the 2 great demon kings' eyes light up. Lin Ling said again, walk out of the true martial realm from here and live under my aura. I, Lin Ling, will never look for you again. Are you serious? Although the 2 great demon kings had been heavily humiliated, their lives were obviously more precious. Therefore, they anxiously asked. However, this sentence was actually like begging for mercy. This made them feel like their hearts were dead at this moment. The dignified great demon kings had no backbone. They only thought about how to survive. Even when the enemy gave them a chance to escape, they only had luck on their faces. How sad was this? I, Lin Ling, am a man of my words. Lin Ling said word by word. Alright, I believe you. However, don't regret it. The Devil Domain's Crystal Master and the 400 million great demon kings looked at each other, and a strong sense of confidence rose in their hearts. If Lin Ling used boundary essence to kill them, they would have no power to fight back. However, if he only used his aura to suppress them, they were not afraid. This was because both of them had boundary essence seeds. If they joined forces, they should be able to barely block 10% of boundary essence's aura. The 2 great demon kings stepped out and left the true martial realm. Rumble. However, at that moment, a terrifying world origin energy attacked the Zhenwu world, causing the sky to crumble and the earth to crack. Retracting the stone sculpture. What a terrifying power. With just a thought, the heavens and earth are moved by him. The laws are created by him. The crowd looked at the shattered sky and began to tremble with fear. Even the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that Lin Ling was indeed stronger than them. However, their speed also increased by a bit. Rumble. However, after the heavens and earth collapsed, the sun, moon, and stars appeared at the same time. It was as if the heavens were blocking in front of them. Poochie, the 2 demon kings immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. They finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling definitely had 10% of the boundary essence. What a ferocious number 1 genius of the mortal world. As far as they knew, young Master Thousand Face from the martial god world only had 10% of the boundary essence, and Lin Ling, a country bumpkin genius, was on par with the martial god world's genius. This was obviously very shocking. We must get out alive. Let the Sun God King and young Master Thousand Face kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling is too monstrous. In the future, his achievements will be even greater. The 2 demon kings released their boundary essence seeds, causing light to appear around their bodies. Within the light, the heavens and earth that were destroyed by Lin Ling also recovered at this moment. They couldn't change the heavens and earth in front of them, but they could barely change the changes around them, and with their speed, they were getting closer and closer to the void passage of the true martial world. Looking at the void passage, the 2 demon kings became spirited. If they escaped from here, they would win. So, they had to persevere. It seemed that their desire to survive was too strong. Everything went smoothly after that. The void passage was already in front of them. They only needed one more step to leave the true martial world. All this showed that they had won. The Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master felt that everything was like a dream. He actually escaped from Lin Ling's hands. This was a miracle. Haha, Lin Ling, you are too confident. You don't know that we already have the boundary essence seeds. Sorry, this battle, we won. Sorry, after leaving the true martial world, Lin Ling, you will be greeted by young Master Thousand Face. Take care of yourself. After a moment of excitement, the two demon kings finally shot into the void passage. Alas! In the distance, the great demon king of the east and the other side. In the end, they still managed to escape. However, before they could finish sighing, the void passageway in front of them suddenly shattered and turned back into a world of heaven and earth. Furthermore, two dazed figures were standing there in a daze. This scene caused everyone's eyes to widen. This was because the two great devil kings had already rushed into the void passage. They only needed to follow the passage to leave the realm of true martial. However, the void passage had suddenly disappeared. This also meant that they were still in the realm of true martial. How could this be? How could this be? The Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others were also extremely shocked at this moment. Their eyes were full of confusion. They couldn't understand why they had appeared in the true martial world even though they had obviously entered the void passage. In my world, if I want a void passage, it will have one. If I don't want it, it won't have one. At this moment, a cold voice drifted over. It was Lin Ling's voice. You can do whatever you want. Even the void passage can be changed? Hearing this, the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others' faces turned pale. They were even a little dispirited. The void passage was the most mysterious void. However, this mysterious power was also changed by Lin Ling. If he wanted it, it would have it. If he didn't want it, it wouldn't have it. How domineering was this? Previously, they thought that they had won. However, everything was still in the palm of Lin Ling's hand. Could it be that your boundary essence has reached 20%? The 400 million great devil kings suddenly smiled bitterly and looked at Lin Ling expectantly. To be able to change the void passage, 10% of boundary essence shouldn't be able to do so. The Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master's face was also ashen. We have lost this battle. In fact, from the beginning, you could have used your aura to kill us. However, you didn't. You let us see hope, but you killed it. You are so hateful. However, before I die, I want to know if you have 20% of boundary essence. Hearing this, Lin Ling asked indifferently, why do you want to know? Why? Because, young Master Thousand Faces' boundary essence is definitely more than 10%. There will be a great battle between you two. Therefore, we want to know the result. Because if you only have 10% of boundary essence, then there is no hope of winning. The Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master seemed to have aged a lot. He looked deeply at Lin Ling and said. Perhaps, they knew that they were going to die, so they wanted to know the answer, because after the answer was clear, they would also know what the chances of Lin Ling winning against the Godly Kingdom were. Actually, you two should have guessed it. And Lin Ling finally nodded. As soon as these words fell, the two great devil kings felt as if they were struck by lightning. Indeed, they guessed that Lin Ling had 20% of boundary essence. And now, this guess was confirmed, as expected of the number one genius of the human world. Such a monster convinced them wholeheartedly. They could die in peace, of course, if they knew that Lin Ling had 30% of boundary essence and could use boundary essence martial arts to erupt with 40% of boundary essence, then they would be even more shocked. Perhaps we are going to die, so I hope that you can win this battle. Because, you represent our world. I also hope that you can defeat the genius from the martial god realm. Lin Ling, good luck. The two great devil kings looked at each other. At this moment, they finally obeyed Lin Ling. Unfortunately, all of this came a little too late, because, in the past, they curried favor with young Master Thousand Face because they could survive and become stronger. But now, they were going to die. Therefore, in their selfishness, they hoped that the genius from their hometown could win, or perhaps, they were extremely displeased in their hearts when they saw the arrogant and brutal young Master Thousand Face. Thanks. Lin Ling smiled coldly and turned to leave. He sighed in his heart. In the past, when the demon race invaded, he had seen the battle between the 400 million great devil kings and martial god Tianyu. At that time, he was very weak and could only watch from afar. He was even surprised that the 400 million great devil kings had 400 million laws. However, through his hard work, the existence that he had to look up to was actually easily defeated by him. Boom, almost at the same time, the two great devil kings' bodies exploded. Endless light floated towards Lin Ling. It was the stone sculptures that they had on them. Instantly, Lin Ling's left eye flickered. It was martial arts, countless martial arts. It was also the experience that he had gained from fighting in the martial god realm. Rumble, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded. Lin Ling's cultivation had finally reached the rank 7 martial emperor realm. The martial emperor realm had 3 watersheds. From the rank 7 martial emperor realm onwards, that was the final watershed. Of course, if one wanted to break through the martial emperor realm and become a true world lord, their boundary essence must be converted to 100%. Rumble. As Lin Ling's aura exploded, turbulent laws rippled out. The number of laws in Lin Ling's body reached 30 million. Unifying the demon realm he broke through. Even if he didn't use any law martial arts, his own laws are already 30 million. How terrifying. I'm afraid no one in this world is his match even if he doesn't use his realm. Our chances of winning this Genesis battle are getting higher and higher. The Eastern Demon King and the others were extremely excited. They had watched Lin Ling grow up step by step and eventually become the sovereign realm above their heads. As for the Crystal Master and the rest of the army, their faces were pale. Their Demon King was dead. Now, there were only 2 Demon Kings left in the Demon Realm. This also meant that the Demon Realm was unified, and there was only one person who changed this terrifying situation, and that was Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao dominated the world in the past and changed the situation of the world. Today, Lin Ling has done it again. This is history repeating itself. The Eastern Demon King had the deepest understanding. As a senior, he felt like he had watched the 2 juniors grow up crazily and dominate the world once again. Eastern Demon King, Xianxia is fine now. I'll leave the matters of the demon realm to you. I'll kill my way to the godly kingdom now. Lin Ling said with a smile after sensing the changes in his body. He should still be missing 3 stone statue fragments. If he could get them, then all the memories of Li Xiaoyao in the martial god realm would be returned. He urgently wanted to know where the spacetime divine steel was and how Li Xiaoyao died. Do you need our help? The Eastern Demon King asked at this time. Up to you. Go and take a look when you have time. If you don't, then deal with the matters of the demon realm. Lin Ling said and strode away. Looking at the free and easy back view, the Eastern Demon King laughed and looked at the demons. Everyone, do you want to go? Yes, this battle is no longer a battle between the races. It's a battle between the demon race, the human race, and the divine race. It's also a battle between the geniuses of our world and the geniuses of the martial god realm. As the bloodline of this world, how can we not go? We support Lord Lin Ling. The army was silent for a moment. Then, many hot-blooded voices finally erupted. At present, there were only 2 great demon kings in the demon race, but they only acknowledged Lin Ling as the #1 emperor in this world. What about you guys? The great demon king of the East also wanted to go. After all, he did not want Lin Ling to fight alone. Therefore, he looked at the Crystal Master of the Devil Kingdom and his army. Before the Devil Nation's Crystal Master and the others died, they hoped that Lord Lin Ling would win. So, let's go too. Although we are not on the same side as Lin Ling, we are of the same bloodline. As for the past grudges, they have been blown away by the wind with the death of the Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master and the others. As long as Lord Lin Ling doesn't mind, we are willing to fight for him. The army on the other side immediately roared. From the perspective of a battle between 2 armies, Lin Ling was actually their enemy. However, from the perspective of righteousness, Lin Ling was actually their lord. This was because Lin Ling represented the proudest genius of this world. Good. After making some preparations, we will set off immediately. Great Demon King Gu Hai immediately smiled. His beautiful eyes looked in the direction Lin Ling disappeared. He never expected that the youth he met when he sold the mountain back then would dominate this world today. Haha. I heard that fighting alongside Lin Ling is an extremely honorable thing. I have always envied Lin Ling's subordinates. However, now that there are external enemies, I can put down my pride and follow Lin Ling to kill the enemies. The great demon king of the East was very excited, laughing loudly. He was a great demon king. Naturally, he could not put down his pride and become Lin Ling's subordinate. However, he now had an excuse to follow Lin Ling with a clear conscience. This was because he could not resist the experts of the martial god realm. He could only rely on Lin Ling. After Lin Ling left the demon domain, he quickly appeared in Xianpeng province. When he appeared, he could not help but be shocked. This was because this vast land was now overcrowded with people. At a glance, one could not see the end of it. Lord Lin Ling. When Lin Ling appeared, they shouted in unison. It was like a wave crashing against him. It was shocking. Why are there so many people? Lin Ling asked in surprise. Haha, Ling when we were waiting for you, all the martial artists of the Shenhuang, Shanyuan, Xianpeng, Spirit Race, and Saint's Great Domain gathered here. They heard that you were going to kill your way into the godly nation and eliminate all the opponents. Therefore, they came to support you as the king. In the distance, Ancestor Taiyan walked over and said excitedly. In the past, Lin Ling was the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Later, he became the legend of the Rainforest Sacred Land. Later, he became the legend of the Xianpeng province. However, now, Lin Ling had unified this world. Such glory and achievements made him feel extremely proud. However, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. After going to the martial god realm, he did not care about these false titles. However, this world did not belong to him, Lin Ling. If others wanted to participate in this battle, then let them. Lin Ling, we're here. At this moment, in the demon domain's void passage, a large number of demons arrived. Their imposing manner made the experts of the human race feel as if they were facing a great enemy. We are now comrades. Seeing this scene, the great demon king of the east smiled bitterly. He also knew that the human race was still very prejudiced against the demon race. However, no one believed his words. This made him smile even more bitterly. He did not have enough prestige. He immediately looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and said, "These guys are on the same path as us. No need to be too nervous." With Lin Ling's words, the human race martial artists naturally believed him. They looked at the endless number of experts in the sky and on the ground. They were all excited. Especially Ancestor Taiyan, Lin Yi, Sword Immortal Song Tian, and the others. They were more excited than anyone else because this moment of glory belonged to Lin Ling. In the creation battle, the demon race has been eliminated. Only the god race and the turtle race are left. Lin Ling did not want to talk too much. He raised his sword. His clear eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Images of his fallen comrades appeared in his mind. It was everyone's thoughts. It was his grandfather's severed arm, so, it was time to end it. Go. Go. Under Lin Ling's giant stride, the martial artists in the sky were like locusts, majestically heading towards the nation of God. In this world, the pinnacle battle had completely begun. At this moment, in the Sun God nation, the Sun God King, the evil Ghost Emperor, and the Soul King all had extremely serious expressions. Not long ago, they received news that Lin Ling had killed the demon kingdoms. Crystal Master and 2 demon kings, and now that the creation battle had begun, many ancient giants had died at Lin Ling's hands. There was the Yellow Spring Emperor, the Immortal God King, the Drunken Immortal, the Death Arrow Martial God, the Fire Cloud God King, the Demon Kingdom's Crystal Master, the 400 Million Demon King, and the Billion Lives Demon King. Lin Ling was simply unstoppable. Here he comes. Meanwhile, in the Sun God Kingdom, the Sun God Emperor, the Wraith Martial Monarch, and the Heavenly Emperor of the Soul Luo dynasty wore stern looks. Not long ago, they had received the news that Lin Ling had killed the Crystal Master of the Demon Kingdom and 2 demon emperors. Since the battle of creation had begun, many ancient authorities had died to Lin Ling's hands, including the Yellow Spring Martial Monarch, the Immortal Drunken Wine, the Death Arrow Martial God, the Fire Cloud Martial Emperor, the Crystal Master of the Demon Kingdom, the 400 Million Demon Emperor, and the 100 Million Life Demon Emperor. Lin Ling was unstoppable. Most importantly, Lin Ling had invaded the godly kingdom. The greatest battle was about to take place. Haha, are you scared? When you snatched Lin Ling's stone sculpture, you should have foreseen this outcome. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, the strongest martial monarch of the 4 great eras in the past, and he's still the strongest martial monarch of this world today. On the other side, martial god Tianyue and the guardian of the mortal realm burst out laughing. They were obviously severely injured, causing their auras to weaken. However, after learning about Lin Ling's achievement, they immediately became spirited and proud. After Lin Ling had surfaced, he had swept across the place like a ferocious dragon crossing the river. "Shut up!" The Sun God Emperor snapped furiously. That being said, they had no time to worry about Martial God Tianyue and the others. They were all thinking of how to deal with Lin Ling. "Slap yourself 3 times. However, at that instant, a cold yell could be heard coming from the sky. A young man wearing a golden robe slowly descended from the sky. The man had forcibly broken through the rift and stepped out from the path of the martial god realm. Young Master Thousand Face. The Sun God Emperor and the others were overjoyed when they saw the young man. As a side tribe of the Tating Commandery, you're afraid of a country bumpkin. How disgraceful. If it weren't for the fact that you're still useful, I would have killed you all already. Now, slap yourself 3 times. The young man in the golden robe said coldly. He was none other than young Master Thousand Face. Lin Ling had destroyed one of his clones, which was equivalent to destroying 10% of his realm essence. Therefore, he was furious. Tating Commandery was one of the 4 upper commanderies in Qingzhou. It was as famous as Square Commandery, Only Me Commandery, and all the other commanderies. Even in Qingzhou, ordinary people dared not provoke them. However, in this rural area, there was a guy who dared to be so arrogant. He did not believe that the guy was evil. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, they were slapping their own faces. However, this was a happy slap because young Master Thousand Faces was here. Lin Ling, are you that powerful? God Realm Clan? Realm. Li God Realm. His dimensional origin has already surpassed 10%. Moreover, he's from the Qing province's martial god barracks. Young Master Thousand Faces gazed into the distance. His words caused the expressions of the Sun God King and the others to change drastically. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would actually go to the martial god barracks. He was indeed worthy of being the #1 genius of this world. However, it doesn't mean that he is a member of the martial gods camp. That place is extremely cruel. I guess he came back after being eliminated. After all, as far as I know, even Princess Tang Yue of Square Commandery entered the martial gods camp by luck and became a commander. However, a princess of Shang Commandery only has such a low status. Who is Lin Ling? I'm afraid he didn't even enter the martial gods camp. Young Master Thousand Face said disdainfully. That's right. Although Lin Ling is a monstrous genius, he is only a monstrous genius in our world. In the myriad worlds, he is trash. The Sun God King immediately began to flatter him. Don't worry. I will definitely kill Lin Ling. Everyone who is with him will also die. What you need to do now is to find him for me. Young Master Thousand Face narrowed his eyes. His fists were clenched and unclenched as killing intent filled the air. Hearing this, the Sun God King was about to speak. Rumble, however, at this moment, the heavens and earth shook and rumbled continuously. The entire palace seemed to have collapsed, causing the expressions of young Master Thousand Face and the others to change instantly. In the next moment, the magnificent palace collapsed and the surrounding sky and earth appeared before their eyes. To kill with a single stroke, not bad, full confidence. Young Master Thousand Faces shouted coldly. Then I'll say it too. I'm 100% confident that I can kill you. Lin Ling finally unleashed his killing intent. The sword in his hand glowed with resplendent light. Boundary energy enveloped the sword and its aura was extremely sharp. On the other side, young Master Thousand Faces also erupted with boundary essence, forming a scene of heaven and earth collapsing. Seeing that the great battle was about to begin, the crowd held their breaths. They became even more nervous and expectant. Young Master Thousand Faces from Grand Court Commandery. Why is he here in the North Territory? At this moment, in a distant place, several figures stood in the void, watching the battle on the ground. There were 4 of them, a middle-aged man, an old man, and a slightly cold woman. All 3 of them possessed unfathomable strength because they could enter the path of the martial god at will. I didn't expect that young Master Thousand Faces would come to the North Territory. The woman's eyes flickered. This young Master Thousand Faces possesses the Myriad Metal King body. He's currently training in the Myriad Worlds with the goal of entering the Tsongling Academy. So it's not strange for him to appear here. The old man among them smiled faintly and said, Miss Rosa, you and young Master Thousand Face are both successors of the 4 upper commanderies. Your goal is also the 3 academies. Therefore, you should take a good look at young Master Thousand Face's battle and see the gap between you two. Uncle Luo, I will. The cold woman nodded slightly, and her right hand tightened her grip on the sword. The descendants of the 4 upper commanderies of Qingzhou were all exceptional. She knew that Tang Yue from Square Commandery had entered the Martial Gods Battalion and even became the commander of the Federation. She wanted to use the Martial Gods Battalion as a springboard to enter the 3 academies. She was confident that she was not weaker than Tang Yue. She would definitely succeed. As for young Master Thousand Faces, there was no need to mention him. This person was extremely famous in the 4 upper commanderies, and his strength was something that even she had to look up to. Who is that kid? He actually dares to fight young Master Thousand Faces. His courage is not bad. At this time, one of the middle-aged men said. Hee, just a sparring partner. However, for someone in the north to comprehend realm essence, it is worthy of praise. The old man shook his head and laughed. From his words, it was clear that he did not think highly of Lin Ling. Rosa, pay more attention to young Master Thousand Faces. See how he uses his boundary essence. Moreover, if you can fuse your boundary essence with your innate talent, entering the 3 great academies won't be a problem for you. The old man said again. The cold woman immediately nodded. Inside the nation of God, 2 figures were clashing with each other. It was getting scarier and scarier. It was like 2 worlds were colliding. You're from Tating Commandery, but you don't even dare to attack. I feel ashamed for your Tating Commandery. However, if you don't attack, I'll attack first. But soon, Lin Ling raised his sword. His boundary essence roared like a bolt of thunder, causing his huge sword to be surrounded by lightning snakes that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. He pounced over. He didn't use any laws, just pure realm essence. That was because only Jia Yuan could injure someone as strong as young Master Thousand Face. Rumble. That sword strike seemed to have extracted the power of an entire world. Ignorant child, how dare you speak such arrogant words? Seeing that Lin Ling attacked first, young Master Thousand Face shouted coldly. A pure silver earring appeared in his hand and kept enlarging. It was as if he was holding a moon ring. A large amount of boundary essence shot out like thousands of arrows towards Lin Ling. Last time, you were just lucky to win. You only have more than 10% of your boundary essence. I've seen many experts like you. Shoo. Shoo, the arrow-like boundary essence shot towards Lin Ling like meteors. Pure silver earring. In the void, the cold woman's expression suddenly changed. It seems that Tating Commandery is very generous to give such a treasure to young Master Thousand Face. That immortal weapon isn't weak. It can increase the user's control over their boundary essence. Rosa, remember, if everyone has the same boundary essence, then the control will determine the outcome. The old man didn't forget to remind the woman. He then sighed. It's a pity that the opponent is too weak. It's hard to see through young Master Thousand Face's strength in this battle. Hearing that, the woman also nodded in agreement. At this moment, the sky was filled with boundary essence, causing the sky of the godly kingdom to darken. Break! Facing the arrow-like boundary essence, Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. He swung the sword and cut off all means of retreat. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom! The boundary essence that approached Lin Ling were all cut apart. Although there are more boundary essence scattered, its power is also weaker. Lin Ling shouted coldly. At the same time, young Master Thousand Face frowned. However, at this moment, a dazzling sword light passed through the arrow-like boundary essence and slashed fiercely. Moreover, it kept enlarging in his eyes, causing young Master Thousand Face's eyes to be filled with shock. At this moment, he roared and raised the pure silver earring in front of him. He also activated all his boundary essence in an attempt to block the sword. In the sky, the old man cried out in surprise, boundary essence release. As for the cold-looking woman, her eyes narrowed. That was because releasing boundary essence meant that boundary essence would break out of one's body and increase the attack range. She had just reached this level of cultivation. However, this unknown young man had succeeded in doing so. Of course, they weren't the only ones who were surprised. Young Master Thousand Face was surprised as well. This allowed him to realize that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength in the last battle with Lin Ling. However, what surprised him was yet to come. When the sword collided with his pure silver earring, the ring emitted a clear sound. In the next moment, the pure silver earring shattered. In the next moment, Lin Ling's sword didn't stop slashing. It passed by young Master Thousand Face's neck and directly cut off his head, 20% of boundary essence. Young Master Thousand Face let out a sharp cry at practically the same moment his head was cut off. The shock in his voice was even stronger, because as far as he was concerned, Lin Ling had only surpassed 10% of boundary essence. Who knew that Lin Ling actually possessed 20% of boundary essence? This had exceeded his expectations once again. As for the few people in the sky in the distance, they were completely silent at this moment. They originally thought that Lin Ling was just a sparring partner. Who would have thought that young Master Thousand Face would be killed with a single strike? Wasn't this a little too fast? Master, that young man doesn't seem to be simple. The woman called Rosa spoke solemnly. He really can't be underestimated. Unfortunately, he encountered young Master Thousand Face. He's still going to fall in the end. The old man shook his head. Although he was surprised by Lin Ling's strength, he still knew that Lin Ling wasn't a match for young Master Thousand Face. As for the middle-aged man beside him, he snorted coldly and said, "Humph. How audacious." That country bumpkin crippled one of young Master Thousand Face's clones. He's simply courting death by offending Grand Court County. Luo Tian, don't be impatient. Young Master Thousand Face can deal with it himself. The old man said. At this moment, everyone in the Sun God Nation exclaimed in surprise, "One strike." Lin Ling actually killed young Master Thousand Face with one strike. This was too fast. Another doppelganger. When everyone saw this scene, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Young Master Thousand Face was not dead. Could it be that this expert from the martial god realm had an immortal body? Lin Ling, you'll have to bear my wrath forever. After young Master Thousand Face walked out, his face became ferocious because Lin Ling had destroyed another doppelganger of his. This was something he did not expect. I'm from the Grand Court Commandery of the Qing province. I'm a true genius of the martial god world. I'm going to enter the 3 great academies of the Qing province. You trash, you ant, you trash. You actually destroyed 2 of my doppelgangers. That's equivalent to destroying 20% of my realm essence. You're making me so angry. You made me lose the opportunity to enter the 3 great academies. Young Master Thousand Face roared, causing the ground to explode and the sky to shatter like glass. He was furious. Everyone could see that he was furious. Of course, this was not difficult to understand because he had split into 8 doppelgangers and entered the myriad realms to gain enlightenment. His goal was to enter the 3 great academies of Qing province. But now, that hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. So, how could he not be angry? All of you will be buried with me. On his body, the pure silver earring floated and shot out a large amount of boundary essence. If the boundary essence before was countless arrows, then the boundary essence now was like tentacles that wanted to kill everyone. Great desolate golden boundary. A cold shout, with madness, spread throughout the godly kingdom. A low-grade boundary essence martial art formed 30% of the boundary essence. In the void, the expressions of the mysterious experts changed drastically. They did not expect young Master Thousand Face's boundary essence to be even more terrifying than they imagined. They immediately looked at Lin Ling, knowing that Lin Ling could make young Master Thousand Face use 30% of his boundary essence. This was already very powerful. You talk too much nonsense. However, Lin Ling spat out coldly. He leaped up, held the sword with both hands, and slashed down like a battle axe. At this moment, the boundary essence was colorful. He knew that young Master Thousand Faces was extremely furious, but young Master Thousand Faces did not know that he, Lin Ling, was even more furious, because young Master Thousand Faces had killed too many of Lin Ling's men. Furthermore, it was because young Master Thousand Faces had severed his grandfather's arm. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. This guy is crazy. In the void, those people's pupils suddenly constricted. They thought that it would be hard for Lin Ling to resist the arrival of young Master Thousand Face's new clone. Who knew that Lin Ling would actually choose to meet force with force? 30% of Jiayuan. Compared to the geniuses from all over the world, that is an extremely rare existence. Does that fellow know what he is doing? The woman called Rosa sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling is dead for sure. In the nation of God, the Sun God King and the others clenched their fists. They were confident that Lin Ling would lose. In contrast to their confidence, Elder Taiyan and the others clenched their fists. In truth, they were also confused as to why Lin Ling had chosen to meet force with force. Die. The pure silver earring released an even more ferocious light as if the power of a world had arrived. Kacha, almost at the same time, the sword in the sky ruthlessly slashed down. It was as if it was splitting the heavens and earth apart. The power of the boundary origin also increased from 20% to 30%. You aren't the only one with 30% of Jiayuan. Lin Ling's roar came at the same time. In that instant, young Master Thousand Faces' pupils constricted. Lin Ling was still hiding his strength. This guy was actually so strong, his heart was in complete chaos. Kacha, however, that sword told him that if anyone dared to behave atrociously in Lin Ling's territory, no matter how many clones they had, no matter how grand their identities were, they would all die. 30% of Jiayuan collided with 30% of Jiayuan. In the beginning, Lin Ling's sword and the pure silver earring were evenly matched. However, when Lin Ling's Jiayuan increased again, cracks appeared on the pure silver earring before it completely exploded. Whoosh, that sword was like cutting tofu as it slashed down fiercely. You! Young Master Thousand Faces let out an angry roar. In the next moment, he was split in two. Another doppelganger died. Seeing this, the entire land and even the void fell into a dead silence. Everyone thought that young Master Thousand Faces would be enraged and that there would be a bitter battle. Who knew that young Master Thousand Faces would still be killed by Lin Ling's sword after saying so much? What kind of irony was this? To young Master Thousand Faces, what kind of humiliation was this? It was equivalent to being slapped twice in the face. Dead again. Sun God Monarch and the others were trembling. Lin Ling's sword was too crazy. It was as if he had no limit. Kill. In the sky, Lin Ling's face was cold as he pointed his sword to the ground. The martial artists of the nation of God were at a loss. Their greatest reliance had been killed again. Sun God Monarch and the others were also at a loss. They were even afraid. Unfortunately, what welcomed them was the army's attack. The martial artists of the nation of God immediately let out a large number of painful cries. Lin Ling did not make any move. He looked indifferently at the void. Young Master Thousand Faces was a genius of the martial god realm. His strength was indeed amazing. Unfortunately, the opponent underestimated him too much. His clones came one after another and could only be killed one by one. If young Master Thousand Faces combined his 8 clones, then Lin Ling would have to dodge the attack. However, next would be the strongest battle. Lin Ling was looking forward to it because he also wanted to test out his black sword record. Boom, not long after, the void exploded. 5 figures walked out of the void at the same time. These 5 people were wearing the same clothes. It was young Master Thousand Faces. This time, young Master Thousand Faces had gathered all his clones. Moreover, after he appeared, he did not say a word. He directly merged his clones. He wanted to use his new strength to kill Lin Ling. Now, not only was he furious, but he had also lost his mind. A mouse destroyed a nest of soup. Lin Ling, damn it. 5 clones. I'm afraid he can merge 50% of his realm essence. What a pity. If young Master Thousand Faces did not underestimate his opponent, he would not have wasted 20% of his realm essence. The battle is over. In the void, the few people shook their heads. In fact, until now, they still did not think that Lin Ling could survive. However, Lin Ling had cut down 2 of young Master Thousand Faces' clones. This was enough to be proud of. Where did this junior come from? Why is he so powerful? Rosa was a little surprised. She was a little sad because Lin Ling's strength was not weaker than hers. She came from the 4 great commanderies, but Lin Ling was just a nobody. You don't have to feel inferior. A dead genius is no longer a genius. The old man sensed Rosa's thoughts and immediately shouted coldly. In fact, he was a little angry because that ant-like existence was actually stronger than Rosa. Why, however, he soon stopped worrying because Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Lin Ling, very good. Very good. At the same time, the golden light in the sky shone brightly. A figure that seemed to be formed by metal quietly appeared and kept changing. Gradually, it turned into young Master Thousand Faces' appearance. At this moment, his aura changed and became calm. He stretched out his right hand. His arm was actually formed by metal. If one looked carefully, there were many golden mountains, seas, and cities carved on his arm. The terror of 50% boundary essence, rumble, the heavens and earth shook once again as if they had encountered a collision with another world. You destroyed 3 of my clones. How do you think I should kill you? The corner of young Master Thousand Faces' mouth moved slightly as his crazy voice spread out. If you can kill me, then come at me. Lin Ling's expression became slightly solemn when he faced young Master Thousand Face's terrifying aura because he noticed that young Master Thousand Face actually possessed 50% of his realm essence. However, his sword had already been drawn, so this battle of creation was bound to end. I really don't understand. Why would a lowly person like you dare to kill 3 of my clones? Don't you feel inferior? Can't you be like an ant and let me kill you? Why do you have to waste my time and let all my clones come here? You're really despicable. You're so lowly that you look down on yourself. Young Master Thousand Face moved. Like a golden flood, it surged towards Lin Ling and formed a terrifying boundary essence attack. Rumble, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He raised his sword to block and used 30% of his boundary essence to resist. Without a doubt, 30% boundary essence couldn't block 50% boundary essence. I'm indeed inferior to you. However, there's a peaceful place in my heart that no one can invade. Otherwise, even if I'm a lowly ant, I'll still kill my enemies. Lin Ling let out a determined voice as he resisted the terrifying golden flood. Flames bloomed from his left eye. Those were the flames of battle, Li Xiaoyao in the past and Lin Ling today. They both fought to protect the peaceful place in their hearts. They didn't retreat in the past, so how could they retreat today? Rumble. The golden torrent was slashed apart by Lin Ling's attack, but it didn't take long for the torrent to merge once more and transform into young Master Thousand Face. Boring ant. What do you mean by protecting the peaceful place in your heart? That's a joke. You're only qualified to say that if you can survive. Gold King Heavenly Compass, 50% boundary essence erupted once again. Young Master Thousand Face turned into a golden compass with a large number of complicated imprints on it. It spiraled continuously and swept towards Lin Ling. Under the rotation of the compass, the sky was directly cut open. It was as if the top half of a bottle was cut off, revealing the mysterious void. This Feng Shui compass was so terrifying, it could be said that in Lin Ling's world, there had never been anyone who could slice open the sky. Young Master Thousand Faces was the only one. How terrifying. The crowd was trembling with fear. This was truly a disaster, and in the void, Rosa saw that young Master Thousand Faces' boundary essence was growing stronger and stronger. She couldn't help but ask in surprise, Senior Luo Yunquan, could it be that young Master Thousand Faces' boundary essence and talent have succeeded in the initial fusion? In the Martial Emperor realm, talent and boundary essence were separated. Boundary essence was obviously more powerful, while talent could only use the power of laws. However, if boundary essence was converted to 100%, it could be combined with talent to form an even more powerful attack. There is no initial fusion, but there should be some resonance. This young Master Thousand Faces is comprehending in the Golden Sky King realm, and can already extract the world essence of that realm. The old man said solemnly. He didn't expect young Master Thousand Faces to be even stronger than he imagined. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, didn't you also want to protect your world? Why don't you dare to speak now? The sky continued to be sliced open. The huge compass slashed towards Lin Ling, and Lin Ling raised his sword to block. However, cracks appeared on his sword. He couldn't block it, because the difference was too great. Of course, this was normal. Young Master Thousand Faces had 50% of his boundary essence, and Lin Ling only had 30%. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's solid foundation, he would have been killed. Dodge domain. At the critical moment, Lin Ling's soul force erupted, and he finally dodged the terrifying compass. After all, if they continued to clash, even if Lin Ling was fine, his sword would break. Eh? You escaped, but what's the use? You can escape now, but you can't escape forever. The golden compass let out a disdainful voice, and once again swept towards Lin Ling. Seeing that Lin Ling's life was in danger, Elder Tai Yan, Lord Shui Wu, and the others anxiously shouted. After all, a genius from the martial god realm was not someone Lin Ling could resist. However, they didn't think that Lin Ling was unbearable, because it was unfair between the two. Young Master Thousand Faces came from the martial god realm, and he had endless resources since he was young. Lin Ling came from this world, and he had nothing. Everything he had was obtained through his own efforts. Father, you can do it. Lin also clenched his fists, and his face was filled with excitement. His father was undefeatable, and he definitely wouldn't lose. Haha, that's your son, right? Good, good, good. Lin Ling, I won't kill you quickly. I will cripple you, and then let your son die in front of you. Young Master Thousand Faces seemed to have heard Lin Yi's voice, and his laughter became even more wild and wanton. 3 of his clones had been crippled by Lin Ling, and now he would definitely torture Lin Ling to death. Lin Ling, that's your wife, right? Haha, I will treat them well. The arrogant voice resounded in the sky, causing everyone's face to turn solemn. At this moment, they could only watch young Master Thousand Faces do whatever he wanted. Clang. Clang, clang. Lin Ling's eyes turned red, and he continued to use his sword to resist the golden compass. However, in his mind, the martial arts from the sword realm quietly floated. The sword realm, the realm of thousands of swords, was the home of swords. There were countless martial arts of swords there, and the realm origin of swords was the birthplace of swords. 10 years of sharpening a sword, sword cultivators had to endure the boredom, and sharpen their swords day by day. Only then would they know the birth of swords, and the world of swords. If you dare to touch them, I will tear you into pieces. Lin Ling's angry roar also floated out at this moment. His sword kept resisting the golden compass, but no one saw that the realm origin in his sword was also increasing crazily. That kind of feeling was like sharpening a sword day by day, and the moment the sword was drawn out, ghosts and gods would weep. Haha, you are angry. I like to see you angry, but this is not enough. Those are your subordinates, right? Don't worry, I want all of them to die. Are there 100 million people here? Or 10 billion people? They will all die because of you. Children, old people, women, I will not let them go. Regret it, be afraid, the great calamity of the world is about to begin. The deranged voice sounded as if it was the mandate of heaven, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. As for the Sun God King and the others, they were incomparably excited. That's right, kill them all, don't leave a single one alive, and destroy this realm. Crazy, these people were crazy, and they actually wanted to destroy this realm. Even Rosa frowned in the void. This is too much of a massacre. They're just ants. Don't mind them. Rosa, you only need to know that these ants are born to serve the martial god world. If their deaths can allow you to convert more world essence, that's their fortune. The old man said expressionlessly. Rosa wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she fell silent. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Finishing Touch. What? You don't dare to speak? Are you afraid? I've long thought that what you said before was just hypocrisy. When you're close to death, you only care about yourself. Young Master Thousand Face said in a mocking tone. He noticed that Lin Ling was silent. In fact, Lin Ling was comprehending the black sword record. With every block, he seemed to be sharpening his sword. Look, this is your overlord Lin Ling. He doesn't dare to speak. You've been deceived. Young Master Thousand Face said again. This time, he said it to Lin Ling's relatives and brothers. He wanted them to curse Lin Ling. *T. However, at that moment, an angry roar came from the crowd. Everyone looked over and found that it was Linny who spoke. You trash, how can you compare to my father? I believe in my father. Linny walked out and looked ahead with determination. You. Young Master Thousand Face immediately shouted angrily. He didn't expect that he would explode with such power. That ant wasn't afraid of him. I also believe in Lord Lin Ling. However, at that moment, another voice sounded. The crowd took a step forward and shouted in unison. The people who were previously terrified stood up at that moment. They couldn't let Lord Lin Ling fight alone. They had to stand with Lord Lin Ling. To be able to follow Lord Lin Ling for the rest of their lives, they wouldn't have any regrets even if they died. That was because Lord Lin Ling had done too much for them. Haha, I believe in Ling Er. Ancestor Taiyan also roared and waved his single arm. His aura was magnificent. Under his voice, the entire Sun God nation, and even the entire world, roared. They would rather die than live in dishonor. Although they were lowly, they would never be afraid or beg for mercy. They would rather die to protect their homeland. All of you are courting death. Young Master Thousand Face became more and more angry. Why weren't these ants afraid of him? He still wanted these ants to side with him and betray Lin Ling. At that time, he would let Lin Ling see how pathetic he was. However, his calculations were wrong. This bunch of idiots. Young Master Thousand Faces must kill them all. The Sun God Monarch and the others were also enraged. These lowly ants actually dared to be arrogant even when death was at hand. Good, 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 let's kill that old bastard first. After young Master Thousand Faces became angry, he immediately let out a sinister laugh. The golden compass gave up on Lin Ling and actually flew towards Ancestor Extreme Flame. Seeing this, Ancestor Extreme Flame sneered and did not retreat at all. He allowed the astral wind to blow against his aged face. Ling Er, you should be proud enough in this lifetime. Grandpa is proud of you. His heroic voice spread across the land. This old man was indeed Lin Ling's grandfather. He had the same pride as Lin Ling, Clang. However, just as the compass was getting closer and closer to Patriarch Extreme Flame, a sword appeared and slashed at the compass. Lin Ling had arrived. Boom, the two forces collided. Lin Ling undoubtedly failed to block, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, his spine was still straight as he angrily looked ahead. Enough, enough. After that crazy block, he finally understood what it meant to sharpen a sword for 10 years. To sharpen a sword, one had to cultivate the black sword record personally. However, to forge a sword, one needed fire. It needed to be tempered, and this required the help of fire. As for the fire, it was an external force. For example, young Master Thousand Faces' crazy attack. This meant that young Master Thousand Faces' previous attack was in fact constantly tempering the sword, until the sword was out of the furnace. Have you said enough? The astral wind blew Lin Ling's long hair, causing it to flutter, revealing the cold and emotionless eyes beneath his forehead. He held the sword and indifferently stared ahead. You've finally decided to die for them? Young Master Thousand Faces sneered. In the next moment, he swept towards Lin Ling. Golden essence seemed to want to cut apart the world. Sharpen a sword for 10 years. At the same time, Lin Ling also drew his sword. The sword was blunt, but it carried the perseverance, patience, and determination of sharpening a sword. Clang, the sword and the golden compass collided, erupting into waves of essence that soared into the sky. It ferociously destroyed the earth and sky. 40% of the essence was released from the sword in Lin Ling's hand. This sword blocked young Master Thousand Face's attack. Young Master Thousand Faces let out a surprised sound. He did not expect Lin Ling to be able to block 50% of his essence. Interesting. I heard that when one is close to death, one's potential can be stimulated. It seems that this is true. However, 40% of the essence is still too weak. His voice was filled with disdain. The golden compass circled once again. It shone brightly and an even more terrifying power erupted. 50% of the essence poured out at this moment. He wanted to cripple Lin Ling in one strike. Let's see how you block it. A contemptuous voice spread through the sky. It's over. In the void, the old man said directly. He could see that Lin Ling already had no way out. Because if he retreated, his friends and family behind him would die. Therefore, Lin Ling could only face it head-on. He could not dodge. However, what surprised him was that behind Lin Ling, no one moved. Their expressions did not even change. They were not afraid of death. This guy called Lin Ling really has people's hearts. Those people are willing to die for him. It makes me a little jealous. The old man said with a frown. The others were also jealous. Because it was not difficult to make the weak submit. However, to make the weak submit willingly, that was very difficult. Just a bunch of ants. Because of jealousy, those mysterious experts all laughed mockingly. They looked at Lin Ling again. At first, they thought that Lin Ling would panic and even want to escape. However, he did not. Lin Ling just stood there quietly, as if he was not moved by the world. At this moment, they all admired him. Even young Master Thousand Face was slightly surprised. Then, he suddenly saw Lin Ling smile. That smile was very cold, but it was filled with strong confidence. It's over. In fact, he even heard Lin Ling spit out a sentence indifferently. It's over. Could it be that Lin Ling had given up? He could not help but be even more confused. However, the answer was no, because Lin Ling had made a move. After 10 years of polishing the sword, it was the dragon's finishing touch. The second level of the Black Sword record, the dragon's finishing touch, that sword instantly exploded with 50% of the boundary essence. The sword pointed out as if it was piercing through the clouds. Clang, a deafening sound was heard. 50% of the boundary essence collided, causing the old man in the void to gasp. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened, because he could see that the sword actually exploded with the power of space. That was spatial boundary essence. One had to know that the cultivation of the martial emperor realm was to convert boundary essence. Only after the boundary essence was successfully converted could it be fused with one's talent. However, there were always exceptions to everything. Some extremely mysterious people liked to break the rules. Before the boundary essence was successfully converted, they had already begun to fuse with their talent. These people were called martial god geniuses, and now, there was one in front of them. Only Luo family. How is this possible? After colliding with Lin Ling's sword, young Master Thousand Face was disdainful at first, then he was stunned. Finally, he let out an angry roar. The sword in front of him was so firm, as if it could destroy anything. The terrifying spatial energy caused the golden compass to stop spinning. Moreover, the sword stabbed out, causing the golden compass to collapse. The golden liquid splashed in all directions and disappeared into the sky. Young Master Thousand Face's body suddenly appeared. However, there was a sword in front of him that pierced through his chest like an awl, causing him to be in a mess. Plop, a head fell to the ground, shocking everyone. Previously, Lin Ling was surrounded by perils. Everyone thought that he was bound to lose, but who knew that Lin Ling finally drew his sword. That sword overturned the universe and directly defeated young Master Thousand Face. What? That young man won. That's a boundary realm martial art. It's at least a second-grade martial art. With his strength and age, how could he have successfully comprehended it? How could a martial god realm genius be born in such a rural place? The expressions of the experts in the sky changed at this moment. Young Master Thousand Face was an extremely powerful genius in the 4 great commanderies. His goal was to enter the 3 great academies of the Qing province. The only people who could compete with him were the top geniuses of the martial god world. But now, a country bumpkin had defeated him with a single sword strike. This was like a dream. Bang! At this moment, there was a roar. Lin Ling smashed down from the sky. He held his sword diagonally. The tip of the sword scraped the ground, causing sparks to fly as he walked forward. At the same time, everyone saw that young Master Thousand Face was not dead. What a terrifying guy. He was only left with a head and he was not dead. Of course, this was related to his talent. In fact, he was a metal man. However, when he saw Lin Ling walking over, young Master Thousand Face was completely afraid. His 8 doppelgangers had been killed by Lin Ling. The boundary realm that he had painstakingly cultivated had also gone down the drain. Moreover, he realized that he had been tricked. Lin Ling had not released his powerful strength at the beginning. Instead, he had slowly nibbled away at him. Otherwise, with the fusion of his 8 doppelgangers, he would not have been afraid of Lin Ling. Go on, why aren't you saying anything? Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, looking extremely evil. I won't let you go. I'm the young master of Tating Commandery. I'm practicing nature golden tactics. I won't die. The head on the ground let out a resentful voice that made one's scalp go numb. Hee hee, that's right. I like to kill this kind of tough guy the most. Moreover, I like to see my opponents. anger, but unable to do anything about it. Lin Ling was still smiling, but his smile was even more evil. Young Master Thousand Faces was naturally infuriated, but he was truly helpless against Lin Ling. One could imagine how he felt. In reality, I was only playing with you before because this is my first time cultivating the realm origin martial arts, so I needed a sparring partner. Lin Ling arrived in front of young Master Thousand Faces and stepped on his head. This action was undoubtedly a thick humiliation to young Master Thousand Faces. However, although the humiliation was terrifying, Lin Ling's words shocked him even more. This was because Lin Ling had actually treated him as a sparring partner. He was young Master Thousand Faces. When had he ever been a sparring partner for an ant in the countryside? Even the faces of the few people in the void changed drastically. This guy was crazy. He was actually comprehending the martial arts just now. He's from Tating Commandery. Do you want the entire commandery to be destroyed by killing him? The old man couldn't take it anymore and finally walked out from the void. Although young Master Thousand Faces wasn't from Tating Commandery, his background wasn't small either. Therefore, if he could help, he would be indebted to him. Woo, woo. Woo, the old man's appearance was first accompanied by a cloud of sand, as if he was the king of the sand world. The crowd was shocked. Another expert had appeared. Lin Ling wasn't surprised at all. I thought you were just here to watch the show. In the end, you still came out. Hearing this, the eyes of the old man and the others flickered. That junior actually knew they were here? They thought that the junior would be very surprised by their appearance. I'm Luo Yunquan. I'm from Tating Commandery. The old man floated in the sky and said slowly. Don't talk nonsense. What's your purpose here? However, Lin Ling didn't give any face. He didn't even bother to know the name of the person who had come. At this moment, the few people were furious, especially the cold woman, Rosa. She reminded, Your Excellency, Tating Commandery is one of the 4 great commanderies in Qingzhou. You've already offended Tating Commandery. Do you want to offend Tating Commandery as well? Let me remind you, any expert from there can destroy this world if they come here. Ha. Ha ha, this young Master Thousand Faces said the same thing. But now? Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled coldly. His words made the faces of the few people freeze. In fact, they also thought that young Master Thousand Faces could destroy this world. However, what was the result? Young Master Thousand Faces was being stepped on by someone else. So, tell me your purpose. Lin Ling said again. This attitude was undoubtedly ignoring them. The anger in the few people's hearts grew stronger and stronger. Lin Ling didn't give them any face. Of course, they didn't expect that this matter had nothing to do with them. They rashly interfered. This was against the rules. In this world, there are nobles and lowly people. Young Master Thousand Faces is a noble person. The people of this world are ants. Sometimes, one must be very clear about one's status. The aura of the old man called Luo Yunquan became more and more terrifying. He actually had the strength of a sector lord. All the sector essence had been completely converted by him. This kind of strength was undoubtedly extremely terrifying to Lin Ling. However, since things had come to this, Lin Ling couldn't back down. Less bullshit. Tell me your purpose. Lin Ling shouted angrily. His attitude was also extremely domineering. You. Luo Yunquan obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He was actually not afraid of him. He couldn't help but be puzzled. Normally, in the North region, it was impossible for a genius like Lin Ling to appear. Moreover, even if his strength was not bad, he should be terrified and afraid when he saw him. However, Lin Ling was not. Could it be that this fellow had some background? Let him go and this matter will end here. How about it? Luo Yunquan's words weren't as domineering as before. This caused the several people beside him to be secretly surprised. Although Lin Ling could erupt with 50% of his sector essence's strength, they were much stronger. They shouldn't fear him. Haha, old man, are you dreaming? After learning of the other party's goal, Lin Ling contemptuously smiled. He cut off my grandfather's arm and turned my territory into a mess. You think I should let him go just because you say so? This attitude left Luo Yunquan even more surprised. It was as if Lin Ling was the master and they were the servants. Even young Master Thousand Faces was surprised. He was even more certain that when Lin Ling fought with him, he was only using him as a training partner. This was because when Lin Ling faced a World King powerhouse, he was also arrogant and unruly. You are too bold. Luo Yunquan frowned. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations capture the flag. Luo Yunquan and the others laughed in anger. They had never seen such an arrogant junior. Luo Yunquan said, otherwise what? Otherwise, you can't leave this place. A voice filled with murderous intent floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone to be stunned. A rank 7 martial emperor guy was telling them that they couldn't leave this place? Haha, Lin Ling, do you know what you're doing? Young Master Thousand Faces felt that Lin Ling was more arrogant than he had imagined. Bang, Lin Ling stepped on his head and rubbed it a few times. You trash, shut up. Trash? Veins popped out of young Master Thousand Faces' forehead. He had been cut in half by Lin Ling and only his head was left. He was indeed trash. I'll give you 3 breaths time to consider whether you want to leave or stay. Lin Ling looked at the sky. The few people in the sky were still laughing. However, the old man frowned. In his heart, he felt that Lin Ling was trying to scare them. However, Lin Ling had defeated young Master Thousand Faces and created a miracle. Therefore, Lin Ling was a little mysterious. Of course, his rationality won over his hesitation. If he helped young Master Thousand Faces, he would be indebted to him. If he was scared away, what dignity would he have left? You don't have the right to threaten me. Luo Yunquan slapped out with his right hand. The sand in the sky gathered in his palm and turned into a fist-sized yellow ray of light that slammed toward Lin Ling. He was drawing the force of an entire realm. Haha, Lin Ling, you're dead meat. Young Master Thousand Faces immediately roared. He still didn't understand why Lin Ling was so strong. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. That old fart really dared to attack. With his strength, he obviously couldn't block Luo Yunquan's force of an entire realm. After all, it was 100% realm origin. Rumble, the pale yellow light enveloped Lin Ling and instantly exploded, turning into countless grains of sand. Then, it condensed towards Lin Ling. These grains of sand were very terrifying. Even if it was the power of a grain of sand, it could still destroy this world. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was wrapped in sand, forming a huge ball of sand. The ball of sand kept shrinking, as if it wanted to squeeze Lin Ling's flesh and blood. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd held their breaths. They also knew that Lin Ling's current opponent was 100 times stronger than young Master Thousand Face. What arrogance! The middle-aged man beside Luo Yunquan all laughed disdainfully. On the other hand, Luo Yunquan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that he had been overthinking things. Boom. However, in the next moment, the sand in the sand world exploded, and a cold figure walked out like a god of death. This person was Lin Ling. This guy blocked 100% of the realm essence. How is this possible? He hasn't cultivated for a long time. How could he block Senior Luo's 100% realm essence? This sudden scene caused Luo Yunquan and the others to widen their eyes, especially young Master Thousand Face. His heart was pounding. After all, he had already given Lin Ling enough attention, but who knew that he had still underestimated him, because it was impossible for him to block the attack of a world king no matter what. It seems that you all want to die. After Lin Ling walked out, his voice became even colder. He had no enmity with these people, but they had actually attacked him? Just who are you? Luo Yunquan's complexion was dignified. Only now did he discover that a flag had appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was this flag that had blocked his realm essence attack. I thought his strength had reached the World King realm, but it turns out that he relied on that treasure. That flag is a bit extraordinary. Letting him use it is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. The others also let out a light breath. They weren't as nervous as before, but they were curious as to what sort of treasure it was. Who I am has nothing to do with you. But, you seem to be interested in my flag. Since that's the case, I'll give it to you. Lin Ling coldly smiled and tossed out the white flag. This action left Luo Yunquan and the others dumbfounded. Such a precious treasure was being casually given away? Was this fellow an idiot? However, with the treasure in front of them, they naturally didn't think too much about it. Luo Yunquan directly caught the flag and examined it. He was immediately overjoyed. This treasure's origin isn't small at all. He never imagined that he would have such a harvest on his way here. This was because he could sense that this white flag was able to block 3 attacks from a World King powerhouse. Of course its origin isn't small. That is the Martial God Battalion's Bai Ling flag. Looking at the excited people, Lin Ling faintly smiled. Bai Ling flag? Luo Yunquan and the others had only heard of the Martial God Battalion. As for the Bai Ling flag, they really didn't know what it was. In fact, even in the Martial God Battalion, there weren't many people who knew what the Bai Ling flag was. With this flag, you can summon all the scouts of the Martial God Battalion, including the scout commander. Lin Ling said again. His words caused Luo Yunquan and the others' eyes to narrow. They suddenly felt the flag in their hands become heavy. Was this flag so terrifying? No, this flag was only meant to scare them. How could that youth have the qualifications to summon all the scouts? Thinking this, Luo Yunquan waved the flag in his hands in disdain. He didn't believe that this flag was so fierce, but soon, his movements came to a stop. Sir. This was because ripples began to bloom in the void. The sky was directly torn open by a fist. Then, a large number of armored soldiers riding on war horses majestically walked in. These people were all people who had comprehended the world essence. Most importantly, there were too many of them. Moreover, Rosa recognized some of them. This was because they were the local geniuses of the Martial God Battalion. If these people appeared in the northern land, at least 80% of the places would be unable to stop their iron hooves. Dong dong dong. As the army entered the world, the war drums began to beat. Looking around, it was a magnificent army with thousands of soldiers and horses. The sound was deafening. Compared to them, the army of Shanpeng province in the distance was simply like a child. Could it be that they were summoned by this flag? Luo Yunquan was no fool, and he'd faintly guessed something. This meant that he hadn't obtained a treasure but a hot potato. After all, even though the banner had summoned a huge army, he wasn't a member of the Martial Gods Battalion. So, he'd directly offended the Martial Gods Battalion. In between fear and anxiety, the flag in his hand almost fell to the ground. How dare you? You dare to throw the flag of the Martial God Battalion's Grand Commander to the ground? That's blasphemy to the Martial God Battalion. Lin Ling directly roared. Thump. Luo Yunquan and the others trembled in their hearts. How could they dare to throw away such a hot potato? As for young Master Thousand Face, he also stared at the sky in disbelief. He hadn't expected that the guy he was fighting with was actually the Grand Commander of the Martial God Battalion. Impudent. At this moment, a furious roar resounded from the army. A man in black armor walked out majestically at this moment. Even Lin Ling was surprised to see him. His strength was also at the Realm Lord level. With every step he took, the world shook. What powerful strength! The reverse scale can't be touched. I'm Grand Commander Huang Qi of the Martial God Battalion. The black-armored man spoke in an icy cold voice. Thump. Luo Yunquan's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. This was a real Grand Commander. Even though he was from Solitude Commandery and was an extraordinary existence in Pine Prefecture, was there anyone in Pine Prefecture who didn't know how difficult it was to deal with the Martial God Battalion? It could be said that even if Grand Commander Huang Qi killed him, Solitude Commandery wouldn't fight the Martial God Battalion for him. After all, Luo Yunquan didn't have such qualifications. As for fighting force with force, that was even more impossible, not to mention the army and the surroundings. Just Grand Commander Huang Qi alone could annihilate him. How presumptuous of you! You actually dared to seize the flag of our Martial God Battalion. Grand Commander Huang Qi roared furiously. His black armor was awe-inspiring, and he was like the king of the army. Seize? Luo Yunquan opened his mouth wide and was unable to speak. He hadn't seized the flag, and it was Lin Ling who'd tossed it to him. Do you know what crime it is to seize a flag in the Martial God Battalion? Grand Commander Huang Qi spoke furiously once more. Spare me. Please spare me, Grand Commander. We didn't know that it was a flag. Ignorance isn't a crime. Luo Yunquan almost wanted to slap himself, and he hurriedly offered up the white flag with both hands. However, Grand Commander Huang Qi grunted coldly. I don't dare accept this flag. Luo Yunquan immediately gazed at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling gazed indifferently at him and said, "Didn't you take a liking to this treasure? Why don't you want it now that I'm giving it to you?" "I don't dare accept it, I don't dare accept it." Luo Yunquan's voice carried a sobbing tone as he walked over to Lin Ling and offered up the flag with both hands. The white flag was like the imperial jade seal of the empire, and it could summon an army to attack. However, if it was used by someone other than the emperor, then it would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. How could Luo Yunquan not know this principle? "Didn't you want to kill me?" Lin Ling spoke once more. "How could I dare? My lord, everything from before was a misunderstanding. Young Master Thousand Face deserves death. He deserves it." Luo Yunquan hurriedly flattered because he knew that if he died here, the commandery wouldn't care about him. He would have died in vain. Lin Ling glanced at Chief Commander Huang Qi and saw the look in his eyes. Only then did he say, "This matter can be settled privately. Hand over 50,000 divinity crystals as the cost of mobilizing the army, and then you can get lost." 50,000? Luo Yunquan's pupils shrank. After all, the Martial God Battalion had only rewarded Lin Ling with 3,000 divine crystals after he became a Grand Commander, yet 50,000 divine crystals was clearly an unimaginable compensation. He suddenly regretted it. Previously, Lin Ling had asked him to scram, but he didn't. Now that he wanted to scram, it was obviously too late. Moreover, the idea of military expenditure was too shameless, because even if he didn't make a move, Lin Ling's army would still come. Therefore, he was basically giving money away, and this was also an unexpected calamity. "What? If you think it's too little, then make it 80,000. I don't like to ask for too much." Lin Ling said again. 50,000 it is. 80,000 it is. I don't want it. I can't afford it even if you buy my old bones. Luo Yunquan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "However, I only have 10,000 divine crystals on me now. Can I write an IOU for the remaining 40,000? "Sure. But you'll have to collect interest. If you don't pay, you'll have to pay an additional 1,000 divine crystals every month." Lin Ling nodded his head and said with an open mind. Of course, Luo Yunquan didn't think this was leniency. He even thought that Lin Ling was asking for too much. Of course, he only thought about it in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he could only brace himself and be slaughtered. After that, he hurriedly asked the others to gather the money and swear a blood oath. When a jade slip fell into Lin Ling's hand, he was surprised. With his current knowledge and strength, he naturally didn't know what a blood oath was. A blood oath was an oath made with one's body and boundary essence. If the oath wasn't completed, then a heart demon would be left behind on the path of martial arts. Moreover, it would appear in the boundary essence, making it difficult for the cultivator to take another step forward. "This thing can count, right?" Lin Ling said as he waved the jade slip. His words caused Luo Yunquan and the others to nearly vomit blood. They owed a huge debt, yet this youth still doubted them. "It's fine. You can tell them to scram," Great Commander Huang Qi said with a smile. His words caused Lin Ling to feel relieved. "Thank you lords for not killing us." Luo Yunquan and the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They wished they could immediately fly away. Now, they could only admit that they were unlucky. Even when they stepped onto the path of martial god, the crisp sound of slapping rang out. They were slapping their own faces and cursing, "Idiots." After Lin Ling put away the jade slip, he coldly looked down at his feet. Young Master Thousand Faces' pupils constricted fiercely as he immediately shouted, "Lord Lin Ling, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. I swear that I will never step into this world." Even Luo Yunquan and the others had been extorted. Young Master Thousand Faces didn't dare to be arrogant. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate, an extremely hard iron plate. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was extremely calm during the battle with him. It turned out that no matter the outcome of the battle, he couldn't escape from Lin Ling's palm. "You've disappointed me. I thought you were a character, but in the end, you're just a piece of trash." Lin Ling shook his head. If young Master Thousand Faces didn't beg for mercy, Lin Ling would have praised him. Unfortunately, young Master Thousand Faces had directly begged for mercy. This made him extremely despise him. "I'm just a piece of trash, a piece of trash. Lord Linling, I shouldn't have come to your territory. If you want to kill the Sun God Monarch and the others, go ahead and kill them. I beg you, let me go. I swear that I will never step into this place." Young Master Thousand Faces begged for mercy again. Although this was extremely embarrassing, his life was obviously more important. In the distance, the Sun God Monarch and the others knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with confusion and dejection. The existence they looked up to had betrayed them. Hee, once an oath is made, it can never be violated. According to this, you will fulfill your promise, and I do intend to let you go. Lin Ling looked down at the head on the ground, causing young Master Thousand Faces' eyes to light up. But in the next moment, Lin Ling raised his sword. "Unfortunately, you cut off my grandfather's arm. This enmity must be avenged." The sword, accompanied by Lin Ling's cold voice, ruthlessly stabbed down, piercing through young Master Thousand Faces' head. When one's reverse scale was touched, even begging for mercy was useless. As for young Master Thousand Faces, his eyes were wide open in death. If he had known that he would destroy his 8 avatars or even die here, he wouldn't have come here even if he was beaten to death. He's dead. It's all over. When everyone saw young Master Thousand Faces die, they immediately became excited. The battle of creation was finally over. The master of this world had also appeared. It was their lord, Lin Ling, Pa. At this moment, Lin Ling strode towards the Sun God Monarch and the others. The Sun God Monarch and the others couldn't summon any desire to fight. Not to mention whether they could defeat Lin Ling. Even if they could, would they be able to escape that terrifying army? They suddenly remembered that Lin Ling hadn't disappeared during this period of time. He hadn't escaped, but had gone to the martial god world to raise his strength and raise his terrifying forces. Why hadn't they thought of this? Lin Ling, this enemy, had always acted in an unconventional manner. How could he wait to be captured? All memories returned. "It's time to pay the debt you owe me." Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and raised his sword. The Sun God Monarch and the others smiled bitterly, their hearts dead. "It seems like you have nothing to say. Then pay up." Lin Ling slashed out and cut the 2 ghost emperors in half. Endless light enveloped Lin Ling's body. It was the stone statue fragments left behind by Li Xiaoyao. This change made Commander Huang Qi's eyes flash. He sensed that there was something he couldn't see through in the light. This Lin Ling was not simple. The golden light condensed between Lin Ling's eyebrows. Then, Lin Ling looked at the Sun God Monarch. "In the past, you ancient giants joined forces to plot against me. Did you think that I would kill everyone who plotted against me? I didn't." The Sun God Monarch shook his head. The past was like the wind. If he knew that Lin Ling's revenge was so terrifying, he would never have participated in that plan. Now, everyone who participated in the plan was dead. He was the last one. Lin Ling, this avenging angel, was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling nodded. Without further ado, he slashed out with his sword. Puff, the Sun God Monarch's head flew up and blood spurted out. The Sun God Nation's martial artists all had ashen faces. Their God Monarch had fallen. Moreover, he was beheaded in front of countless eyes. Most importantly, they couldn't resist and could only watch as their God Monarch was killed. At the same time, a large amount of light surged towards Lin Ling. It was like a golden cocoon that wrapped Lin Ling. In Lin Ling's heart, countless memories and martial arts finally returned. They were all his experiences in the martial god world. Where did this guy come from? Why is he emitting such an aura? Even I can't see through it. Commander Huang Qi stared at Lin Ling in surprise, but he didn't ask. The martial god world was vast and boundless. Every martial artist had their own story. This was someone else's secret, so he naturally wouldn't ask. You guys stay here. The army is retreating. Commander Huang Qi said again. He could tell that Lin Ling's comprehension this time would most likely take some time. Of course, before he left, he said, if Commander Lin Ling wakes up, tell him to return to the martial gods barracks immediately. The gods list is waiting for him. Yes. The scouts replied one after another. Sir, where are these people? One of them pointed at the warriors of the Sun God Nation and asked. Kill him. Commander Huang Qi had already left with large strides, leaving behind a cold sentence. He had no interest in knowing the origins of these people, but he knew that these people seemed to be enemies with Lin Ling. Moreover, these mere martial artists from the Northern Territory dared to provoke the Grand Commander of the Martial God Battalion. This was no different than seeking death. "No, Your Excellency, spare my life." Hearing the death sentence, the warriors of the Sun Divine Nation all knelt down and begged for mercy. This was not the scene they had imagined. Young Master Thousand Face should have dominated this world, and then all the ants would be killed or enslaved. From then on, they would be the real God clan. However, the drastic change did not play out as they had imagined. Instead, they were going to die. From now on, this branch of the Grand Court Commandery would be annihilated. Unfortunately, they did not know that heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like dogs. The strong did not need to frown at killing ants. Kill. The scout army rushed toward the warriors, and the next scene was a massacre. In fact, this kind of massacre was not uncommon in the myriad worlds and the martial god world, not to mention the distant ones. Just take the battle of the 9 great commanderies of the Great Prairie, where even more people died. How terrifying! Ancestor Tai Yan, Lord Shui Wu, and the others looked at the scene in horror. The aura of the scout army was too iron-blooded, and they could not bear it. Fortunately, this cold-blooded army seemed to listen to Lin Ling's orders. Otherwise, they would not be able to escape this calamity. The massacre only took an hour to end. Blazing flames rose from the Sun Divine Nation, and within the flames, the corpses were burning. One of the scout commanders walked toward Ancestor Tai Yan and the others, and said, "You are friends of Lord Lin Ling, right? This matter is over. You can deal with the matters of this world. After Lord Lin Ling wakes up, he still has important matters to attend to." After saying that, the scout commander bowed to Ancestor Tai Yan and the others. "Okay." Ancestor Tai Yan and the others replied with some fear. The army then left in a grandiose manner. Looking at the sky that was gradually calming down, everyone sighed. This battle of creation was indeed exciting. From now on, there would be no more battles in this world. Lin Ling had become the realm lord. Let's go back. After Ling wakes up, he will come find us. As for the matters of this world, we will deal with them ourselves. Ancestor Tai Yan looked at everyone and said. Everyone nodded excitedly and left with great momentum. Smoke billowed in the godly nation, but from now on, there was only one nation left, the immortal divine nation. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be walking in the void. He saw the story of a man wandering in the martial god world. Moreover, there was an ancient and vicissitude voice that rose in his heart, long and high, the beginning of the primordial chaos. Heaven's extremity builds, earth's harmony spreads. 5 elements fortune, receiving talisman. This voice was so ancient that it was difficult to understand its meaning. However, Lin Ling was even more familiar with Li Xiaoyao, ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. This was the martial god world's evaluation of Li Xiaoyao. However, not many people knew Li Xiaoyao, but when it came to ghost geniuses, many people had heard of them. This was because Li Xiaoyao was one of the most dazzling geniuses in the martial god world in recent years. His rise was short, but his strength was unfathomable. Moreover, he had reached the level of a monster in every major domain. This made many old monsters in the martial god world curious about how a ghost genius could rise so quickly. Unfortunately, no one knew this secret. Now, after Lin Ling saw Li Xiaoyao's memories in the martial god world, he naturally understood. It was the primal chaos divine formula. This was a mysterious cultivation technique that Li Xiaoyao had obtained by luck in a secret realm. With this cultivation technique, Li Xiaoyao had risen like a comet, and this cultivation technique was for the cultivation of the supreme chaotic body. This talent seemed to be the strongest talent in the martial god world. The prerequisite for cultivating it was to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit. In the past, after Li Xiaoyao had obtained the primal chaos divine formula, he had immediately cultivated according to the direction of the cultivation technique. Therefore, he had seized the god-eye demonic eyes from various experts and used it to increase his soul power. Moreover, the resources and time required to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit were too much. Therefore, Li Xiaoyao had seized the space-time divine steel. The space-time divine steel was one of the 9 great divine steels in the 9 prefectures. It was extraordinarily powerful and could freeze the time of a world. Its offensive power was extremely terrifying. However, it required one to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit to activate it. With the god-eye demonic eyes in his left eye and the space-time divine steel in his right eye, Li Xiaoyao's cultivation path was obviously not that troublesome. He only needed to continuously increase his physical strength and talent. Li Xiaoyao's memories, however, when Li Xiaoyao first rose to fame, he met a pair of siblings. At that time, Li Xiaoyao had just finished a battle with his enemy. Although he killed his enemy, he was also bitten by the enemy's strength before he died. At that time, he was seriously injured. He fell by a small river outside of a quiet valley. That valley was very beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Isolated from the outside world, there were 3 people living in the valley, an old man, and a pair of siblings. The sister saw the heavily injured Li Xiaoyao by the river. She called her brother and brought Li Xiaoyao back and took good care of him. The 3 of them were very simple and kind, which warmed the cold-blooded Li Xiaoyao's heart. Perhaps because he had fought too many battles, he cherished these peaceful days. As time went by, Li Xiaoyao's strength gradually recovered. However, one day, the brother went out hunting and was seriously injured, almost dying. Luckily, Li Xiaoyao's strength recovered a little and he was able to save him. Li Xiaoyao saw that the 3 of them had no strength, so he taught them martial arts in order to repay their kindness. Moreover, under the guidance of Li Xiaoyao, the simple girl was also attracted by Li Xiaoyao's beauty and secretly revealed her love for him. As for Li Xiaoyao, he also liked this innocent girl very much. Therefore, under the guidance of Li Xiaoyao, he gradually revealed some of the cultivation methods of the chaos formula. As a result, the strength of the 4 people in the valley greatly increased and they were no longer afraid of the attacks of wild beasts, until one day, when an outsider passed by and saw the 4 people in the valley, he was immediately shocked by their talents and greedily wanted to steal them. At that time, Li Xiaoyao did not make a move. Instead, the other 3 people made a move. At that time, they realized how powerful they were, the feeling of being in control, the feeling of having the enemy begging for mercy, the feeling of being above others, was undoubtedly the first time the 3 of them experienced it. They gradually fell in love with this feeling. They suggested to leave the valley. Although Li Xiaoyao felt that it was inappropriate, he still owed them a life, so he agreed to it. The 4 of them were like dragons flying in the sky. After they were born, they crazily swept through the 9 prefectures. They became the most dazzling stars. They were also worshipped by millions of people. Unfortunately, at that time, a seed had sprouted in their hearts. They were too familiar with Li Xiaoyao and knew everything about him. However, they only knew the beginning of the primal chaos godly formula. They were unwilling to accept this and thought that Li Xiaoyao was too selfish. After all, everyone had gone through trials and tribulations together. Why would Li Xiaoyao hide the chaos formula? The seed of greed gradually sprouted in their hearts. Even though the 3 of them were already famous in the 9 provinces, they were still unwilling to resign themselves to their fate. However, on the surface, their relationship with Li Xiaoyao was still the same as before. They were even willing to sacrifice themselves for Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao was the same as Lin Ling. He had the same weakness, which was that he was too sentimental. Becoming a friend was like being treated in heaven. Becoming an enemy was like falling into hell. The days passed just like that. One day, Li Xiaoyao cultivated the primordial sovereign's heart. This was an extremely terrifying heart of gods. With a single beat, it could cause an entire world to collapse. Furthermore, his strength had reached the level where he could break through 10,000 realms with a flick of his finger. This was the pinnacle of physical cultivation. Seeing this, the 3 of them congratulated Lin Ling. However, the flames in their hearts also began to stir. Especially the man named Tian Wengu. He sighed and said, "Father, sister, Li Xiaoyao has cultivated the primordial sovereign's heart. His future will be bright. As for us, we can only slowly be abandoned by him. Sigh, we are just ordinary people who were born in the martial god realm. We lived in a valley that was isolated from the rest of the world. In fact, we were able to practice martial arts and grow quickly because of Li Xiaoyao." The older Tian Yanlin said. Indeed, if it weren't for Li Xiaoyao, they would still be in the valley. We are indebted to him. Tian Wengu's expression softened when he heard this. However, we also saved him. However, Tian Liuli, who had become more and more like a goddess as she became stronger, suddenly laughed. She seemed to have said it casually, but it made the suppressed thoughts of the two become active again. Father, didn't you want to find the main family? Didn't you want to return to your hometown with glory? If our strength increases by another 10%, we can return to the main family. You should know that the overall strength of the tribe is not weak since they can live in the martial god realm. If we return to the main family like ordinary people, we will only be laughed at. Tian Wengu said with a frown. Tian Yanlin's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He didn't want to find the people of his hometown in such a miserable state. If it weren't for us, Li Xiaoyao would have died. Although he brought us to this world and showed us the benefits of strength, he is too selfish. Since he brought us out, he should have trained us with all his might. For example, he obtained the primordial sovereign's heart. Why didn't he find the heart of gods for us? Tian Liuli suddenly said, he only thinks about himself. Yes, he risked his life to obtain the primordial sovereign's heart. However, he should have found 3 for us. Tian Wengu agreed wholeheartedly. Although he gave us a large amount of cultivation resources and taught us many martial arts, he didn't tell us about the most important primal chaos divine formula. He was wary of us. Alas, people are selfish. We treated him like family, but his actions chilled our hearts. Tian Liuli said again. She looked pure, but her eyes were filled with a fiery light that was unwilling to be inferior to others. The chaos divine skill belongs to him. He has no obligation to let us know about it. Tian Yanlin couldn't bear it. So, he hid it from us? Father, you are too kind. We don't want to harm others, but we can't let our guard down. Tian Wengu advised. Indeed, we can't let our guard down. Li Xiaoyao grew up alone in the martial god realm and reached his current height. His hands are stained with blood. He is not a good person. Tian Yanlin was finally convinced. Why don't we ask him for the chaos divine skill? Tian Liuli suddenly smiled and said. Her eyes were burning with anger. Hearing this, the two of them fell silent. Tian Wengu frowned and said, given his stingy character, he won't tell us. Since the soft approach doesn't work, we have to do it the hard way. Tian Liuli was still smiling, but her smile was cold. Liuli, don't act recklessly. Hearing this, Tian Yanlin's face changed. Don't worry, we are not killing him. We are just protecting ourselves. If he is sincere to us, he will definitely tell us. If he is still selfish, we will force him to do it. I know that he is cultivating the heavenly silkworm godly thunder during this period of time. At that time, he will be at his weakest. Tian Liuli said as she played with the hair beside her ear. Is his talent going to improve again? What a freak. A vile move. Yeah, he told me a while ago. Tian Liuli nodded. It's true that he's at his weakest when his talent increases. However, he usually won't tell anyone about it. Since he told you about it, it means that he trusts you a lot. Tian Yanlin's eyes lit up. He's just lusting after my beauty. Tian Liuli shook her head. Let's not talk about anything else. This is an opportunity. The other two looked at each other and nodded. Time passed quietly. Li Xiaoyao didn't know that the person beside him had already reached out his evil hand. He continued to head out occasionally to search for cultivation resources, and he would cultivate upon his return. Moreover, he would give some cultivation resources to Tian Liuli and the others. Of course, his natural talent was about to improve, so he needed even more resources. This caused the amount of resources he gave to them to decrease greatly. This made the 3 of them even more dissatisfied. They thought Li Xiaoyao was too selfish and stingy, perhaps Li Xiaoyao was too good to them, so they formed the habit of helping him whenever he wanted. They didn't expect that it wasn't easy for Li Xiaoyao to get those cultivation resources, but they didn't do anything. They didn't go out to look for them, nor did they help Li Xiaoyao. They just sat there and enjoyed the fruits of his labor. On this day, Li Xiaoyao sensed that a breakthrough in his talent was imminent. His primal chaos divine formula was a triple cultivation of essence, qi, and soul. Not long ago, his physical body had improved. Now that his talent had improved, as long as his soul force also improved, he would be able to step into a new realm, entering the next stage of the primal chaos divine formula. Originally, he wanted to tell Tian Liuli and the other two, however, he didn't say it in the end. Although he treated Tian Liuli and the others as his family and friends, sometimes jealousy would make people think differently. For example, greed and so on. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Li Xiaoyao left by himself and found a place to practice thunder in reverse, preparing to break through. The reverse lightning training land was one of the secret realms in the martial god world. The lightning here did not originate from the sky, but from the earth. With the help of this secret territory, Li Xiaoyao's talent was also increasing crazily. His talent just so happened to be the thunder element. However, at the most critical moment, the most terrifying thunder heart condensed in the core of the earth and blasted towards Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao had no choice but to treat the final tribulation with all his heart. But at that moment, a glazed light came and attacked the thunder heart. The thunder heart went crazy, as if it was enraged. Finally, it wrapped around Li Xiaoyao and kept raging. Li Xiaoyao was immediately seriously injured, but fortunately, his talent had been successfully improved. "Who is it?" Li Xiaoyao, who was seriously injured, opened his cold eyes and said. He had delicate features, and if not for the murderous intent in his eyes, the light in his eyes would be extremely pure. At the same time, 3 figures finally appeared and floated around Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao's face turned pale as he said in disbelief, "It's you guys. You are indeed selfish. You knew that you were about to break through, so you didn't tell us." The people who appeared were Tian Liuli and the others. Tianwen Valley frowned at Li Xiaoyao and said, "We treated you like a friend, but why did you hide it from us?" "Hide it from you?" Li Xiaoyao's long hair fluttered in the wind. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, but he smiled. "This is my path of cultivation. Why should I tell you? And because I didn't tell you, I hid it from you?" It was as if something in his heart had been broken. It was trust. "And that's why you attacked me?" "Tian Liuli, you too?" Li Xiaoyao looked at the girl in white and asked. The girl said calmly, "You don't have to explain. My trust in you has also disappeared. A person's trust is priceless. Once it is lost, it will never come back." Boom! Hearing that, Li Xiaoyao's heart roared. Even though there was lightning raging around him, he was still undecided. Because the lightning was not as hurtful as that sentence, even Tian Liuli did not believe him. In the past, in the quiet valley, the girl was very pure and kind. When she saw that her life was in danger, she immediately cried and called for her brother to save her and bring her back to the valley. Then, she took good care of her and did not ask for anything in return. At that time, Li Xiaoyao was also moved by this pure girl. Because the girl was like the blue sky, and also like the gentle breeze under the night sky, everything was so comfortable. The girl even said that one day, it would be great if time could be frozen at that moment forever. This sentence was very pure. Perhaps the girl wanted to leave behind a beautiful memory forever. Unfortunately, the world was heartless. What beautiful memory could be left behind forever? No matter how beautiful something was, it could not endure time. In the end, it would still die of old age. Therefore, at that time, Li Xiaoyao was once again moved by the girl's pure words. However, after leaving the valley, everything changed. The world of martial artists was a huge dye vat. Even a clean white cloth would quietly change color, causing people to gradually lose their principles. In fact, even if I told you about this breakthrough, you would still come. Li Xiaoyao said with a heart like dead ashes. The only flaw in his life was that he valued relationships. This caused him to trust these people too much. However, his words were like a ruthless slap that landed on their faces, making them unable to refute. Indeed, even if Li Xiaoyao told them everything, would they not come? Impossible, they were already moved. Therefore, no matter what Li Xiaoyao did, they would still come. The reason why they said that Li Xiaoyao did not trust them was just to find an excuse to comfort themselves. However, among the 3 of them, Tian Liuli was the fastest to regain her composure. She said calmly, "Brother Xiaoyao, tell us about the Chaos Divine Formula. You have always been moved by that cultivation technique and thought that I was selfish to not tell you. Then I will tell you now. After this cultivation technique reaches the 5th level, only one person can know about it. If another person knows about it, the other person will definitely die. This cultivation technique can only be practiced by one person in Huanyu." Li Xiaoyao smiled, but it was a painful smile. "I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to die." Hearing this, the 3 of them trembled. So this was the case. Li Xiaoyao was protecting them. This. Tian Yanlin frowned. He felt that Li Xiaoyao was sincere to them and treated them as true friends. Since things have come to this, let's just follow the plan. However, Tian Liuli was still calm. At the same time, she waved her right hand. A large number of sharp nails shot out from the belt on Li Xiaoyao's waist and pierced through his body. This belt was given to Li Xiaoyao by Tian Liuli. However, Li Xiaoyao had never expected that such a vicious method was hidden in the belt. If it were any other time, Li Xiaoyao would not be afraid. However, his breakthrough was interrupted by the three of them, causing him to be seriously injured. Therefore, it was difficult for him to resist at this moment. Puff. Puff, puff. 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 Sharp nether water nail. Li Xiaoyao's face became colder and colder as he looked up at the three of them. The seeds of revenge. That's why you used what I taught you to frame me. Li Xiaoyao laughed at himself, but his words did not move Tian Liuli at all. Her expression was still calm. Cut the crap. Heavenly fantasy present flame rope. Tian Wengu's face was ferocious. He made a complicated seal with his hands, forming a 5-star enchantment that enveloped Li Xiaoyao. This was another martial art taught by Li Xiaoyao. Then, Tian Wengu rushed towards Li Xiaoyao and stretched out his right hand, Cold Moon Demon Claw. Realm essence erupted, reaching the power of 10,000 realms. Whoosh, blood gushed out. Li Xiaoyao's chest was hit by the claw, causing blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he seemed to have no strength to fight back. Your primeval paragon heart is mine. His claws dug in and a black heart was pulled out by the Tianwen Valley. Pain, incomparable pain. However, compared to the pain in his body, Li Xiaoyao's heart hurt even more. Tianwen Valley was a straightforward brother. When Li Xiaoyao was injured previously, he needed to replenish his nutrients. It was Tianwen Valley who risked their lives to go out of the valley to kill the desolate beast. Eventually, they returned with the desolate beast's flesh and blood. Li Xiaoyao was extremely touched. However, today, the one who became the prey was Li Xiaoyao. This is yours. Li Xiaoyao roared. He had repaid the debt of saving his life in the past. Brother Xiaoyao, I heard that your innate skill has been successfully upgraded. Then, you belong to my Tian Liuli. The heavenly glaze made her move too. The glaze light of the glaze realm appeared and encapsulated Li Xiaoyao's figure, forcibly extracting the talent from his flesh. This is yours. Li Xiaoyao yelled again. His eyes were bleeding. His newly advanced innate talent, Heavenly Silkworm God Break Thunder, had also been seized. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Tian Liuli said with a calm expression. Li Xiaoyao, your body and talent have been taken away. Don't waste your soul force. Leave it to me. Tian Yanlin sighed softly. Although he couldn't bear to do anything, he had already been exposed. So, he had to continue. Thank you for bringing us out of the valley and letting us know how colorful the outside world is. However, as a person, we should end. You won't leave us alone. The Sky Yanlin used a secret technique and grabbed at Li Xiaoyao's head. The first stage of the Blood Crow Dance of the Dragon, defying the heavens and changing one's fate, this was another martial art that Li Xiaoyao's Tian. All of a sudden, Li Xiaoyao's soul power surged toward the Sky Yanlin like a tidal wave. Li Xiaoyao relied on himself to get to where he was today, step by step. But now, everything was taken away from him. However, Li Xiaoyao did not make any sound. He only looked at the three of them emotionlessly. In the end, after the three of them obtained what they wanted, they all started to laugh. Tian Wengu said, Li Xiaoyao, you once told us to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Now that our friendship is broken, don't blame us. Tian was Transen. Brother, let him go. We're not Li Xiaoyao. We're not as heartless as him. However, Tian Liuli stopped him. Sigh, you are too kind. Tian Wengu sighed. He looked at Li Xiaoyao and said, my sister is pure and kind. Since she spared your life, you can live on. Scram. The three of them immediately left the valley. Li Xiaoyao lay on the ground, allowing the lightning to wreak havoc on him. His body was very cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His heart was also very cold, as if it had been frozen. Ghost genius Li Xiaoyao, he was the idol of millions of girls in the martial god community. Millions of geniuses looked up to him. Now, he had become a cripple. He raised his head. His eyes were burning with passion. He supported his broken bones and crawled out of the lightning refinement ground. Every movement was extremely difficult. However, his willpower and fighting spirit were supporting him. He still had a chance to make a comeback because he had hidden his left and right eyes. He still had the Chaos Divine formula. At this moment, 3 figures were standing in the sky. They were Tian Liuli and the other 2. Liuli, why did you let him go? Yes. I wanted to see if he was hiding any secrets. If he did, he would have revealed them when he was in danger. Yes. I see. Yes. The Tianwen Valley nodded. They wanted to squeeze Li Xiaoyao out of him. However, what happened next disappointed them. Li Xiaoyao crawled out of the lightning refinement ground like a cripple. He relied on his willpower, not any other means. Does he really have no secrets? Tian Liuli asked calmly. Tian Liuli said calmly. At this moment, she was like a goddess, like an empress looking at the common people. Soon after, she said indifferently, spread the news that ghost genius Li Xiaoyao has become a cripple. Yes. The other 2 were stunned. They did not expect Tian Liuli to be so ruthless. Li Xiaoyao had become famous in the martial god community. He had offended many people. After the news spread, the situation that Li Xiaoyao would face was imaginable. Tian Liuli shook her head and said, I don't like people lying to me. So, if he meets an enemy and doesn't hide any treasures, it means that he didn't lie to me. I will forgive him. After saying that, the 3 of them left and secretly observed Li Xiaoyao. In the following days, Li Xiaoyao was like a cripple. Everyone who had been defeated by him came to humiliate him. Hey, isn't this the ghost genius who rose like a comet? Why is he so down and out? Kill him? Wait, a cripple. Killing him would be too easy for him. I want to humiliate him slowly. Enemies appeared one after another. They mocked and ridiculed Li Xiaoyao, giving him a heavy blow. As for Tian Liuli and the other 2, they were still observing from the shadows. When they saw the once proud and arrogant genius being humiliated and humiliated beyond recognition, they knew that Li Xiaoyao was indeed not hiding any secrets. Let's go. From now on, he has nothing to do with us. I won't care about his selfishness because he didn't lie to me. Tian Liuli shook her head. Like a goddess, she flew across the sky and disappeared. Li Xiaoyao was still down and out. During this period of time, he had seen the fickleness of human nature. Those who had admired him in the past mocked him one by one. Those who had been defeated by him in the past all humiliated him one by one. Of course, there were also some young girls who still admired him. They risked their lives to protect Li Xiaoyao, but they died for him. Li Xiaoyao witnessed all this with his own eyes. His heart felt like it was broken. He came from the North Territory and relied on himself to dominate the world. But he didn't expect to end up like this. He had encountered too many storms in his life. He had overcome all of them. But in the end, he was betrayed by his own people. Most importantly, he knew that after those who humiliated him got tired of him, what awaited him was death. And this was the fate of an ant. However, before he died, he left the secret he had been hiding in the North Territory. He divided it into 3 stone statues. He left behind the seeds of revenge. He was going to make a comeback. Those who had swallowed my bones and drank my blood will suffer a fate worse than death. Increase in strength boom. With the return of all his memories, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were cold, and his fists were clenched and unclenched. In the end, he stood up. Tian Liuli, I'm back. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The flames of vengeance continued to burn in his heart. In the past, those who devoured my bones and drank my blood will live a life worse than death. However, he quickly calmed down. Revenge obviously needed time. Moreover, after so many years, Tian Liuli and the others must have become much stronger. Perhaps they were already standing at the pinnacle of the martial god realm. Therefore, there was no need to rush. Fortunately, he'd obtained the Chaos Divine technique and possessed his left eye. So, he only had to seize the Spacetime Divine Steel from his right eye. Triple cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit. My soul force has already reached the standard, but my physical strength is still lacking. My talent is also the weakest, so all of these must be improved. Once my essence, energy, and spirit are balanced, I will step into the first stage of the Primal Chaos Divine Formula. After that, Lin Ling used all the divinity crystals he had extorted to cultivate, rumble. The awakening of his memories this time allowed Lin Ling's breakthrough to come naturally. 8th level Martial Emperor. The laws had reached 60 million, and Lin Ling was using them all to convert into boundary essence. His dimensional essence had also reached 40%. If he borrowed the Xian sword record, he would be able to increase his boundary essence by another 20%, giving him a total of 60%. Boundary essence, especially the second level of the Black Sword record, Dragon's finishing touch. This was an extremely powerful move of the sword world. Its speed was very fast, and it was said that one slash of the sword could instantly pass through a world. At the same time, Lin Ling's God Devil physique has reached the 10th grade immortal physique. His strength has reached 1000 U, however, due to his limited talent, he had reached his limit, unless Lin Ling found a way to increase the talent of his physical body. As for the fire elemental talent, that was a bit of a headache. Currently, he only had the Yellow Springs Flame, which was not very powerful in the martial god realm. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, the Martial Emperor realm required him to convert his boundary essence. Thus, he would convert his boundary essence first. In this battle with young Master Thousand Faces, cracks have appeared on the Tyrant Song sword. Lin Ling stood up and frowned at the ancient sword in his hand. The tyrannical Song sword's level was too low, and it needed to be improved. Alas, the cultivation of the Primal Chaos Divine Formula is indeed troublesome. I can't do anything without it. Right now, my godly devil body should have reached the standard, and so should my soul force. The only thing lacking is my fire element talent. The 10,000 god crystals I had before have all been used up. Lin Ling stepped forward, searching for more cultivation resources. My lord, you're awake. In the distance, several scouts hastily bowed, causing Lin Ling to be slightly startled. Those scouts then repeated the words Grand Commander Huang Qi had said before he left. Alright, I got it. You guys can go back now. I'll be back before the god ranking begins. Lin Ling said calmly. After the scouts left, he headed towards the rainforest's sacred land. Although he had already obtained all of Li Xiaoyao's memories, he actually thought that he was more like Lin Ling Li Xiaoyao. Could only be said to be a regret left in his previous life. Moreover, there were many such regrets in the martial god world. When he was in dire straits, those who had helped him and those who had trampled on him, he remembered all of these in his heart. I've converted 40% of my boundary origin and can erupt with 60% of my boundary origin. Even if I participate in the god ranking, I should have no opponents. Lin Ling thought to himself. He had the 10,000 elephant demonic eyes, so he could comprehend boundary origin martial arts 1,000 times faster than others. Lord Lin Ling. Lin Ling is back. When Lin Ling appeared in the rainforest's sacred land, there was an uproar. Everyone ran out, and they were all extremely excited. Grandpa. When Lin Ling saw those familiar faces, he was immediately overjoyed. Although Li Xiaoyao was pitiful and was betrayed by his friends, at least Lin Ling was not that miserable. He still had a group of relatives and friends who were always concerned about him. Dad. Linny immediately ran out from the crowd. He was almost as tall as Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still the same as when Linny was young. He rubbed Lin Yi's head and said with a smile, "Not bad, your cultivation has improved very quickly. At this rate, you can step into the martial god world within 100 years, faster than your father." Hearing Lin Ling's praise, Linny immediately laughed. "I have a set of Origin Blackbird book here. You can use it to cultivate. It's quite suitable for you." Lin Ling smiled and handed over a jade slip. "Thank you, Dad." Linny immediately shouted excitedly. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. This little guy was still a child. After that, Lin Ling chatted with his relatives and friends. He also healed his grandfather's broken arm. With his current strength, this was not a difficult matter. It seems that Yu and Yu will take some time to come back. I'll leave 2 sets of cultivation techniques for them. When they come back, they can come to the martial god barracks to find me. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling said to Ancestor Taiyan. He gently patted the old man's back and massaged him. Well, Ling you're going back to the martial god barracks, right? Go ahead. When Yu and the others come back, I'll tell them. Ancestor Taiyan looked at Lin Ling kindly. He knew that Lin Ling was going to go out to fight again. He was used to this. After all, if Lin Ling had not gone out to fight, they would have been dead not long ago. Fortunately, Lin Ling could come back at any time, so they did not have to worry too much. Lin Ling immediately said goodbye and strode away. There was no need for him to deal with the rainforest's holy land. After breaking the void with a punch, Lin Ling entered the martial god path. When he appeared again, he was in front of the 2 mountains in the North Territory. The 2 seniors looked at Lin Ling and could not help but smile. You're back. As they spoke, they could not help but look at Lin Ling carefully. They realized that compared to the last time he left, Lin Ling seemed to have changed. He seemed to be more mysterious, and he did not seem to be at a loss about the martial god realm. It seems that something has happened to this guy. They all secretly guessed. Lin Ling bowed to the 2 seniors. However, this time, the 2 seniors did not seem as unfathomable as before. This was because Lin Ling was now the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao, the genius of the martial god realm who had risen like a comet. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling immediately thanked the 2 seniors for their help last time. Then, he rushed to the martial god barracks. At this moment, the martial god barracks was extremely lively. The sound of drums shook the world. The battle of the divine list had begun. To put it bluntly, this was actually a time to train the soldiers. For example, in the previous mission, many soldiers did not display their strength. Now, they had a chance. If they could shine, they would have a chance to become a commander. As for the commander, they were also competing. Firstly, they could make the soldiers more convinced. Secondly, they could also get a lot of rewards. In fact, Lin Ling's purpose of participating in the divine list was also for the divine crystals. At this moment, the falling flower flowing water sword, Wu Qingzi, and Di Baimo also came out of seclusion, and their strength had greatly increased. Wu Qingzi, you actually converted 30% of your realm essence? When you just entered the martial god barracks, you only converted 20%. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. All the commanders. After all, everyone knew how difficult it was to convert boundary essence. Wu Qingzi could convert 30% of it, which was amazing. Didn't you convert 30% of your boundary essence? I think you may have converted 40%. Wu Qingzi said lightly. His words made the soldiers around him in awe. These commanders could summon them, so their strength was not undeserved. DBMO is only SOSO. See you on the divine list. Alright. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword said with a faint smile. His smile was unfathomable. Obviously, his strength had improved a lot. Don't be arrogant. It is said that Lin Ling killed young Master Thousand Face. You should have heard of him. Alright. At this moment, a chuckle was heard from the crowd. The chess boy, Tang Yue, and the others walked out. What? Young Master Thousand Face is a genius in tating commandery. Alright. DBMO and the others' faces changed. They had heard of young Master Thousand Face. It was said that he was very powerful. Sir, it is not like that. Young Master Thousand Face has 8 doppelgangers, but they were defeated by Lin Ling one by one. If those doppelgangers were combined, Lin Ling would not be a match for him. Suddenly, a soldier said respectfully. Obviously, he had been to Lin Ling's world, so he knew what had happened. DBMO and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that he defeated the doppelgangers one by one. If Lin Ling still won in a head-on clash with young Master Thousand Face, then there was no need for them to seek revenge in the battle for the god role. They could just admit defeat. With my current strength, I can defeat all of young Master Thousand Face's doppelgangers one by one. This means that Lin Ling is not stronger than me. Alright. However, Lin Ling can defeat young Master Thousand Face. He should not be underestimated. Of course, I am confident that I can defeat him in the divine list. According to my guess, he has only converted 30% of his boundary essence. Alright. Lin Ling is the great commander, but if he loses to us, he will also lose all of his prestige. Alright. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others secretly exclaimed. They were looking forward to the divine list and couldn't wait to start and display their dazzling brilliance. Meanwhile, outside the martial god barracks, Lin Ling had also returned. Milord. Many people immediately bowed respectfully when they saw Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. At this time a familiar voice came from the front. Lin Ling, you're back. It was Lu Chunfeng and the others. Lin Ling glanced around, and immediately realized that Lu Chunfeng and the other two had all increased their cultivation levels. These three people were Lin Ling's first friends in the martial god realm, so he immediately smiled. Could it be that you have reached rank 8 martial emperor realm? Lu Chunfeng and the other two quickly walked over and exclaimed. The three of them had all broken through. Other than Pan Luyun, Fairy Danran and Lu Chunfeng had reached rank 7 martial emperor realm. They had wanted to show off in front of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had reached rank 8 martial emperor realm, if they remembered correctly, when Lin Ling had just arrived at the martial god barracks, he was only a rank 4 martial emperor. Freak. I don't know how he cultivated. His cultivation speed is too fast. Right now, he has probably converted 30% of his boundary essence. If he could convert 30%, then he would be a monster. After all, his cultivation increased, and even his boundary essence was converted. This is not something that just anyone can do. They spoke as they walked. Lin Ling also heard their words. He shook his head. If it had been in the past, he would have been very satisfied, but now, he felt that he was still too weak. After all, Tian Liuli and the other two were already at the peak of the martial god realm. Lin Ling, I heard that Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others have also become much stronger. They have converted 30% of their boundary essence. They want to defeat you in the battle of the divine list and humiliate you, the scout commander. Lu Chunfeng said. Oh? Not bad. However, Lin Ling nodded slightly and did not look surprised. Fairy Danran and the others looked at each other in surprise. Lin Ling was too calm. Could it be that Lin Ling was confident that he could defeat them? With that thought, they felt relieved. Lin Ling was their superior, so they naturally did not want Lin Ling to be humiliated. You guys seem to be more nervous than me. Lin Ling looked at them strangely. Lu Chunfeng and the others nodded. In fact, they were indeed more nervous than Lin Ling. The few of them chatted as they walked towards the camp. Along the way, Lin Ling stared at Lu Chunfeng and said, Lu Chunfeng, during this period of time, you should focus on converting your boundary essence. Don't increase your cultivation base because the faster you increase your cultivation base, the harder it is to convert your boundary essence. The increase in cultivation level and boundary essence had to complement each other. Any increase in cultivation level would have a huge impact, however, those who cultivated could not comprehend it. They could only work hard. However, Lin Ling knew about it. Lu Chunfeng could not help but be surprised. He then nodded and said, Alright, we will do as you say. Instantly, Pan Luyun looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling smiled and looked at Pan Luyun with his left eye. He then said, You should focus on increasing your laws. Your cultivation level is indeed stable, but you have too few laws. The laws were related to the strength of one's boundary essence. For example, if a rank 9 martial emperor only had 6,000 laws, it would be harder to convert boundary essence. So that's how it is. Pan Luyun nodded. No wonder he felt that converting boundary essence was difficult. Next, Lin Ling gave Fairy Danran some pointers. The three of them were shocked. Before Lin Ling left, he seemed to be slightly stronger than them. However, after returning, everything became mysterious. Commander Lin Ling, how have you been? At that moment, a smile was suddenly heard. A few people looked over from the group of people in armor. It was Luohua, Lu Shui and the others. There was no doubt that their eyes were filled with battle intent. In the past, Lin Ling had taken away their #1 military merit. Then, they had lost to Lin Ling at the Martial God Lake. Therefore, they had been waiting to wash away their previous humiliation. He is Lord Lin Ling, the one who made the martial god battalion go crazy? The surrounding soldiers stared at Lin Ling. They had all heard of Lin Ling's name. However, Lin Ling was not moved. He looked calm. In fact, with his current strength, he did not care about Luo Hua Lushui and the others. However, his eyes were fixed on the people beside Luo Hua Lushui. Two of them had made him change his expression. Both of them were rank 8 martial emperors. However, Lin Ling's left eye noticed that both of them had converted 40% of their boundary essence. They were not weak. "Oh, you are the scout commander? You do look extraordinary." Almost at the same time, one of the people that Lin Ling was staring at said. He was wearing white armor and was about the same age as Lin Ling. He held a snuff bottle in his hand and sniffed happily. "Lin Ling, this is Commander Zhou Shi." Seeing Lin Ling's confusion, Fairy Danran immediately explained, "There are many types of soldiers in the martial god battalion. Scouts are one of them. There are also archers, siege soldiers, charioteers, cavalry, halberd soldiers, etc. The commanders of these types of soldiers have to participate in the divine list." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Military Salute. That young man is called Ling Wulai. He is the strongest among the fleet commanders, who are in charge of the martial god spaceship. Danran Fairy seemed to know more than Lin Ling's scoundrel Ling. Lin Ling almost burst out laughing. What an artistic name. Their voices were so low that Ling Wulai did not hear them. He said slowly, "In this mission, all the geniuses from various realms have become commanders. However, someone has become a senior commander. There must be something fishy going on." Obviously, he was jealous of Lin Ling. In his opinion, Lin Ling was at the same realm as him. Jiayuan might not be as strong as him. How could he become a senior commander? Among the scouts, only Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and DBMO can make me change my mind. They are the only ones who are worthy of being my opponents in the divine list arena. Ling Wulai said lazily. "Your Excellency is mighty." Many soldiers cheered. They were fleet commanders, so they naturally sided with their commanders. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He was not as strong as Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and DBMO. Ling Wulai had a pair of dog eyes. However, Su Mo did not bother to explain. In the military camp, strength was everything. "Let's meet on the divine list." Lin Ling's silence made Ling Wulai think that Lin Ling was guilty. Even Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and DBMO thought so. However, Lin Ling was looking at another person. This person was more low-key. He was wearing gray armor and was resting with his eyes closed. However, when Lin Ling looked at him, the person opened his eyes and stared at Lin Ling. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "It's the cavalry commander." Many people noticed Lin Ling's gaze and their expressions changed. This was because they didn't notice the arrival of the army lord. His cultivation was unfathomable. Even Ling Wulai and DBMO did not know that the commander was behind them. The commander is the strongest of the cavalry commanders. It is said that he is from the Flying Dragon Organization. Flying Dragon Organization, that most mysterious assassin organization? Many people whispered to each other. They were both in awe and fear of the army monarch. "Your commander Lin Ling?" At this moment, the commander of the army lords said indifferently. "That's me." Lin Ling replied calmly. "That's right. I heard that you killed young Master Thousand Faces. Your strength is not bad." The Jun commander looked deeply at Lin Ling. He didn't know why, but he felt like he couldn't see through Lin Ling. It was as though if Lin Ling used all his trump cards, he could reach 50% of Jiayuan's strength. Hearing this, the crowd's expression changed. The military monarch actually praised Lin Ling, especially Ling Wulai and the others. They were all speechless and jealous. He only destroyed young Master Thousand Faces doppelgangers one by one. Young Master Thousand Faces doppelgangers only had 10% of Jiayuan's strength each. "If it were us, we could do it too," DBMO suddenly said. He wanted to remind the commander that Lin Ling was just SOSO. However, the commander of the army lords ignored him and continued to look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling also looked at him and said, "You're also very strong. I'm afraid that it won't be long before you can convert 60% of your Jiayuans." Strength. Hearing this, the commander of the army lord's expression didn't change. However, deep in his eyes, he trembled violently. Lin Ling had seen through his strength. He felt as if all his secrets had been seen through by Lin Ling. Of course, this feeling soon disappeared. Lin Ling must have withdrawn his mysterious strength. The commander of the army lords secretly sighed and smiled. It seems that I have underestimated you. I hope that the divine list can fight with you. I am the army lord. Yes. I hope so too. I'm Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and replied. Sure enough, there is no general under a great name. The commander of the army lords nodded and said, if you have any trouble, just tell me. If I can help you, I won't hold back. Yes. He actually took the initiative to say that he would help Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Ling Wulai. They knew that the commander of the army lord's words were directed at him. Moreover, compared to Ling Wulai, the commander of the army lords had a stronger background. Thanks, but they're just some clowns. I can easily deal with them. Lin Ling suddenly had a good impression of the commander of the army lords. The commander of the army lords had invited him to fight, but he had done so openly. He was much better than Commander Zhou. Haha, I forgot that you're the great commander. I have to salute you when I meet you. The commander of the army lords said with a smile. He admired Lin Ling because he knew that many of the other commanders wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, Lin Ling was able to face him calmly. It was rare to see such courage. After he finished speaking, he immediately saluted Lin Ling and said, if you don't salute the great commander when you meet him, you're violating the military rules. If you're investigated, you might even be disqualified from participating in the divine list. Obviously, he was talking to Ling Wulai and the others. Instantly, their faces darkened. Since the commander of the army lords had saluted Ling Wulai, how could they not salute him? Greetings, great commander Lin Ling. Ling Wulai and Luo Huashui sword gritted their teeth and said. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He didn't bother to say anything and left with Lu Chengfeng and the others. Ling Wulai and the others were infuriated by Ling Wulai's arrogance. They had saluted Ling Wulai personally, but Lin Ling didn't even fart. In fact, Lin Ling wasn't arrogant. He just didn't care about them. Interesting. The commander of the army lords sensed Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling seemed to treat Ling Wulai and the others like children. He didn't even bother to retaliate. That was the demeanor of a great commander. Wow, even the commander of the army lords took the initiative to befriend you. I've heard that he's the most ruthless person in the world. Many of his soldiers were tortured. Lin Ling, you're amazing. Goddess Danran exclaimed after they left. They're just external objects. As long as I'm stronger, many things will come to me uninvited. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He didn't care about those empty titles. His goal was to find Tian Liuli and the others. I finally know the difference between us. Lu Chengfeng shook his head. The soldiers were fighting for the position of commander, while the commanders were fighting for the position of great commander. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the commander's provocation. That meant that his ambition was higher than the sky. The commander of the army lords is the most mysterious among all the commanders. I heard that a great commander met him while fighting outside. Later, the great commander invited the army lords. The army lords asked if there were any opponents. If they were too weak, I wouldn't have the time to go. Later, the great commander made the army lords a commander. Goddess Danran said solemnly. This guy is too arrogant. Lu Chengfeng and the others gasped. This kind of person lives by martial arts. He cares about his opponents, not his reputation. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. He's the kind of martial artist who loses every battle, but fights again and again. Lin Ling was also surprised. He smiled and said if he has no opponents, he's invincible. That makes it difficult for him to improve his strength. That's why he needs external objects to stimulate him. This kind of martial artist is a true martial god genius. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Divine Leaderboard Training. However, Lin Ling shook his head. If we were to rank him, he would only belong to the second class, not the first. What? Danran and the others were confused. because he needs external stimulation to get stronger. First-tier geniuses, on the other hand, can find their own weaknesses and grow without external stimulation. That kind of martial artist is truly powerful. After all, it's easy to get familiar with your opponent, but it's hard to get familiar with yourself. Lin Ling emphasized each word. Dan ran and the others' hearts thundered. That was indeed the case. Second-tier geniuses needed to constantly challenge their opponents and learn where they were weak. Then, they'd be able to defeat their next opponent. First-tier geniuses, on the other hand, didn't need to. They already knew where they were weak. Lin Ling should be a first-tier genius, right? Dan Ran and the others looked at each other and smiled. In their hearts, Lin Ling seemed to know many things, not just about his enemies, but also about himself. Lin Ling didn't comment. He wasn't a genius. Li Xiaoyao was. He was only relying on his past life's experience. Dong dong dong, they chatted as they walked until they arrived at the divine leaderboard. An enormous mountain appeared before them. A famous flag was planted on the mountain, embroidered with 3 large words, Martial God's Camp. A large number of soldiers were lined up neatly around the mountain. Their armor was colorful. There were scouts, cavalry, archers, siege troops, and so on. Their auras were extremely condensed, and they stood there like gods. Moreover, the sound of the drums reverberated all around, making everyone feel as if their blood was boiling. When Lin Ling appeared at the scout camp, a large number of people also arrived. At a closer look, most of them were commanders. The divine leaderboard was a training ground for soldiers. If they performed well, they'd be qualified for promotion. The divine leaderboard begins. A majestic voice suddenly echoed in the air, sounding firm and unyielding. Only the last 10 proud soldiers will remain on the divine leaderboard. Those 10 will receive 50,000 divinity crystals, a number of mounts, and a promotion of half a rank. The voice continued to ring out. It was a reward. Lin Ling only cared about the divine crystals and ignored everything else. He was determined to get the 50,000 divine crystals. Therefore, he wanted to be one of the last 10 people. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger. I know that many people want to participate in the divine list, but there are conditions. First, soldiers who have cultivated in the martial god barracks for 100 years are not allowed to participate. Immediately, many soldiers sighed regretfully. They were all veterans, so they were disqualified. Of course, if they wanted to become commanders, they still had a chance. They had to rely on their usual contributions. Those below the 6th level of the martial emperor realm are not allowed to participate. The rules were announced once again. Some of the soldiers who wanted to make up the numbers had bitter expressions on their faces. Lin Ling even heard one of the scouts behind him say gloomily, "Sigh. It seems like we can only use other opportunities to shine." Lin Ling was speechless. He was at the rank 6 martial emperor realm. He did not know how powerful the other party would be. Those who have not successfully converted 2 world elementals are not allowed to participate. The rules continued to be announced. Overall, Lin Ling was still qualified to participate. Finally, the voice said, "Soldiers who are participating, step forward." Bang! Immediately, the deafening sound of metal armor was heard. Even Lin Ling's expression changed when he saw the imposing manner of the armor. The soldiers' auras were filled with iron blood and killing intent. It was no wonder that many people in Qingzhou were afraid of the martial god barracks. Many of the soldiers who were participating did not have a position. Many of them were commanders. That is the falling flower flowing water sword. He is an extremely powerful commander among the scouts. It is said that he is the number 1 scout. Fairy Dan Yun is participating. She is the number 1 beauty among the archers. She is also a scout. I am so excited. When will I be able to participate in the training? The surrounding soldiers looked enviously at the people who had stepped forward. Lu Chunfeng, let's go. Lin Ling looked at Lu Chunfeng and Fairy Dan ran. The two of them smiled. However, Pan Luyun did not participate because he was not confident enough. The 3 of them walked out slowly, attracting a lot of attention. However, some of the surrounding soldiers did not recognize Lin Ling. They immediately exclaimed, "Who is that? What a face!" After Lin Ling gained a foothold in the martial god barracks, he returned to the rainforest sacred land. Therefore, many people did not recognize Lin Ling. After all, the martial god barracks had too many types of soldiers. It is the scout commander, Lord Lin Ling. Someone immediately exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. What? Even the commander can participate? Who can compete with him? He is a scout this year. He is not a veteran. He just made the #1 contribution and became the commander. Amazing. I admire him. Regardless of whether they knew Lin Ling or not, they all exclaimed at that moment. In fact, many people had never seen Lin Ling before. However, many of them had heard of Lin Ling's name. Lin Ling had clearly become this year's celebrity. However, after the exclamation, someone suddenly asked, falling flowers and flowing water is the #1 scout. What about Commander Lin Ling? As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. In terms of rank, Lin Ling was undoubtedly higher, but in terms of strength? He is the commander of the martial god barracks. No matter how strong he is still the commander. Are you trash jealous? Someone said sarcastically. What nonsense are you spouting? The scouts immediately retaliated. Lin Ling was their commander, so they could not bear to see him being provoked. Those who spoke mean words were from other military units. Naturally, they did not care about Lin Ling's feelings. Lord Lin Ling is the scout commander. He can control all the scouts, but that doesn't mean he can control our siege troops. That's right. Moreover, as the commander, he can't just talk about it. Sigh, if Commander Lin Ling wants to make things difficult for us, we're willing to accept the punishment. But if Commander Lin Ling doesn't get eliminated in the Battle of the Divine List, we'll be fine. If not, we won't be able to swallow our pride. Many soldiers laughed. They had fought in life and death battles in the past, so they were straightforward and said whatever came to their minds. Bullshit. Commander Lin Ling is the king of scouts. He is definitely not weak. Many scouts immediately retorted. Lin Ling heard all the voices, but his expression did not change. He was unmoved. When a person is popular, there is a lot of trouble, especially in the barracks. Without strength, it is difficult to intimidate your subordinates. Brother Lin Ling can face it so calmly. In the distance, Commander Lin Ling and the others smiled. They were looking forward to it, but they were also afraid that Lin Ling would be eliminated. If that happened, it would be a slap to Lord Huangfu's face. After all, Lin Ling was the commander of Lord Huangfu's army. Dong dong dong, at this time, war drums sounded. An old man riding a flame qilin majestically appeared in the sky. I am the cavalry commander, and also the host of the first round of training. Remember, this is training, but outside, if you lose, you will lose your life. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Heaven Shaking Earth Martial God Canon. There are too many people, and there is no lack of people who are just here to make up the numbers. Therefore, more than half will be eliminated, and only 50 people will be left. Many people became nervous when they heard this. Currently, there were 1,000 people who had stepped forward, but only 50 would be left. It was very cruel. However, if they wanted to amaze everyone in the martial god barracks, cruelty was unavoidable. Everyone, follow me. Yes. The old man squeezed the qilin under him and led the army towards the mountain in the sky. When everyone landed, he said, a soldier must have the aura of a soldier. You must have a lofty and unyielding character that does not fear heaven and earth. If you don't have an aura, how can you be a soldier? Yes. Therefore, the first test is military aura. Many people became curious when they heard this. What was the test of training soldiers? Even Lin Ling was the same. He was looking forward to it. Lord Lin Ling, my respect for you is like a torrential river, like the overflowing heavenly river, unstoppable. At this time, a burly fatty beside him bowed to Lin Ling. He held 2 giant hammers, which seemed to be powerful immortal weapons. Siege soldiers? Lu Chengfeng was surprised. That's me. However, Lord Lin Ling, you won't be weaker than me in the first test, right? I'm looking forward to it. The fatty raised his head and said with a serious face. He seemed to be respectful to Lin Ling, but his words were full of mockery. Of course, this was normal. If Lin Ling was eliminated in the first round, then he would lose face as a Grand Commander. Lin Ling smiled and followed the fatty's gaze. He saw a young man looking at him from afar. It seemed that the fatty had received instructions from that young man, so he said that young man should be one of the commanders of the siege soldiers. The young man also noticed Lin Ling's gaze and smiled faintly. He had no grudges with Lin Ling, so he was not targeting Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was just like them, a new recruit. How could Lin Ling be a Grand Commander? Therefore, he wanted to watch Lin Ling put on a good show. Lin Ling immediately shook his head. He was too lazy to fight back against such a senseless action. Boom! Right at this moment, the mountain began to tremble. All around the sky, tens of thousands of horses galloped as the army of 10,000 realms charged over. This was a magnificent army. Moreover, there were experts riding monster kings from 12 directions, holding battle weapons and banners in their hands as they swept over. World King. These 12 powerhouses were actually world kings. Everyone present was at the martial emperor realm. Facing the suppression of a world king's aura, they were all startled like cicadas in winter. Moreover, no one knew if it was a real army or a fake one. A true soldier, even if there is only one person left, when facing the enemy's army of thousands, they will not be alarmed even if the sky collapses. This is the power of the army. At the foot of the mountain, the Grand Commander said indifferently. The first test was undoubtedly to test one's military prowess. However, don't think that those were fake. In fact, those thousands of soldiers and horses were all real. It was just that they looked very close, but in reality, they were very far away. However, because they were real, their aura was extremely terrifying. Even the soldiers at the foot of the mountain looked as if they were facing a great enemy. If it weren't for the presence of the Grand Commanders, they would have already panicked. When two armies fought, what was important was the morale of the army. If the morale of the army wasn't in chaos, then the army wouldn't be in chaos. And the so-called morale of the army was the commander of the army, the flag, puff. At this time, on the mountain, a massive number of soldiers began to fall down, one after another. They were afraid. This was because this was too real. Even falling flowers and flowing water paled. With their experience, they naturally knew that this wasn't fake, but real. They didn't know when this army would reach them. As for Lin Ling, he was surprised at first, but he gradually recovered. He also knew that the army around him was real. However, as someone who had lived 2 lives, just how many storms had he experienced? And most importantly, the aura of a world king powerhouse was something that Li Xiaoyao had experienced many times in his past life. In fact, he had even killed many world king powerhouses. Thus, Lin Ling didn't fear them too much. Moreover, he discovered that his left eye allowed him to calm down. It was actually analyzing the probability of death, and the result was that there was a 100% chance of death. This was because although this army was real, it would take a very long time for them to reach the Martial God Battalion. Since this was the case, he was even less afraid. He looked to the side and discovered that Lu Chunfeng and the others were trembling. Aya, outsiders can't help you with your aura. You can only rely on yourself. Lin Ling sighed. Time quietly passed. More and more people fell down, lying on the ground and shivering. Moreover, many people rushed down the mountain and were directly eliminated. The remaining people clenched their teeth and persevered. This was because they only needed to last until 50 people passed. The thousands of soldiers and horses still haven't arrived? Amidst the silence, Lin Ling's bored voice suddenly rang out. He even stretched his back lazily. The fat man beside him was trembling as he desperately tried to resist the aura. At this time, he heard Lin Ling's voice and immediately turned his head in horror. His fat face was filled with panic. The aura that he had been holding on to instantly collapsed. What did he see? He saw Lin Ling stretching his back. Moreover, after that, Lin Ling actually took out wine and drank it. Before, he had been provoking Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling wouldn't be eliminated faster than him. But now, he finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling had surpassed him by several hundred streets, and this was the Grand Commander. Do you need help? Lin Ling also looked at him indifferently and walked over. Leave? The fat man's heart thundered. At this moment, everyone was trembling. Let alone leaving, it was difficult for them to even say a word. This Grand Commander Lin Ling was actually walking. Boom, his heart felt like it was about to explode. coupled with the pressure from all around him, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Before he fainted, he only had one thing in his mind, freak. Although Lin Ling was the Grand Commander, he knew that Lin Ling was also a recruit. In fact, he was inferior to him. After all, he had been in the martial god barracks for more than 30 years, but now, a recruit had easily surpassed him. All these years of training in the martial god barracks had been for naught. Plop plop, more and more youths collapsed around them. Gradually, only 200 remained. Even Fairy Danran and the others had failed. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others clenched their teeth and held on, hoping that their opponents would be eliminated first. However, when they looked into the distance and saw Lin Ling drinking out of boredom, they almost vomited blood. They couldn't understand why Lin Ling wasn't afraid of the army. There was nothing they could do about it. They could only curse inwardly, perhaps because the remaining 200 youths had persevered. The army around them began to push out their cannons. Black cannon muzzles coldly aimed at them. These were heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine cannons. A single cannon was equal to a single strike from a World King powerhouse, and there were countless cannons here. Moreover, light began to gather at the muzzles of the cannons. With just a single blast, everyone would be reduced to ashes. This was an attack that surpassed 100% world essence. It could be said that a single blast could destroy an entire world. Like this, the remaining 200 youths felt their teeth chatter. They were prisoners on their way to the execution grounds. Countless heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine cannons would send them to hell. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The dignity of a superior. That was because they had followed the army into battle and knew how terrifying this type of cannon was. A single cannon could wipe out millions and millions of people. Heavens, they're using the cannon to attack us? More people shouted in panic as they rushed out of the mountain. It was humiliating. The commanders at the foot of the mountain snickered. Every time there was an assessment, there would always be a disgrace. Now, there was one. I wonder how many people will remain in the end. I wonder who will be able to remain calm in front of the martial god cannon. One of the commanders was looking forward to the outcome. There were only 100 people left on the mountain. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others almost ran away. But when they saw that Lin Ling had not been eliminated, they refused to admit defeat. They looked at Lin Ling, who was still drinking calmly. However, he wasn't the only one who remained calm. The army commander was also standing tall, and there were 2 others who wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed, especially the man and woman, who made Lin Ling's expression change. He didn't know which unit they belonged to, but they were indeed amazing. Lin Ling, not bad. You're not afraid of the martial god cannon. At this moment, the commander looked at Lin Ling with admiration. This caused the other 2 to look at Lin Ling as well. After all, they were still calm, but compared to Lin Ling, who was drinking lazily, their poise was much worse. Actually, I don't know what the martial god cannon is. Lin Ling shook his head. He was telling the truth. He wasn't a veteran, so he really didn't know what the martial god cannon was. This. The army commander was stunned. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others almost vomited blood. No wonder Lin Ling wasn't afraid. It turned out that the ignorant weren't afraid. They were too familiar with the martial god cannon, so the more they knew, the more afraid they were. Lin Ling's voice reached the foot of the mountain. Many soldiers and commanders widened their eyes. How could this be, especially Commander Lin Ling? He smiled bitterly. Thinking about it carefully, it was true that Lin Ling didn't know what the martial god cannon was. Lin Ling, you're taking advantage of the fact that the ignorant aren't afraid. You're despicable. Dbimo couldn't help but roar, because he was trembling. Lin Ling was drinking. Comparisons were odious. The martial god cannon is the weapon of the martial god battalion. One shot can destroy a world. Look, the martial god cannon is killing us. We're going to die. Flowing Water and Flowing Water said. Lin Ling boom. Everyone was silent. Even the commander's mouth was wide open. The martial god cannon was the symbol of the martial god battalion. It was only used against the enemy, not their own people. But now, the giant cannon was used against their own people. This was obviously against the rules. In fact, in reality, no one could use the martial god cannon to attack their own people. However, this was an assessment. Even if they couldn't, the commander would make the impossible possible in order to test the soldiers. However, Lin Ling reprimanded the martial god canon. This meant that Lin Ling didn't indulge in the military assessment. He knew that it was just an assessment. Forget it, the rest of you pass. The old man riding the Qilin said with a dark face. Lin Ling had exposed the maze of the assessment. Even if the rest of the people were afraid, they would still fight to the death when they thought that the martial god canon was just for show. As for the test, it was meaningless. This is the first strange situation in the military assessment. I thought the commander and the others were calm enough. However, Commander Lin Ling reprimanded the martial god canon. He is even calmer. I don't think the commander should participate in this training. But Lin Ling is a new recruit. He hasn't even been in the martial god battalion for a year. The commander at the foot of the mountain said with his eyes wide open. They had nothing to say to Lin Ling. Hearing this, Grand Commander Huang Qi shook his head helplessly. As a Grand Commander, he treats training soldiers as child's play. In my opinion, it's fine if he doesn't want to be a Grand Commander. Comrades, what do you all think? At this moment, a cold voice was heard. It was a tall and thin middle-aged man in blue armor. It was Commander Xianxia. Commander Huang Qi frowned. The man's words were provocative. He seemed to be targeting Lin Ling, however, his surname was Qian. Commander Huang Qi understood. That was because the surname of Tating Commandery was Qian. Commander Xianxia was obviously from Tating Commandery. Moreover, young Master Xianxia had been killed by Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling is surprising, Lin Ling is still a new recruit. It is rare for a new recruit to not be afraid of the martial god canon and to be calm. Aren't we training soldiers to test the new recruits? Most importantly, the first round of assessment is to assess military strength. Lin Ling was able to reprimand the martial god canon. Isn't that a sign of military strength? As a leader, he should have the dignity of a leader. Commander Huang Qi said with a smile. That's true. The general said that a leader shouldn't be too pedantic. He should be flexible. I agree with Commander Lin Ling. Moreover, although Lin Ling is a new recruit, he is still a commander. We have no right to reprimand him. The other commanders nodded. Commander Xianxia smiled as if he didn't care. However, there was a cold light in his eyes. This time was an exception. A total of 100 people had passed the first round. Many people were excited and laughed. It's all thanks to Commander Lin Ling. If it weren't for him, we would have been eliminated. He is indeed a commander. He is like our leader. Some soldiers who had passed the first round were excited. Luo Huashuijian and the others' faces darkened. They wanted to humiliate Lin Ling and wash away their previous humiliation. However, Lin Ling's reputation had increased greatly. This was not what they wanted to see. When Lin Ling walked down the mountain, many soldiers were cheering. Even the soldiers who were attacking the city admired Lin Ling. You bastard. The commander of the army looked at Lin Ling speechlessly. Lin Ling was reprimanding the martial god canon. Lin Ling's army was too ferocious. As for the man and woman in the distance, they also looked deeply at Lin Ling. The man's eyes were like a venomous snake's, and his gaze was ready to devour someone. Lin Ling frowned when he noticed the man's gaze. He didn't provoke the man. However, he thought that the others would be jealous of him since he had become a commander. Lin Ling didn't care about them. Rest for 3 hours. The second round will begin in the afternoon. The elder riding on the Qilin shouted, and everyone immediately dispersed. Arena battle. Lin Ling, Lu Chengfeng, and the others walked forwards. Lu Chengfeng and the others congratulated Lin Ling. Then, Lin Ling separated from them, wanting to find a quiet place to cultivate. As he walked forwards, Lin Ling suddenly felt something strange. There were soldiers walking all around him, but they seemed to be in a different world from him. This sort of feeling was very strange. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling continued forwards. However, that mysterious feeling became increasingly thick. Finally, he came to a stop. You've been following me for so long, it's about time you came out. Lin Ling lightly said. Eh? How did you discover me? The void rippled like water. A figure walked out like a mirror, startling Lin Ling. This person was extremely strong. The person who appeared was very unfamiliar. He was wearing blue armor and was tall. He looked down at Lin Ling from above. World King Powerhouse. Lin Ling thought to himself. I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself, otherwise if I attack you will die a miserable death. The blue-armored middle-aged man indifferently said as soon as he appeared. Hearing this, Lin Ling's complexion changed. This was the first time he had seen this person, and this person wanted to kill him? Moreover, this person wanted to kill him from a lofty position, as if this was some sort of reward for Lin Ling. And if I refuse? Lin Ling's voice turned cold. You have no right to refuse. The blue-armored middle-aged man stepped forwards, the killing intent on his face obvious. Haha, if you want to kill me, at least give me a reason. Seeing this, Lin Ling actually laughed, seeming as if nothing had happened. You don't have the qualifications to make me give you a reason. If I want you to die, then you had best die immediately. What surprised Lin Ling was that this person seemed to hold a deep grudge against him, not even bothering to give him a reason. Sorry, I'm very busy. I don't have time to chat with you. If you want to kill me, you'd better do it immediately. However, I don't think you'd dare to do it. Since the other party didn't say anything, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions. He walked forward in large strides, magnanimous and fearless. At this moment, the blue-armored middle-aged man was slightly surprised. With Lin Ling's strength, he actually wasn't afraid of him? He stretched out his hand, and a blue ball of light appeared in his palm. Within the ball of light, one could faintly see a vast land. This seemed to be a world. However, just as he was about to make his move, Lin Ling's voice drifted over. I'm certain that you won't be able to kill me. Instead, after the matter was exposed, you were punished by the Martial God Battalion for attacking your allies and violating the military rules. At that moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded out, causing the blue-armored middle-aged man's expression to change. Lin Ling was threatening him? What a joke. I can kill you without anyone knowing. What's more, you're just a new recruit. Even if the matter is exposed, what's the big deal? The middle-aged man in blue armor said coldly. Firstly, I'm not a new recruit. My position is the same as yours. Secondly, even though your cultivation is higher than mine, how can you be so sure that I don't have any methods to protect my life? Thirdly, unless you're confident that you possess a strength comparable to a great general, then make a move. Lin Ling didn't even look behind him and continued forward. His words caused the middle-aged man's entire body to tremble. Indeed, he wasn't sure that Lin Ling didn't have any methods to protect his life. Moreover, he just recalled that Lin Ling was a grand commander. In this way, he had to kill Lin Ling with a single strike, and he had to do it without anyone noticing. Otherwise, he would definitely be in trouble. His face instantly darkened. He'd come for young Master Thousand Face, but his enemy was right in front of him, yet he couldn't kill Xianxia. No, it should be said that he didn't dare to kill Xianxia. However, his enemy was carefree and fearless. It seems that you aren't too stupid. Then, let me remind you of something. Those who oppose me will not have a good ending. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated out once more. His last words were filled with monstrous killing intent. At this time, he didn't seem like a puny martial emperor. Rather, he had the aura of a world king powerhouse, filling the air. The middle-aged man looked deeply at Lin Ling. Then, he coldly snorted and left. He had come here to kill Lin Ling, but who would have thought that with just a few words, Lin Ling would be so eloquent that even a world king powerhouse like him didn't dare to attack. This was too shameful. Lin Ling continued forwards, a sneer on his face. He knew that the Grand Commander was absolutely enraged. In truth, he still didn't know why this person wanted to kill him. This was because in the martial god world, his only enemies were Tian Liuli and the others. However, his previous words weren't a bluff. This was because his white flag could withstand 2 attacks from a world king powerhouse. It was impossible for this person to silently kill him. It looks like I have to increase my strength as quickly as possible. Lin Ling thought to himself. His top priority right now was to convert his world essence as quickly as possible. If so, he would be able to use many powerful methods, at their boundary, they didn't have any other choice. Their only option was to convert their world essence. A few hours quietly passed. In the afternoon, the second round began. At the base of the mountain, a massive number of soldiers gathered, all of them filled with anticipation. They didn't know what the second round would be, but they would definitely be able to see the brilliance of those soldiers. The second round will be the arena battles of the divine list. There will be 10 arenas, and the arena master of each arena will become the final 10 people. The old man riding the Kirin said. As these words fell, the entire audience was shocked. Victory and defeat were about to be decided in the second round. As for the 100 participants, all of them were excited. Although victory and defeat have been decided in the second round, the remaining 10 people can compete for the top 3 positions. The top 3 can make any request to the Martial God Battalion, and the first place will be rewarded with a Martial God cannon. The old man riding the Kirin said once more. Bang, a single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. With the Martial God cannon, it was equivalent to an attack from a World King powerhouse. Everyone was moved by this reward. Moreover, those who entered the top 3 could make any request. For example, they could ask for some world essence martial arts, cultivation resources, and so on. Even Lin Ling's heart was surging with excitement. He was going to be the first. The Martial God cannon was an attack from a World King powerhouse. How could he not be moved? Alright, let's begin the distribution of arenas. Also, let me remind you that in the arena battles, life and death are up to fate. Along with the last sound, the war drums sounded. Around the mountain, 8 huge stone drums floated up, exuding a strong military aura. The stone drums seemed to be extremely powerful immortal weapons, and those were the arenas. Following that, rays of light shot out, and the participating soldiers all had a jade token in their hands. As for Lin Ling, he was assigned to the 9th arena. Next, the arena battles began. On the first arena, the military lord was the first to fight. He had the strength to move mountains and rivers, erupting with 30% of his world essence and easily defeating his opponent. Seeing this, the crowd began to squirm. 30% of world essence was something only a commander could have. It was obviously very difficult for a soldier to have such strength. It could be said that unless the military lord met a commander, he was invincible. The military lord will definitely occupy the top 10. Look over there, Ling Wulai has also made his move. Wow, he defeated his opponent in 5 moves. Many people looked at the other arenas and saw the scene of Ling Wulai rebuking the wind and clouds. After the latter one, his eyes swept around and fell on Lin Ling. He waved at Lin Ling. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The first opponent in the arena, Commander Lin Ling, won the first round easily, which made Ling Wulai even more jealous of him. Commander Ling Wulai is declaring war on Commander Lin Ling. Commander Lin Ling is indeed powerful, but is he a match for Commander Ling Wulai? I don't know. But I think the most powerful scout is the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. Many people had not seen Lin Ling fight, so they were not very confident in Lin Ling Rogue Ling. Since Ling Wulai had declared war, Lin Ling naturally responded with a tit-for-tat response. Rogue? Many soldiers couldn't help but laugh when they heard Lin Ling's words. Even Grand Commander Huang Qi and the others laughed out loud. Was this a rogue commander? Being the soldier of this rogue commander, it seems like it's really hard to endure. Lin Ling, you've got guts. Don't meet me. Ling Wulai was originally a dazzling existence in the arena, but now he had become a laughingstock. He was furious. Lin Ling did not look at him and began to pay attention to the other arenas. Except for the 2 mysterious commanders, 1 male and 1 female, the others were not worth mentioning. Among them, the chess boy was defeated quickly. He was unlucky to have met a commander. Suddenly, he was in a bad mood. When he walked down from the ring and saw Lin Ling's faint smile, he suddenly felt a sense of defeat. Everyone was from the same group of scouts. However, Lin Ling and the others had all made a name for themselves with the Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and Lin Ling, while he, the chess boy, was on the decline. Are you laughing at me? The chess boy stared at Lin Ling and said angrily. No, victory and defeat are common. Don't worry about it. Lin Ling said with a smile. His words touched the chess boy's heart. Now, Di Baimo and the others were laughing at him, except for Tang Yue, who was on good terms with them. So, she did not laugh at him. However, Lin Ling actually comforted him? Thank you. The chess boy's view of Lin Ling had changed. In fact, I never thought that you could win. However, Lin Ling's next words almost made chess boy vomit blood. No wonder they didn't mock him, because Lin Ling didn't think highly of him at all. You've got guts. When it's your turn, you'll be eliminated too. The chess boy said fiercely, but he did not leave. He stayed by Lin Ling's side. Of course, Tang Yue also ran over and joined in the fun. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. As more and more people were eliminated, the battles in the arena became more and more exciting. Among them, Tang Yue also went on stage. After an intense battle, she eliminated her opponent. Following which, she walked back proudly and gave the chess boy a sarcastic look. She then stared arrogantly at Lin Ling. In fact, when facing a soldier who only has 20% of his realm origin, you can defeat him with 20% of your realm origin. To reveal your trump card with 30% of your realm origin right from the start, your combat experience is too weak. However, her arrogance was exchanged with Lin Ling's regretful words. You rascal. Tang Yue wanted to hear Lin Ling's praise, not to pour cold water on her. Hee hee. Fairy Danran and the others laughed at the side, making Tang Yue frown. This unruly princess seemed to be very willful and domineering. Of course, in front of Lin Ling, she had no right to be domineering. Arena number 9, Lin Ling vs Prince of Lanling. At this moment, it was Lin Ling's turn to fight. The 10 arenas fell silent instantly. That was because Lin Ling was the Grand Commander, an anomaly among the crowd. Until now, not many people knew his true strength, so they were looking forward to Lin Ling's fight. As for the soldiers who knew nothing about Lin Ling's strength, they hoped that Lin Ling would be eliminated from the start. The reason was because they wanted to watch a good show. Of course, such a thing was unlikely. Lin Ling soon appeared in the arena. His opponent was a rank 7 martial emperor. His height was similar to Lin Ling's and he was quite handsome. However, when he saw Lin Ling, his face turned serious. He did not think that he could defeat Lin Ling. You won't kill me, right? The young man called Prince of Lanling said first. Hearing this, Lin Ling was startled. Although he had killed many people and was the Grand Commander, he was not ruthless. He would not kill anyone he did not like. What do you think? Lin Ling said with a smile. That's possible. Prince of Lanling's face turned serious. Being able to reach Lin Ling's level, he was definitely not a flower in a greenhouse. Don't worry, there is no enmity between us. I won't kill you. Lin Ling was even more depressed. Did he look like a murderous demon? Thank you, Grand Commander Lin Ling. I know that I can't defeat you, but I would like to see my limit. Moreover, I would like to see the Grand Commander's limit as well. Sorry for the offense. Prince of Lanling seemed to be relieved. Then, he unleashed a blue law and his boundary essence rippled, 20% of his boundary essence. No wonder he did not have the confidence to defeat Lin Ling. This strength was extremely powerful for a new recruit. However, it was obviously too weak for a Grand Commander. Lanling palm. He did not waste any time and slammed his palm towards Lin Ling. At the current martial emperor realm, because the boundary essence was not fused with one's talent, the attacks were very simple. However, they could not be underestimated because if these attacks were to land in the myriad world, it would be enough to destroy the heavens and earth. I wonder how Grand Commander Lin Ling will deal with this. I heard that he also has 20% of his boundary essence. He will probably fight force with force, 20% of his boundary essence. That was when he just entered the martial god camp. Now, it should be more than that. The crowd discussed animatedly. Even falling flowers and flowing water swords stared at the stage, wanting to know Lin Ling's strength. However, they were about to be disappointed. On Lin Ling's body, the godly demon body erupted. The godly demon and the godly demon roared, one on the left and one on the right. They were like protectors of heaven and earth. Moreover, the surging law of fire also spurted out, making him look like he was born from the flames. His palm shot out from the flames and collided with the opponent's palm. No way, he's not using his boundary essence? The crowd opened their mouths wide. They wanted to see Grand Commander Lin Ling's strength, but in the end, Grand Commander Lin Ling was hiding his strength. He's courting death. falling flowers and flowing water sword immediately shouted. The law against the boundary essence, it was like an egg hitting a rock. However, there were exceptions to everything. Although an ant was weak, it could still bite an elephant to death. When the law and physical strength reached the limit, miracles would be born. Bang, the two palms collided and the two figures were sent flying. Lin Ling retreated 50 steps while his opponent retreated 100 steps. Lin Ling, although he did not defeat his opponent in one move, he obviously had the upper hand. However, to the crowd, this was abnormal because Lin Ling did not use his boundary essence. Instead, he used his law to collide. Even Grand Commander Huang Qi and the others narrowed their eyes. They never thought that at this moment, there would still be someone who cultivated his physical strength. Amazing. You're the first person who didn't use your boundary essence to fight me to a draw. However, I don't believe that Grand Commander won't use his boundary essence. Prince Lanling's eyes were filled with admiration. However, he also threw caution to the wind. The two of them quickly clashed again. Lin Ling relied on his flames and physical strength to suppress his opponent. In fact, he did not use his boundary essence because he wanted to familiarize himself with his physical strength. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations the owner of the arena. Bang. 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 Even so, Prince Lanling was still losing ground. However, the more he fought, the braver he became. Great. You are indeed the #1 warrior under me. Someone suddenly shouted. It was Wu Qingzi. Prince Lanling was obviously a scout under Wu Qingzi. Hence, Wu Qingzi felt proud of him. Lin Ling was also moved. That was because Prince Lanling was fighting with his life on the line. Even though he knew that he couldn't win, he insisted on fighting until he was exhausted. What a stubborn character. He is just like me when I was young. Lin Ling finally used 10% of his boundary essence and defeated Prince Lanling easily. Finally, the commander used his boundary essence. Prince Lanling only had one objective. That was to let Lin Ling defeat him with his boundary essence. That was a form of affirmation to him. Although he was weak, he had his dignity. He couldn't let Master Lin Ling look down on him. Which barracks are you from? After defeating Prince Lanling, Lin Ling looked at Prince Lanling and asked. Master, I am from the scout camp. I belong to Wu Qingzi. Although Prince Lanling was injured, he still went down on one knee. Very good. From today onwards, you will be in my barracks. Lin Ling smiled and turned to leave. Really? Prince Lanling was elated. He knew how proud it was to be able to enter Lin Ling's barracks. Among all the scouts, the soldiers in Lin Ling's barracks were of the highest status. Now, he had the chance to do so. Many scouts stared at Prince Lanling enviously. This guy actually made Master Lin Ling happy. He was too lucky. Lin Ling, don't go overboard. He is my soldier. Prince Lanling, I dare you to betray me. At this moment, Wu Qingzi roared in anger. Lin Ling had snatched his soldier in front of everyone. This was a humiliation to him. Your position is lower than mine. You are not qualified to speak to me. Stop. However, Lin Ling said with disdain. His words made Wu Qingzi tremble in anger, but he had nothing to say. His position is lower than mine, so he has no right to speak to me. What kind of contempt was this? On arena number 9, Lin Ling had undoubtedly become the focus of attention. However, Lin Ling's luck was not very good. Not long after he left the stage, it was his turn again. His opponent was a rank 8 martial emperor. His boundary essence seemed to have exceeded 20%, but not 30%. As soon as his opponent appeared, he looked at Lin Ling with a serious expression. He didn't think that he could win, but he wanted Commander Lin Ling to pay the price. Lord Lin Ling, you don't want to defeat me so easily. His opponent was the first to speak. He was thin and weak, but his eyes were filled with pride. Oh. Lin Ling looked at him with interest. It's Commander Xianxia. Finally, a commander is going to fight Lin Ling. From what I can tell, this battle is going to be very exciting. However, Commander Lin Ling will win. It's just a question of how he'll win. Many soldiers' blood was boiling. Lin Ling had become a thorn in their side because of his fame. Everyone wanted to see how strong Lin Ling was, and some wanted to see Lin Ling defeated. There were all kinds of thoughts. You can't defeat me. Lin Ling naturally heard the voices around him, but he didn't care. I know, but it won't be easy for you to win. Xianxia activated his boundary essence. The law was thousands of spears and tens of thousands of arrows. In the end, it formed the power of the boundary essence, which was extremely condensed. It seemed that he was not far from converting 30% of his boundary essence. Of course, he also knew that it would be very difficult to defeat Lin Ling with his current boundary essence. The strength of the boundary essence doesn't mean that the more you control, the better. Instead, you have to be familiar with the control. This is like being familiar with the power of a boundary essence. Therefore, the more familiar you are with the control of the boundary essence, the more chances you have to turn defeat into victory. A black boundary essence spear appeared in Xianxia's hand. It was like a lightning spear, erupting with a terrifying aura. Hearing this, Lin Ling was a little stunned. You are giving me pointers? He could hear that Xianxia's words carried a hint of pointers. It's not pointers, I'm just expressing some of my opinions. Of course, you don't have to care, because victory or defeat will prove everything. Xianxia immediately said. Although his words were a little modest, to put it bluntly, he was still giving Lin Ling pointers. Spear leaf boundary essence. Then, he threw his spear at Lin Ling, causing the void to explode. Many soldiers were stunned, and then they cheered wildly. So that's how it is. When the control of the boundary essence reached a certain level, it would break out of the body and form a long-range attack. So this was what Xianxia meant before, to be able to make the boundary essence break out of the body, from a certain point of view, as long as he wasn't approached by the enemy, he would be invincible. Commander Xianxia, do your best. Who knows, maybe he'll win. The soldiers who didn't know the situation were all in high spirits. However, the faces of falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were ugly. Boundary essence? If they remembered correctly, Lin Ling had already reached this level when he killed the Lord of the Commandery on the prairie. Commander Xianxia was obviously looking for the wrong person to act tough. Boom, the boundary essence blasted into the arena, forming the power of a world explosion. Success? Xianxia was stunned. He seemed to have hit Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's strength was stronger, as long as he was hit by the boundary essence, he should be seriously injured even if he didn't die. This meant that he seemed to have won. He defeated the Grand Commander. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth cracked open, and he couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Of course, his laughter didn't last long. In the distance, a figure appeared. It was Lin Ling. Reciprocity demands reciprocity. You gave me pointers before, so I'll give you pointers as well. Although the boundary energy can break out of the body and kill enemies from thousands of miles away, please, you still need to be accurate. I stood there for half a day, and your boundary energy spear actually only shot at my feet. You should cultivate for a few more years. After saying this, Lin Ling punched out, and he also released his boundary essence. However, the fist-shaped boundary essence was as fast as an arrow, and it was fatal. Bang, Xianxia's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he was hit in the chest and smashed outside the arena. However, at this moment, he wanted nothing more than to dig 3 feet into the ground and hide, because he had lost, and this wasn't a big deal. The main thing was that not only was his strength weak, but he actually dared to act tough. He thought he could release his boundary essence, so he gave Lin Ling some pointers. However, Lin Ling showed him what it meant to release boundary essence. Haha, this Commander Xianxia is too interesting. He thinks he can create a miracle. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Haha. He said it so well before, but in the end, he was slapped in the face by Lord Lin Ling. Haha. As expected, mocking laughter sounded. Ah. Haha. Commander Xianxia roared angrily, held his face, and ran away. Shameful, so shameful. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. These battles were only a warm-up. As for falling flowers and flowing water, they narrowed their eyes. Until now, they still couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength. This made them very disappointed. After 500 moves, the outcome was decided. The number of people in the 10 arenas gradually decreased. Basically, those who remained were the strongest among the commanders, and Lin Ling was fighting for the 3rd time. The opponent wasn't weak at all, having 30% of realm essence, also a leader. Everyone thought that this battle would be very exciting, but the commander of the archers directly admitted defeat. Although his world essence was stronger than Commander Xianxia's, his comprehension of world essence was very weak. He couldn't unleash his attacks, but Lin Ling could. This meant that he could only be a living rake, thus, Lin Ling became the master of the 9th arena. Everything was well-deserved, many of the soldiers began to daydream. For Lin Ling to be able to become a great commander, it seemed that his strength was indeed not weak. However, the battles of the commanders in the other arenas were also extremely exciting, especially in the Battle of Falling Flowers and Flowing Water. His opponent was Ling Wulai. Needless to say, this battle was extremely exciting. Ling Wulai, the number 1 boat commander, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, the number 1 scout commander. This was also a clash between two number 1 commanders. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword. Among the commanders of the scouts, only you are worthy of my attention. Facing you, I only have 50% confidence. Before the battle began, Ling Wulai's voice was heard. Hearing this, Dbimo and the others snorted coldly. If the Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword was the first commander of the scouts, then what were they? Trash. Just thinking about it made him unhappy. Thank you, but don't think that I will look down on you just because you complimented me. Blossoming Flowing Water Sword said indifferently, but his face was still filled with pride. Like Dbimo and Wu Qingzi, they are indeed weak. Oh, I forgot to mention. And that Commander Lin Ling, he is not worthy of my attention. Of course, he is a commander and not a scout commander, so he is not my opponent. Ling Wulai said again. After that, he glanced at Dbimo and the others, including Lin Ling, with contempt. What? Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword is the number 1 scout? Then what about Commander Lin Ling? Who knows? Anyway, Ling Wulai is not weak. If he is afraid of the Falling Flowers Water Sword, then the Falling Flowers Water Sword must be stronger. As for Lin Ling, didn't you see? He was just lucky. His opponents in Arena number 9 were not strong. If he met Ling Wulai, he would definitely lose. The crowd made all kinds of noises, as if they all agreed that Blossoming Flowing Water Sword was the best scout. As for Lin Ling, he only had the advantage of a position. Let's fight. The two of them quickly intertwined. Staring at the arena, Lin Ling immediately shook his head. That guy called Scoundrel Ling really had a pair of dog eyes. Hee, Lord Lin Ling, it seems that you can only be arrogant in front of soldiers and ordinary commanders. In front of the number 1 commander, you can't even enter their eyes. Next to him, the chess boy immediately laughed gloatingly. Of course, in fact, I also think that Blossoming Flowing Water Sword is the number 1 commander. Maybe even Dbimo is stronger than Lin Ling. Tang Yue said, as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. But Blossoming Flowing Water Sword is really powerful. He is the successor of the 10 Sword Celestials in Green Province. He has been the number 1 genius since he was a child. Of course, he is now the number 1 genius. Of course, after laughing, the chess boy said with admiration. Nonsense. Lord Lin Ling hasn't fought yet. It's too early to say this. Lu Chengfeng, who was next to him, was dissatisfied. Hee, that's because your vision is too narrow. Wait until you see Blossoming Flowing Water Swords fight, then you will know how powerful he is. The chess boy smiled disdainfully, which made it difficult for Lu Chengfeng to refute. In this case, how about a bet? If I defeat any one of them, the black and white chess pieces on your body will belong to me. As for Tang Yue, the jade token on your waist will belong to me. How about that? At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile. When the two of them heard this, their faces immediately changed. This was because the things that Lin Ling mentioned were extremely precious. They were left behind by their masters. You don't dare? Lin Ling smiled again. He could naturally see that those treasures were extraordinary. If they were used to forge the tyrannical song sword, it would be even more powerful. Why wouldn't I dare? However, Tang Yue quickly nodded her head. She wasn't being generous, but she felt that it was impossible for Lin Ling to win. Alright, if I lose, then from now on, I will call you lords whenever I see you. How about that? Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Lin Ling continued to tempt them. You are the great commander, our superior. You have to call us lords whenever you see us. This is a good bet. The chess boy and Tang Yue looked at each other and immediately laughed excitedly. How about another bet? I say that they will be evenly matched within 500 moves. After 500 moves, the victor will be decided. Do you dare? Lin Ling said again. Lord Lin Ling, aren't you being too arrogant? The chess boy exclaimed. In a battle between martial artists, unless there was a huge gap between their realms, it was difficult to determine how many moves one would lose. For example, if the opponent was not in the right state, or if one was careless, it was possible to lose within 10 moves. Let's bet. Tang Yue nodded her head and stared at Lin Ling. She wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. Great. The loser will have tea and back massage. Lin Ling clapped his hands and said. Tang Yue and the rest nodded their heads. They would definitely win this bet. However, the result was unexpected. In the arena, Luo Hua and Tang Yue didn't meet force with force at the beginning. Instead, they met force with force. Obviously, both of them were very cautious. In this way, 100 moves passed quietly. Next, the boundary essences collided and it was another 100 moves. When 30% of their boundary essences erupted, 400 moves had passed. There were excited cheers all around. The battle was extremely exciting, but Tang Yue and the rest were sweating profusely. Gradually, 450 moves, 460, 70, 80, when it was 499 moves, Ling Wulai showed signs of losing. The chess boy and the rest laughed. Was he going to lose? However, at the critical moment, Ling Wulai erupted with 50% of his boundary essence. This was a boundary essence martial art. Amazing. It's a mid-grade boundary essence martial art. No wonder Ling Wulai is the commander. Wait, look. Luo Hua and Tang Yue also attacked. He also has a mid-grade boundary essence martial art. They have exchanged 3 moves. Sigh, Ling Wulai is going to lose. The crowd kept cheering. Finally, after 502 moves, Ling Wulai was defeated. How did you know it would end after 500 moves? Tang Yue stared at the arena. She couldn't help but scream. Lin Ling was too godly. Lin Ling didn't explain. He said slowly, prepare tea and back massage. Also, prepare tea for Lu Qingfeng and the rest. You bastard. I am a princess. A princess doesn't need tea? You are ruthless. After the fierce battle ended, the soldiers saw Tang Yue and the other 2 commanders pouring tea for Lin Ling and the others and massaging their backs like slaves. Tang Yue was the princess of one of the 4 upper commanderies and the disciple of a chess boy. Both of them were proud and arrogant. Yet, they were pouring tea for Lin Ling? It was a rare scene. Don't use too much strength. Are you trying to kill me? Sigh. Lin Ling sat on the chair and said lazily. At this moment, he had the demeanor of a commander. You are a bastard. Sigh. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Coward. Tang Yue, let's put up with it. Lin Ling is going to fight Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword. If he loses, we'll take back the humiliation we suffered today. Qi Tong said reluctantly. He noticed that many people were laughing at them. Lin Ling was naturally too lazy to pay attention to their whispering. His gaze was fixed on the arena. That Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword was indeed quite capable. He hoped to see how powerful his sword was. Awesome. You deserve to be the first scout commander. I'm convinced. Ling Wulai walked down from the arena and said. He had already regarded Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword as the first scout commander. He looked at Dimo and Lin Ling and said, you should believe what I said. You're not as good as me. How can you defeat Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword? Dimo and the others all looked solemn. At this moment, they were somewhat convinced. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't want to talk nonsense with this arrogant guy. The second round was over. The 10 commanders had become the most dazzling existences. However, the third round was coming. It was the last round. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are in the last 10. There is a rule in the third round. Those who are eliminated can challenge one of the 10 people. If the challenged person loses, then they will be eliminated. This rule is to tell you not to think that you are infallible. The old man riding the Kylan said indifferently. In the third round, everyone has to fight 3 battles. After the eliminated person challenges 1 battle, the remaining 2 battles will be fought among the 10 people. Are you dissatisfied? After that voice drifted out, many people nodded, and they became even more excited. Lin Ling also nodded. This rule was very fair. As for the great commanders and other experts, they became serious. The previous battles were child's play. This was the most exciting battle. Okay, let's draw lots to choose the order of battle. 10 ancient steels floated in the sky. There were no words on the steels. Words would only appear after the selection was made. They were from 1 to 10. The first one would have the right to choose his opponent. After that, the 10 people who were about to fight began to draw lots. When it was Lin Ling's turn, his left eye silently stared at the sky, and he instantly noticed that his left eye had actually seen through those mysterious stone steels. This caused Lin Ling to be astonished. At first, his eyes could see through time, and gradually, he could see the world of a world. Now that he was in the martial god world, he could actually see through the essence of things. The martial god realm was the core of the universe. If one wanted to see through the time and everything here, they would need to be a top-notch martial god who controlled this world. However, he had a feeling that his left eye would be able to see the core of the myriad worlds in the future. That one. Immediately, Lin Ling pointed at one of the stone steels. A number immediately appeared on the stone steel. It was 1. This meant that Lin Ling had the right to be the first to choose his opponent. He could choose weaker opponents. As long as he won 3 matches, he had hope of entering the top 3. Commander Lin Ling's luck is really good. From the beginning until now, there's no need to talk about his luck. Maybe he's the Grand Commander, so he's given special treatment. Seeing this, some people said sarcastically. They felt that Lin Ling had won too easily. Even Commander Huang Qi and the others were a little surprised. However, they thought that Lin Ling was just lucky. Lin Ling, come and fight me. At this moment, a roar was heard. Many people looked over and saw that it was Commander Ling Wulai who had spoken. Oh, scoundrel Ling, you want to fight me? Lin Ling looked at Ling Wulai indifferently. Ling Wulai's forehead was filled with blue veins when he heard Ling Wulai call him a scoundrel. However, Ling Wulai endured it. Those who are eliminated can challenge the top 10. This is the rule. So, I want to fight you. Do you want to fight me? Ling Wulai walked forward step by step. His armor shone with dazzling light. He wanted to trample on Lin Ling and make the Grand Commander lose face. Ling Wulai, the first commander of the boat division, had a fierce battle with the first commander of the scout division. Ling Wulai is not weak. This battle is going to be more exciting. I wonder if Commander Lin Ling or Ling Wulai will win. Let's see. Everyone was looking forward to the battle. However, Lin Ling just smiled and did not speak. Commander Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid to fight, would he? Someone asked suspiciously. It's not strange that Commander Lin Ling is afraid to fight. After all, Lin Ling is not an ordinary commander. He's the first commander of the boat division. In terms of time, Commander Lin Ling has been in the Martial God Battalion for a shorter time. He won't lose face even if he doesn't fight. Someone among the scouts said, trying to save Lin Ling's face. Even if that's the case, it's too shameful for a commander to not dare to fight a commander. That's right. If a commander doesn't dare to fight, how can he be called a commander? The soldiers of the other troop classes naturally added insult to injury. However, Falling Flower, Flowing Water and the others were stunned. Lin Ling was afraid to fight? The reason was simple. Lin Ling was afraid of Ling Wulai. After all, Ling Wulai had fought before and displayed his strength. Lin Ling knew Ling Wulai's strength, so he thought he was inferior to Ling Wulai. That means he's inferior to me. Falling Flower, Flowing Water was excited. He was the first scout. Are you really afraid to fight? Lin Ling, you're a coward. Ling Wulai laughed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be afraid to fight. Coward. Instantly, his contemptuous voice spread throughout the Martial God Battalion. That's too much. How rude. Lu Chengfeng and the others were furious. If Ling Wulai scolded Lin Ling as a coward in front of all the soldiers, who would believe in Lin Ling in the future? They would probably laugh at him secretly. Lin Ling is right not to fight. Although his reputation is important, his life is more important. Tang Yue shook her head and said. Her words stunned Lu Chengfeng and the others. They could vaguely hear that Tang Yue was worried about Lin Ling's safety. He doesn't dare to fight? Among the commanders, the blue-armored commander Xianxia frowned. This was not what he wanted to see. He wanted to see Lin Ling die in the arena. However, Lin Ling admitted defeat when facing someone who was stronger than him. If so, how could he kill Lin Ling? Xianxia immediately looked at one of the 10 people. That person was holding a long halberd. His face was cold and he was wearing a red cloak and red armor. He looked majestic. The Divine List is a training ground for the commanders and the soldiers. As a commander, you don't dare to accept the challenge from the other commanders. Are you still a soldier? Are you still a man? Moreover, according to the rules of the 3rd round, the last 10 people have to accept the challenge from the one who was eliminated. If you refuse, it means you admit defeat. A coward as the commander of the scouts. What a joke. What a joke. But let me tell you, coward, my first battle is with you. I want you to lose 2 battles in a row. The red-armored man kicked the halberd at his feet and pointed it at Lin Ling from afar, his eyes filled with contempt. Coward. Translator, Transin editor, Transin he thought too highly of himself. It's Commander Hong Qing. The soldiers were shocked. Hong Qing was the number 1 commander of the halberd troop. She was a cold and ruthless person. She had been ordered by the Martial God Battalion to capture a wanted criminal in the Infinite Water Boundary. However, she had destroyed the entire Infinite Water Boundary and killed billions of people. After that, no one dared to provoke her. It could be said that in terms of ferocity, he was number 1 among all the commanders. She wants to fight Lin Ling. Commander. The commander suddenly frowned. He was extremely wary of Commander Hong Qing. Lin Ling's face darkened. He didn't offend her, but she was being so aggressive. Moreover, he was jealous of Lin Ling. This was nothing, but Lin Ling could clearly sense the murderous intent in his eyes. She wanted to kill him. She wanted to kill him even though there was no enmity between them. Haha, what a coward. However, Commander Hong Qing, Lord Lin Ling is my opponent. You don't have to fight him. He should fight me first. All right. As for Ling Wulai, he said with a smile. They both seemed to think that Lin Ling was their prey. The 2 of them echoed each other while Lin Ling remained silent. This caused many people to sympathize with Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was still the Grand Commander. The old man on the Qilin side and said, since Commander Lin Ling doesn't dare to fight me, then I'll consider this battle as an admission of defeat. Commander Lin Ling has lost one of the 3 battles. Before he could finish his sentence, an indifferent voice sounded, wait. The crowd looked over and saw that it was Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling had finally chosen to fight for his pride? However, it was normal. He had been called a coward. No one would be able to endure it. However, showing off without strength would only make him lose face. Oh, he decided to fight me? Ling Wulai looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. Instead, he looked at the old man in the sky and said, my lord, do I have to accept Ling Wulai's challenge? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man riding the Qilin was stunned. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Those who were eliminated could challenge one of the 10 people. This was a rule that everyone knew. Ling Wulai laughed and wanted to say something. However, Lin Ling's voice sounded again. Doesn't the one who drew lot number 1 have the right to choose first? As soon as he finished speaking, all the laughter stopped. The old man riding the Qilin was also stunned. He had forgotten about this matter. Previously, Ling Wulai wanted to challenge Lin Ling. However, he had forgotten that Lin Ling had the right to choose the first battle. If Ling Wulai wanted to challenge Lin Ling, he could only choose the second battle. As a person who had been eliminated, he wasn't qualified to challenge Lin Ling. Ling Wulai was speechless. There will always be some mad dogs when training soldiers on the Divine List. Others haven't even spoken yet, but they are already complacent and self-righteous. They even think that they have won everything. Moreover, they overestimate themselves and ridicule others as cowards. Is such a short-sighted person really qualified to be a commander? Lin Ling's voice sounded again. The crowd knew that he was talking about Lin Ling. However, it was true. Lin Ling had the right to choose first. Who was Ling Wulai? Who was he to challenge? He was a mad dog. Are you calling me a mad dog? Ling Wulai's face darkened and he said, I admit that you have the right to choose first. However, if you don't dare to fight, you are a coward. You can't change that. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't want to talk nonsense. He would prove it with his actions. He flew out and landed on the stone drum arena in the sky. Commander Lin Ling was going to fight. The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling had been silent. They thought that Lin Ling was afraid. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He had the right to choose his opponent. Ling Wulai felt as if he had been slapped in the face. His body was trembling with anger. However, he sneered and said, You have guts. Okay, I will fight with you. He wanted to walk out. However, a sword was pointed at him from the stone drum arena and he said, Did I ask you to fight? You are too weak. I don't want to fight with you. Don't want to fight with you. Lin Ling's voice was like a war drum that echoed throughout the martial god battalion. Even Commander Huang Qi and the others opened their mouths wide. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Falling flowers flowing water sword, come up. However, Lin Ling's next sentence was like a thunderclap, causing the soldiers to feel dizzy and dizzy. Lin Ling didn't want to fight with Ling Wulai because Lin Ling wanted to choose his opponent. His opponent was Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. In fact, everyone knew who was stronger between Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and Ling Wulai. Suddenly, countless loud slaps fell on Ling Wulai's face. He was so ashamed that he didn't know where to hide his face. Lin Ling had jumped over him and challenged the expert above him. He wasn't even qualified to be Lin Ling's opponent. He was like a clown. Haha, Ling Wulai thought that he was great. In the end, Lord Lin Ling didn't even like him. He thinks too highly of himself. After a moment of silence, all the scouts laughed mockingly. As for Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, he was extremely surprised that Lin Ling wanted to challenge him. Instantly, he flew to the stone drum arena in the sky and said lightly, What a surprise. Looking at Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, Di Baimo and the others were looking forward to it. They had lost to Lin Ling in the past. Today, they wanted to see Lin Ling being humiliated. Both of them are at rank 8 Martial Emperor realm. However, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword has more than 30% of his boundary origin. Moreover, he has cultivated a rank 1 boundary origin martial skill and can erupt with 5% of his boundary origin. Together with the green boundary sword in his hand, his boundary origin can barely reach 50%. Commander Huang Qi, Lin Ling came out with you. How is his strength? Many of the commanders below the stone drum arena squinted their eyes and asked. They weren't familiar with Lin Ling. As for Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, they were very clear about his strength because of the previous battle. In fact, they didn't think that Lin Ling could win. Commander Huang Qi smiled bitterly and said, when he was cultivating in the martial god barracks, he converted 20% of his boundary origin. I don't know what happened next. However, his cultivation level rose quickly. When we first met, he was only at rank 4 Martial Emperor realm. Hearing this, the commanders gasped. It was indeed rare for someone to rise 4 cultivation levels in such a short period of time. However, it is only 20% of his boundary origin. Even if he has been cultivating hard, he can only convert 30% of his boundary origin. In terms of martial skills and weapons, he is weak. Soon, a commander sighed and said. Lin Ling shouldn't be able to win. In fact, Commander Huang Qi thought so too. Although Lin Ling had defeated young Master Thousand Face, young Master Thousand Face's avatar only had 10% of his boundary origin. It wouldn't be difficult to defeat them one by one. I am the number 1 commander. Lord Lin Ling, your position is only higher than mine. Don't think that you have surpassed me in strength. At that moment, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword gradually became excited in the stone drum arena. Old and new grudges could be resolved together. Moreover, he could also prove that he was the real Scout King. Battle for the first commander. The falling flowers and flowing water sword was unsheathed. When the sword was unsheathed, the falling flowers were in full profusion. The merciless flowing water, like a shooting star, it shot towards Lin Ling. The sword was fast. Many of the scouts and commanders present couldn't see through that sword. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and also drew his sword. Clang! Sword tips collided with sword tips. Terrifying world essence energy erupted, capable of engulfing an entire world. The two figures retreated at the same time. One retreated 100 meters, while the other retreated 200 meters. On the other hand, Lin Ling had retreated 200 meters. He seemed to have fallen into a disadvantageous position from the start. Amazing! With just his physical body and talent, in addition to 20% of his realm essence, he actually blocked 30% of my realm essence. The falling flowers flowing water sword waved his sword and said, "But I still say the same thing. You should study harder in the field of dimensional transformation and not waste your time on other fields." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked again. Flower petals fluttered in the air. With this sword, his boundary essence had increased. By borrowing the sword in his hand, he actually reached 40% of his realm essence, terrifying to this degree. Obviously, he wanted to win beautifully, so he attacked like a storm right from the start. Seeing this, many people stopped breathing, and their minds were constantly analyzing, but from the looks of it, Commander Lin Ling shouldn't be able to block that sword. Lost, he's definitely lost. Tang Yue and the chessboy looked at each other. Both of them were a little excited, looking forward to the bet after Lin Ling lost. As for Lin Ling, he stood there like a pine tree. In the previous sword strike, he clearly didn't even use 50% of his strength. The reason was that he wanted to see what the boundary essence of the falling flowers flowing water sword was like, and the result was that the other party was able to release his realm essence, moreover fuse it with his innate talent. Although the fusion was very small, it was still worthy of praise. It seemed that while he was bitterly cultivating, others were also bitterly cultivating and growing. The competition in the martial god realm was very fierce, and if he was a step slower, he would be stepped on by others and ruthlessly humiliated. Unfortunately, even though his opponent's cultivation speed was fast, Lin Ling wasn't slow either. "I still have 2 more strikes to defeat you." Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also drew his sword. His voice undoubtedly caused everyone's hearts to tremble. 2 more strikes, could it be that Lord Lin Ling intends to defeat his opponent in 3 strikes? Clang! The second sword collided. What was frightening was that falling flowers flowing water sword's boundary essence carried the taste of falling flowers flowing water, but Lin Ling's sword also carried the power of space. His mastery of realm essence has already reached the initial stage of fusion. Great Commander Huang Qi and the others immediately cried out in alarm. In terms of controlling the domain of boundary essence, Lin Ling was no weaker than falling flowers flowing water sword, Qi. At this moment, the sword tips were still clashing. It was like a battle between the number 1 commanders, a battle between the number 1 swordsman. Falling flowers flowing water sword's expression changed. He did not expect that Lin Ling's sword Dao was not weaker than his. Lin Ling's control of boundary essence was also extremely skilled. "You have some ability, but world essence represents everything." He erupted with a terrifying sword strike. 40% of his realm essence was gathered at the tip of the sword. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling with a single strike. Lin Ling previously said that he could defeat him in 3 strikes. This was a disgrace to him. He wanted to see where Lin Ling got the qualifications to boast. Clearly, he only had 30% of his realm essence, but the sword in his hand was extremely extraordinary. It increased the power of his realm essence. Instantly, the aura on the stage became fierce. It was as if countless invisible realm essence astral winds were sweeping across. This was the pressure of realm essence, but at this moment, Lin Ling's sword also changed. It was as if the power from the space world was surging like a storm, causing his realm essence to increase crazily. It actually reached 40%. The 2 swords collided again. Falling flowers flowing water sword's sword was bent. This meant that in terms of realm essence, Lin Ling was stronger than falling flowers flowing water sword. "What, old Huang, his realm essence has been converted to 40%? Or is it the sword in his hand that increases the power of his realm essence?" No, definitely not. His sword only increases the power of law, it did not increase his realm essence at all. This means that he has converted 40% of his realm essence? This change caused the senior commanders to suck in a breath of cold air. In a short period of time, Lin Ling's cultivation had crazily increased by 4 realms. This shocked them. But who knew that Lin Ling's realm essence conversion was also so monstrous? You converted 40% of your realm essence? Almost at the same time, Falling Flower's flowing water sword roared angrily. He believed that he was a martial god genius. He believed that he was stronger than Lin Ling in any field. Therefore, he wanted to ruthlessly defeat Lin Ling, but now, he realized that after he lost to Lin Ling in the past, it was impossible for him to surpass Lin Ling, because he was strong, Lin Ling was stronger. He even surpassed him by more. After all, he had only converted 30% of his realm essence. To be able to erupt with 40% of his realm essence, he still relied on the sword in his hand. I'm not satisfied. Falling Flower's flowing water sword roared angrily. The sword in his hand trembled and a powerful force erupted. It pushed back Lin Ling's sword. At the same time, the 3 realms sword appeared behind him. Countless swordsmen were brandishing their swords. Their beliefs, their swordsmanship, they were all integrated into Falling Flower's flowing water sword. This was the realm essence of Small Sword Mountain. This sword had reached 50% of the realm essence's power. It was terrifying. The 3 realms sword, a mid-grade realm essence martial art. It comes from Small Sword Mountain realm. That's a relatively famous sword cultivation realm in the southern border. Many people shouted excitedly. In fact, they had seen this sword before. But when they saw it again, they were still shocked. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He realized that Falling Flower's flowing water sword had increased his realm essence, at least 50%. This was a realm essence martial art. However, those realm essence martial arts aroused his interest. They should be martial arts from the myriad worlds. You're not the only one who has realm essence martial arts. Finally, Lin Ling also used realm essence martial arts. Black sword record, first level, 10 years of sharpening a sword. When the sword was swung, the realm essence from the sword world seemed to pass through thousands of voids and transmitted into Lin Ling's sword. His sword was even more dazzling and domineering. It was also 50% realm essence, but it was more condensed. After all, Lin Ling relied on his own body, but Falling Flower's flowing water sword relied on too many external objects. Lin Ling also knows realm essence martial arts. Those commanders were shocked at Falling Flower's flowing water sword at first, but soon, their eyes moved. I remember that at Martial God Lake, Lord Lin Ling obtained a set of realm essence martial arts. It seems to be the Black Sword record. It came from the sword world. It's a 2nd grade realm essence martial art. Heavens, he actually succeeded in cultivating it too. His realm is rising crazily, his realm essence is changing crazily, and even the martial art has been successfully cultivated. Is he a demon king? The crowd's eyes also turned to Lin Ling. At this moment, they finally saw what it meant to be a powerful monster in all major fields. After all, when a martial artist cultivated, they would have to spend a lot of time on any domain. Thus, with the same amount of time, most of them would only strengthen a single domain. There was simply no one who could cultivate in all domains. However, Lin Ling had done so. Furthermore, without mentioning anything else, just the word 2nd grade boundary origin martial art alone was enough for a martial artist to comprehend for several years. Moreover, Falling Flower's flowing water sword's martial art came from the Small Sword Mountain world, but Lin Ling's martial art came from the sword world. The two could not be compared at all. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The strongest foreclang, Falling Blossom's flowing water sword broke into pieces. His face turned pale as he saw a dazzling giant sword slashing towards him from his hometown. He lost. He had suffered a crushing defeat in the battle for the number 1 commander position. He had no chance to fight back after 3 moves, but at this moment, the sword stopped in front of his neck. At the same time, a calm voice drifted over, "You lost." Hearing this, Falling Blossom's flowing water raised his eyes and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling didn't kill him, because in the arena, life and death were up to fate. He provoked Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling killed him, no one would object. "Why didn't you kill me?" Falling Blossom's flowing water gritted his teeth and said, "You and I have no enmity. As for you targeting me, that's because you're unwilling to accept it." I won't kill people who are unwilling to accept it. On the contrary, I'll admire them. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Plop, falling blossoms flowing water was stunned. Then, his heart roared. He knelt down on one knee. Sir, he was convinced by this sentence. At this moment, he, the first commander, was finally willing to give up his position, and he also knew why Lin Ling was able to become the scout commander. Get up. Lin Ling smiled, kept his sword and left. The entire arena was silent for a moment. Finally, there was a sound like the waves of the sea. Sir is mighty. Sir is mighty. Let's see who dares to not submit to Sir Lin Ling. Amazing. He defeated the first scout in 3 moves. The king of scouts lives up to his name. His cultivation is too strange. He's so strong in all areas. I'm afraid he's the only one who's worthy of the word genius. Many soldiers said with admiration. Previously, Lin Ling didn't show his strength, so they were disdainful and doubted Lin Ling's position. But now, they had no more doubts. Scoundrel Ling, go fight Sir Lin Ling. Weren't you very arrogant before? A scout suddenly looked at Scoundrel Ling and said. At this moment, Ling Wulai's face was extremely pale and he was even flustered. He wasn't even a match for falling blossoms flowing water, let alone Lin Ling. Moreover, he had lost blossoms flowing water and had lost 500 moves. Lin Ling had only used 3 moves and won. Compared to Lin Ling, he was obviously a clown. No wonder Lin Ling didn't want to fight with him. A stray dog, you only know how to be arrogant when others are weak. Now that you see someone who is weaker, then you immediately shut up? Scoundrel, 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 scoundrel. Scoundrel, scoundrel Wulai. For the first time in Wulai's, he felt Wulai's, he doesn't dare to fight. Even if he does, he will at most lose to Lord Lin Ling in 1 move. At this moment, blossoming flowing water sword said indifferently. He was also directly mocking the other party. 1. Samzazaz. How could a loser, who had been defeated in 1 move, mock Sir Lin Ling as a coward? Ling Wulai, you're the coward. Finally, even more mocking voices rang out like the waves of the sea. Ling Wulai could only brace himself to accept the word coward. When Lin Ling returned to the scout's side, Tang Yue, Qi Tong, and the others looked at Lin Ling in shock. They had never thought that Lin Ling would win. This guy seemed to be a little stronger than us when we first met him. How could he be so much stronger now? Qi Tong felt frustrated. Dbimo and the others in the distance felt the same. They didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling. They felt ashamed. You actually won. You're a monster. Tang Yue frowned and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling looked calm, as if defeating blossoms flowing water wasn't something to be proud of. He said lightly, take out your wager. Are you a pervert? Others would be jumping for joy if they won, but you're so stubborn. Instead, you're eyeing our treasures. You greedy bastard. Tang Yue was exasperated, but she still handed over the jade pendant. Qi Tong also felt that Lin Ling was too calm. He then handed over the black and white chess pieces with a wry smile. Thank you. Lin Ling accepted the treasures with a smile. He was very poor now, so he wouldn't miss out on any treasures. Next, the 3rd round continued. Of course, the most dazzling battle so far was still Lin Ling's battle. Most of the remaining commanders gave up and didn't dare to compete for the top 3. Those who had some fighting spirit didn't dare to challenge Lin Ling. As time passed, it was finally Commander Che Jun's turn. He only had 3 opponents. One was Commander Hong Qing, another was the number 1 commander of the archers, Fairy Dan Yun, and the last was Lin Ling. All 3 of them were very strong, and he couldn't tell who was stronger. However, Commander Che Jun liked challenging the difficulty the most. Therefore, he chose Commander Hong Qing. Commander Hong Qing is the number 1 among all the commanders. Commander Che Jun actually challenged her? Don't you know? Commander Che Jun likes to challenge the strongest. This also means that in Commander Che Jun's heart, Commander Hong Qing is the most terrifying. As for Lin Ling and Fairy Dan Yun, they're also very strong. However, they shouldn't have reached Commander Hong Qing's level. The crowd began to analyze. Blossoms Flowing Water and the others also looked at Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling wouldn't be satisfied, but they realized that Lin Ling was very calm. However, they also agreed with Commander Che Jun's choice. Especially Blossom's flowing water. After he laughed, he actually took the initiative to approach Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling, don't be angry. Commander Che Jun and Commander Hong Qing are the strongest commanders in the previous generation. It's normal for them to be stronger. Yes, Lord Lin Ling isn't as strong as them for now. However, it won't be long before Lord Lin Ling surpasses them. DBMO also walked over with a smile. In the past, they didn't accept Lin Ling because they felt that the gap between them wasn't big. However, now, they felt that the gap between them was like heaven and earth. Therefore, they directly submitted to him. Do I look like I'm angry? What's more, there's always someone stronger. If I get angry when I see someone stronger than me, I'm afraid I'll die of anger. Lin Ling stared at them and suddenly scolded them with a smile. Lord Lin Ling, you have a good attitude. DBMO and the others immediately smiled. They treated Lin Ling as their boss. At this moment, the fierce battle on the arena had already begun. In fact, this battle could be said to be the craziest battle in the third round. Moreover, many people already had the top 3 names in their hearts. They were Commander Hong Qing, Fairy Dan Yun, Commander Che Jun and Lin Ling. One of them would be eliminated. This is 50% realm origin. At this moment, the crowd exclaimed. This was because the 2 lords on the arena had directly erupted with 50% realm origin. Moreover, in terms of power, it was more powerful than Lin Ling's previous strike. So strong. Fortunately, my goal is to be in the top 10. If I were to compete for the top 3, I'm afraid I would be defeated in one move. Blossom's flowing water clenched his fist and said unwillingly, the gap was too big. Boom. However, something even more terrifying happened. On the martial stage, 60% of his boundary origin erupted. Commander Che Jun and Commander Hong Qing both had 60% realm origin. The tyrannical Commander Hong Qing, however, Commander Hong Qing was clearly a level higher. Her halberd was mighty and domineering, and it could attack and defend. When defending, it could reach 50% world origin. When attacking, it could reach 60% world origin. Looking at Commander Che Jun, he could only use 60% world origin when attacking. In terms of defense, he was a bit weaker, thus, he was finally defeated. Sighs of regret came from the surroundings. However, in their hearts, they did not find it strange. Because they had already determined that Commander Hong Qing was the number 1. Using 50% world origin, using martial arts to reach 60% world origin, she can attack and defend. Impressive. Commander Huang Qi and the other seniors also praised. They also believed that Commander Hong Qing was the number 1, and the following battle was undoubtedly much dimmer. Commander Che Jun walked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled at him and said, almost. If you were just a bit faster, he wouldn't be able to block 60% of your world origin. Yes. Commander Che Jun shook his head. That might not be the case. Anyway, he's very strong. I feel that no matter what, we can't defeat him. Yes. Is that so? Yes. Lin Ling did not comment. You all definitely think so when watching from the outside. However, watching from the sidelines is one thing. When the real battle starts, your opinions will be different. Commander Che Jun was still firm in his opinion. Commander Che Jun, are you saying that none of our commanders can defeat him? Falling Flower Flowing Water frowned and said. Commander Che Jun pondered for a moment, then looked at Lin Ling. If it's the next godless training, this guy might be able to. Yes. Hearing this, Falling Flower Flowing Water and the others sucked in a cold breath. However, thinking about it, with Lin Ling's talent, it was indeed possible. Next time? Lin Ling shrugged, but he had a different opinion in his heart. However, he was too lazy to say it out loud. Because even if he said it, no one would believe him. Just like Commander Che Jun, he had his own opinion. He believed that Commander Hong Qing would not lose at all. Therefore, he denied Lin Ling's opinion. In fact, he did not know that although Lin Ling was not on the stage, his left eye had analyzed everything. As for the arena, the battles continued. Fairy Pill Cloud came out to fight. She was also one of the strongest 4. However, what was surprising was that she didn't choose to challenge the strong, but the weak. She was obviously very cautious. What surprised Lin Ling even more was that the leader of the crossbowmen was Don Ran's sister. Gradually, it was Commander Han Qing's turn to fight. Currently, he was the only one among the four strongest who had yet to participate in a battle. The bustling and clamorous surroundings of the combat ring went completely silent, and it became completely silent. Everyone stared at the tall man in red armor. The man's expression was cold as his triangular eyes swept across the crowd mercilessly. I admit defeat. The top 3 will only be born from those 4 people. We have no hope. Admit defeat. Commander Han Qing is number 1 among all the commanders. Who can be her match? Those opponents all admitted defeat very straightforwardly, but no one laughed at them, because this was a very normal thing. Commander Han Qing licked his lips. He enjoyed the reverence of the crowd. However, when he looked around, he saw that one person was standing there like a pine tree. His expression was calm as if he was not afraid of him at all. That person was Lin Ling. The crowd followed Commander Han Qing's gaze and their blood boiled. If they remembered correctly, Commander Han Qing had said that he would fight Lord Lin Ling. Was there really going to be such a battle? Commander Lin Ling, let's fight. Finally, Commander Han Qing smiled and flew to the combat ring. He waved at Lin Ling, who was below the combat ring. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling. In fact, he wanted to kill Lin Ling. This was because Commander Xianxia had specifically instructed him to do so. If he succeeded, he would also become a commander. This was a great reward. Moreover, he was extremely displeased about the fact that Lin Ling had become the Grand Commander. Very well, you must kill him. Commander Xianxia smiled coldly. Lin Ling was a commander, so it would be difficult for him to kill him if he did not have the opportunity. However, he now had the opportunity. However, Lin Ling must not admit defeat. At the same time, many people around the combat ring exclaimed. Lin Ling's strength was obvious to everyone. However, they also knew that Lin Ling was a new recruit this year, while Commander Han Qing was a veteran. Therefore, Lin Ling was no match for Commander Han Qing. Moreover, Lin Ling was a new recruit, but his strength was only inferior to Commander Han Qing. He should be proud of himself. If he did not fight, no one would laugh at him. Instead, they would think that everything was normal. Commander Han Qing has been cultivating in the martial gods barracks for a long time. Lin Ling has just arrived. I don't think he will be able to fight. Everyone on First Commander Huang Qi's side spoke out. Commander Han Qing frowned. Yes, if Lin Ling did not fight, he would not be able to achieve his goal, therefore, he had to think of a way. Commander Lin Ling, how about a death match? He said indifferently. His words caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone's expression changed drastically. In this way, Lin Ling would not dare to fight. Let me tell you, I must kill you. Even if you don't fight, I will kill you in the future. So, do you want to hide in the martial gods barracks forever? Or do you want to settle this once and for all? Commander Han Qing said again. Her voice silenced the martial gods barracks. No one had expected Commander Han Qing to want to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, she had threatened him openly. Commander Han Qing, what nonsense are you talking about? Commander Huang Qi shouted angrily. He had not expected Commander Han Qing to be so arrogant. What? Is it against the rules to talk about it? I know that the martial gods barracks can't kill allies, but I can still do it without anyone knowing. In any case, no one will see me kill him. That's enough. However, Commander Han Qing smiled disdainfully. He was fearless, however, his words were reasonable. He had only talked about it and had not acted on it yet. Therefore, he had not broken the rules, and this was enough to be domineering. Why do you want to kill him? He doesn't seem to have any enmity with you. Commander Huang Qi said with a frown. There is indeed no enmity. I just don't like him. Can I? However, Commander Han Qing's arrogance was beyond imagination. In short, she did not like him, so she wanted to kill him. Haha, a great commander is afraid of a small soldier like me? Of course, it's fine if you don't dare to fight. Tell everyone that you are a piece of trash and I will spare your life. Commander Han Qing ignored Huang Qi and stared at Lin Ling with disdain. She was being overbearing. If Lin Ling admitted defeat, he would have to call himself a piece of trash. Moreover, Commander Han Qing would want to kill Lin Ling in the future. No one would be able to tolerate that because they had no enmity with each other. You're going too far. Many people shouted angrily. Although they did not have a close relationship with Lin Ling, they could not stand Commander Hong Qing's arrogance. In reality, they did not know that although Commander Hong Qing looked arrogant and overbearing, she was actually very scheming. She was using provocation to force Lin Ling to fight. Formed from a stone embryo, Lin Ling's expression was calm, but it gradually turned cold. Those who knew Lin Ling knew that his heart was filled with murderous intent, especially those who had died in Lin Ling's hands. They knew this murderous expression best. However, Lin Ling was puzzled as to why Commander Hong Qing was targeting him. At this moment, Grand Commander Huang Qi looked over with a hint of worry in his eyes. Moreover, there was a warning in his voice. Brother Lin Ling, don't fight. Commander Hong Qing was born from a stone embryo. She received orders from Commander Xianxia to provoke you to fight. Commander Xianxia, Lin Ling looked over at Commander Huang Qi and saw a familiar face. It was the blue-armored man who wanted to assassinate him. Most importantly, his surname was Qian. He had the same surname as young Master Xianxia. No wonder he wanted to kill him. So that was the reason. Beside Lin Ling, Commander Che Jun saw that Lin Ling was silent. He knew that Lin Ling must be feeling wronged, so he comforted him. Commander Hong Qing was born from a stone embryo. Legend has it that she was born in the void of the universe. She was going to be born as a world, but an expert enlightened her and allowed her to transform into a human. What? She wants to become a world? Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others gasped. This talent was too terrifying. Every day, a world would be born and a world would fall. The world that was born had various forms at the beginning. There were flame forms, stone forms, and so on. After being refined by the universe, they would germinate and transform into a world. When they were seeds, if others enlightened them, they could transform into humans. It could be said that Commander Hong Qing's talent had surpassed all the other commanders. No wonder she could become the first among all the commanders. Although Lord Lin Ling's talent is powerful, compared to Commander Hong Qing, he is still a little weaker. Fortunately, he is in the realm of converting world essence. It is difficult to use his talent. In the future, it will be terrifying. Lord Lin Ling will definitely not fight. That was because Lin Ling was also silent. Even great Commander Huang Qi believed that Lin Ling would retreat in the face of difficulties. However, Lin Ling remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't dare to fight, but rather that he was pondering over his opponent's intentions. But now, he knew. Therefore, Lin Ling shot out and went straight to the arena. Lord Lin Ling is going to fight? This guy. Everyone was shocked, especially Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword. They thought that Lin Ling had already retreated, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would fight in the next moment? This boldness could be said to be swift and decisive. Alas. However, Commander Huang Qi sighed softly. Lin Ling had somewhat lost his mind. After Lin Ling landed on the stage, he slowly drew his sword with a cold expression. At this point, there was no need for him to say anything because they'd definitely come to kill him. As for hatred, no, there was no enmity between him and Commander Hong Qing. There was only interest between them. She would only benefit if she killed him. Rumble. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's boundary essence was also activated. 40% of his boundary essence was like a storm. The boundary essence was extremely condensed and his foundation was solid. Lin Ling's cultivation was also displayed. It was rank 8 Martial Emperor. What a solid foundation. Every time he advances a realm, his laws will definitely increase by a lot. He must have put in a lot of effort to cultivate in the Martial Emperor realm. Commander Che Jun said with a frown. However, what he said was true. Lin Ling had gone through the third revolution in the Martial Emperor realm and had killed 3 corpses. Naturally, his foundation was stronger than many people. However, Commander Che Jun immediately looked at Commander Hong Qing. Commander Hong Qing's body was covered in red light as if she was burning. Her boundary essence was also extremely terrifying. It was 50% of her boundary essence. Her cultivation was at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm, with a difference of 2 realms and 10% of her boundary essence. Commander Hong Qing was obviously more powerful. Commander Che Jun still insisted that Commander Hong Qing was undefeatable. Therefore, he was puzzled. If Lin Ling knew that his opponent was so strong, why did he still want to fight? Perhaps, he will create another miracle. When he defeated me previously, everyone thought that Lord Lin Ling would definitely lose. But what happened in the end? At this moment, Falling Flowers Flowing Water frowned and said. Lin Ling seemed to still have hope. You are you and Commander Hongqing is Commander Hongqing. There is no comparison. Commander Che Jun shook his head. Miracles were not so easy to create, especially when it came to someone with monstrous talent. It was even more difficult. Rumble, at this moment, the stage was trembling under the aura of the two experts. It was as if thunder was rumbling, some of the weaker soldiers' dantians were also trembling. This caused them to quickly retreat a lot. Only then did the feeling of being suppressed, based on the trembling of the aura, they knew that if it was placed in the myriad worlds, it would be enough to cause the myriad worlds to collapse. This was the strength of an expert from the martial god realm. I didn't expect that you would really come to fight me. Your backbone surprised me and I admire it. Commander Hongqing's voice floated out from the formless airwaves. He was like an ancient stone and also like a flame. His talent was indeed terrifying, surpassing Lin Ling by a few hundred times. This was also the source of his confidence. You have been in the martial god realm for less than 3 years, but you already have 40% of your boundary essence. To be honest, if this continues, you have a high chance of surpassing me. Commander Hongqing did not underestimate Lin Ling. She knew that the latter's strength was not bad to be able to become a commander. However, you only have 40% of your boundary essence. With the boundary essence martial arts, you can reach 50%. This strength is only comparable to Commander Che Jun. You are still too weak. Buzz, she kicked the long spear beside her feet and no longer spoke nonsense. She pointed the spear at Lin Ling. Hero of the world. That spear was like the spear of a world. It was as if millions of people were brandishing their spears and shooting at Lin Ling. This was a boundary essence martial art, and it was a first-grade advanced martial art. Great! Seeing this, Commander Xianxia was delighted. He could finally see Lin Ling die. He could also report back to the Grand Court Commandery. Under countless gazes, millions of long spears appeared in the arena. Everywhere they went, the murderous aura shrouded Lin Ling's body. This spear has 60% of the boundary essence's strength. Commander Che Jun's face became even more solemn. Commander Hongqing had used her strongest killing move right from the start. He had been defeated by that move previously. Can't it be broken? Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword hurriedly asked. He felt a huge pressure in his heart. Although they were both commanders, the difference in strength was too great. Commander Che Jun shook his head. It is very difficult because that spear has 60% of the boundary essence's strength. There are too many spears and they are too fierce. Indeed, even Lin Ling was solemn at this moment. His opponent's spear was terrifying. This meant that Commander Hongqing's boundary essence martial art was extremely powerful, and this was the boundary essence that had not been completely integrated with her talent. Otherwise, Commander Hongqing would be even stronger. Of course, Lin Ling was only slightly solemn. With Li Xiaoyao's experience and the power of his left eye, he quickly saw through that spear. Commander Hongqing was formed by the mysterious stone embryo. Her talent was extraordinary. However, Lin Ling was the #1 genius in the martial god world in the past. I only need 1 strike to kill you. 10 years of polishing a single strike. Lin Ling made his move. His sword was steady, imposing, and as heavy as a blade. He slashed viciously at the thousands of spears. You overestimate yourself. Commander Hongqing smiled disdainfully. Lin Ling wanted to resist his spears with only 50% of his jiayuan? That might not be the case. Lin Ling spoke softly. Something terrifying happened. Lin Ling's sword didn't slash at all the spears. He allowed his body to block some of the spears that shot at him. However, those spears didn't cause any fatal injuries to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's god devil body was clearly effective. As for the other spears, Lin Ling used his full strength to block them because those spears couldn't be underestimated. This meant that not all of the spears in the army had to be feared. Many of the spears were fake. How is this possible? Commander Hongqing's expression changed drastically when he noticed that all the spears had been blocked by Lin Ling. Because this was the first time his jiayuan martial art had been blocked by someone, in the past, he had relied on this Jiayuan martial art to sweep through all the heroes and made a small name for himself in Qingzhou. He was even called a rising star who could catch up to the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, but now, he had kicked an iron plate. Luck, it must be luck. Commander Hong Qing roared in his heart. He had cultivated the world spear for a very long time, but it had been broken by a new soldier. How could he believe it? How is this possible? As for below the stage, Commander Che Jun's eyes changed. He thought that Commander Hong Qing was invincible, but Lin Ling didn't agree with his view. At that time, he thought that Lin Ling was a bystander, so it was naturally simple. But now, Lin Ling told him that the spear that defeated him had been broken by Lin Ling. What kind of terrifying eyesight was this? You are invincible just like this. On the stage, Commander Hong Qing roared and retracted all her spears. Her boundary essence began to condense. Since the dazzling spear couldn't kill Lin Ling, then he would use his boundary essence to crush him. His entire body glowed with a bright red light. Like a stubborn rock, it gradually formed a kind of powerful world essence energy, allowing his defense to reach 50% of world essence energy. He continued to brew his most terrifying spear, as if he wasn't worried about Lin Ling's attack at all. Lin Ling, quick! Seeing this, Grand Commander Huang Qi shouted anxiously. The crowd was also constantly shouting. They could sense that Commander Hong Qing was about to end this battle. He was about to erupt with his strongest spear strike, but this was also normal. When one reached Commander Redshine's level, sometimes killing enemies as quickly as possible was the correct path. It was also because the gap between him and Lin Ling was too great. He didn't need to fight slowly. However, in front of everyone's eyes, Lin Ling held his sword and fought, indifferent. Alas! Commander Huang Qi sighed. It was as if he could already see Lin Ling falling. Right now, he couldn't help at all, so he was extremely regretful. Because he had just seen a good seedling, but now he was killed. It's useless. Instead of attacking, Lin Ling might as well leave his mind to defend against that most terrifying spear strike. Only Commander Che Jun knew that even if Lin Ling attacked, it wouldn't have any effect. This was because Commander Che Jun's defense was also extremely terrifying. It had reached 50% of world essence energy, and this was also called invincible. Buzz buzz buzz. Right at this moment, Commander Hong Qing attacked with his spear. The scene of a stone embryo comprehending the universe appeared behind him. It was as if the stone embryo floating in the universe gradually sprouted and turned into a world. When that world exploded, a red spear pierced through the void and came flying over. 60% of world essence energy condensed into that spear, fast, incomparably fast. The previous spear was too scattered, so it didn't kill Lin Ling. But now, the spear was condensed into a single point. It should be enough. What a stunning spear strike. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling could still win, but no one saw that Lin Ling had also moved. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If he moved a moment earlier or a moment later, it would be fatal to him, but now was the best time, because Commander Hong Qing's move was invincible. Both her defense and attack were extremely terrifying. But the moment she switched from defense to attack, Commander Hong Qing's weakness appeared. And for a swordsman, no one would let that momentary weakness remain. Dragon painting finishing touch. Lin Ling's sword changed. Sharp, sharp. It was like a sword that came from the essence of the sword world. It was like a simple dragon painting. The moment the brush touched the eye, the dragon woke up, and this sword was extremely fast. It had the speed of crossing a world. What kind of concept was this? This meant that when this sword stabbed out, in Lin Ling's world, it could instantly reach the edge of the world. However, no one saw this dazzling sword. Everyone was shocked by Commander Hong Qing's spear. In fact, Commander Huang Qi subconsciously thought of Lin Ling's scream after he was killed, but the truth was indeed so. On the stage, after a violent explosion, a painful scream exploded out like thunder. Subconsciously, everyone thought that it was Lin Ling's scream, and the blade light and sword shadows disappeared in the blink of an eye. When the terrifying power of the world essence dispersed, two figures stood quietly on the stage like stone. Statues. Time seemed to have frozen. Sigh, what a pity. Many people gradually shook their heads. They thought that Lin Ling might already be dead. I only need one sword to kill you. But at this moment, a cold voice drifted out like the wind. I only need one sword to kill you. Sword? No, the only person who used a sword on the stage seemed to be Lin Ling. At this moment, countless people widened their eyes and stared fixedly at the arena. The expressions on their faces froze. Puff. Almost at the same time, on the stage, the motionless Commander Hongqing's head flew off, blood gushing out like a fountain, especially the sword slash mark on her neck. It was as smooth as a mirror. Clearly, her head had been cleanly chopped off. Commander Hongqing is dead? How is that possible? At this moment, all the soldiers stood up straight. Commander Huang Qi and the others also stood up and looked at the stage in disbelief. When did Lin Ling attack? They didn't even notice. This scene was too impactful for them, because Commander Hongqing was the strongest of all the commanders. Moreover, her talent was extraordinary. She was determined to be the most promising person to catch up to the 9 heavens of Qingzhou in the next 100 years. But she had fallen here, and what was ironic was that she had declared war on Lin Ling at the beginning. How arrogant and domineering was she, forcing Lin Ling to fight. But she never imagined that Lin Ling would be able to turn the tables and kill a veteran as a new recruit. Lin Ling only needed one sword to kill her. Perhaps even after her death, Commander Hongqing didn't understand that Lin Ling actually had the strength to kill her. At the same time, Lin Ling put away Commander Hongqing's spear and left the stage with his sword in hand. His figure grew infinitely taller at this moment. I only need one sword to kill you. It was indeed one sword. What was that sword? Why couldn't I see it at all? Commander Hongqing's boundary essence was 60%. Even her defense was 50%. That sword could kill her. This means that the sword's power has reached 60%. Dragon Cleansing Pool. So this was Commander Lin Ling's trump card. Commander Che Jun smiled bitterly. No wonder Lin Ling didn't care about his opinion. So that's why, he suddenly felt a little ashamed. He actually thought that he was infallible in front of Lord Lin Ling and affirmed his views? Amazing. He has been cultivating in the martial god barracks for such a short period of time. Not only did his cultivation level increase, but he also succeeded in converting his boundary essence. He even comprehended the boundary essence martial arts. This little guy is really monstrous. He hasn't been cultivating for 1,000 years, right? TSK, not bad at all. It's a pity that a talented genius like Hongqing has died. However, the heavens have rewarded us with an even more powerful genius. In the distance, 3 figures stood under the sky like gods of war and said indifferently. Huangfu, old man, you have a good eye. One of the old men, who was holding a giant blue sword, said with a smile. He is indeed a genius who cultivates in all aspects. The old man called Huangfu Idao was extremely excited at that moment. When he recalled everything that had happened in the arena, he finally concluded with one sentence, what a freak. Time was extremely important for a martial artist's cultivation. It would take a lot of time to strengthen one's strength in a major area. Therefore, most of the geniuses only cultivated in one area. It was extremely rare for someone like Lin Ling, who could develop in all aspects and cultivate well in all aspects. Instantly, the 3 old men stared at Lin Ling with burning eyes. This was because they sensed that the martial god barracks might give birth to an existence like the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. After Lin Ling left the arena, the entire place remained silent. At this moment, Lin Ling's title as commander was well-deserved. Hongqing is really a piece of trash. Xianxia was furious when he heard the cheers around him. The result was beyond his imagination. Of course, he also didn't expect Lin Ling to win. It could only be said that Lin Ling was too monstrous, but this was already the case. What if Lin Ling successfully converted all of his boundary essence? He was sure that Lin Ling would be even harder to kill in the future. His background is very ordinary, and he doesn't have any monstrous talent. Why is he so abnormal? Could it be that his realm origin martial arts were taught by someone else? That must be it. Xianxia thought. This was because he knew that dimensional martial arts were extremely difficult to comprehend. Even those with monstrous talent would need several years to comprehend it. As for ordinary martial artists, they would need dozens of years. There were even some bottlenecks that couldn't be broken through in their lifetime. Therefore, he believed that it was Grand Commander Huang Qi who guided Lin Ling. The third round continued, but no one dared to challenge Lin Ling. Lin Ling naturally became number 1. the second and third were Fairy Dan Yun and Commander Che Jun. This result was within everyone's expectations. Only Fairy Pill Cloud was surprised. She guessed that she was ranked 4th. She couldn't help but look towards Lin Ling. Back then, when her sister Danram became a scout, she was very unhappy and had her sister join her crossbow battalion. She thought that following a newbie like Lin Ling would have no future, but now, she was a bit jealous of her sister. Congratulations to Grand Commander Lin Ling for becoming number 1. At this time, the old man riding the Kirin smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. Then, he tossed a ring towards Lin Ling. Within the ring were all the rewards. Lin Ling couldn't help but be overjoyed. After obtaining these resources, his realm origin energy had risen once more. Once his realm origin energy was converted to 100%, he would be able to search for the Space and Time Divine Steel. Now that he had found the Space and Time Divine Steel, because he hadn't converted his realm origin energy, it wouldn't be of much help. Don't use the martial god cannon carelessly. After all, a single shot can destroy a world. The old man riding the Kirin suddenly said, causing many commanders to reveal looks of envy. Lin Ling wasn't a world king powerhouse, but he had methods that even world kings feared. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling quickly bowed. But at this time, Grand Commander Huang Qi's voice floated over. Old brother Lin Ling, the number 1 person can make a request of the Martial God Battalion. You can mention the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Dragon Cleansing Pool? Lin Ling's eyes brightened. Could it be that kind of place? In the past, he had also heard of the Dragon Cleansing Pool. This was an extremely rare and precious land. This was because it was the place where carps leapt through the Dragon Gate. According to legends, as long as a carp leapt through the Dragon Gate, it would transform into a true dragon. It would wash away its scales and mortal body, becoming a true dragon. As for the scales and the land of mortal embryos that were left behind, they accumulated a dense amount of spiritual energy in the universe. This sort of energy was extremely precious. Sir, I want to go to the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Lin Ling hurriedly said. The old man riding the Kirin was stunned for a moment before he wryly smiled. The Martial God Battalion had many precious cultivation lands, and the Dragon Cleansing Pool was one of them. However, not many people knew of this secret. This was because the dragon energy of the Dragon Cleansing Pool could only be used once. Unless the other party specifically mentioned it, they wouldn't reward them with this cultivation land. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to find a way to refuse. At this time, a voice sounded in his ears, causing the old man's expression to turn solemn. He immediately said to Lin Ling, "Wait a moment, I'll bring you there." The reason for his solemn expression was that the general had personally spoken up for Lin Ling. What's the Dragon Cleansing Pool? I've never heard of it before. Looks like it's not a good place. Why doesn't Lin Ling want the treasure? Why does he want this place that we've never heard of? The crowd looked at each other. They didn't know what the Dragon Cleansing Pool was. After that, the old man smiled at Lin Ling and invited Lin Ling to sit on the Kirin. Then, they flew off into the distance. The crowd looked at Lin Ling's back enviously. Someone like Lin Ling, a new recruit, had become a senior commander and was treated with respect by the veterans. This was very rare. As for Ling Wulai, his expression was ugly. He swore in his heart that he would surpass Lin Ling. In fact, Commander Che Jun and Fairy Dan Yun were the same. They only gave up on falling flowers flowing water. They felt that they couldn't surpass Lin Ling, the freak. Lin Ling, the Dragon Cleansing Pool was found by the Martial God Battalion 10,000 years ago. It has nurtured many experts. The Dragon Chi is getting dimmer and dimmer. The Dragon Chi will disappear at least 10 more times. You came up with this place at the right time. The old man said with a smile as they traveled. Sir, may I know what kind of dragon the Dragon Cleansing Pool is? Lin Ling asked curiously. Hearing this, the old man was shocked. He felt that Lin Ling, a recruit, seemed to know a lot. It's the land of green carps. The old man said word by word. Green carp, that's the Azure Dragon, the land of the Azure Dragon. Lin Ling was also surprised. The Kirin under him was very fast. It passed through the path of the Martial God Battalion and arrived at Huanyu. In front of them was a vast void. There were specks of stars in the distance. They seemed very close, but also very far away. Those are the 10,000 realms. Use your realm origin to check. If the stars are dim, it's a world that is about to be born. If the stars are bright, it's a world that has stabilized. The old man knew that it was Lin Ling's first time here. In fact, it wasn't Lin Ling's first time here. Li Xiaoyao had been here before. 50% boundary element. Roar. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar resounded from ahead. A huge dragon's image flew over. Actually, the dragon wasn't huge, and it was only as thick as an arm. However, its draconic energy was extremely powerful, so it formed a dragon's image. There are actually dragons in the myriad realms, but only those who have been to Huanyu are true dragons. The old man smiled and said, that dragon was born in the dragon cleansing pool. It's a new dragon. Right now, it needs to choose a place to cultivate and slowly grow. Moreover, this type of dragon is also called a dragon ancestor. For example, the dragons in the myriad of worlds are all descendants of these dragon ancestors. I didn't expect to see the birth of a dragon in the dragon cleansing pool. After all, it hasn't been seen for thousands of years. There are more than one dragon cleansing pool in the vast universe. However, most of them are hidden. As long as they are discovered by warriors, the number of dragon cleansing pools will gradually decrease. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. He had to admit that he was quite lucky to see the birth of a dragon as soon as he arrived. Roar. The azure dragon that flew by in the distance looked deeply at Lin Ling before swimming off into the distance. That glance made Lin Ling feel immense pressure. That dragon was clearly stronger than Lin Ling, and when this dragon reached any realm in the myriad worlds, it would also transform into the dragon ancestor, causing that realm to also have the bloodline of the dragon. Gradually, a celestial river appeared in front of him. Above the celestial river, there was a rainbow hanging there. He could vaguely see fish jumping in the celestial river, trying to cross the rainbow and transform into dragons. However, there weren't as many carps as there used to be. As the heavenly river flowed forward, a huge lake gradually appeared. Presumably, that was the dragon cleansing pond. We're here. Go, cherish the last bit of dragon energy. The old man patted Lin Ling's shoulder and left. Lin Ling nodded and walked towards the huge lake. His left eye silently appeared and stared at the dragon cleansing pool. In fact, Li Xiaoyao had never been to the dragon cleansing pond in the past. After that, Lin Ling jumped into the pool. Immediately, he saw that the clouds floating around him were like dancing dragons. He even saw carps that didn't fear death. They all wanted to cross the dragon gate, but in the end, they fell and shattered into pieces. This made Lin Ling sigh inwardly. Wanting to soar into the sky in one go was indeed very difficult. However, it wasn't just carps. Weren't martial artists the same? The path of martial arts was like the dragon gate. It was full of danger, but how many people succeeded? How? Many people had died. Even so, there were still many people who walked on this path fearlessly. Perhaps, this was life. Right now, I should focus on increasing my realm essence. Lin Ling planned to use the dragon chi to increase his boundary essence. After all, if he couldn't convert his boundary essence, then it would be useless no matter how high his cultivation level was. Take the Sun God King and the others for example. Even if they were at the peak of the martial emperor realm, they could only roam freely in their own realm. They were not qualified to come to the martial god realm. Rumble. Suddenly, the surging dragon chi rushed towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's boundary essence to slowly increase. Using the dragon chi to increase one's cultivation level was obviously more effective. However, using it to increase one's boundary essence was much less effective. However, Lin Ling's left eye quietly appeared and looked around. It was as if he saw the birth of the dragon chi. Then, he moved his body and looked for places with dense dragon chi. Gradually, his boundary essence increased even faster. I didn't expect that the demon eyes of 10,000 things could not only increase one's perception, but also see the truth of all things. Lin Ling was secretly happy. While cultivating, he took out the tyrannical song sword and began to forge it. Right now, he had collected many precious materials and could upgrade the tyrannical song sword's level. The treasures in the chess boy's hands were especially important. In the past, the tyrannical song sword only increased the power of laws and was a rank 6 immortal weapon. Right now, he wanted to upgrade it to rank 9 and increase the power of his boundary essence. With Li Xiaoyao's memories, this forging process was even more natural. Because there were enough materials and with the help of the dragon Qi, it was naturally much easier. After an unknown period of time, when the sword in Lin Ling's hand appeared, a dragon's roar sounded. The tyrannical song sword was like an azure dragon. The sword body turned green as if there was a dragon swimming around the sword body, rank 9 immortal weapon, increasing the power of his boundary essence by 10%. What a pity. Although I have obtained many materials this time, they are not the best. However, I can use them for the time being. Lin Ling shook his head in dissatisfaction. Of course, if Falling Flowers, Flowing Water and the others were here, they would definitely gnash their teeth in anger. He was actually not satisfied with increasing his boundary essence by 10%, one had to know that increasing one's boundary essence by 5% was already a hot commodity. As for increasing one's boundary essence by 10%, one could only snatch it from the major trading companies. After the tyrannical song sword was forged, Lin Ling crazily transferred the boundary essence, until a loud explosion sounded. Lin Ling's boundary essence had completely changed by 50%, rank 8 martial emperor realm, 50% boundary essence. Furthermore, with the help of martial arts and the tyrannical song sword, Lin Ling could increase his boundary essence by 30%, in total, it was 80% boundary essence. This was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Rumble. After Lin Ling's boundary essence was successfully converted, the dragon cleansing pool rumbled. The heavenly river in the distance started to flow backwards and the carps that had leaped through the dragon gate also left. As for the old man riding the qilin, he ran over in shock. After taking a look, he immediately smiled bitterly. The dragon cleansing pool could be used 9 more times. However, after you used it, it completely collapsed. Pervert. When he recalled Lin Ling's performance in the arena, the old man finally choked out a sentence. Lin Ling also jumped up from the dragon cleansing pool and shook his head helplessly. The dragon cleansing pool was completely destroyed. Sir, how long have I been cultivating this time? After that, Lin Ling asked. A year. The old man was still heartbroken and he was speechless as he replied. So long? Lin Ling was a little surprised. After exchanging a few more words, he rode on the old man's qilin and headed towards the martial god barracks. How much boundary essence did you convert this time? Is it half? On the way, the old man asked curiously. After all, Lin Ling had directly destroyed the dragon cleansing pool. The results of his cultivation should be quite good, 10%. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Gee. The old man's expression changed drastically. He was depressed and cursed again, pervert. There was a total of 100% boundary essence conversion. Many people would need hundreds of years to complete it. However, Lin Ling had converted another 10% in a year. If this wasn't perverted, then what was? At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he converted 100% boundary essence. In fact, he didn't know that Lin Ling had converted 20% boundary essence. 10% was born in the tyrannical song sword. This was also the reason why the dragon cleansing pool collapsed. When the two of them headed towards the martial god barracks, the martial god barracks was extremely lively. This was because the new year had arrived and the martial god barracks had once again recruited many geniuses. Moreover, the aptitude of this year's geniuses was even better. Some of the new recruits had actually reached 30% boundary essence. In Lin Ling's batch, at most, it was 20%. When the new recruits entered the barracks, Flowing Water Sword and the others smiled and looked at the new recruits. At this moment, they were somewhat proud. This was because they were no longer new recruits. New recruits enter the camp, how beautiful. Suddenly, many people exclaimed with surprise at the entrance of the martial god camp. Because there was an extremely beautiful young woman amongst the new recruits. Moreover, she was very strong, and she'd converted 20% of her dimensional essence. Such a beautiful and strong genius young woman had undoubtedly moved the hearts of many new recruits. Of course, it was the same even for the veterans. However, right at this moment, a large number of figures arrived from afar. There were both men and women, and all of them possessed extraordinary dispositions. However, to their surprise, 2 of the women amongst them were even better. No matter if it was their appearance or dispositions, they were both superb. Moreover, some people noticed that their strengths weren't weak at all. Are those new recruits? One is lively like a celestial maiden, and the other is cold like an icy beauty. TSK, the martial god camp is lucky. Hee, if I'm able to obtain the hearts of those two beauties, then cultivating in the martial god camp wouldn't be so boring. You? Dream on. Didn't you see? Those two beauties converted 30% of their dimensional essence. They're that formidable? Some veterans were chatting amongst themselves, and they instantly gasped when they found out about the strength of those two women. These new recruits are so terrifying. In this way, without a certain level of strength, no one would have the qualifications to approach those two beauties. After those two beauties descended to the ground, they instantly gazed curiously at the martial god camp. One of them wore a violet dress, and she stared at the martial god camp in a rather cute manner. Is Big Brother Ling here? Grandfather said that he's in the martial god camp. The other woman in a white dress smiled, and her smile was devastatingly beautiful. Both of their figures were extremely good as well. If it wasn't for their strength, then those veterans would have found an excuse to approach them a long time ago. Haha, those veterans are drooling. Unfortunately, those two beauties are new recruits this year. In any case, our chances are slightly higher. The geniuses from all over laughed in their hearts. They walked forward slowly and walked side by side with those two beauties. Someone said, "Junior sisters, may I know which camp you intend to join? If you don't have a better choice, then you can join the cavalry camp. I have a good relationship with that commander, and he can take care of both of you in the future." The person who spoke had a graceful bearing. Moreover, he flicked his hair and felt that he was very dashing. The crowd cursed in their hearts when they saw this. That fellow is really quick. Scram. However, just as the elegant young man was about to continue speaking, the white-clothed lady coldly interjected. A single sentence shut the door in that youth's face. The purple-clothed beauty beside him wasn't as cold as she was, and she started giggling. The others laughed as well. After all, if those two beauties were so easy to get close to, then the word beauty would be worthless. Sure enough, the young man didn't mind and just smiled awkwardly. Of course, he didn't seem to have any intention of giving up. Lu Chengfeng, why don't you try? In the crowd, Pan Luyan stared at Lu Chengfeng and said with a smile. Me? It's better not to think about it. That kind of beauty can only be matched with a true martial god genius, such as Lord Lin Ling. If other people were to pursue them, it would be like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung. Lu Chengfeng shook his head. He knew his own limits. That's not necessarily true. Not every woman is judged by her strength. Sometimes, inner qualities are more important. However, at this moment, a voice came from behind them. It was Commander Ling Wulai. He walked out with his soldiers and walked towards the two beauties in a dignified manner. The two recruits, have you decided on which barracks to use? When Ling Wulai arrived in front of the two beauties, he asked coldly in a dignified manner. The rest of the people laughed secretly. It seemed that Commander Ling Wulai had taken a fancy to the two beauties. However, would he succeed? This guy is really despicable. If the two beauties join his barracks, he will be able to enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. Luo Hua, Lu Shui, and the others' faces instantly darkened. Don't worry. The two beauties are very talented. They must have powerful backgrounds. How could they join Rascal Ling's barracks? The chess boy said disdainfully. Not at the moment. However, to everyone's surprise, the two beauties became polite and shook their heads. They didn't say get lost. Everyone was surprised. The veterans were all jealous, and so were the new recruits. Even Ling Wulai was secretly delighted. In fact, he knew that ordinary methods wouldn't work if he wanted to get close to the two beauties. The only way was to act cool. After all, he knew women's psychology very well. If he didn't pay attention to them, they would be curious about him. Instantly, Ling Wulai looked at the rest of the people with a smug look in his eyes. Since you don't have any, you can join our barracks. It's the easiest barracks. You don't have to go to the front line. You just need to know how to operate the martial god's boat. Ling Wulai said calmly, of course, I don't mind. If you choose other barracks, I can recommend you. However, the martial god's barracks is a barracks, not your home. Therefore, you can't violate the military rules. One had to admit that Ling Wulai was quite good at acting cool. He made people think that he was a selfless commander. Thank you for your reminder, Your Excellency. The two beauties nodded their heads and didn't look as cold as before. Undoubtedly, this was a good start. Ling Wulai laughed in his heart. He glanced at the rest of the people and knew that they were laughing at them for being so useless. Luo Hua, Lu Shui, and the others were so angry that they gritted their teeth. The recruits were also so angry that their faces turned red. Actually, we have one of our own in the martial gods barracks. However, we don't know which barracks he belongs to. At this time, the lady in the purple dress frowned and said, "That's easy. You can join my barracks. I'll help you find him. After all, there's nothing that I can't do in the martial gods barracks." Ling Wulai continued. He already had a good start. Now, he was halfway to success. The barracks of the martial gods barracks? The two beauties looked at each other. They seemed to be tempted. However, when they were about to speak and Ling Wulai thought that he had succeeded, a lazy voice was heard. "Come to my barracks and be a scout. It's not bad. Moreover, although there are women in my barracks, with the two of you, the training days won't be boring." Of course, it won't be boring for me. As soon as the voice finished speaking, the surrounding people opened their mouths wide. Compared to Ling Wulai's pretentious attitude, the person who had just arrived was straightforward. He was obviously saying that he wanted to court the two beauties. This method was undoubtedly a failure, not to mention Ling Wulai. Even the recruits were secretly laughing at him. When they looked around, they saw a handsome young man with a huge ancient sword on his back. He was walking towards them with a smile. Lin Ling, the great commander. The barracks suddenly became silent. Luo Hua, Lu Shui, and the others smiled. As for Lin Ling, his face darkened. He snorted and said, "Lin Ling, the martial gods barracks is a place of martial arts. You talk about romance every time you open your mouth. Why are you talking about martial arts? What's the relationship between cultivation and romance? Anyway, I can't just focus on cultivation. Am I right, beauties? A winner in life. Hee, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked as well. Let's see if they will join your barracks." Ling Wulai sneered. He was waiting for Lin Ling to be humiliated. After all, he also saw that someone wanted to get close to the two beauties, but his purpose was too obvious, so he was scolded. Lin Ling's purpose was even more obvious. He was afraid that he would be greeted with 3 scram. "Have you two beauties made up your mind? If you join my territory, I can lead you to the martial god realm." Lin Ling didn't seem to know what Ling Wulai was thinking. He was still smiling at the two beauties. The purpose of his words was even more obvious. As a result, no one thought highly of him unless the two beauties were instantly attracted by Lin Ling's temperament. Of course, this kind of hope was very slim. Good. However, just as the crowd was waiting to watch a good show, the two devastatingly beautiful women immediately nodded their heads and agreed extremely quickly. "My lord, my name is Yuyu. From now on, I will be your soldier." "My lord, my name is Anuer." The two beauties even saluted Lin Ling. Ling Wulai felt as if he had swallowed a fly. The rookies and veterans around them were so angry that veins popped out on their foreheads. Is this even possible? Recruits, this person isn't a good person. Aren't you afraid of entering the tiger's den if you join him? Ling Wulai shouted angrily. He was no longer pretending. This was because his pretense didn't seem to have much effect. It couldn't compare to Lin Ling's straightforwardness. Many people also stared at the two women. They didn't believe that Lin Ling's lecherous words could move their hearts. This must be an illusion. However, the two ladies gently smiled and did not say anything. Under the gazes of the crowd, they directly held Lin Ling's hand. Moreover, they were taking the initiative to hold his hand. At this moment, everyone's hearts rumbled. Ling Wulai was so angry that he ground his teeth. Lin Ling, why, even falling flowers flowing water soared and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Lord Lin Ling was truly formidable. Then, they looked at Ling Wulai mockingly. Ling Wulai had been putting on an act and thought that he knew everything. Now, he was embarrassed. Lin Ling, what did you do? Why did they join your barracks? Ling Wulai couldn't hold back his anger any longer. Hee, maybe I'm more handsome. Lin Ling finally opened his mouth, but his words were filled with mockery. Moreover, in front of everyone's eyes, he domineeringly pulled Yu and Anue into his arms. This hug was very strong and carried Lin Ling's domineering aura. However, Yu and Anue were delighted. They liked the feeling of being protected. It was so in the past, and it was still so now. Let me tell you one more thing, they are my women. After laughing, Lin Ling's voice became domineering and overbearing. For him, he could give up anything but his women, not even the slightest bit of improper thoughts. You. Ling Wulai was furious. As for the veterans, they stared at Lin Ling enviously. This was what it meant to be a winner in life, because at their level of strength, ordinary women would not be able to enter their eyes at all. Only women with natural talent and beauty were what they pursued. Now, those two beauties were what they had been dreaming of. Yet, Master Lin Ling had gotten his hands on them. Not just one, but two. It was hard for them not to be jealous. Of course, although many of the veterans were jealous, they also thought that they were a good match. What? You want to chase after girls with your looks? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You are holding a snuff bottle and sniffing it. You look like an idiot no matter how you look at it. Also, the armor of the Martial Gods Battalion is crooked and dispirited. Did you not eat breakfast today? As a soldier, you don't have any aura at all. You are a disgrace to the Martial Gods Battalion. Facing Ling Wulai's anger, Lin Ling's words were like a string of cannons. Me. Ling Wulai was so angry that white smoke was coming out of his forehead. What about me? Do you think that by acting cool, you are good at picking up girls? Bad, too bad. Do you think everyone is an idiot? Or are you an idiot yourself? As soon as Ling Wulai spoke, Lin Ling reprimanded him again. Ling Wulai was so angry that he almost went crazy. He even saw his own soldiers laughing at him secretly. Haha. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Let's go. After saying a few words, Lin Ling felt relieved. He held Anuer's hand and left. Seeing Lin Ling return with the beauties, the old soldiers were envious. However, the new soldiers were unwilling to accept it. However, since it was their first time here, they didn't dare to say anything. A few of them stared at Ling Wulai and Ling Wulai nodded his head coldly. Those new soldiers were going to join the boat division. Since their commander had nodded his head, they had nothing to fear. Look at his young age. How dare he put on an act? That's right. He just joined the Martial Gods Battalion earlier than us. In fact, I'm afraid that his strength is not as good as ours. Putting on an act. Those new soldiers frowned and said. Lu Chengfeng and the others were shocked when they heard that. These new soldiers were not convinced by Lord Lin Ling's strength. When they were about to say something, they realized that Lin Ling was still wearing a faint smile on his face. He didn't care about those who questioned him at all. In fact, Lin Ling didn't care. With his strength and seniority, he wouldn't be calculated with those new soldiers. Look, he doesn't dare to say anything. He's not a man. In my opinion, only Commander Ling Wulai is worthy of the two beauties. Him? He only knows how to talk big. That's right. Those new soldiers were proud. The more Lin Ling kept silent, the more they thought that Lin Ling was guilty. Of course, although they were proud, they were also confident. After all, they were the most talented new soldiers in history. Lin Ling finally stopped walking. Previously, he didn't want to bully the weak. However, he didn't expect those new soldiers to keep talking. He turned around and looked at those new soldiers. He shouted angrily, "Who are you to criticize me?" His voice was like thunder. It shocked those new soldiers. Then, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. Kid, don't think that you're our superior just because you joined the Martial God Battalion earlier than us. You're still too young. One of the young men in blue said coldly. He wanted to join the barracks. Now that he had the support of Commander Ling Wulai, he had nothing to be afraid of. In the Martial God plane, strength is everything. You joined the Martial God Battalion earlier, but that doesn't mean that you're stronger than us. If I respect you, I'll call you a veteran. If I don't respect you, I'll call you trash. Believe it or not, I'll beat you until you kneel on the ground. The other new soldiers also shouted angrily. Lin Ling had snatched Yu and the girls in front of him. This made them jealous. Moreover, Lin Ling was very young. He was even younger than many of the new soldiers. Naturally, they looked down on Lin Ling. Most importantly, they didn't believe that Lin Ling was powerful. These troublesome new soldiers. 60% boundary essence. Lin Ling's strength was number one among all the commanders, and his status was even that of a senior commander. Were those fellows courting death? They couldn't help but shake their heads. They knew that these recruits were about to face Lin Ling's wrath. Sure enough, Lin Ling's expression turned even colder. It seemed like he had no choice but to bully the weak. You want to bully a veteran like me? You want me to kneel? Lin Ling walked forward step by step. That's right. Of course, it depends on whether you know how to do it or not. If you continue to put on the airs of a veteran, then I can only teach you a lesson. The young man in blue raised his chin as if he was rewarding Lin Ling. Moreover, he saw that all the recruits were looking at him with envy, especially the two beauties who were looking at him with surprise. He instantly felt that his face had been lifted. What? You're not convinced? Let me tell you, he's the number one recruit this year. He can crush you with one hand. The other recruits were also proud. Lin Ling smiled when he saw this. He knew that Yu and the others were looking at him with worry in their eyes. After all, they didn't know about his situation in the Martial God Battalion. Therefore, in order to not worry them, Lin Ling wanted to tell them that he, Lin Ling, was doing very well in the Martial God Battalion. It seems like this year's recruits are very arrogant. Then, this veteran, will let you give me some pointers. Lin Ling's voice became low. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and terrifying boundary essence erupted. It was like the wrath of the heavens, like the king of the army. The recruits were still holding their chins proudly, but at this moment, the boundary essence surged over like a storm, causing their faces to instantly turn pale. This boundary essence is at least 40%. The young man in blue's pupils trembled violently. He was arrogant because he was the number one recruit this year. In his opinion, although there were many veterans in the Martial God Battalion, not all of them were stronger than him. However, he realized that he was wrong. The person in front of him was much stronger than him. The other recruits were also terrified. Lin Ling looked to be around the same age as them, but they didn't expect the difference in strength to be so great. They suddenly looked at the veterans around them and found that they were smiling mockingly, as if they were not surprised by this scene. Why was it like this? Moreover, when they ridiculed the young man, the people in the surroundings remained silent and even acted respectfully. This showed that the young man's background wasn't small at all. How could they not have noticed this detail before? At this time, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of the blue-clothed youth. He placed his hand on the youth's shoulder and said, "You said you can make me kneel with one hand?" That arm seemed ordinary, but it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. It caused the blue-clothed youth to break out in cold sweat. The next moment, he knelt down with a plop and shouted, "Sir, please spare my life." He hated himself. Why did he believe Commander Ling Wulai? Why did he stand out like this? Mercy? Hearing this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a grin that carried a hint of evil. "All of you, kneel." Lin Ling shouted again. His voice made all the recruits' teeth chatter. All of them had to kneel down? However, under the suppression of Lin Ling's aura, they had no choice but to kneel down. As for Yu and the other girls, they were extremely excited. They had not expected Brother Ling's strength to improve so much. Moreover, Brother Ling seemed to be an extraordinary person in the Martial Gods Battalion. No matter where Brother Ling goes, he is not a mediocre person. Yes, I am proud of him. However, Brother Ling must have put in a lot of effort to get to where he is today. The two girls looked at each other and smiled beautifully. They knew that Lin Ling didn't want them to worry about him. At this moment, all the recruits knelt down with bitter looks on their faces. It was a spectacular scene. Commander Ling Wulai's face darkened. In fact, he had not expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. After all, this batch of recruits was quite powerful and many of them had powerful backgrounds. However, now that Lin Ling had offended all the recruits, it was time for him to show up. In fact, his strength had improved tremendously over the past year. The reason was that Commander Xianxia had provided him with precious cultivation resources so that he could kill Lin Ling. Therefore, he had converted 40% of his boundary origin. Moreover, he had obtained an ancient pot that could activate 10% of his boundary origin. Together with his boundary origin martial arts, he had converted 60% of his boundary origin martial arts. Lin Ling had converted 60% of his boundary origin martial arts. He was confident that he was not weaker than Lin Ling. Of course, although his strength had improved, he did not dare to offend Lin Ling because Lin Ling's position was higher than his. However, he had found an excuse to do so. Lin Ling, you have violated the military rules by torturing them in private. Ling Wulai finally said. Lu Chungfeng and the others narrowed their eyes. Ling Wulai had not spoken up when the recruits had offended their superiors. Now that Lin Ling had punished the recruits, Ling Wulai had given Lin Ling a hard time. All the recruits looked at Ling Wulai expectantly. Don't worry. I will take charge of this matter for you. I will tell the Martial God Battalion to convict Lin Ling. Ling Wulai said righteously. Then, he looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to see Lin Ling's fearful look. Get lost. However, Lin Ling shouted at him coldly and asked him to get lost. You. Ling Wulai had not expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant and unreasonable. He could not wait to strike. In fact, his previous words were to let Lin Ling make the first move. That way, he would not violate the military rules of disrespecting his superiors. However, Lin Ling did not make the first move and directly told him to get lost. You have guts. Just you wait. Ling Wulai turned around and left. He suppressed his anger and said, You are lucky. If your position was not higher than mine, I would have taught you a lesson. Don't think that you will always be number one just because you are the number one commander. How dare a loser speak so arrogantly? However, as soon as he took a step forward, Lin Ling sneered. Many veterans laughed at Ling Wulai's words. Ling Wulai had been humiliated in the Divine List Arena battle. Their laughter had touched Ling Wulai's bottom line. That was the most humiliating thing in his life. He could not take it anymore. Even if he had to offend his superiors, he had to teach Lin Ling a lesson in front of everyone. His body emitted a terrifying chill. His boundary force roared like a dragon turtle. A jade pot with a turtle shell engraved on it appeared in his hand and shone brightly. A moment of pride does not mean it will last forever. Today, I will teach you a lesson. With the help of the jade pot, Ling Wulai pounced on Lin Ling like a deity descending from the heavens, 60% of his boundary force. Blossoming flowing water's expression changed drastically. In the past, Ling Wulai was weaker than him. However, today, his strength had increased tremendously. Instantly, blossoming flowing water felt immense pressure. Lin Ling, be careful. The chess boy also shouted anxiously. The martial god barracks had recruited geniuses from all over the world. These geniuses were indeed monstrous and could create many miracles. Ling Wulai was creating a miracle. A loser in the past was going to rule the world today. Commander Ling Wulai. The recruits raised their heads and their eyes were burning with passion. To them, 60% of boundary force was something they could only look up to. Commander Ling Wulai could definitely teach that young man named Lin Ling a lesson. Translator, Transin editor, Transin, you are not worthy. Are you afraid now? I've said it before. A moment of pride doesn't mean it will last forever. No one is the strongest in the martial god barracks forever. Kneel before me. Ling Wulai roared. At this moment, he was elated. You're not worthy enough to make me afraid. Lin Ling shook his head. He also drew his sword. The sword radiance was ancient as if it had been polished for 10 years. The terrifying aura made many of the recruits gasp. They knew that Lin Ling had been merciful when he taught them a lesson. However, they believed that Lin Ling would still be defeated. Use your sword. My dragon turtle heavenly flask specializes in breaking sword boundary energy. Facing Lin Ling's sword, Ling Wulai sneered. He was not afraid at all. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword slashed down. Rumble, the two swords collided. Ling Wulai's body was protected by a powerful layer of world essence. In addition, the dragon turtle was roaring. That sword was actually blocked. Moreover, there was a mysterious power that was reflected back to defeat Ling Wulai. The flask was indeed powerful. Haha, Lin Ling, is this your strongest sword? It's too weak. Ling Wulai became even more arrogant when he realized that Lin Ling's sword could not hurt him. That's not necessarily true. However, Lin Ling said coldly. He shook his sword and the dragon chi from the dragon cleansing pool appeared on the sword. The roar of a dragon reverberated in the air. Lin Ling's sword also changed. It was like an azure dragon painting finishing touch. The boundary energy of the sword increased crazily. 80% of the boundary energy erupted and swept towards Ling Wulai like a dragon in the sky. Kacha, the sword pierced through the boundary energy of the dragon turtle and was getting closer to Ling Wulai's neck. 80% of the boundary energy? How is that possible? Ling Wulai finally let out a cry of alarm. He thought that with his treasures and the increase in his strength, he would definitely be able to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, the result was that Lin Ling's boundary essence had increased even more, reaching 80%. It wasn't just him, even falling flowers, flowing water, and the others gasped. Moreover, even Commander Che Jun and the others came over. All of them were dumbfounded. Pervert, in just a year, Lin Ling's overall strength had reached 80% of Jia Yuan, and 1 year ago, Lin Ling was only 60%, whoosh. At the same time, the small pot was knocked away by Lin Ling's sword. The sword of death was only 1 centimeter away from Ling Wulai's neck. What pride does a stray dog have? Lin Ling's voice broke Ling Wulai's confidence. The faces of the recruits in the distance turned pale. Spare my life. Ling Wulai's body trembled, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. His previous arrogance had only been exchanged for abjection. He had lost a lot of face. Slap. Lin Ling patted Ling Wulai's face with his sword and said, "Didn't you say you wanted to teach me a lesson? I don't deserve it." If the sword wasn't so close to his neck, Ling Wulai would have knelt down and begged for mercy. Just as he was about to say something, a cold voice came, "You can't kill him. Otherwise, you will be violating the military rules." A figure walked over coldly with a few commanders. The leader was Commander Xianxia. "Sir, help me." Ling Wulai shouted anxiously. "Shut up." Commander Xianxia's face darkened. He had trained Ling Wulai to kill Lin Ling, but Ling Wulai turned out to be a piece of trash. Of course, he didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't have a good ending today. "He's one of your men?" Lin Ling looked at Commander Xianxia and said, "If you want to harm me next time, don't send a piece of trash." After saying that, he put away his sword. Although he wanted to kill Ling Wulai, he didn't want to violate the military rules. Xianxia wanted to kill him, but he didn't dare to do it openly. Although he didn't want to kill Ling Wulai, he still grabbed Ling Wulai's neck and walked slowly to the recruits. Then, he smashed Ling Wulai down. "Kneel until the sky turns dark. If you dare to run away, I'll break your legs." Bang! As Lin Ling smashed Ling Wulai down, all the recruits were shocked. "This sir is really overbearing. The same goes for all of you." Lin Ling looked at the recruits coldly before he turned around and left. "It seems like we've kicked an iron board. Who is this sir? How could he not respect Commander Ling Wulai? I'm afraid he's a commander. Oh my god. We've offended a commander. We're courting death. However, why is there such a young commander?" The recruits all cried out in surprise. Xianxia frowned when he saw Lin Ling take away the small teapot that Ling Wulai had left behind. This was because he was the one who had left the teapot for Ling Wulai. However, he endured it. "You're smart. You didn't talk nonsense during the entire process. Otherwise, I would have scolded you too." Lin Ling looked at Xianxia with disdain. Then, he walked towards Yu Yu and the others and entered the martial god barracks. Lin Ling was a commander and Xianxian was a commander. Since they had the same rank, why would Lin Ling be afraid of him? Of course, Xianxian was furious because Lin Ling was weaker than him. However, Lin Ling's rank was the same as his. Therefore, Xianxian didn't dare to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, the heavenly dragon turtle teapot was taken away. He had suffered a double loss. Xianxian harumphed coldly and left. However, he was getting more and more worried because Lin Ling's strength had increased tremendously after a year. As for Luohua Lushui and the others, they were still in shock. They looked at each other and smiled wryly. We can't catch up to him. Commander Che Jun shook his head helplessly. He could understand how Luo Hua Lushui and the others felt. At this rate, he will be able to enter the 3 academies in Qingzhou in advance after he completes the boundary origin conversion. Xianxia, Chiatong said enviously. The martial god barracks was only a springboard for the geniuses from various worlds. Their real goal was to enter the 3 academies in Qingzhou. Only by entering the 3 academies would they have the chance to reach the peak of the martial god boundary. Sir, Lin Ling is too arrogant. At that moment, Xianxian was leading a few people forward. The other commanders said coldly. Although he is arrogant, he is stronger than all of you. Commander Xianxian said slowly, Lin Ling is too strange. He has an ordinary background but his cultivation speed is faster than ordinary people. He must have some secrets. Yes, his talent in learning martial arts is too monstrous. Sir, we can't let him go. One of the commanders, who was holding a bow, made a gesture of cutting his throat. No, as far as I know, the great general has been keeping an eye on him. If we act rashly, we will be in trouble. Commander Xianxian shook his head and said, however, there is still a year before the great general sets out. At that time, we can find an opportunity to kill him. This is a good opportunity. In a year's time, no matter how monstrous Lin Ling is, he will not be a match for Sir. The other commanders nodded coldly and their faces were filled with killing intent. Don't underestimate him. In fact, if he did not have a feud with Taiding County, I would not want to offend such a monstrous genius. Pressure of Mount Tai. This is a monster who is going to enter the 3 great academies of Qingzhou. Commander Xianxian said and strode forward. On the other side, Yu and the others followed Lin Ling to the barracks. Greetings, sir. On the way, the soldiers all bowed respectfully. Lin Ling nodded. After Lin Ling walked away, the soldiers were surprised. Are those 2 madams? They are so beautiful. I'm afraid they are the most beautiful in the martial god barracks. They are a match made in heaven with Sir Lin Ling. They are walking hand in hand. They must be lovers. I'm so envious. Many of the soldiers were talking. When Yu and the others heard these voices, they felt a sweet feeling in their hearts. They were also surprised by Lin Ling's position in the martial god barracks. Brother Ling, I didn't expect you to become a commander. You are so powerful. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Lin Ling was a little proud of himself in front of Yu and the others. Yu and the others giggled. After that, the 3 of them entered the barracks. Lin Ling looked at them with an evil smile. He had not seen the 2 girls for a long time. He missed them. Brother Ling, what are you doing? Yu and the others looked at Lin Ling cautiously. In fact, they knew what Lin Ling wanted to do. Lin Ling chuckled. He set up a soundproof barrier and started to make love in the barracks. After a long time, the 3 of them were lying on the bed. Lin Ling looked up with a warm smile. It was a good feeling to see his 2 wives again. It reminded him of home. If he did not have revenge, he would have gone home to take a look. Yu and the others also cherished this time. They remembered everything that happened in the Guyan sect. At that time, no one would have thought that the ordinary young man in the Guyan sect would find the strongest world in the universe. All of this was like a dream. 40% of your dimensional essence has been converted. Not bad. After a short moment, Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and spoke. Yu and the others' natural talents weren't weak, and coupled with Lin Ling's frequent guidance and the divine crystals he left behind, their strengths had naturally improved greatly at this moment. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that their realm essence was very condensed. Presumably, their experiences in the myriad of worlds had benefited them greatly. What did you encounter in the myriad worlds? Lin Ling immediately asked curiously. In the past, when he comprehended the boundary essence, he had returned to his hometown, so Yu and the others should also have a good experience. The 2 beauties looked at each other and giggled. We're not telling you. Their tempering process seemed to be the same, and the only reason they could give birth to boundary origin seeds was this man in front of them, because this man was the sky in their hearts. Great, you've learned how to bully me together? Lin Ling immediately laughed mischievously. After a series of caresses, the 2 beauties began to pant. However, Lin Ling quickly stopped and said with a smile, "Everything is fine at home, right?" "Everything is fine. Grandfather, aunt, Nianshan and the others have all cultivated. Ear has also made rapid progress. He is now wandering around. As for the devil race, ghost race, and god race, they are now led by the rainforest sacred land. That's good. However, Ear needs to go out more often. After all, under our protection, he can only be a flower in a greenhouse. This is harming him." Brother Ling is right." Yu and the others nodded. Suddenly, they thought of Xianxia from before and immediately asked. "Hehe, someone from young Master Xianxuanshan's side, so he has always wanted to kill me." Speaking of Xianxia, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Right now, he was not strong enough, otherwise, he would have killed Xianxia long ago. However, compared to Xianxia, the person Lin Ling wanted to kill the most was Tian Liuli. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling did not plan to tell them about Tian Liuli, in case Yu and the others were worried. In the following days, Yu and the others stayed in the martial god camp. The three of them also treated this place as their other home, and Lin Ling also took out the divine crystals he obtained from the divine list to cultivate. Moreover, he asked the soldiers to send some divine crystals to the rainforest sacred land, as well as some cultivation methods. He had to let his three disciples comprehend the boundary origin. Of course, there was also the small saint. The peaceful days passed quietly just like that. On this day, Lin Ling stood under a huge ancient tree. The ancient tree swayed and the leaves fell down like snow. Lin Ling held the sword and looked at the sword with his left eye. A mysterious Dao seal appeared in his eyes and swam like a tadpole. Shan Sword Record, the boundary origin martial art from the sword world. According to legend, with a single sword strike, it can cut through 10,000 realms. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His sword moved slightly, as if a dragon was roaring. He slashed out with his sword and a terrifying boundary origin force vibrated out. Swoosh, however, that sword was like a gust of wind. It slashed at the falling leaves on the ground, but it didn't even cut off a single leaf. "Brother Ling, how did you do it?" At this moment, Yu and the others walked over and exclaimed. Because that leaf, not to mention the power of boundary origin force, even the power of law could be easily cut into pieces. And now, Lin Ling was using boundary origin force, but he couldn't cut off the leaf. This was shocking. Because, I see the leaf as another world, so the sword can't cut the leaf. Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, "When the sword is in the heart, the opponent is the only target. Everything else is fleeting clouds." After saying this, his sword trembled and a sword mark appeared on the ground. It seemed to have passed through the martial god realm and reached the universe. This sword had actually reached 40% of the power of boundary origin force, and this was the third level of Xian Sword Record, Mount Tai Crush. Every level of Xian Sword Record could increase one's boundary origin force by 10%, and the third level was 30%. This move was called Mount Tai Crush. Its power was enormous, but the disadvantage was that it needed a long time to prepare, and now, Lin Ling's entire strength added up to 90% of boundary origin force. However, Lin Ling's boundary origin force was only 50%. Your boundary origin force and talent have begun to fuse. Remember, don't fuse anymore. Only after 100% of your boundary origin force has been successfully converted can you completely fuse them. Lin Ling kept his sword and reminded Yu and the others. In fact, Yu and the others were able to have their current strength mostly because of Lin Ling's guidance, so they immediately nodded. Of course, if this was heard by others, they would definitely be shocked, because, after the boundary origin force was completely converted, one had to fuse with talent. So, the earlier one fused with talent, the greater the advantage. And Lin Ling went the opposite way. However, only Lin Ling knew that it was too early to fuse with talent. In the future, when the boundary origin force was converted to the 9th and 10th levels, the difficulty would increase by 100 times. Oh right, that dragon turtle heavenly pot, you must carry it with you. It can increase your defensive boundary origin force by 10%. It is a 9th level immortal weapon. Lin Ling reminded again. Hearing this, Yu and the others nodded. Ancient City of Everlasting in Yuer asked curiously, "If we have the materials, will Brother Ling be able to improve?" "Of course." Lin Ling nodded. He had obtained all of ghost genius Li Xiaoyao's memories. In the past, Li Xiaoyao was an omnipotent existence, so it was not difficult at all. Then why don't we go and find the last material? Yu Yu frowned and said. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he nodded. He suddenly remembered that someone owed him money. It was the people from my commandery that he met in the martial god realm. He could go and collect the debt now. Lin Ling took out a map of the nearby area. Finally, his gaze fell on a city. Ancient City of Everlasting. This city was very close to the martial god barracks. It was because it was close that it was safe. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was not qualified to walk around the Azure province as he wished. The next day, Lin Ling brought Yu Yu and the others to the ancient City of Everlasting. They took the martial god vessel on the way, so they did not alarm anyone. The ancient City of Everlasting was an extremely prosperous city near the martial god barracks. It had a long history. According to legend, the ancient City of Everlasting existed before the Azure province. The scenery in that area was extremely beautiful because the city was under a valley. It was also known as the Underground City. However, when Lin Ling and the others arrived, they did not feel that this was the underground city at all because the cave ceiling was bright. Looking from afar, the city was bustling as if it was a city that never slept. Cultivators in different clothes entered the city one after another. To them, this was a good place to rest. As soon as they entered the city, the sound of hawking came from all around. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Just by listening to the sound, he found many good materials. Unfortunately, he touched the divine crystal in his ring and shook his head helplessly in the end. It's so beautiful. Look at the sky. Look. Yu Yu looked around and suddenly pointed at the sky. The sky seemed to be carved with colorful gems. At a glance, it gave people the feeling of a fairyland. Moreover, colorful petals would occasionally fall from the sky. In fact, those were the rays of light emitted by the cave ceiling, but it made the city even more beautiful. It is indeed beautiful. Lin Ling smiled and held Yu Yu and the others' hands. He also enjoyed this beautiful city. Guest, this is the map of the ancient City of Everlasting Desolation. This city is also known as the City of Everlasting Desolation, a place that lovers love to visit the most. With this map, guest can become even more familiar with the ancient City of Everlasting Desolation. On the way, Lin Ling bought a map and spent a piece of divine crystal. Yu Yu and the others walked around, curious about all the new and beautiful things. Lin Ling looked at the map and finally saw the market of the only commandery in this city. It had to be said that this only commandery had a good foundation. They had actually opened their market here. After that, Lin Ling took out a jade slip and activated it with his boundary essence. That jade slip was made by Luo Yunquan and the others with a blood oath. As long as he notified them, the other party would receive the news. If they were close, they should be able to rush over very quickly. Moreover, Lin Ling wasn't worried that they wouldn't return the money. Because of the blood oath, the other party couldn't wait to return the money. While waiting, Lin Ling glanced at the map and then headed towards a certain direction. That place was a special place in the ancient City of Everlasting Desolation and was also known as the 100 Nones Market. It meant that if you had any difficult and complicated diseases, you could issue a mission in the market. If a cultivator had the confidence to solve those difficult problems, they would be rewarded. Therefore, that place was very attractive. After arriving at the 100 Nones Market, Lin Ling discovered that there was a sea of people here. On top of an enormous ancient tree, there were various mission slips pasted all over. For example, difficult problems in cultivation, difficult problems in alchemy, and so on. There was even information about searching for certain treasures, as well as some problems in the heart of martial arts. So interesting. Yu Yu instantly widened her horizons. Even Lin Ling was the same. Suddenly, he stared at a mission slip and instantly laughed. That mission was to forge the Star Sea Heavenly Zither, and the forger encountered a little problem in the forging. Therefore, the mission was issued, and the reward was a red cloth python leaf. This treasure just happened to be able to upgrade the level of the Dragon Turtle Heavenly Flask. I'll take this one. Lin Ling immediately took down that mission. The crowd was in an uproar. That mission has been here for 100 years and no one has been able to solve it. This kid actually overestimated himself and accepted the mission? Hee, another failure. Just wait, it won't be long before he personally comes back to post the mission. Most importantly, he will be fined 100 divine crystals. According to the rules of the 100 Knowns market, if the person who accepted the mission failed, they would have to pay the fine and return in disgrace to post the mission again. Big Brother Ling, this seems to be very difficult. And Yue heard the voices around her and instantly frowned. It's just a small problem, Lin Ling said calmly. His words made the crowd even more disdainful, because everyone who accepted the mission said the same thing. In fact, Lin Ling had forged this kind of Star Sea Heavenly Zither before, and the Star Sea Heavenly Zither was not a powerful weapon. Its advantage was that it had a good sound, and it was very suitable for warriors who liked music to cultivate their martial hearts. The reason why Lin Ling knew how to forge it was because when Li Xiaoyao was recuperating in the valley, he had helped the Celestial Glaze forge it. The three of them immediately followed the map on the mission and walked forward. Before long, a hexagonal ancient building appeared in front of them. People entered the ancient building one after another, all of them wearing blue robes and looking somewhat noble. Say it, how much is it? Before they entered the ancient building, a voice came from the door. The young man who spoke looked a little rough and old. He wore plain clothes and looked a little ordinary. What was surprising was that his voice was a little immature. Sir, the Thousand Leaves Light Mist Shield is a top-grade celestial weapon, and it was forged by Master Long. The starting price must be 50,000 divine crystals. The blue-robed young man at the door said indifferently, his voice carrying a hint of rejection. Because the young man in front of him looked a little old and wore ordinary clothes, he looked down on him. And this hexagonal ancient building seemed to be a place to buy treasures. Hearing this, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. In his opinion, the Thousand Leaves Light Mist Shield was not a precious treasure, but it cost 50,000 divine crystals? It was too expensive. His reward for being first on the divine list was only 50,000 divine crystals. It seemed that this Master Long was quite impressive. It's only 50,000 divine crystals. I can afford it, but I have to forge it now. However, the rough young man frowned. Master Long is not free now. If you want to forge it now, you have to pay more divine crystals. Alright, I've said what I wanted to say. If there's nothing else, you can leave. The blue-robed young man immediately replied, his tone extremely rude. You're looking down on me. Did I say I have no money? The rough young man retorted. Haha, sorry, I just think you have no money. However, the other party also sneered, 50,000, right? I'll give you 60,000. If it's not enough, 70,000, 80,000. What was surprising was that the rough young man was wearing ordinary clothes, but he had a lot of divine crystals. Is it enough? If it's not enough, 100,000 divine crystals. Pieces of divine crystals were thrown at the blue-robed young man, showing him what it meant to be rich. The crowd outside the ancient building was also surprised. 100,000 divine crystals to buy a top-grade celestial weapon. Rich people could do whatever they wanted. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation Smashing people with money, you still dare to look down on me? You are only blue-cloaked world spiritists. What gives you the right to look down on me? Let me tell you, although I don't have any ability, the only ability I have is money. The coarse old man continued smashing divine crystals, causing the passers-by to feel extremely refreshed. That was because the several world spiritists who were smashed by the divine crystals all had dark expressions on their faces, but they could not refute him. You don't have any ability, the only ability you have is money? Lin Ling was speechless. That was a very great ability. If he, Lin Ling, had a large amount of divine crystals, his strength would have greatly increased. However, that was only for Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling had Li Xiaoyao's memories and 10,000 elephant demon eyes. Even if others had divine crystals, they would still need to spend a lot of time to cultivate. You are very daring. You dare to act recklessly in this ancient building? At that moment, a man wearing a green robe walked out of the hexagonal ancient building. He was tall and thin, and he was playing with 5 jade beads in his hand. His fingers were extremely nimble, and as the jade beads rolled, 4 crystal mirrors appeared around him. It was extremely mysterious. Green robe. The crowd cried out in alarm. They knew that world spiritists were divided into white robes, black robes, blue robes, green robes, orange robes, red robes, gold robes, and purple robes. World spiritists who could wear green robes were all people of virtue and prestige. Even Lin Ling was slightly surprised. In his world, he was a blue-cloaked world spiritist. Now, it was his first time seeing a green-cloaked world spiritist. Of course, that was before he obtained Li Xiaoya's memories. Now, Lin Ling was definitely not just a blue-cloaked world spiritist. You actually smashed 100,000 divine crystals just to vent your anger. You country bumpkin, you have guts. That man said indifferently. He believed that the coarse old man was smashing divine crystals just to vent his anger. Lord Feng Wuhan is right. The other blue-cloaked world spiritists immediately flattered, their eyes filled with reverence. In fact, even Lin Ling believed that the coarse old man was trying to vent his anger. He must have taken out all his savings to vent his anger. You said I'm a country bumpkin? The rough-looking young man frowned. That's right, you came from those dirty places in the myriad realms. Don't think that just because you have some money, you have a noble status. In reality, you are just a lowly commoner. The green-robed man said again. That's enough. Try scolding me again. The rough old man had a fiery temper and shouted angrily. Didn't you want the 1,000 leaves mist barrier earlier? Sure. Take out 200,000 divine crystals. Of course, if you think it's too expensive, then scram. Don't dirty the floor here. The green-robed man spoke with disdain. He turned around and left after he finished speaking. We are world spiritists, not merchants. The next time we meet someone like that, we'll just chase them out. At the same time, he warned the other blue-cloaked world spiritists. Evidently, he had taken the coarse old man to be a big head. I thought it was something great, but it turns out that it's just divine crystals. But for me, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. However, the moment the green-robed world spiritist moved, the coarse old man threw out another divine crystal, 110,000. Is that enough, 120,000? The crowd was shocked. They had also thought that the coarse old man's savings would only be 100,000 divine crystals. Who knew that the coarse old man possessed even more money than they had imagined? Is 200,000 divine crystals enough? The large amount of divine crystals smashed into the green-robed man, causing his face to turn ashen. He had also overlooked this point. Of course, it wasn't that he had miscalculated. Rather, he had never imagined that someone would actually throw out 200,000 divine crystals just to fight back. You've embarrassed yourself, haven't you? You're not qualified to fight with me. The coarse old man immediately said complacently. He's indeed a rich man. Lin Ling shook his head inwardly. He knew that he had underestimated the coarse old man. After that, the coarse old man swaggered into the ancient building. The crowd of world spiritists did not dare to stop him. This caused the passers-by to feel even more refreshed. After Lin Ling shook his head, he also entered the hexagonal ancient building. That uncle is so powerful. Yu and the others at the side exclaimed. Hearing that, Lin Ling also nodded. However, at that moment, a voice came from ahead. I'm not an uncle. I'm only around the same age as you. The coarse old man seemed to have heard Yu and the others' words. At that moment, he gloomily walked over. But you look so old. Yu and the others were still astonished. That's because I've been cultivating. In reality, I've been cultivating for less than 1,000 years. Sigh, please don't call me uncle. It's very demoralizing. The coarse old man sighed. After sighing, his forehead was filled with wrinkles. Lin Ling almost couldn't hold back his laughter. To be honest, he also thought that the other party was an uncle. He quickly said with a smile, but the you from before was very heroic. Haha, these world spiritists think that they have some ability, so their eyes are above their heads. They can only be arrogant in a small city like the ancient city of Everlast. In a big city, they don't even dare to fart. Speaking of the matter from before, the coarse old man was a bit proud. However, he soon gloomily said, although I've smashed their heads and faces with money, I feel that I still haven't vented my anger. Look on the bright side. No matter where you go, this kind of people are inevitable. Lin Ling comforted and made the coarse old man nod. He stared at Lin Ling and said with a smile, Gong Yangjiang, from the Qing Province Fuxing Bank branch. Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd immediately exclaimed. The Qing Province Fuxing Bank was a huge bank that spread throughout the 9 provinces. You're the son of the Qing Province Fuxing Bank branch. I've seen you before. Wow. From the crowd, a petite figure suddenly walked out. It was Tang Yue. Oh? The little princess of Square Commandery, Tang Yue? Wow. Gong Yangjiang seemed to know Tang Yue and also exclaimed. You're throwing money everywhere again. Next time, I'll tell your father. Tang Yue narrowed her eyes and said, Of course, if you tip me 100,000 or 80,000 divine gems, I'll pretend that I didn't see what happened today. I thought it was something big. If the problem of money is solved, then it's not a problem. Gong Yangjiang poured out the divine gems and was extremely forthright. Lin Ling couldn't help but be astonished. This guy seemed to be the son of a bank. He was indeed a nouveau riche. What about you? How much do you want? Gong Yangjiang looked at Lin Ling again, but Lin Ling shook his head. Although he was short of money, he didn't want money. You're ambitious, unlike this little princess. You're hopeless. In the martial god realm, problems that can't be solved with money are big problems. People who can't be bought with money are real heroes. Gong Yangjiang looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Him? Greedy guy. The jade pendant that my father gave me was stolen by him. In the whole world, he's the only one who dares to steal my treasures. Tang Yue was instantly unconvinced. You know him? Gong Yangjiang was surprised. He's a guy from the Martial God Battalion. Tang Yue narrowed her eyes and said, to put it bluntly, he's just a cocky little soldier. The Martial God Battalion is a place full of iron blood and passion. Even a little soldier is amazing. It's a pity that you can't enter that place with money. Otherwise, I'd go in and have some fun. Gong Yangjiang looked at Lin Ling in surprise. He didn't expect the latter to have such a powerful background. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. You are indeed stupid. You're going too far. This isn't the martial god barracks. Why should I listen to your orders? Tang Yue frowned. Lin Ling was deliberately making things difficult for her. Haha, the army is outside. You can disobey orders. However, be careful. After you return, your superiors will arrange for you to guard a remote world for 100 years. Lin Ling said indifferently. As soon as he said this, Tang Yue surrendered like a frosted eggplant and directly bowed. Gong Yangjiang's expression changed again. If he remembered correctly, Tang Yue was a commander. Could it be that this brat was a commander? As for Yu and the others, they rolled their eyes. Big brother Ling had taken advantage of their absence to flirt with other girls again. Amazing, amazing. Lin Ling, right? Why have you come to the 6-sided ancient building? After Gong Yangjiang recovered from his shock, he immediately asked. Lin Ling did not conceal anything and told him the purpose of his visit. After that, they found a blue-robed world spiritist and Lin Ling handed over the mission list. That world spiritist frowned as he looked at Lin Ling and the others. He was angry at Gong Yangjiang. However, he was surprised at Lin Ling, because this mission was so difficult that even Lord Feng Wuhan was helpless against it. Could it be that this young man had come to join in the fun? But he found that Lin Ling's expression was very calm, like an ancient well. Allow me to inform my lord. The blue-robed world spiritist said. Soon, he arrived with Lord Feng Wuhan. Before he arrived, his reprimanding voice could be heard. Milord Long is currently forging weapons. If there's nothing important, do not interrupt her. Otherwise, if she is displeased, both you and I will be punished. Feng Wuhan frowned. He arrived before Lin Ling and the others and was immediately shocked. It was that coarse old man again. However, he quickly collected himself and said with an indifferent expression, Who's here to hand in the mission? Milord, it's me. Lin Ling took a step forward and bowed. You're the one who's causing trouble? Feng Wuhan frowned as he stared at Lin Ling. In reality, he was also staring at Gong Yangjiang because he, a grand green cloak world spiritist, had actually been humiliated by that coarse old man. Therefore, he hated Gong Yangjiang, and even hated Lin Ling. How am I causing trouble? Lin Ling was stunned. Bring me the mission board. The blue-robed world spiritist immediately took out the mission board. On the mission board, Lin Ling had also written the smithing method. However, Feng Wuhan did not even look at it. He crumpled the mission board into a ball and stepped on it. He said, "You're spouting nonsense. If you're not causing trouble, then what are you? You're wasting everyone's time. You have to put up this mission board." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked out the mission board that had been flattened under his feet. Lin was a little angry. How do you know that it's a mess? I know you're angry because you've been humiliated before, but you shouldn't put your anger on me. Pa. Who do you think you are? I'm a green cloak world spiritist. If I say you're wrong, then you're wrong. Feng Wuhan did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. He pointed at Lin Ling and said, "You, scram. And the rest of you, scram." As soon as he said that, Gong Yangjiang and the others were enraged. The noise was very loud, and many people came to watch. What? They dare to question Lord Feng Wuhan? These juniors are crazy. Lord Feng Wuhan is the world spiritist in charge of the six-sided ancient tower. What qualifications do they have? Idiots. They're just trying to please the crowd. The blue-robed world spiritists said in disdain, causing many people to nod their heads. In the ancient city of everlasting desolation, the most famous world spiritist was Lord Feng Wuhan. As for Lord Long, he was from the three great academies and was just passing by, so they naturally believed in Lord Feng Wuhan. The surrounding voices made Yu and the others angry. Lin Ling did not provoke Lord Feng Wuhan, but Feng Wuhan repeatedly humiliated Lin Ling. This mission was issued by Lord Long, right? What does it have to do with you? You don't understand things, but that doesn't mean others don't. Lin Ling's face also turned cold. Do you think Lord Long will personally come for trash like you? Scram. Feng Wuhan laughed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so unappreciative. Scram. Don't dirty our place. The crowd also began to reprimand. I really want to smash you to death with money. Gong Yangjiang said with a dark face. However, Tang Yue beside him sighed, this matter can't be solved with money. We can only leave in shame. After saying that, she had already turned around. Gong Yangjiang did the same. However, at that moment, Lin Ling suddenly said to him, shout 3 times, there's too little sand in the sand wave. Gong Yangjiang was stunned when he heard that. What did that mean, shouting 3 times? He was so stupid. However, when he saw Lin Ling's serious expression, he decided to gamble. There's too little sand in the sand wave. There's too little sand in the sand wave. He immediately shouted out loud. Is this guy crazy? Seeing that, everyone opened their mouths wide. Was he angry because he was chased away in shame? Even Feng Wuhan laughed mockingly. However, at that moment, a rumbling sound came from the top of the hexagonal ancient tower. Then, a red-robed figure jumped down from the stairs. Who said there's too little sand in the sand wave? The figure was about 60 years old. It was an old woman with unfathomable strength. Most importantly, she was wearing a red robe. Lord Long. All the boundary masters were shocked. They did not expect that the expert from the 3 great academies would take the initiative to come out. Moreover, she seemed to be anxious. Lord Long, what are you doing? Feng Wuhan cried out in surprise. However, the old woman did not pay attention to him and continued to ask, who said there's too little sand in the sand wave? I said so. At that moment, Lin Ling finally spoke slowly. The old woman looked at Lin Ling in surprise. She did not expect him to be so young. Why do you say so? The old woman pounced and grabbed Lin Ling's arms. Only she knew that the sand wave was the material used to forge the zither. Her anxious appearance made everyone's jaws drop. Because if you want the sound of the star sea heavenly zither to be good, the sand wave cannot be too little, especially on the surface of the zither. Of course, if you want to use it as a weapon, then try to reduce the sand wave as much as possible. Lin Ling slowly said. So that's how it is. Because sand wave is a very common material, I wanted to reduce the amount as much as possible so as to not affect the quality of the entire zither. However, who knew that sound wave would affect the sound? The old woman came to a realization. She had been forging weapons her entire life, but she had forgotten that sometimes, the more common the material, the better the effect. After all, what she pursued was the sound, not the power of the weapon. I'm so stupid. How could I forget that? After thinking it through, the old woman slapped her forehead and said. Seeing that, the crowd was silent, that young man said a few words, and Lord Long called her stupid? Who exactly was that young man? You are indeed stupid. However, before they could recover from their shock, Lin Ling's voice sounded. You're courting death. Eat it up, you're right. It seems that there's always someone to learn from. However, what the old woman said next caused all of the world spiritists to become speechless. By the way, how did you know? The old woman looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling smiled and found an excuse. Because my father forged the starry heavenly zither in the past, so I know a thing or two. In fact, if you want a better sound, you can use other materials to replace the sand. Moreover, the forging method is to forge the strings first. So that's how it is. However, your father is the best blacksmith. Little friend, please guide me. The old woman was pleasantly surprised. The method is on the ground. Lin Ling pointed at the ground and laughed. On the ground, the mission board was still lying there. The old woman almost wanted to pick it up, but Lin Ling stopped her and said, this mission board was stepped on by someone, so it should be picked up by someone, right, Master Long? Not bad. Who stepped on it? Hurry up and pick it up. The old woman raised her head, her expression turning serious. Hearing that, all the world spiritists were startled. As for Lord Feng Wuhan, his jaw almost fell to the ground. However, under the gazes of the crowd, he walked out nervously. I stepped on it. After he finished speaking, he bent down and picked it up. Moreover, he opened the mission board with trembling hands. During this process, he gnashed his teeth in anger. He had never thought that the young man would actually know how to forge the Star Sea Heavenly Zither. You stepped on it and picked it up yourself. How do you feel? Lin Ling looked at Feng Wuhan indifferently. Then, he shook his head mockingly. Actually, the method is in my mind. I don't even need the mission board. You. Wind Without Trace pointed at Lin Ling, his eyes red with anger. Lin Ling was deliberately toying with him. Lord Long, have I completed my mission? Lin Ling ignored him and looked at the old woman. Forget it, this mission has finally been completed by someone, there's no need for the mission list to exist. The old woman immediately nodded. There's no need to exist? That's good. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he stared at Wind Without Trace. Since there's no need for the mission board to exist, then you can eat it. I'll eat it. Feng Wuhan said in disbelief. Was he going to stuff this dirty paper into his stomach? Whether you eat or not depends on Master Long. Lin Ling said with a smile. The old woman stared coldly at Feng Wuhan. Although she didn't know what was going on, she didn't have the time to care about anything else. Do you want me to feed you? Her words made Feng Wuhan wolf down the mission list. He also bit a few grains of sand in his mouth. He immediately knew that those were the grains of sand left behind when he stepped on the mission list. Little friend, this way. Then, the old woman immediately looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and followed her with Yu and the rest. However, before he left, he gave Wind Without Trace a sarcastic look. In fact, with Lin Ling's current outlook, he didn't have much resentment against Wind Without Trace. What he had done before was just a small punishment. This guy is amazing. He actually did something that even I couldn't do. Seeing Lin Ling leave, Gong Yangjiang suddenly exclaimed. When he encountered trouble, he liked to throw money at it. However, the matter in front of him couldn't be solved with money. What a strange person. Tang Yue was even more puzzled. She now knew Lin Ling very well. He had a very ordinary background and didn't have any powerful backing. However, he had repeatedly done things that they couldn't do. To Tang Yue, Lin Ling was becoming more and more attractive. She couldn't wait to know all of Lin Ling's secrets. Lin Ling followed the old woman to the top floor. The old woman immediately asked for advice. Lin Ling smiled and explained. In fact, the Star Sea Heavenly Harp wasn't a high-level weapon. Even a blue-robed boundary master could forge it after knowing the method. Sure enough, not long after, a pleasant sound came from the 6th floor. The sound was like the sound of nature. Lord Long was pleasantly surprised. Finally, it's a success. It could be seen that she was also a person who loved music. Therefore, she pursued a beautiful sound very highly. Thank you. Lord Long personally served the fragrant tea and handed it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling received it with a smile. Throughout the entire process, he was neither arrogant nor humble. This surprised Lord Long. Only then did she realize that the young man in front of her was somewhat extraordinary. After all, ordinary people who saw her would be in fear and trepidation. Moreover, even if she wasn't a boundary master, because she was the head of the 3 great academies, others would still be extremely respectful to her. However, the young man in front of her didn't do anything. He looked at her as if he was looking at a passerby. "Little friend, where are you from?" Lord Long asked curiously. "I'm from the Qingzhou Martial God Barracks. I'm a senior commander." Lin Ling replied politely. "Senior commander?" Lord Long's expression changed. The Qingzhou Martial God Barracks couldn't be compared to the 3 great academies, but it was comparable to the 4 great commanderies. This young man was actually a senior commander. As far as she knew, senior commanders were some old monsters. This was the first time she had seen a young man become a senior commander. This meant that this young man was somewhat extraordinary. "Little friend, your talent is very good." Lord Long immediately smiled. Although Lin Ling's talent was divine body, she knew that a person who could become a senior commander was definitely not simple. No matter how good your talent is, if you can't reach the peak of the martial god realm, then everything is fleeting clouds. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly shook his head. In fact, he had heard many of Lord Long's words. Even in his previous life, he had thought that he would reach the peak of heaven and earth. However, man proposes, God disposes. In the end, he had fallen. Therefore, he knew that talent was only one of the factors. If he couldn't reach the peak of the universe, then everything else was just empty talk. However, his casual words caused Lord Long's expression to change slightly. What a calm young man. Ordinary people who heard her praise would be smug. However, the young man in front of her didn't have such a mentality. It was as if he had encountered many storms and waves. "Little friend Lin Ling, I wonder if you are interested in joining my resplendent academy?" Lord Long suddenly asked. She was more and more optimistic about this young man because he had an aura that made her curious. If it was someone else, they would be incomparably excited because the 3 great academies of the Qingzhou martial god realm were the most famous. It could be said that if one wanted to travel the 9 continents of the martial god realm and pursue the legends of the martial god realm, then the first thing to do was to enter the 3 great academies. Every martial artist who came from there had boundless potential and had the opportunity to reach the peak of the universe. Now, Lord Long had personally invited him. This was a blessing that not everyone could have. Even Lin Ling was surprised. He also knew that the martial god barracks was a springboard. The goal of all martial artists was to enter the 3 great academies. "Senior, thank you for your appreciation, but I like to take it one step at a time." However, Lin Ling still shook his head. His words disappointed Lord Long. However, "My 2 wives are quite talented. I wonder if they can enter the resplendent academy?" Lin Ling suddenly asked. "Big brother Ling." Yu Yu and the rest were shocked. Lin Ling was going to recommend them? "With your talents, staying in the martial god barracks is a waste of time. It's good to enter the resplendent academy in advance," Lin Ling advised, making Yu Yu and the rest nod their heads. Lord Long looked at Yu Yu and the rest. In reality, Yu Yu and the rest's talents could only be described as ordinary. However, there was an indescribable aura emitting from Yu Yu and the rest. It was as though these 2 girls knew a lot of things. "Alright, they are also good seedlings. Let them enter my resplendent academy." Lord Long hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. "Thank you, Lord." Lin Ling hurriedly bowed. He wasn't worried about Yu Yu and the rest because Yu Yu and the rest also knew a thing or two about their cultivation path. "Little friend, when you come out from the martial god barracks, remember to join our resplendent academy. My name is Ancestor Longpa. You can find me in the Resplendent Academy," Lord Long added. In reality, she was more optimistic about Lin Ling. After she finished speaking, a mysterious aura spread out, causing Lin Ling's pupils to narrow. His left eye quietly saw that this senior was actually a dragon that circled the universe. She must be a dragon that was born in the dragon cleansing pool. Next, the group chatted for a while before Lin Ling left with Yu Yu and the rest. When Lin Ling left the ancient city of Everlast, Yu Yu and the rest would follow Lord Long. "Big brother Ling, we just met and we're going to be separated again." Yu Yu was a little disappointed when she knew that she was going to leave. Lin Ling scratched her little nose and said, "It won't be long before I go to the Resplendent Academy because I have some personal matters to attend to." "Then you must come." And Yuer held Lin Ling's hand and made Lin Ling nod. After the three of them walked down to the first floor, Wind Without Trace glared at Lin Ling. He was furious, but unfortunately, he didn't dare to say anything. The paper ball in his stomach reminded him that this young man was not to be trifled with. As for Gong Yangjiang and Tang Yue, they did not leave. After seeing Lin Ling, they immediately walked over with a smile, which surprised Lin Ling. "Haha, I'm impressed, I'm impressed. I was just saying that I hadn't vented my anger yet, but in the end, you did it for me. You're really a freak that even I can't see through," Gong Yangjiang said excitedly. However, he stared at Lin Ling with curiosity in his eyes. "You're the freak." Lin Ling glanced at him lazily and strode out of the hexagonal tower. Now that he had completed his mission, he would upgrade the Dragon Turtle Heavenly Kettle to a top-grade immortal artifact when he had the time. "Big brother, where are you going now?" To everyone's surprise, Gong Yangjiang didn't leave but followed Lin Ling. "I'm going to collect the money." Lin Ling turned around and said. Then, he realized that Tang Yue had followed him. He immediately shook his head helplessly. "Do I still have to collect the money? How much money do you want? Just tell me, I'll give it to you." Gong Yangjiang was surprised, as if he didn't know that the money had to be collected. "You idiot, get lost," Lin Ling said to him directly. The few of them slowly walked towards the Market of Solitude Commandery. The market wasn't difficult to find. After arriving, Lin Ling realized that it was extremely lively. The whole market was filled with various treasures of heaven and earth, and the sound of people hawking their wares could be heard from time to time. "Lin Ling, Solitude Commandery owes you money. However, it's not easy to collect this money," Tang Yue suddenly said. Solitude Commandery was one of the 4 upper commanderies. It was obviously not easy to collect money from them. It's a matter of course to repay a debt. "As for you, get lost immediately and don't follow me," Lin Ling replied lazily. "I won't get lost. I'll go wherever I want in this world." "What can you do about it?" Tang Yue immediately retorted. She was fuming with anger. Lin Ling shook his head. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this little girl. Moreover, he suddenly thought of the second dream and Xianyuan. He wondered how they were doing now. The few of them continued to walk. Soon, a luxurious building appeared in front of them. The entire building was made of gold and it was dazzling. "This is where Solitude Commandery's market collects money. Everyone who sets up a stall here has to pay the rent. The market will also protect their safety," Gong Yangjiang explained as he stared at the golden building. He seemed to be very familiar with this place. Lin Ling looked at the other party in surprise, then said, "The Luo Yunquan and the others should be there." In fact, he had already informed Luo Yunquan and the rest. Sure enough, when they continued to walk forward, they saw several figures anxiously pacing back and forth below the golden building. Who else could it be but Luo Yunquan? "He's here." Luo Yunquan and the rest instantly laughed when they saw Lin Ling. In fact, Lin Ling was holding their blood oath. Therefore, they couldn't wait to return the money. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to progress in their cultivation. "Have you prepared the money?" Lin Ling didn't intend to waste time. He immediately walked forward and asked calmly. "Yes, a total of 40,000 divine gems." "Please check." Luo Yunquan hurriedly smiled. He knew that this mysterious young man couldn't be underestimated since he could summon thousands of troops from the martial gods battalion. Good. Good. The other party was very cooperative. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Just as he was about to take action, Yu Yu walked out with a smile and took the ring that contained the divine gems for Lin Ling. In her opinion, Lin Ling was the Grand Commander and should be dignified. Naturally, these small matters should be handled by their wives. What happened? Yes. However, just as Yu Yu walked out, a cold voice suddenly sounded. In the distance, a large number of figures arrived. They were all dressed in luxurious embroidered clothes. The young master in the lead had an extremely cold expression. However, when he looked at the young girl beside him, he immediately revealed a humble smile. Young Master Luo Xianxia? Yes. Luo Yunquan and the rest instantly exclaimed when they saw this. It was obvious that the young master had a high status in our commandery. On the other hand, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. Young master, we owe him money. Therefore, we're here today to return the money. However, Luo Yunquan immediately explained. Oh? Don't tell me you stole the money from the market to return it to him. The young master instantly frowned. He seemed to be the owner of a market. Young master, we wouldn't dare. We borrowed these divine gems from our friends. A total of 40,000 divine gems. Luo Yunquan said anxiously. However, this sentence made Luo Xianxia squint his eyes. 40,000 divine gems was not a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. He was a little tempted. However, when he looked at Lin Ling and the rest and discovered that the most powerful among them was only a rank 8 martial emperor, he immediately relaxed. Ask them to get lost. As for the 40,000 divine gems, let the market keep them temporarily. We'll decide after the investigation. It was only right and proper to repay debts. The pupils of Luo Yunquan and the others instantly constricted when they heard this. They'd noticed as well that their young master intended to covet their divine crystals. They had spent a lot of effort to borrow these divine crystals. They had wanted to exchange them for the blood oath, but now, they were going to lose it. As for the money they owed Lin Ling, this was also a matter of course. After all, they almost killed Lin Ling in the past, and Lin Ling didn't kill them. That was too easy for them. Young master, you can't. Luo Yunquan immediately shouted, hoping that the young master would take back his order. However, what greeted him was a slap. Luo Xianxia said coldly, don't forget that you are from my commandery. Don't think that I can't teach you a lesson just because you are stronger. Now, get lost. Yes, young master. Luo Yunhuan and the others hurriedly lowered their heads. In only Mi commandery, their status was ordinary and could not be compared with young master Luo Xianxia. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with wry smiles. They wanted to tell him that they would give him the divine crystals later. Hey, as their master, you're actually greedy for 40,000 divine crystals? Aren't you being too stingy? Don't you feel ashamed? However, before they could say anything, Gong Yangjiang spoke first. He found this matter to be extremely unpleasant to the eye. After all, he also noticed that it was not easy for the Luo Yunquan and the others to gather this much money. Are you talking to me? Do you know where this is? This is my territory. Luo Xianxia coldly stared at Gong Yangjiang. His body instantly disappeared, and in front of Gong Yangjiang, a large amount of sand sprinkled down like rain, transforming into a figure that punched out. In my territory, even if you are a dragon, you will still have to kneel before me. This punch directly erupted with 50% of his realm essence. Gong Yangjiang's pupils constricted instantly. He didn't expect the other party to be so overbearing, attacking without any hesitation. He was simply courting death, however, his strength seemed to be very ordinary, and he could not block that punch. If you dare touch me, I'll smash you to death with money. Gong Yangjiang shouted angrily, knowing that he was going to be injured. Get lost. But at this moment, a fist also came crashing down. Boom, the two fists collided, and the entire market shook. Luo Xianxia was blasted apart by the fist, and endless sand splattered in all directions. However, the sand quickly gathered together again and turned into Luo Xianxia. You've got guts. When he reappeared, Luo Xianxia's face turned grave. He had not expected the rank 8 martial emperor realm youth to be so powerful. After all, he was a level 9 martial emperor. Furthermore, he possessed 50% of his world essence. You have guts too. How dare you covet my money? The person who acted was lending your money? Do you think it's possible to take money in my territory? Or do you think you can provoke the entire commandery? Luo Xianxia said coldly. He carefully sized up Lin Ling, as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling took a step forward and said fearlessly, you have to pay your debts. This is a matter of course. Even if you represent my commandery, so what? This guy is so powerful? Gong Yangjiang, who was beside him, gasped. He had not expected Lin Ling to be so powerful and arrogant. Of course, even Luo Xianxia thought that Lin Ling was arrogant. His face turned ferocious and he said, do you really want to die? Previously, you only launched a sneak attack. It doesn't mean that you're more powerful than me. If you want me to die, it depends on whether you have the ability. Also, do you think that I used all my strength previously? Lin Ling shook his head and his face turned even colder. After he finished speaking, Luo Xianxia hesitated. He also felt that the mysterious youth was not simple. However, he had said that he would not pay the money. Was he going to pay the money now? If that was the case, what prestige would he have left? Moreover, he also saw that the martial artists on the street were looking at him. This was indeed the case. Who is that guy? He's so arrogant that he dares to cause trouble in my commandery's market. He's not weak at all. I guess that he can explode with 60% of his boundary essence. This is a conservative estimate. Young Master Luo Xianxia's strength has always been known as a demonic genius. I didn't expect to meet another demonic genius today. The crowd was discussing animatedly and they wanted to know the final outcome of the matter. This situation undoubtedly made Luo Xianxia even angrier because he could not afford to lose face. What a waste of time. It's only 40,000 divine gems. Is there a need to fight over it? Young Master Luo, I'm just passing by. I'm not here to watch you fight with some lowly people. While Luo Xianxia was hesitating, a proud voice suddenly rang out. A young lady walked out coldly from Luo Xianxia's side. She was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe and exquisite earrings hung from her ears. As she walked, a crisp sound could be heard. When she walked out, Luo Xianxia's expression instantly changed. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, Miss Yi Tianwu is right. They're just a group of lowly people. Treat the 40,000 divine gems as a reward for them. The young lady nodded and picked up the ring on the ground. She took out the shining divine gems and walked towards Yu step by step. She looked at Yu proudly and said, take it, you filthy lowly. Treat this money as a reward from me. Pa, the divine gems all smashed onto Yu, causing Yu's little face to be slightly dazed. Why aren't you picking up the money? Damn trash. When she saw Yu's dazed expression, the young lady spoke again. After she finished speaking, she wanted to take out the divine gems from the ring and throw them at Yu. However, at this moment, a ghostly figure instantly appeared in front of her and grabbed her hand. A pair of cold eyes stared fixedly at her. It was Lin Ling. Yu was Lin Ling's childhood sweetheart and his wife. She was Lin Ling's reverse scale and no one was allowed to profane her, therefore, Lin Ling was furious. Lowly person, how dare you grab my hand? The sudden appearance of the figure shocked the young lady. She stared at Lin Ling angrily. However, when she looked at Lin Ling, she felt a chill in her heart. What a cold gaze. However, when she thought of her brother and her own background, she immediately became confident. You lowly cultivator from the myriad realms. Do you want to die? The young lady shouted sharply. You keep calling me a lowly person. In fact, you're the lowliest person. Lin Ling shouted coldly. He waved his left hand and slapped the young lady hard on her face. Lowly person? He wanted to see how this noble young lady was qualified to call others lowly. You dare to hit me? The young lady touched her face and her face was filled with disbelief. It's only right and proper to repay a debt. I'm here to collect money. What does it have to do with you? You bullied my wife. You just want to prove how noble your status is, right? I don't believe that your face is as noble as you say. Lin Ling shouted angrily again and raised his hand to slap her. Slap, it was another crisp slap. Gasps could be heard all around the market. Many people could see that even young Master Luo was afraid of the young lady. They thought that her identity was definitely not Lo. However, the mysterious young man still attacked her and slapped her face. His courage was shocking, even young Master Luo Xianxia's face turned pale. It's over, it's over. If Yi Tianwu's brother knew about this, he would be dead. I want you dead. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Why wouldn't she dare slap? However, what greeted her was an even louder slap. You're so arrogant, telling people to die as soon as you open your mouth. With such a foul mouth, I'll beat you until you don't dare to speak anymore. Lin Ling's anger grew stronger and stronger. His voice caused the young girl to not dare to speak anymore. You're courting death. Young Master Luo Xianxia finally reacted and charged over with a murderous aura, swish. However, before he could move, Lin Ling pulled out his sword and placed it in front of the young girl's neck. He looked at Luo Xianxia and said, "Try being arrogant again." This action undoubtedly caused Luo Xianxia to not dare to move anymore. He was afraid that Lin Ling would kill Yi Tianwu. You said we're lowly commoners and that you don't care for those 40,000 divine crystals. Very well, we're indeed lowly commoners. However, the noble you must pick up all the divine crystals and kneel before my wife. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at the young lady. His domineering aura caused Tang Yue to suck in a breath of cold air. She had never imagined that the usually lazy Lord Commander would be so terrifying when he was angry. Suddenly, she looked at Yu Yu with envy. Because she knew that Lord Lin Ling was angry because of Yu Yu. Moreover, this was the first time she saw Lin Ling lose his mind in anger. You want me to kneel? You want me to pick up those dirty divine crystals? Swish, the young girl widened her eyes. She didn't believe Lin Ling's words. If she did as Lin Ling said, wouldn't she be even more despicable? You can refuse, but the outcome will be death. You can try and see if I dare to kill you. Lin Ling didn't give her any face. The sword in his hand was filled with killing intent. Remember your actions today. Swish, the young girl knew that she had to endure it. Therefore, she picked up the divine crystals on the ground and kneeled before Yu Yu. Brother Ling. Swish, at this moment, Yu Yu was extremely moved. She carefully put away the divine crystals. She knew that Lin Ling was willing to kill everyone in the world for her. Let her go, she's still young and doesn't know any better. After Yu Yu put away the divine crystal, she immediately advised. Lin Ling looked coldly at the young girl and finally put away his sword. Then, he held Yu Yu's hand and walked towards Tang Yue and the others. You don't know who I am. If you did, you would be on your knees begging for mercy. Glaring hatefully at Lin Ling, the young girl suddenly said ferociously. She is Yi Tianwu, and her brother is Yi Xiaoshou. He is from the Yi family's martial clan, a clan that has reached the power of the central commandery state. Most importantly, Yi Xiaoshou is a member of the heavenly court. Tang Yue said with a frown. In fact, Yi Tianwu was not as powerful as Square Commandery, but because of the heavenly court, Tang Yue had to be wary of Yi Tianwu. Heavenly court. He's actually a member of the heavenly court. Upon hearing that, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Many of them knew what the heavenly court was. It was an ancient power that spread throughout the 9 prefectures. The fact that a power could spread throughout the 9 prefectures showed how powerful it was. The heavenly court was created by martial god Qilin, Tian Yanlin. It has its own branch in the 9 prefectures. Those who can become members of the heavenly court are all extremely powerful and have a bright future. Tang Yue said again. The assessment of the heavenly court was very strict. Even people from the 3 big academies in Qingzhou might not be qualified to enter. To put it bluntly, one was a power of the 9 prefectures, while the other was a power of the Qingzhou. There was no comparison between the two. Martial god Qilin, Tian Yanlin. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling's footsteps came to a halt. His pupils flickered continuously as that memory also rose up. Because Tian Yanlin was Tian Liuli's father, it was also because Tian Yanlin used to be an ordinary man in a small valley. But now, he had become a famous figure in the 9 prefectures. If he had not harmed Li Xiaoyao, he would not be where he was today. What? Are you scared? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the young girl Yi Tianwu immediately raised her chin. She knew that the young man must be regretting it to death. wait a moment, she would torture that young man to death. There are some things that cannot be done. Once done, you will regret it. She was waiting for Lin Ling to apologize. Sigh. Tang Yue suddenly sighed. She knew that Lin Ling was also afraid. At this moment, Lin Ling did not say a word and walked toward Yi Tianwu. Is he going to apologize? I think so. The Heavenly Court is not a place that anyone can offend. Even the 3 big academies in Qingzhou have to give face. Sigh, young people are too impulsive. Will he be killed? The crowd was also discussing. They also thought that Lin Ling was scared. Miss Tianwu, don't kill him yet. After I cripple him, I will hang him in the market and use him as an example to others. Luo Xianxia said in a sinister manner. He stared at Lin Ling and wanted to see how arrogant Lin Ling could be. How can I let him off so easily? He dared to humiliate me. I will teach him a lesson. Yi Tianwu immediately replied. She also looked at Lin Ling and said arrogantly, didn't you have a good time beating me up just now? Do you still dare to beat me up now? My face is right here for you to beat. You lowly scum of the lower realms, do you still dare to beat me up? After she finished speaking, she lifted her clean face and looked at Lin Ling. She wanted to see if Lin Ling dared to do so. Seeing this, many people shook their heads. How could Lin Ling dare to do so? However, before they could say anything, a fierce slap landed on her face. Lin Ling was telling Yi Tianwu that there was nothing that she would not dare to do. Bang! Moreover, this slap was more powerful than the previous one. It dislocated Yi Tianwu's jaw and sent her flying. She smashed into the wall of the golden tower. At this moment, there was a dead silence around the market. The crowd was shocked. That guy knew that Yi Tianwu's brother was a member of the Heavenly Court, but he still dared to hit her. Moreover, he hit her even harder. This. Luo Zhansha also opened his mouth wide and could not close it. On the wall, Yi Tianwu slid down. She pointed at Lin Ling and shouted angrily, do you know what the Heavenly Court is? Her jaw was dislocated and she almost could not speak. The Heavenly Court is very impressive. Unfortunately, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The members of the Heavenly Court are probably not any better. Today, I'm beating a member of the Heavenly Court. Lin Ling walked forward. The murderous aura on his body was extremely dense. His aura was even colder than before. That was because the Heavenly Court was his enemy. Yi Tianwu looked at him and did not dare to speak anymore. Even her body was trembling. She did not expect that there would be someone who was not afraid of the Heavenly Court, but now, she was afraid. Previously, she was not afraid when Lin Ling slapped her face because she knew that Lin Ling was only being arrogant temporarily. But now, she was completely afraid. Sometimes, it was easy to kill a person, but it was difficult to make the other party completely afraid, especially for Yi Tianwu, who was the daughter of a powerful family. It was even more difficult, but now, the coldness that Lin Ling displayed made Yi Tianwu lose her arrogance and shut her mouth obediently. That's enough. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky whistled. The roars of dragons were heard at the same time. 9 huge golden dragons carried a figure and arrived in a mighty manner. This person seemed to have come from a myriad of worlds. Every move of his carried the terrifying aura of a world king. Yi Xiaoshou. 9 dragons supporting the ruler. Yi Xiaoshou. The crowd was also startled. They could sense that the newcomer's strength was extremely terrifying. Brother, kill him. Yi Tianwu sensed the voice in the sky and immediately shouted anxiously. However, the man in the sky waved his hand. He stood on the dragon with his hands behind his back and floated in the sky. 9 dragons supporting the ruler, Yi Xiaoshou. This person was the #1 genius of the Yi family and martial clan. He was also a disciple of the 3 great academies and a member of the Heavenly Court. The market fell silent as everyone looked at the sky with dignified eyes. In the sky, Yi Xiaoshou's face was cold, extremely cold. In fact, he had rushed over earlier but it was already too late. His sister had already been slapped a few times by Lin Ling. However, he was not in a hurry because he knew that once his sister revealed her origin, that arrogant junior would definitely regret it. Therefore, he did not make a move. He planned to let his sister vent her anger. However, who would have thought that the young man would actually continue to slap her? Since when did it become your turn to teach my sister a lesson? Yi Xiaoxiu finally spoke, and everyone could hear the killing intent in his voice. She has a foul mouth. She's just asking for a beating. Lin Ling looked up at the sky and his heart skipped a beat. A World King powerhouse, very strong. He had at least converted 100% of his realm essence. With your strength, you can be considered a genius. Unfortunately, there are some people and places that you can't afford to offend. Yi Xiaoxiu's face turned even colder when he saw Lin Ling's calm expression. He thought that since he had personally come, Lin Ling would know that he had kicked an iron plate. However, Lin Ling did not. He was still as calm as ever. This obviously made him very unhappy. You want to talk about the heavenly court? Unfortunately, this place is just a nest of snakes and rats to me. Lin Ling retorted. Haha. Yi Xiaoxiu laughed. He could easily kill the young man with a flip of his hand. However, he was not in a hurry to do so because killing the young man too early would be letting him off too easily. The crowd also had the same feeling. Yi Xiaoxiu seemed to want to slowly kill Lin Ling and force Lin Ling to thoroughly regret his actions. You, a mere ant of the rank 8 martial emperor realm, how dare you speak so arrogantly? The holiness of the heavenly court is not something an ant like you can understand. Yi Xiaoxiu stretched out his right hand and pointed forward. 100% of his world essence seemed to have pierced through the heavens and was drawn from the myriad worlds. Whoosh, that finger landed on Lin Ling's foot, forming a finger-sized hole. It didn't seem powerful, but very quickly, the entire ground began to shake, as if there was a great explosion underground. How strong? Is this a World King powerhouse? With Yi Xiaoxiu's strength, that young man won't even be able to withstand a single blow. Although that young man is also a genius, he can't compare to the members of the heavenly court. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air as they sensed the trembling beneath their feet. Yi Xiaoxiu was trying to intimidate Lin Ling. Of course, this intimidating display was indeed shocking. Even Gong Yangjiang and Tang Yue's faces turned solemn. Gong Yangjiang planned to step forward and announce his identity, hoping that the other party would let Lin Ling off on his account. However, before he could speak, Lin Ling's voice sounded out. Are you trying to show me your strength? It's only 100% world essence. Give me 5 years and I will easily surpass you. Lin Ling's complexion didn't change at all. His words were wild and unruly. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiu's pupils shrank. Before this, he wanted to intimidate Lin Ling and let Lin Ling know the disparity between them. But, Lin Ling hadn't done so. He had remained calm throughout the entire process, so calm that it was terrifying, and this was not what he wanted to see. This was only an ant, so how could he be so arrogant? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Yi Xiaoxiu's eyes finally revealed a thick killing intent. I've heard such words many times, but I'm still alive and well. Lin Ling slowly said. With just you? What arrogant words. I've walked the martial god world's 9 provinces for so many years and you are the first person to say such words to me. But that's fine, you will soon know just who you are speaking to. Yi Xiaoxiu laughed. It was a disdainful laugh. He had cultivated for 2,000 years and his strength was unparalleled. On the other hand, the young man below probably hadn't even cultivated for 1,000 years. How could he be so arrogant? Watch carefully, 9 dragons halo. Yi Xiaoxiu raised his hands to the sky and the 9 dragons below his feet roared. Each dragon contained 10% world essence as if it was the power of the dragon's homeland. The dragons were roaring. In the next moment, the 9 dragons swept towards Lin Ling. Young Master Yi, this move of yours is going to destroy my marketplace. Luo Xianxia immediately said anxiously when he saw Yi Xiaoxiu making a move. Don't worry, I'll only kill him. I won't touch a single hair of your market. Yi Xiaoxiu said confidently. Using a huge amount of world essence to attack Lin Ling without affecting anything on the ground. His strength was indeed powerful. Let him know how trashy he is. Brother. Yi Tianwu said resentfully when she saw her brother making a move. She wanted to see how arrogant Lin Ling could be. She wanted this lowly commoner to be smashed into pieces. Rumble, the 9 dragons were getting closer and closer to the ground. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for many people to breathe. Lord Lin Ling. Yes. Tang Yue, Gong Yangjiang, and the others couldn't help but shout out. Lin Ling couldn't block the attack of a World King powerhouse. As for Yu Yu and Anuer, they didn't say anything. They directly ran towards Lin Ling. In their opinion, if they had to die, they would die together. There's no need to come over. He's just a member of the Heavenly Court. I want to see just how fierce he is. Yes. However, just as they moved, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded out. The Heavenly Court was an influence created by Lin Ling's enemies. Facing a member of this influence today, how could Lin Ling show weakness? Moreover, if he admitted defeat today, how could Lin Ling take revenge? Thus, even if his body was crushed to pieces, Lin Ling had to resist. This was all for the sake of venting his anger. Bang! The 9 dragons rushed towards Lin Ling. It seemed that Lin Ling couldn't block them at all. Of course, this was normal. After all, Lin Ling could only erupt with 90% of his world essence at the moment. Bang! With a loud explosion, multicolored lights erupted, causing the clouds in the sky to roil. The power of 10 realms. It was said that the power of an entire world was extracted from the myriad realms. That world had heaven and earth. How could an ordinary person defy heaven and earth? Dead, he died just like that. What a pity. If he cultivated at the same time as Yi Xiaoshou, perhaps he wouldn't be weaker than Yi Xiaoshou. He was too impulsive. When that woman was humiliated, he immediately went to battle. Moreover, when he spoke of the Heavenly Court, he was even more arrogant than before. However, the price of his arrogance was death. Many people secretly shook their heads. In truth, they admired Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling was magnanimous and fearless. He dared to do things that they didn't dare to do. However, all of this was just a flash in the pan. Dead, haha, that damned lowly commoner. Brother, kill everyone who was with that lowly commoner. At this moment, Yi Tianwu stood below the golden tower and couldn't help but laugh out loud. She was young, but her viciousness was evident. Haha, you're just a speck of light. How can you compete with me? Yi Xiaoshou nodded indifferently. Then, his eyes were filled with disdain. You only know how to show off. You can't even block one of my attacks. You're simply a piece of trash among trash. His words were extremely arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. The might of a single shot, you're dreaming. But at this time a voice sounded out from the distant skies. As everyone looked over, their pupils fiercely trembled. At this time, a figure was floating in the skies. If this wasn't Lin Ling, then who could it be? He didn't die. This was simply a miracle. This scene caused Ji Tianwu and Luo Zhanxia's jaws to drop open, their expressions extremely wonderful, and on the ground, Yu Yu and the others were overjoyed. Big brother Ling really didn't die. It's that flag. Tang Yue stared at the white flag floating above Lin Ling's head and suddenly realized what was going on. That's right, the one that blocked Yi Xiaoshou's attack was by Ling's flag. No wonder you were so arrogant. So you had the ability to back it up. But, if you didn't have that flag, you would still be trash. Yi Xiaoshou didn't think that Lin Ling would have such a treasure. His complexion was fierce. Before this, he should have been the one to arrogantly kill Lin Ling. But now, the result was that Lin Ling didn't die. This was like a ruthless slap to the face of the Heavenly Court. If news of this spread to the Heavenly Court, they might even punish him. This was because a World King powerhouse actually couldn't kill a martial emperor realm martial artist. This was a disgrace. However, that's all you have. Your flag cannot block my second or third attack. As for your attack, I don't even need to care about it. Yi Xiaoshou gloomily said. As these words fell, many people nodded. Sometimes, the disparity between realms wasn't something that treasures could make up for. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling didn't have the strength to threaten Yi Xiaoshou. He could only be beaten like a puppet. Come then, aren't you very proud? Let me see the light of your pride. Today, I will die convinced. Any attack you throw at me, no matter if it's a weapon or anything else, I will receive it. Yi Xiaoshou roared out. He slowly walked through the skies, slowly moving towards Lin Ling. Just how domineering was this stance, and this was the dignity of a powerhouse, the privilege of a powerhouse. He walked towards the weak, wanting to destroy the weak's confidence and make the weak die willingly, and the weak's attacks were useless. It was an extremely sad sight. Seeing this scene, the crowd sighed. Although the mysterious youth had created a miracle, he was still too inexperienced. In their opinion, there was only one outcome for Lin Ling, and that was to be slowly tortured to death, but Lin had, what sort of storms had he not seen before, wanted to kill him? Was that possible? Lin Ling didn't waste any time. He held a huge black cannon above his head with both hands, making him look like a god of war. However, the giant cannon was a little simple and unadorned. It looked extremely calm. This caused many people to be puzzled. It was to the extent that Luo Xianxia let out a mocking voice. Could it be that you know you are no match for him, so you have given up on yourself? He had never seen a giant cannon used as a weapon. Moreover, which ordinary martial artist would use this kind of weapon? Yi Xiaoshu, Luan. But at this moment, the huge cannon's muzzle began to condense light. Specks of light appeared, as though it was drawing power from the myriad worlds. That power was gradually becoming stronger and stronger. The light even became dazzling. An aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth quietly spread out. This caused the entire ancient city of everlasting desolation to become silent. What kind of cannon is this? Why do I feel so much pressure? Luo Zhansha was still mocking him before, but now his forehead was full of cold sweat. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and this caused his face to turn even paler. Although very few people used cannons as weapons, there was one place where it was possible, and that was the nearby martial god barracks. Could that be the heaven-shaking earth martial divine cannon? Oh right, I actually forgot that he had this treasure. At this moment, Tang Yui's expression changed drastically as she recalled that Lin Ling possessed the martial god cannon. No wonder Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He wasn't impulsive, but he had absolute confidence. What is this? As the martial god cannon's energy grew more and more terrifying, Yi Xiaoshu frowned. It's just an attack from an ant. Lin Ling held the giant cannon high above his head with both of his hands as he mocked. An attack from an ant? Yi Xiaoshu's expression immediately became unsightly. How could it be an attack from an ant if it could make him feel afraid? You seem to be afraid. Weren't you very strong before this? Why have you stopped moving? Lin Ling spat out another sentence because Yi Xiaoshu didn't dare to move forward with a solemn expression. I didn't expect you to have so many trump cards. However, you're no match for me with your strength. You can only be arrogant because you rely on external objects. Yi Xiaoshu immediately retorted. Are you talking nonsense? Who was the one who said that he could withstand any attack? Don't you think your words are slapping your own face? Lin Ling's aura became overbearing. Your mouth is very powerful. Yi Xiaoshu was exasperated, but his heart grew heavier and heavier because the pressure from the martial god cannon's energy was increasing. However, should he flee now? If he fled, then he would lose all face. He couldn't flee. 9 Dragon's Tail Suppression. He roared and gathered all his energy, forming a huge ancient dragon. The ancient dragon's tail smashed fiercely at Lin Ling as if it was suppressing Lin Ling with an entire realm. When the crowd saw him fly into a rage out of humiliation, they were all stunned. Yi Xiaoshu had said before that he wouldn't care about any attack from Lin Ling. However, this was only the first time Lin Ling attacked, and he was already fighting back with all his strength. This was very ironic. Too slow. Facing the ancient dragon's energy, Lin Ling's hair fluttered in the wind, but his eyes were even colder. Heavenly Court, let me see how amazing you are. Lin Ling also roared, carrying the anger and unwillingness from his previous life as he completely opened fire. In the martial god world, he finally started his first battle with his enemy. Boom, the huge cannon roared, and a white beam of light shot out. It was as if a huge arrow of light was about to destroy the world. The martial god cannon could destroy an entire realm with one shot. This was because it drew the energy of 10,000 realms and was powered by divine crystals. It was the symbol of the martial god battalion. What kind of cannon is this? Yi Xiaoshu finally panicked when the terrifying energy got closer and closer. Never had he imagined that even an ant would give him a sense of danger. Moreover, he realized that his 9 Dragon's Tail suppression was simply destroyed by a single shot from the terrifying ancient cannon. This cannon was majestic and overbearing, shaking the heavens and earth. As for the crowd on the ground, their faces were all pale. What a terrifying cannon! Boom! The huge cannon blasted the ground, causing the ancient city of Everlast to tremble as if the underground city had collapsed. Boom! Boom! The sound was deafening. Everyone's ears were temporarily deafened. After an unknown period of time, many people finally raised their heads and their faces froze. Battle of 5 years. Only the golden tower of the commandery had been blasted into smithereens. As for Luo Xianxia, Yi Tianwu, and the others, they didn't even have the chance to cry out in pain before they were killed. Perhaps, even before they died, they didn't expect that Lin Ling would possess such terrifying strength. If they had known about this earlier, they would have fled long ago. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as foresight. Tang Yue, who the hell is this guy? Gong Yangjiang's face was filled with shock. Lin Ling had brought him wave after wave of surprise. In fact, even Tang Yue was the same. She bitterly smiled and said, "Anyway, he's just an arrogant guy." Boom! At this moment, the ground exploded and countless rocks sputtered. A sorry figure rushed out and floated in the sky. It was Yi Xiaoshou. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His clothes were tattered and most importantly, his left arm was broken. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he ferociously looked ahead. He knew that his sister was dead. She was killed by an ant. He was too careless. Of course, he didn't expect Lin Ling's martial god cannon to be so powerful. It's just an ant's attack. At this moment, Lin Ling's sarcastic voice came from afar. This sentence made Yi Xiaoshou so angry that he almost vomited blood. He looked at Lin Ling with eyes filled with murderous intent that had lost all reason. Who is causing trouble in the ancient city of Everlast? At this moment, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. The strength of these people was extremely terrifying and they possessed powerful boundary essence. For the ancient city of Everlast to be located here, there must be many experts overseeing it. However, when these experts saw Yi Xiaoshou, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They obviously knew him, but they didn't expect him to be in such a sorry state. Even his arm was broken. This person is destroying the city. Yi Xiaoshou saw these people and immediately shouted angrily, causing these experts to look at Lin Ling. One of the old men frowned and said, "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Ling also sensed that these people were very powerful. He calmly said, "I didn't intend to destroy the city. I'm here today to collect a debt. However, the young master of my commandery stopped me. Moreover, that fellow's sister humiliated my wife. That's why this battle broke out." "Then, you destroyed the city and broke Yi Xiaoshou's arm?" The old man slowly said. "Courtesy is reciprocity." Lin Ling. At this moment, the experts fell silent. In truth, Yi Xiaoshou was a member of the heavenly court, so they should help him, but, the young man, the young to kills, you. After all, severely wounding a world king powerhouse at the martial emperor realm wasn't something that just anyone could accomplish. "Kill him." But at this moment, Yi Xiaoshou shouted once more. He was heavily injured, and he was afraid of Lin Ling's cannons. So, he intended to use others to kill Lin Ling. Hearing this, those experts immediately fell into deep thought. This person is my friend. Who dares to kill him? However, just as these experts were about to make their decision, an old woman appeared on the street, causing their expressions to change. It was Ancestor Dragon Granny. "Lord Dragon, we wanted to help your friend. We didn't want to kill him." "That's right, this is a misunderstanding." The experts laughed. The old woman was from the 3 great academies of the Azure province. They couldn't afford to provoke her. "You're all courting death." Yi Xiaoshou exploded with anger. It seemed that his wishful thinking had failed once again. "I dare you to say one more word." Ancestor Dragon Granny coldly looked at Yi Xiaoshou. Lin Ling's cannon had caused a sensation in the city. She had naturally received news of it. "Although you are a member of the heavenly court, you are just a minor character. If I kill you, the heavenly court will at most punish me. They won't kill me for you." Ancestor Dragon Granny said again, "Now, I'll give you a chance. Scram, otherwise, you will die." Ancestor Dragon Granny pointed at Yi Xiaoshou. Her attitude was extremely domineering. Yi Xiaoshou's face was somewhat pale. He could be domineering in front of the weak, but in the face of an existence like Ancestor Dragon Granny, he could only swallow his anger. Then, he stared at Lin Ling with bloodshot eyes. Today, his sister was dead, his arm was broken, and Lin Ling was safe and sound. How could he be willing to accept this? "You said before that if you had 5 years, you could surpass me." "Fine, I'll give you 5 years. When the time comes, the three great academies will fight to the death. How about it? Xianxia said coldly. He was unwilling to accept this. He had to kill Lin Ling. Sure, in 5 years, I'll personally look for you. Lin Ling said word by word. 5 years was just a blink of an eye for a warrior. For some geniuses, 5 years might not even be enough to convert 10% of their realm essence, but for Lin Ling, 5 years was enough. He had the myriad demon eyes and had no bottlenecks in his cultivation. When the time came, he wanted to see how the members of the heavenly court would be defeated by him. I'll be waiting for you. Xianxia left behind these words and then helplessly left. Lin Ling coldly looked at the other party, his eyes blazing with a fiery light. Now, he finally knew some information about his enemy. It was the heavenly court. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving first. As for the city lords and other powerhouses, they all smiled. They didn't dare to find trouble with Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling could threaten a world king powerhouse and even make Ancestor Dragon Granny personally appear. This meant that Lin Ling wasn't simple at all. Go. Ancestor Dragon Granny nodded towards the powerhouses. She looked at Lin Ling. I didn't think that a fellow like you could threaten a world king powerhouse. Fierce, fierce. To her, Lin Ling and Xianxia weren't on the same level at all. The latter was extremely famous in Azure Province and had cultivated for a long time. However, when Lin Ling fought against him, they were evenly matched. This was truly surprising. I was just lucky. Lin Ling modestly smiled and then bowed to Ancestor Dragon Granny. 5 years is the time when you enter the 3 great academies. I hope that you can return victorious in your battle with him. Ancestor Dragon Granny said. In truth, in terms of talent, she didn't favor Lin Ling. But, Lin Ling had a mysterious aura around him, causing her to have a bit of confidence in Lin Ling. That's right, I'll be bringing your wife to Radiant Academy. Thank you, Lord Dragon. The two exchanged a few more words and then Ancestor Dragon Granny brought Yu and the others away. Lin Ling looked at them and smiled. He wasn't too reluctant to part with them, because it was only 5 years. At that time, he would personally go and find Yu and the others. Let's go. Then, Lin Ling beckoned to Tang Yue and the 3 of them left the ancient city of Everlast. Just what is that fellow's background? Using 5 years to arrange a battle, he's too confident. He's someone from the Martial God Battalion. That was a Martial God cannon. However, to be able to possess a Martial God cannon, that youth status in the Martial God Battalion isn't low. TSK, another monstrous genius. The martial artists of the ancient city of Everlast scattered one after another, but they were still talking about what happened before. Accident Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to hide so well. You even have the Martial God cannon. I've been eyeing that thing for a long time. Unfortunately, it can't be bought with money. Along the way, Gong Yangjiang stared at Lin Ling in astonishment. The previous battle was full of twists and turns, and it made his blood boil. Go to the Martial God Barracks first. Then, you'll have a chance to obtain the Martial God Cannon after experiencing a few trials of life and death. Lin Ling said with a smile. In the previous battle, Gong Yangjiang and the others did not leave. This made Lin Ling feel that Gong Yangjiang was a pretty good person. Aren't you the Grand Commander? You should be able to recruit me privately, right? I want to play in the Martial God Barracks. Alright, 50,000 divinity crystals. A problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. The 3 of them chatted as they walked. They were getting closer and closer to the Martial God Barracks. At this moment, a few figures were looking curiously through the surroundings on the Martial God's path that led to the Martial God Barracks. A long time passed before they finally left the Martial God's path, and they appeared before the 2 mountains once more. On top of the mountain, the 2 powerhouses who had been guarding the North Territory looked at them in surprise. I didn't expect that so many geniuses would be born in the North Territory in these 2 years. One of the old men said with a smile. Senior, is this the Martial God world? Those few people looked around curiously. Among them, a petite woman who looked like a little witch said respectfully. If Lin Ling were here, he would be surprised to find that the woman who spoke was Shan Yuan Ge. As for the people beside her, they were Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others. the few of them had clearly comprehended the world origin seed. At this moment, they also followed Lin Ling's footsteps and stepped into the martial god world. This is indeed the martial god realm. Do you guys have anywhere you want to go? The old man continued. Martial god battalion. Xianxia and the others looked at each other and laughed. Haha, there are so many people going to the martial god barracks these days. Not long ago, a young man went there and seemed to be doing quite well. Then, there were 2 little girls, and then there are you guys. Could it be that you guys know each other? Another middle-aged man laughed. Of course I do. That young man is my master. The Dark Dragon Emperor said proudly. He guessed that the young man was Li Xiaoyao. Moreover, he was a bit excited. He wondered how his master was doing. You have a good master. The middle-aged man thought of the mysterious young man and said meaningfully. The old man pondered for a moment before he reminded them, however, there's an accident on the way to the martial god's barracks because the people from the commandery are seizing cultivators to enter the secret realm. All of you have to be careful. Thanks for the reminder. Xianxia and the others hurriedly bowed and replied. Under the guidance of the old man, they headed in a certain direction. However, they didn't know that what awaited them was an accident that caused them to be separated. It should be known that in Qingzhou, having a strong background was extremely important. For example, Qingzhou's 3 great academies or the 4 great commanderies were at least central commanderies. Those who didn't have any background were rogue cultivators. Unless they were very powerful rogue cultivators, ordinary rogue cultivators were in a much more dangerous situation in Qingzhou. Xianxia and the others headed toward the martial god's barracks. However, after just one day, a large number of figures stopped them. One of the old men sneered and then threw out a huge net. The huge net covered the sky and covered the earth. When it fell, it was as if the sun, moon, and stars were falling. Xianxia and the others were immediately trapped. Currently, we've caught more than 20,000 rogue cultivators. The number of people is about right. The plan can begin. Yes. The old man said indifferently. He looked at Xianxia and the others. Now, I'll give you a good fortune. If you don't die, you'll also soar to the sky. All right. Their plan was to enter a certain secret realm. However, they were very afraid of the secret realm, so they needed more people to join. Of course, this kind of joining was forced. Therefore, they went around capturing rogue cultivators who had just arrived in the martial god realm because these rogue cultivators were the easiest to deal with. Hearing this, Xianxia and the others' expressions became serious. It seemed that they had no other choice at the moment. The old man stared at Xianxia. Seeing that she was somewhat cute, he smiled and said, "Little girl, don't show that you're unwilling. In the martial god realm, the weak have no right to refute. Moreover, many people want to participate in the 8 gods' heavenly palace's secret realm. You're considered lucky to be able to participate." All right. Everyone moved forward. When they reached an ancient city, Xianxia and the others realized that there were many people who were forced to participate in the plan. They were just one of them. Hearing the voices around them, Xianxia and the others also settled down. Although they were forced to participate, the 8 gods' heavenly palace was also their opportunity. On the other side, when Yi Xiaoshou returned to the Qing province heavenly courts branch in anger, the members looked at him in surprise. Yi Xiaoshou, what kind of strong enemy did you encounter? One of your arms was cut off. Could it be one of the Qing province's 9 great heavens? With your strength, challenging the Qing province's 9 great heavens is like hitting a rock with an egg. Are you crazy? Even the 3 great academies of the Qing province have many people stronger than you. You should be down to earth. Hearing these words, Yi Xiaoshou's expression became even uglier. He had lost all face. With a cold snort, he didn't plan to waste any more words and directly left. 9 dragons supporting ruler, Yi Xiaoshou, what happened to you? But at this time a huge bronze mirror descended from the sky. From the mirror a tall and sturdy figure walked out. He was extremely dignified and seemed to have a high status. Greetings, President. Yi Xiaoshou hurriedly bowed. The latter was the leader of the Qing province heavenly courts branch. He wasn't someone he could offend. The man's expression was indifferent and he didn't say a word. He seemed to want Yi Xiaoshou to tell him what happened. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoshou smiled bitterly and hurriedly told him what had happened. What? A martial emperor can threaten you? Haha, you're too embarrassing. You're simply a piece of trash. Hearing this, the people in the surroundings immediately mocked. The man frowned. That little fellow seems to be quite good. Now that martial god Qilin is recruiting members in the 9 province, that little fellow should be able to enter the heavenly court. If martial god Qilin knew that the person the heavenly court wanted to recruit was Li Xiaoyao, then who knew what martial god Qilin, Tianyan Lin, would think? Branch leader, you can't. Yi Xiaoshou subconsciously said. How could he let Lin Ling enter the heavenly court? He hurriedly bowed and said, Branch leader, I have a 5-year agreement with him. If he can defeat me, then he'll prove his talent. If he dies, then he'll be nothing. How can a dead person enter the heavenly court? You're right. The man immediately nodded. Defeating you in 5 years is very unlikely. Only a true monstrous genius can do it. Whether he's a worm or a dragon, we'll see in 5 years. Actually, he didn't look favorably upon the young man because 5 years was too short. Of course, if the young man could win, he would personally invite the young man to join the heavenly court. The man looked at Yi Xiaoshou and said, Do you need treatment for your arm? Contentment is happiness, casual and at ease. After Lin Ling returned to the martial god battalion, he planned to enter into a state of cultivation. Although he had defeated Yi Xiaoshou, that was mostly due to luck. For instance, Bai Lingqi could only withstand one more attack from a world king powerhouse. Another example was the martial god cannon. This thing consumed far too many divine crystals. Only the rich could afford to use it. This is the martial god battalion. Outsiders are not allowed to approach. As the 3 of them arrived at the martial god battalion, Gong Yangjiang was surprised by the grandeur of the martial god battalion. But soon, a voice came from the front. I'm here to join the martial god battalion. Gong Yangjiang subconsciously said. He had heard that the martial god battalion had strict military rules. He didn't dare to mess around here. You think you can join just because you say so? At the entrance of the martial god battalion, several armored youths coldly said. They stared at Gong Yangjiang with ridicule in their eyes. If one wanted to enter the martial god battalion, they needed to pass a test of blood and slaughter. Did this rough youth think that this was a place to play house? One of the new recruits wanted to play with the old soldiers, but at this time, the complexion of the person beside him changed. He quickly bowed and said, Greetings, Great Commander Lin Ling. As these words fell, the other new recruits' pupils shrank and they all bowed. Lin Ling nodded. Without saying anything, he led Gong Yangjiang and Tang Yue into the martial god battalion. We can go in just like that? Gong Yangjiang was in disbelief. He didn't think that Lin Ling would directly bring him into the martial god battalion without saying anything. After the group entered, the guards began to speak. That's great Commander Lin Ling. He's so young. I heard that this year's new recruits didn't want to submit to him, but they were all miserably beaten. Not only is great Commander Lin Ling strong, but he has also passed all sorts of missions and tests in the martial god battalion. He's very valuable. That's right. Compared to the older generation of commanders, these soldiers undoubtedly had more faith in Lin Ling. Not long after Lin Ling entered the martial god camp, an armored soldier walked over and bowed before Lin Ling. Is this Lord Lin Ling? This person's strength was not weak, even stronger than falling flowers, flowing water, and the others. However, his position did not seem to be high, so when facing Lin Ling, he still had to bow. Seeing this, Gong Yangjiang was secretly surprised, and his evaluation of Lin Ling rose again. Lin Ling smiled faintly. That's me. Great Commander Huang Qi wishes to speak a few words with Milord. I wonder if Milord is free. That person also smiled and said. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and nodded. Although Commander Huang Qi's position was similar to Lin Ling's, he was Lin Ling's guide. Therefore, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't refuse. Tang Yue, bring Gong Yangjiang to my barracks and tell him the military rules. Lin Ling said to Tang Yue. Understood, milord. Tang Yue replied lazily. Although she was sincerely convinced by Lin Ling, she still had her pride on the surface. Lin Ling shook his head and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Tang Yue. he followed the soldier forward. Under the soldier's lead, Lin Ling once again arrived at Great Commander Huang Qi's barracks. At this moment, that man was sitting in the barracks and calmly drinking wine. "My lord, I'm here." After entering the barracks, Lin Ling bowed. "Yo, little brother Lin Ling is here. I can't accept being called my lord." Great Commander Huang Qi hurriedly stood up and greeted Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling was the center of attention in front of the general, and he would definitely surpass him in the future. "Haha, big brother Huang Qi is my guide. He's my lord in this life and in the next." Lin Ling was still polite. You're such a loyal and righteous person. There aren't many new recruits like you these days." Great Commander Huang Qi helplessly shook his head. He brought Lin Ling to sit down and personally poured a cup of wine for Lin Ling, bringing it to Lin Ling. This left Lin Ling feeling flattered. However, during this process, Lin Ling also secretly looked at Great Commander Huang Qi. He guessed that the latter was absolutely a world king powerhouse. He was no longer a newcomer to the martial god battalion. He could more or less sense the strength of some powerhouses. Of course, as he drank, Lin Ling also sensed that there was something on Great Commander Huang Qi's mind. Great Commander's mission is about to begin. This time it's much stricter. It's said that if you don't complete the mission, you'll be demoted. Great Commander Huang Qi said as he drank. So this was what he was worried about. After all, he was now a great commander. If he was demoted, then he would become a commander. He couldn't let go of his face, but in the martial god battalion, every great commander had to undergo an assessment once every 100 years. If they didn't complete the mission, then they would be demoted. For someone like Lin Ling, this wasn't the case. This was because Lin Ling was the new great commander and he had many more opportunities, and for this mission, Lin Ling also had to participate. Speaking of this mission, Lin Ling was also a bit curious. For a great commander to complete his mission, he had no idea how many powerhouses he would encounter. "Let's not talk about this. What do you think of my lotus stamen rain wine?" At this time, Great Commander Huang Qi collected his thoughts and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling gently tasted the wine. It had to be said that he had drunk a great deal of wine, strong wine, fermented wine, and so forth. But this lotus stamen rain wine was indeed quite good. It was fragrant and not too strong, but after it entered his body, there was a rich aftertaste. It was like rain washing over his entire body, making his body feel extremely smooth, and most importantly, there was a wonderful feeling, as if he were in a world of lotuses. "Not bad, good wine," Lin Ling praised. "Haha, to be able to receive a word of praise from little brother Lin Ling, I'm really proud." Great Commander Huang Qi nodded with a smile. This wine comes from the Lotus World in the east. It was brewed using 10,000-year-old Stamen King mist and buried in the Black Ice World in the north for 10,000 years. It took a total of 20,000 years. He drank a mouthful of wine and slowly enjoyed it. Then, he sighed again. This wine was brewed according to the method of the Great Clarity Red Cloud wine. No matter if it was the selection of materials, the method of brewing, or even the method of tasting wine, it was similar to the Great Clarity Red Cloud wine. Unfortunately, I've never tasted the real Great Clarity Red Cloud wine. This is a great pity. Big brother, you're exaggerating. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. As the saying goes, contentment brings happiness. The real Great Clarity Red Cloud wine might not be better than the Lotus Stamen Rain wine. Everyone has different tastes, so why be obsessed with one wine? What's more, the Lotus Stamen Rain wine was brewed by Big Brother. It's enough that you put in a lot of effort into it. If you're too stubborn, it's even worse. As soon as these words fell, Great Commander Huang Qi's expression changed, as if he had touched upon something. Contentment brings happiness, contentment brings happiness. Yes, if he pursued a better wine, would it definitely be better than the wine he was drinking now, and if he pursued a higher position, would he be more free and easy than he was now? His body trembled, and he immediately poured the wine and drank 3 mouthfuls. The smile on his face became even wider. The clouds of worry at the beginning seemed to have drifted away with the wind at this moment. Drinking wine was also life. Previously, he was worried about the great commander's mission and was afraid that he would be eliminated. This caused pressure to form, but now, he seemed to understand. contentment brings happiness. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out from his body. In the sky, invisible realm essence seemed to be drawn from 10,000 realms, endlessly entering Great Commander Huang Qi's body. A general's invitation in that moment, Great Commander Huang Qi was overjoyed. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Ling also smiled. Congratulations, old brother Huang Qi. Of course. If it weren't for old brother's words, I fear I would still be trapped at the bottom of the well. Great Commander Huang Qi immediately stood up and bowed towards Lin Ling. This is old brother Huang Qi's lucky chance. Lin Ling waved his hand. When Great Commander Huang Qi made his breakthrough, he had sensed that several worlds of the infinite world seemed to be summoned, forming a mysterious strength that surged forth. This was the strength of a world king powerhouse. This was also drawing out the strength of the infinite worlds. For instance, a fire attribute martial artist could draw out the strength of a fire attribute world. If this strength was combined with their martial talent, their attack power would greatly increase. After Great Commander Huang Qi was ecstatic, he couldn't help but calm down. At this time, he discovered that although Lin Ling's words seemed to be casual, there was actually a special meaning behind them. Could it be that Lin Ling had seen through the knot in his heart and was giving him advice on how to deal with it? Old brother Lin Ling, it seems that old brother has underestimated you once more. Thinking of this, Great Commander Huang Qi spoke up once more. His words were mixed with a touch of respect. Today, I am indebted to old brother's kindness. Old brother owes you a favor. In the future, as long as old brother says a single word, I will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Sometimes, breaking through a boundary depended on lucky chances. In particular, when one was stuck at a bottleneck, they would be stuck at the same spot for 100 years. Thus, Lin Ling's words could be said to be a debt as heavy as a mountain. Moreover, after he was grateful, he was also shocked. He was well aware of Lin Ling's origins. Lin Ling came from a rural area in the northern lands. But, Lin Ling had accomplished something that many people couldn't. This sort of feeling was far too mysterious. As he interacted with Lin Ling, he felt as if Lin Ling was his master. Brother, you're exaggerating. If it weren't for your help in the past, I wouldn't be where I am today. Lin Ling said modestly. Great Commander Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. The two of them were in a good mood and drank a few more mouthfuls. Then, a voice came from outside the barracks. Great Commander Lin Ling, the Demon Destroyer General invites you to see him. Grand Commander Huang Qi's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling, go quickly. Those are the three great generals of the Martial God Battalion. Even Lin Ling was a little surprised. The general had summoned him? The Martial God Battalion has three great generals, the Demon Destroyer Great General, the Huangfu Great General, and the Dragon Killer Great General. Everyone in the Martial God Battalion would be envious if the Great General personally invited them. Grand Commander Huang Qi said again. Lin Ling nodded his head, stood up and left. He was speechless in his heart. He had just returned and there were already so many people wanting to see him? He didn't even have time to cultivate. Seeing Lin Ling leave, Grand Commander Huang Qi smiled and shook his head. He knew that Lin Ling was a dragon among men and would definitely soar to the sky. Now, Lin Ling was starting to show his edge. Long after Lin Ling left, several figures walked over with smiles on their faces. Congratulations, brother Huang Qi. I sensed that you had broken through from afar. The people who came were all grand commanders, and the one in the lead was Ling Hulei. Hee, you're here to ask for wine, right? Grand Commander Huang Qi scolded with a smile. What? You're still stingy with wine after breaking through? How about this, I'll treat you to some wine and you let me try to break through. The Grand Commanders pretended to reprimand Ling Hulei, causing Grand Commander Huang Qi to laugh. These Grand Commanders called each other brothers. Now that he had broken through, these Grand Commanders would definitely be happy for him. Tell me, how did I break through? After they sat down, Grand Commander Huang Qi said mysteriously. You must have broken through naturally after many years of bitter cultivation. Ling Hulei immediately looked at Grand Commander Huang Qi strangely. Grand Commander Huang Qi shook his head with a faint smile. Do you think bitter cultivation is useful at our level? If that were the case, those experts from the three great academies of Qingzhou would have become extremely powerful. Could it be that you've obtained some kind of treasure? Ling Hulei and the others were even more curious. Hehe, treasures are only supplementary. Although they are indispensable, can they allow people to break through without bottlenecks every time? Grand Commander Huang Qi narrowed his eyes and said. Everyone's expression changed. They were not weak, so they naturally knew this logic. A cultivator's breakthrough was not something that could be improved by having a huge amount of cultivation resources. Many times, it depended on one's comprehension ability. Otherwise, the martial god realm would have been filled with experts long ago, and those cultivators from the myriad worlds would have been qualified to come to the martial god realm. It's someone else's words. Grand Commander Huang Qi didn't keep them in suspense. Could it be one of the three great generals? All the commanders sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Hulei said enviously, "You're really something, Huang Qi. You actually got the three great generals to teach you personally. You're trying to make us jealous. You're all thinking too much. The three great generals won't pay attention to me. The one who helped me break through was Lin Ling." Grand Commander Huang Qi glanced at everyone and said indifferently. As soon as he said that, the barracks fell silent. Lin Ling was a new recruit and had only cultivated for a short period of time. Yet, he was able to help Commander Huang Qi break through with just a few words. If it wasn't for Commander Huang Qi saying it himself, these commanders would have thought that it was a farce. This guy is not simple. Ling Hulei's expression suddenly became serious. In fact, he had only met Lin Ling once. However, that one time was enough for him to know that Lin Ling was not a mediocre person. This was because Lin Ling was very calm and collected when facing seniors like them. No matter what happened, he would remain calm no matter what. It was difficult to see through him. He's definitely not simple. Right now, the three great generals have personally invited him. Grand Commander Huang Qi added. The barracks fell even more silent. Grand Commander, I'm looking forward to seeing him soar into the sky and become the youngest deputy general in the history of the martial god barracks. Grand Commander Huang Qi suddenly said, causing all the commanders' expressions to change. A deputy general was someone who could summon all the grand commanders. At this moment, Lin Ling was advancing in the martial god barracks. The martial god barracks was huge. After passing through countless barracks, an ancient mountain appeared in front of him. The mountain was like a ferocious tiger lying on the ground. It was majestic and majestic. What was even more shocking was that no matter which angle one looked at the mountain, they would have the illusion that the ferocious tiger was looking at them. That is where the demon destroyer lord is. Ordinary people are not allowed to approach. Those who violate the military rules will be punished. Lord Lin Ling, please go. The soldier leading the way looked at Lin Ling enviously, then bowed and left. Thanks. Lin Ling bowed to the soldier and looked at the mountain in front of him. In fact, he was curious as to why the demon destroyer lord had summoned him. Without hesitation, Lin Ling walked towards the mysterious mountain. His left eye quietly opened, and he was immediately shocked to discover that it was not a mountain, but a real tiger god. The size of this tiger was frightening. Most importantly, this tiger was in a deep slumber. It was a living creature. When this tiger appears, tens of thousands of enemies will tremble in fear. The martial god barracks is so famous in Qingzhou. It seems like they have the ability. Lin Ling thought to himself. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Demon Break Mountain. These people were the personal guards of the Demon Break generals. In the martial gods battalion, their positions weren't high. In fact, they were just soldiers. However, no one dared to look down on them because they were the personal guards of the generals. From a certain point of view, other than the fact that they couldn't summon soldiers, they had all other rights. Even the Grand Commander had to give them face. Who is that person? How dare he? Is the Demon Break Mountain a place where ordinary people can approach? Don't worry, the Demon Break Tiger will devour him. The personal guards sneered. Because they were the personal guards of the generals, they had long developed arrogant personalities. At this moment, on the mountain peak, 3 old men were playing chess. One of the spectators shouted excitedly, as if he thought that the player had made a wrong move. The spectators don't speak. Huang Fuidao, don't forget this rule. The old man who was playing chess couldn't help but say. The old man who was talking nonstop laughed awkwardly and immediately fell silent. However, he soon shouted again, "Time dragon kill, you are too stupid. How can you play chess like that? Stupid, stupid. So noisy. Am I the one playing chess or are you the one playing chess? Shut up." The old man who was playing chess couldn't bear it anymore. Bullsh *T. When I was playing chess, weren't you shouting at the side? The spectators don't speak. This rule is also useful to you. Huang Fuidao immediately retorted. In front of outsiders, the three generals who were as dignified as martial gods were actually ordinary old men. For an ordinary game of chess, they would fight until their heads bled. You should look at that little guy. He should be here. He will walk up on his own. That's not necessarily true. If he is devoured by my demon break tiger, I can't guarantee anything. If he is devoured by the demon break tiger, it will prove that he is only SOSO. Because your demon break tiger bullies the weak and fears the strong. It will never change no matter how many years have passed. After arguing for a while, the three old men gradually quieted down and revealed meaningful smiles. At this moment, Lin Ling finally stepped onto the tiger mountain. Suddenly, a tiger's roar entered his ears. Surprisingly, this tiger's roar was silent. Only Lin Ling could hear it. Scram or die. Lin Ling even understood the meaning behind the tiger's roar. That terrifying aura was like an invisible ripple, causing the expressions of the bodyguards in the mountains to change drastically. They knew that the mysterious tiger god had awakened. Soon, they stared at Lin Ling mockingly. Although the Demon Break Mountain was a forbidden area of the martial god battalion, there was no lack of troublesome recruits who wandered around with curiosity. However, when they arrived at this place, they were scared witless before they even entered the mountain. Therefore, they knew that the young man of unknown origin was definitely going to lose face. However, Lin Ling smiled and continued forward. Roar, an even more terrifying tiger roar resounded. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were boiling. Moreover, mountains of corpses and seas of blood were everywhere. It even made people feel as if the world within the myriad of worlds had collapsed in an instant. This kind of aura was so terrifying that even 10,000 enemies couldn't approach it. In fact, this demon-shattering tiger was the general's mount. When the two armies were fighting, the tiger's roar would cause the enemy to lose the ability to fight. Over the years, the tiger's accumulated aura was naturally extremely terrifying. However, the person it was facing this time wasn't an ordinary person. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary genius either. He was the ghost genius Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao had risen like a comet in the martial god realm. He had seen all kinds of situations. Even when he was surrounded by more powerful enemies, he had never been afraid. How can you get the tiger's cub without entering the tiger's mountain? Calm down. Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. He had already seen through the origin of this mountain. In addition to Li Xiaoyao's knowledge, he naturally wasn't afraid. Roar. As Lin Ling arrived at the mountainside, the tiger's roar became even more frenzied. It seemed to think that Lin Ling had underestimated it. However, Lin Ling still continued forward despite the tiger's roar. He was as still as a mountain and wouldn't be shocked even if the sky collapsed. Who is this guy? At the mountainside, the bodyguards' expressions changed drastically. This was because it took them more than 10 years to gain the demon-shattering tiger's approval. However, the young man didn't fear the demon-shattering tiger even though it was his first time here. His courage was too strong. Most importantly, they knew that if the demon-shattering tiger really came out, the young man would definitely die. From a certain perspective, the young man was dancing on a tightrope. You're just an animal. Without a master, you're nothing. So, don't be a dog that bullies others. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. His tone was extremely calm and there was no aura to speak of. However, his determination and fearlessness were extremely strong. Gradually, the ancient mountain quieted down. It seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's ferocity and also seemed to have sensed that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of it at all. In reality, Lin Ling wasn't wrong. At this moment, the demon-shattering tiger was just a watchdog. When a stranger came, it would naturally bark. However, since the stranger wasn't afraid of it, it began to retreat. This little guy is really brave. How can he be a commander if he's not brave? However, he's too arrogant. I, little tiger, have so many military achievements. How dare he call me a dog? What a naughty guy. Haha, I've said it before. Your tiger bullies the weak and fears the strong. At the top of the mountain, the three old men were still playing chess. However, they smiled faintly and praised Lin Ling's courage. This was the aura that a soldier needed. Lin Ling smiled at this moment. The demon-shattering generals had invited him to meet with them, but they had sent a stupid tiger to stop him. They were obviously trying to show him their military might, however, they had used their military might on the wrong person. Stop right there. Who are you? When Lin Ling reached the middle of the mountain, the soldiers blocked his path. Each of them was wearing majestic armor and looked down at Lin Ling from above. I'm Lin Ling, Commander. Lin Ling smiled faintly as if he hadn't met a passerby but a friend. This smile was too calm, causing those personal guards to feel extremely displeased. So what if you're a commander? When did you enter the martial god barracks? One of the soldiers frowned. However, with their status, they really didn't care about any commander. I'm a soldier from the previous batch. Lin Ling smiled. As soon as he said that, the personal guards looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. In fact, they had seen Lin Ling's young age, so they didn't care about Lin Ling. Furthermore, they hadn't received any orders from the general, so they didn't care about Lin Ling even more. In addition, when Lin Ling reported his background, they found out that he was a recruit from the previous batch. This made them even more disdainful. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the general had purposely not informed them. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with these difficulties. Would he wait patiently at the bottom of the mountain? Or would he charge directly to the top of the mountain? These two choices were also two different ways of dealing with the world. What are you doing here? The soldiers asked again. I'm here to meet the general. Lin Ling smiled. His tone was magnanimous, as if he was saying that meeting the general was a very normal thing. As soon as he said that, the soldiers were stunned. Then, they all burst into laughter. You? The soldiers laughed until their stomachs hurt. Not everyone could meet the general. Even the veterans of the martial god barracks didn't have the chance to meet the general, let alone a recruit. You're just a recruit. Who gave you the courage? Get lost now, or you'll be punished according to the military rules. After the soldiers laughed, their expressions became more serious. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. I'll meet him personally. The moment the sword was drawn, the sword light was like water. The bodyguards on the mountainside were all stunned. Lin Ling actually took the initiative to draw his sword? This was going against his superior. How dare you? Are you trying to assassinate the general? The bodyguards shouted angrily. In their eyes, Lin Ling was courting death. In fact, from their point of view, they didn't care about Lin Ling's position at all. They only needed to know how strong Lin Ling was. Lin Ling was a new recruit from the previous batch. At the very most, Lin Ling could only convert 60% of his boundary essence. If they considered the upper limit, it would be 70% at most. 70% was already very impressive, however, they could unleash 100%. I've served the general for 10 years, but I can't meet the general whenever I want. So, you think you can meet him whenever you want? One of the bodyguards took a large step forward, forming a wave of air. His entire body was like a whirl as he charged toward Lin Ling. Salute fist. A majestic fist appeared in his hand. The name of this fist technique was very ordinary, but its origin was not small. It was created by the general himself, level, first grade top tier. This was the benefit of becoming a bodyguard. When the general was in a good mood, they could receive guidance at will and their strength would increase by leaps and bounds, 80% of his boundary essence. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. As expected of a bodyguard. His martial arts had probably increased by 20% of his boundary essence. However, he still smiled and slashed out with the sword in his hand. At the same time, a soft voice floated out. Bodyguards are still soldiers after all. Shameless boasting. When the bodyguards heard Lin Ling's words, their eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was looking down on them. No matter how arrogant they were still just soldiers. Cripple him. Instantly, the bodyguards roared angrily. Boom, on the mountainside, a deafening sound rang out. A sword seemed to have pierced through 10,000 worlds and instantly pierced through the bodyguard who had punched out. The remaining people's eyes narrowed. What happened? They then realized that Lin Ling had already walked past the bodyguard, and the bodyguard didn't move at all, maintaining his punching posture. Big brother Wu Yongqing converted 80% of his realm essence and even used the martial arts that the demon-destroying general personally taught him. How could he not defeat that new recruit? That's impossible. The military salute fist has the military might of the martial god battalion. With one punch, tens of thousands of enemies would tremble in fear. Big brother Wu Yongqing is definitely not defeated. Not bad. The bodyguards frowned. Plop, however, in the next moment, the bodyguard that had remained motionless collapsed like Mount Tai. Blood flowed out from his fist. At this moment, all of the soldiers narrowed their eyes. Defeated, Wu Yongqing was the strongest among them, yet he was defeated with a single move. One had to know that if these personal guards had participated in the Divine List training, they would have definitely gotten first place. However, the general didn't allow them to participate. After all, they were personal guards and not commanders, but now, a new recruit had defeated them? What was the background of these new recruits? What sorcery did you use? The bodyguards glared at Lin Ling and their expressions became even more serious. 90% of realm essence, black sword record, Mount Tai crush. Lin Ling said with a smile. His large sword drew on the ground and made a sharp sound. Black sword record, that's a second-grade realm essence martial art. The general said that with our strength, we can't cultivate second-grade martial arts. He actually cultivated it and succeeded? The bodyguards sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did they realize that although Lin Ling's sword seemed to be very slow, its power was terrifying. It was as if it suppressed the power of an entire realm. This person is not simple. We can't underestimate him. Set up the formation. Dignified voices floated out from their mouths. At the same time, a strange power spread out. Green smoke emitted from everyone's body and intertwined with each other, forming a huge green ancient worm in the air. This worm's body was full of worm eyes, but its green armor was extremely hard. It stared at Lin Ling with disdain. 7-kill demon breaking formation. They were bodyguards and their mission was to protect the general. Thus, they had learned a powerful guardian formation. It could be said that once this formation appeared, even a World King powerhouse would find it difficult to take another step forwards. Try taking another step. As the array formation formed, the bodyguards roared out. Today, they could not allow Lin Ling to reach the summit. Otherwise, they would lose all face. This was because if the general's bodyguards couldn't stop a newcomer and this news spread out, how would others view them? Eh? At this time, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't think that these bodyguards would be able to lay down such a mysterious guardian formation. Not even a World King powerhouse can break it? Lin Ling muttered to himself as his left eye appeared. Do you know how fierce we are now? Let me tell you, just by the fact that you forced your way into Demon Breaking Mountain today, we can erase you. The bodyguards coldly said. They thought that Lin Ling was afraid. As a matter of fact, Lin Ling had indeed stopped in his tracks. He was still staring at the mysterious green insect. I admit that you were able to defeat Big Brother Wu Yongqing and that you are a fierce genius of the Martial God Battalion. We have all underestimated you, but you are only SOSO. Now, you can tell us your name. Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, a bodyguard indifferently said. Ironically, they only wanted to know Lin Ling's name now. My name is Lin Ling. At this time, Lin Ling finally withdrew his left eye. Lin Ling, right? You can return now. Whether or not the general wishes to see you, we will ask. But if you take another step forwards, the only fate awaiting you is death. A bodyguard coldly said. He didn't kill Lin Ling. After all, he had gradually discovered that Lin Ling seemed to have some ability. Thank you, but I will ask him myself. However, just as his voice fell, Lin Ling stepped forwards once more, a calm smile on his face. You are courting death. The bodyguards were stunned. Lin Ling was simply too arrogant. Roar. At almost the same time, the blue-shelled insect above their heads opened its eyes. A circular energy of boundary essence crazily shot towards Lin Ling. The strength of this boundary essence had reached 100%. This was the ordinary strike of a World King powerhouse. Mount Tai Crush. Boom. Lin Ling also lifted his sword. His complexion was dignified as he ruthlessly slashed out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This was also the first time he had faced the strike of a World King powerhouse. Without a doubt, he was forced backwards by the impact. But, Lin Ling was just barely able to block that circular energy of boundary essence. After all, this wasn't the attack of a World King powerhouse. Fierce. Amazing. Compared to Lin Ling's indifference, the bodyguards felt their hearts shake. They had followed the general for many years and their experiences were vast. But today's events had surpassed their imaginations. This was because a recruit had actually blocked the strike of a World King powerhouse. However, the previous sword strike was only one of many. Lin Ling had just blocked that circular energy of boundary essence when his feet touched the ground and he shot forwards. Roar, a dragon roared. The dragon energy of the tyrannical song sword was stimulated. Dragon painting finishing touch. This sword strike was extremely fast. It had the speed to instantly pierce through a world. It was like a dragon had crossed the skies. Demon breaking myriad eyes. However, these bodyguards were indeed fierce. As Lin Ling moved, they also moved. Their bodies formed a mysterious gas that rushed towards the blue-shelled insect in the sky. Testing Lin Ling, the green-shelled giant insect's defense instantly increased to the point that it was able to block the attack of a World King powerhouse. However, although its defense was strong, there was still a massive weakness in its countless eyes. Unfortunately, this weakness was also grasped by Lin Ling. Lin Ling's sword still didn't stop. A voice came from his mouth. This array formation comes from the evolution of the 9-9 return to one world array. Bang! As he spoke, one of the millions of eyes was pierced through by Lin Ling's sword. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the green-shelled giant insect's body. In the next moment, it exploded. As for the bodyguards beneath the giant insect, they all vomited blood and were sent flying backwards, smashing into the ground. You broke the general's array formation. A cry of surprise came from the mouth of one of the personal guards. Lin Ling had simply created another miracle. At the same time, on the summit, the three old men were still playing chess. But as one of the old men was about to place a chess piece on the board, his hand froze, his eyes widening with shock. He broke my array formation. An incredulous voice floated out from his mouth. The other two old men's complexions also froze. In fact, with their knowledge and experience, that array formation wasn't too profound. But, Lin Ling was only a new recruit. For him to break this array formation wasn't simple at all. He said that this array formation came from the 9-9 return to one world array. What he said is correct. This 7 slaughter demon breaking array indeed came from the 9-9 return to one world array. But, how did he know the array core of the 7 slaughter demon breaking array? Huang Fuidao narrowed his eyes. It looks like we underestimated him. Another old man named Li Pomo said, his voice filled with deep meaning. He's really fierce. We deliberately set up a difficult problem to test him, and the result is that he really wants to climb to the summit. It looks like he has 2 different ways of doing things. He has chosen an unconventional way of doing things. If he had been waiting at the foot of the mountain for our orders, then he would have been a good soldier. After all, a soldier's duty is to obey orders. However, he didn't pay attention to those who tried to stop him and insisted on climbing the mountain. This shows that he is a talented general. He doesn't stick to the rules and doesn't stick to the rules. 2 choices, to see through a person. The 3 old men muttered to themselves. In fact, they had used the previous test to see what kind of person Lin Ling was. One was to obey orders, while the other was to be unconventional. From the general's point of view, they would definitely prefer the former. No one liked soldiers who kept giving orders, but from the perspective of the future, the latter had more potential. He has the qualifications to become the marshal of the Martial God Battalion. Finally, Huang Fuidao said with a faint smile. Choosing the second path meant that Lin Ling was not willing to be inferior to others. Lin Ling would not be a soldier in the future. If he wanted to be, he would be the strongest. The strongest person in the Martial God Battalion was Marshal Holy Fiery Tiger, who stood above the 3 great generals. Not only is he unconventional, he is even somewhat unruly. Huang Fuidao smiled bitterly. Because at this moment, on the mountainside, Lin Ling grabbed those personal guards and threw them down the mountain one by one. The general's personal guard was thrown down the mountain. That guy was quite daring. Bang! 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 At this moment, at the foot of the demon-destroying mountain, the personal guards were thrown down one by one, causing the soldiers in the distance to gasp. Who was so arrogant? As for the personal guards who were thrown down the mountain, they were all angry out of humiliation. Lin Ling smiled and continued forward. After a while, he finally arrived at the top of the mountain. The scenery here was not bad. The three old men were playing chess. They must be the three generals. Greetings to the three generals. Seeing this, Lin Ling hurriedly saluted. However, the three old men did not say anything and continued playing chess. My lord, this person has barged into this place. He should be executed. At this moment, those personal guards with swollen noses ran up the mountain and pointed at Lin Ling as they roared angrily. Until now, they were not sure if Lin Ling had been invited, but they were sure that Lin Ling had made them lose face. Put on your armor first. However, Lin Ling said with a faint smile. You. Those personal guards were so angry that they gritted their teeth. At this moment, they were indeed in an extremely sorry state. Their armor was tattered and their faces were swollen. How dare you? How dare you force your way into the demon destruction mountain? The personal guard named Wu Yongqing shouted angrily. He would definitely not let Lin Ling off. He wanted to convict Lin Ling in front of the generals. However, his words did not move the three generals. They were still playing chess. I was invited by the demon-destroying general. How could I barge in? Lin Ling replied indifferently and frowned. He did not understand what the three generals were trying to do. Even if the general really invited you, you should have waited at the foot of the mountain instead of barging in. You are disregarding military rules and should be executed. Otherwise, what dignity does the martial god battalion have? Wu Yongqing gave Lin Ling a huge label. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. That's right. A country has its laws and a family has its rules. Even if you were invited by the general, you should have waited patiently. Barging in is disadvantageous to the general. The other personal guards also accused Lin Ling of a huge crime. Lin Ling frowned. Previously, when these personal guards had stopped him, he had only taught them a small lesson. However, he did not expect that these personal guards would say that they would kill him. It was as if they wanted to kill Lin Ling. General, please punish him for the sake of the martial god battalion's military rules. Then, the personal guards all knelt down with a look of righteousness. Although they were still not sure if Lin Ling had been invited, they had been with the demon-destroying general for 10 years. They did not believe that the demon-destroying general would humiliate them for Lin Ling. However, the three generals were still playing chess. However, the auras on their bodies became more serious. They seemed to be angry. You are the ones who are disregarding military rules. However, at this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Haha, we are disregarding military rules? You are really good at twisting the truth. The personal guards were stunned. Then, they could not help but laugh. Lin Ling had forced his way into the demon-destroying mountain. Everyone had seen it. Now, he wanted to bite them. If this happened in the martial god battalion, no one would speak up for Lin Ling. If I had been invited by the general, then he must have important military information for me. Perhaps it is an extremely urgent military matter. You are just a bunch of slaves. However, you have stopped me. If the military matter is delayed, how can you bear the consequences? If millions of people die in the war outside because of your obstruction, can you bear the consequences? Lin Ling took a step forward. His aura was domineering. When they heard this, all the personal guards were stunned. They could not refute him. If the military situation was extremely urgent and they delayed the battle, they would not be able to bear the responsibility for such a huge crime. Why are you not speaking? When he saw that the personal guards were silent, Lin Ling spoke again. Without a doubt, this sentence made the personal guards speechless again. The situation had changed instantly. It was as if the personal guards had violated military rules. The three old men looked at each other and laughed. This kid is very adaptable. He is very impressive. That's right. He also knows how to take advantage of the situation and use military rules to bite back at the enemy. Moreover, he is ferocious and ruthless. He is indeed a talented general. Not in the martial god battalion, the fact that the three great generals had come forward to test Lin Ling showed how important Lin Ling was to them. Are you willing to take me as your master? Finally, one of the old men turned around. He had a hideous scar on his face, and he was awe-inspiring without being angry. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the personal guards trembled. Actually, they followed the great generals, and from a certain perspective, they were half a disciple of the great general. However, that was only what they thought, and the great general didn't treat them as disciples, but now, a newcomer had actually made the great general speak. Envy, jealousy, the eyes of Wu Yongqing and the others turned red. Lin Ling. Why, even Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Did the great generals invite me to be their disciple? Thank you for your kindness, great general. However, my ambition isn't in the martial god battalion, so I've let you down. Lin Ling bowed slightly and didn't conceal anything. Actually, based on the memories that Li Xiaoyao had left him, he really didn't need anyone to guide him. Moreover, the martial god battalion wasn't their goal. His goal was to find Tian Liuli, so he couldn't take the great general as his master. However, his calm words caused the bodyguards to be stunned. Subconsciously, a thought appeared in their minds. Lin Ling was so foolish. After all, if one could become the great general's disciple, then he could do whatever he wanted in the martial god battalion. If such an opportunity was given to them, they would have kowtowed to express their gratitude. Even the three old men were stunned. Lin Ling had rejected them so bluntly, they laughed bitterly in their hearts. As expected of a talented general, he wasn't willing to be inferior to the great general. How dare you? Wu Yongqing was envious and furious. He immediately pointed at Lin Ling and shouted angrily, "The great general wants you to be his disciple because he appreciates you, but you don't want face." Lin Ling was slightly angry when he heard that. Is this personal guard going to waste his time with me? He gave tit for tat and said, everyone has their own aspirations, and you can't force them. If you want to become my disciple, then do it yourself. But from the looks of it, you can't do it. Humph. You. Humph. Wu Yongqing was at a loss for words. He was so angry that his face turned red. He could only look at the general for help. Haven't you lost enough face? Get down. However, that old man coldly shook his head and reprimanded him. All of the bodyguards opened their mouths wide. They never thought that Lin Ling would be so unruly, but the ones being scolded were them. Moreover, they were the general's people. General, Wu Yongqing was so angry that his body trembled. He felt even more indignant. Get lost. However, the old man only gave him the word, get lost. In the end, the group of bodyguards left the Demon Break Mountain with anger and frustration. My name is Li Pomo, one of the three great generals. This is Huang Fuidao, you've met him before. The other one is General Time Dragon Killer. The old man quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. Greetings, three great generals. Lin Ling immediately saluted. He had already guessed that the general must have invited him for a purpose. Everything before was just a test. After all, the general wouldn't be so bored as to deliberately target Lin Ling. You're good, very good. At first, I thought you were a very good soldier, but I didn't expect you to be a talented general. In fact, if you had agreed to be my disciple, I would have been very happy, but I would also have been disappointed, because this meant that you were only SOSO. Fortunately, you didn't agree. If you become the disciple of the Demon Break Great General, you can only be a general for the rest of your life. Since you refused, your future will be even more limitless. In fact, I invited you here today to introduce you to the marshal. The three old men spoke one after another, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. Marshal? The #1 expert of the Martial God Battalion? Those who can meet the marshal are all gifted and have a bright future ahead of them. They might even take over the position of marshal. Huang Fuidao's aged eyes flickered with light. This was the purpose of their invitation to Lin Ling. It was because Grand Marshal Violent Tiger had issued an order to find a seedling in the Martial God Battalion to take over the Martial God Battalion's martial seal. They thought highly of Lin Ling, so they tested him. However, Lin Ling had met the requirements. The position of marshal. Lin Ling's expression also became solemn. I wonder if this position of marshal requires me to guard the martial god battalion forever. What if I want to enter the 3 great academies of Qingzhou? I wonder if there will be a conflict. There's no need. It's just a martial seal. The battle of the martial god battalion is handled by us 3 great generals. Huang Fuidao immediately smiled and explained, moreover, it's not that simple to take over the position of marshal. You're just one of the candidates. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart relaxed. In fact, the 3 great academies of Qingzhou were his goal, because only by going there could he know the whereabouts of Tian Liuli and the others. Now that the martial seal didn't conflict with his goal, there wasn't much of a problem. Alright, I agree. Don't agree too early. In the past 10,000 years, there have been many candidates for the position of marshal, but they have all fallen in the long trials. That's why rice has to be eaten one bite at a time. Li Pemo smiled again and said, now, the Grand Marshal's mission is about to begin. You should prepare first. If your performance in the mission is not bad, you can be promoted to Deputy General. Every month, your divine crystal reward will increase by 100 times, and you'll also be rewarded with a set of treasured battle armor. Treasured battle armor. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Treasured battle armor was above immortal battle armor, and the support of treasured battle armor was realm essence. For example, the Bailing flag and the martial god cannon were treasured battle armor. Although Lin Ling could also forge treasured battle armor, the materials required were too expensive, so he definitely wouldn't miss this reward. Alright, I'll become a deputy general. Lin Ling smiled confidently. This mission was just right for him to improve his strength. Go. Of course, before that, you can go under the martial god tree to comprehend a bit. That's the reward we 3 great generals gave you. As for that place, it's a treasured place to look at the world around the world. It'll be helpful for your state of mind, comprehension, and everything else. Huang Fuidao said again. Lin Ling quickly saluted and then left. Over the years, there have been countless people who wanted to take the martial seal. Many monstrous geniuses even moved me. But if you want to talk about the one who left the deepest impression, it's only him. Yes, his talent seems very ordinary, but he can always do things that ordinary people can't. Most importantly, he's the first person who met us who was neither arrogant nor humble. After Lin Ling left, the 3 great generals smiled with admiration. Over the years, they had indeed seen many monstrous geniuses, but Lin Ling was the only one who wasn't afraid of them. This was very rare. I think he'll take the martial seal. Huang Fuidao said as he looked at the sky in front of him. But soon after, he sighed, unfortunately, his ambition isn't in the martial god battalion. When these words fell, the other 2 old men trembled. What a proud and arrogant junior! If other people could become the marshal of the martial god battalion, they would be proud of it for the rest of their lives. However, Lin Ling's vision didn't stop there. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations The Martial God Tree. Because this was something that was simply impossible to do, Lin Ling walked down the Demon Break Mountain with a smile on his face. The primeval seal, he was quite interested. Most importantly, if he could obtain the primeval seal, he would have even more hope of entering the 3 great academies of Qingzhou. Although the ancestor of the Dragon Granny had personally invited him, that was through the back door. Lin Ling didn't care about that. He wanted to step into the top place of Qingzhou. Only by taking it one step at a time could he return to his former peak. After Lin Ling walked down the Demon Break Mountain, the soldiers glared at Lin Ling angrily. However, that was all they could do. They didn't dare do anything. Lin Ling just smiled at those angry smiles. He didn't care about them at all. Sir, please come with me. A soldier walked over respectfully and led Lin Ling to the martial god tree. I really envy this guy. But what gives him the right? We've served for 10 years and are the general's trusted aides. He's been favored by the general the moment he arrived. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? It's just a moment of arrogance. Although I know that the general thinks highly of him, many geniuses have been invited by the general over the years. However, many of them have also fallen. That's right. The soldier said coldly. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Of course, if they had known that General Li Pomo had invited Lin Ling to see him as a marshal, they wouldn't have dared to reveal their murderous intent. They thought that Lin Ling was going to become General Li Pomo's trusted aide, which conflicted with their interests. That was why they were targeting Lin Ling. The martial god tree was said to have been found by the general in Huanyu. It was a mysterious ancient tree that had been born and grown in Huanyu. There wasn't anything special about this tree. However, it could allow a martialist to become more familiar with Huanyu. When Lin Ling arrived at the martial god tree, he was shocked to discover that it was actually a tree of talents. In his world, the talent tree was called the talent tree. The talent fruit at the bottom of the tree was weaker, while the talent fruit at the top was the strongest. When facing light, the talent fruit would lean towards fire and light, while when facing darkness, the talent fruit would lean towards darkness. And such a tree had appeared in front of Lin Ling. We've arrived. Lord Lin Ling, remember not to miss the commander mission in half a year. The soldier respectfully left. Lin Ling nodded and walked towards the martial god tree. The tree floated in the sky with its leaves swaying gently. Its roots were like dragons, and its fruits were colorful. A mysterious aura emanated from it from time to time. What a pity, the fruit of this tree is useless to me. After sizing it up, Lin Ling shook his head regretfully. This martial god tree's fruit was only at the immortal level, so it was useless to Lin Ling. After sitting down cross-legged, a mysterious feeling appeared in Lin Ling's heart. This is the power of the universe. Sitting under the tree, Lin Ling felt as if he had arrived at the world of the universe. This place was like a starry sky, countless worlds were dotted with stars. He saw the birth and fall of countless worlds. As time passed, Lin Ling's soul force crazily rose and gradually reached the 1000th step. This is the craziest increase in soul force that Lin Ling has ever seen since he started cultivating. 1000th step. If Lin Ling's essence, energy, and soul also increased, his primal chaos divine formula would also reach the first layer. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. He felt his mind clear up and felt his soul force increase greatly. He was very happy. If he used evasion domain, he would be able to dodge for a longer time. Moreover, he would be able to dodge even more powerful attacks. Although evasion domain seems to be 100% dodgeable, it actually has a flaw. When encountering a stronger attack, it would be even harder to dodge. What a pity, this martial god tree is useless to me. If Lin Ling continued to stay, the increase in soul force would be very slow. Therefore, he decided to leave. Most importantly, the most important thing is to increase his physical strength and flame power. Only then can he form a balance. After returning to his own living quarters, Lin Ling discovered that the entire martial god barracks is filled with a dignified atmosphere. Clearly, the mission is about to begin. The most important person in this mission is the commander. However, the commanders and soldiers also need to participate. They will be able to obtain benefits from the mission. Lin Ling also gathered the commanders under him. There are Lu Chunfeng, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, and the newly joined Gong Yanjiang. What surprised Lin Ling is that Gong Yanjiang is doing quite well. It seems that this guy is throwing money again. Lin Ling, you're back. Yes. However, at this time, Commander Huang Qi, Ling Hulei, and the others also arrived. After seeing Lin Ling, their faces became somewhat grave. Lin Ling, you should not participate in this mission. All right. Commander Huang Qi said straightforwardly, you are a newly promoted commander. Even if you don't participate in the mission, there will be no problem. But if you participate, you will be in danger. All right. Lin Ling was also surprised. He quickly asked. Great Commander Huang Qi sighed and said, it is said that the Demon Destroyer General's personal guards also participated in the mission and wanted to kill you. There is also Great Commander Xianxia. He also called for many great commanders to attack you, and those great commanders all have 100% Jia Yuan. With your current strength, you can't fight them. Alright. That's too much. Alright. Gong Yangjiang and the others immediately exclaimed. Fairy Danran looked at Lin Ling and said, my lord, there is no need to show off your strength. It is not a big deal if our barracks does not participate. Alright. Hearing this, the others nodded. Lord Lin Ling's rise was too fast. Many people were jealous. In addition, Lin Ling's foundation was not solid enough. He could not compare to those commanders who had cultivated for 100 years, Lin Ling frowned. He had promised the 3 great generals, so he would definitely participate in this mission. Moreover, it was impossible for him to ask the 3 great generals for help. If he couldn't handle such a small matter, the 3 great generals would look down on him. It's fine. I will participate in this mission as usual. All right. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ling lightly said. Old brother Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. All right. Ling Hulei also tried to persuade him. Lin Ling had a bright future ahead of him, but he needed time to grow. And the time left for Lin Ling was far too short. What will come will come. Yes. However, Lin Ling shook his head, a resolute light in his eyes. He also knew that he lacked time to grow, but to him, pressure was more motivation. Of course, if those fellows wanted to kill Lin Ling, it wouldn't be easy. This was because Lin Ling currently had 90% of his world essence. As long as he increased it by another 10%, he would be able to contend with a world king powerhouse. Moreover, Lin Ling also had the martial god cannon. Of course, that treasure cost far too many god crystals. Lin Ling couldn't use it too many times. Huh. Sigh. Seeing this, Commander Huang Qi and the others all sighed. But, they also secretly admired Lin Ling. It seemed that Lin Ling's wild rise in the martial god battalion wasn't due to luck. His courage and fighting spirit were also indispensable factors. 3 days later, the mission was announced in the martial god battalion. Early in the morning, a group of soldiers appeared with great momentum. They wore armor and their faces were filled with an aura as if they were unafraid of death. The world of water, the scout barracks had also arrived. Under the leadership of Lin Ling, it was a refreshing sight. However, among the soldiers, many of them stared at Lin Ling with malice in their eyes. At least 60% of them were like that, because someone had secretly issued a bounty. Whoever could kill Lin Ling would be rewarded with 100,000 divine crystals. Although Lin Ling's position in the martial god barracks wasn't low, many people didn't need to be afraid of him in the outside world. Your mission this time is to enter the blue water world. Your goal is to kill the Sea Discord Phoenix King. This person is cruel and ruthless. He has already slaughtered hundreds of worlds and countless lives have been taken by him. Therefore, the myriad worlds request the martial god barracks to exterminate the Sea Discord Phoenix King. Yes. At this time a majestic voice came from the sky. All the commanders nodded their heads. Army, move out. Then, a huge flag appeared in the sky and was waved heavily. Dong. Dong, dong. War drums were beaten at this moment, shocking the world. A moment later, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. It seemed to lead to another world. The world in the vortex was pitch black, but everyone knew that the vortex was the road to the martial god barracks. It led to the blue water world. The blue water world was located in the west world. The martial artists there were only SOSO. However, the Sea Discord Phoenix King couldn't be underestimated. This person was a rogue martial artist in the martial god barracks. He practiced a cultivation method to increase his strength by killing people. He was wanted because he had killed many martial artists from the lower commanderies. This person led the powerhouses under his command to escape to the blue water world. Then, there was a bloody storm there. As for the strength of the Sea Discord Phoenix King, it was a mystery. However, one thing was certain. This person was at the World King realm. Let's go. Lin Ling led the scout army into the martial god barracks. After crossing the mysterious passage, monstrous waves suddenly rushed over. These waves were extremely fierce. Some of the weaker soldiers were directly smashed into pieces. Not good. We've encountered the universal world wave. A grand commander blew a horn to inform the entire army. The so-called universal boundary waves were a mysterious strength that was born from the world of the universe. It was said that these waves were born from the collision of countless world essences. For instance, when the world essences of water and fire collided, a terrifying wave would form. It was said that an even stronger wave could even crush a world king powerhouse to dust. Fortunately, the waves this time were not as powerful as the legends said, but they were not to be underestimated. Lin Ling's complexion changed as waves after waves crashed into him. At this moment, he realized just how terrifying the world's strength was. No matter how strong a martial artist was, they would still have to submit to it. In just a few moments, the army was scattered. Gulyalu, after an unknown period of time, Lin Ling's vision finally recovered. Looking around, he found himself in a world of water. There was water all around him, and all kinds of fish he had never seen before were swimming in front of him. Blue Water World. Lin Ling was inwardly shocked. The mission had introduced that the Blue Water World was a world of water. All the martial artists and ordinary people here lived in the water. Interesting. Lin Ling's body emitted a faint light, blocking out the water. Then, he swam forwards. Because of the universal boundary waves, he had been separated from the others. Of course, this was also beneficial to Lin Ling. After all, if he moved forwards alone, he could increase his strength and wouldn't become a thorn in their side. Gulyalu, the world in the water was extremely mysterious. Many fish swam past Lin Ling, curiously looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also incomparably curious. In fact, this was his first time moving in the world of water. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, it was like a volcano had erupted in front of him. The entire bottom of the water shook. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he swam forwards. Then, he saw that at the edge of a giant ancient mountain, two fish monsters he had never seen before were colliding. The strength of these two fish demons was extremely formidable. The shockwave formed from the collision directly killed countless small fish. As for the two fish demons, the one on the left had two fish heads. There were two lantern-like tentacles hanging from the fish heads. They were respectively fire and ice. The one on the right was like a water snake. It was as huge as a mountain and its body was full of barbs. It was extremely ferocious, and they seemed to be fighting over a shiny bead in the water. That bead was a blood bead, and it emitted a mysterious power. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He felt that the bead was extremely precious. You guys continue fighting. That bead is mine. Lin Ling swam towards the blood bead, causing the two king of fish demons to be stunned. They never expected that a human would appear here and even want to snatch their spoils of war. Was this puny human courting death? Roar! The snake-shaped fish monster spat out a large number of bubbles and immediately swam towards Lin Ling. Moreover, it looked down at Lin Ling, an ant. Its body began to wrap around Lin Ling, an ant who overestimated himself to death. In fact, it had successfully wrapped around Lin Ling. Moreover, its eyes looked towards the other fish monster, preparing to continue the battle. However, in the next moment, it realized that the ant it was wrapping around seemed to have swelled up. An indescribable power erupted. I'm just passing by. You guys fight, I'll go my way. Let's mind our own business. At the same time, a helpless voice resounded in the water. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, the snake-shaped fish monster was torn into two. This caused the two-headed fish monster to tremble. How could this human be so strong? For a moment, it didn't dare to move. It was as if it had seen its nemesis. In fact, when Lin Ling took a step forward, it was almost scared to death. However, Lin Ling smiled apologetically at it. I'm sorry. I killed your enemy and caused you to be bored. After saying this, he picked up the blood bead on the ground and calmly left. The two-headed fish monster still didn't dare to move. It was shocked that Lin Ling didn't kill it. Could it be that this human was really just a passerby? It couldn't help but feel lucky. If the snake-shaped fish monster hadn't attacked first, it would be dead now. Lin Ling continued forward. The two fish monsters from before were nothing to him. He could easily tear them apart with his physical strength. If they weren't courting death, he wouldn't have bothered with these small monsters. This blood bead seems to be left behind by a big monster. It's much stronger than the small monsters from before. Lin Ling stared at the blood bead in his hand. A mysterious Dao seal began to appear in his left eye. Then, he was overjoyed. Curved gate fish bead. This blood bead was left behind by the curved gate giant fish. This fish was even more powerful and had already formed a monster core. This monster core suppressed the universal essence and was a rare cultivation treasure. Lin Ling immediately swallowed the monster core and began to cultivate the chaos divine formula. In the next moment, the monster core was cleanly digested. What a powerful universal essence! Lin Ling immediately felt his body become even more condensed. Within his meridians, there was even a trace of the fish monster king's aura. There must be many of these blood beads in the blue water world. If I can gather them all, my strength will greatly increase. Currently, Lin Ling was still a certain distance away from becoming a world king powerhouse. But, he could use this time to crazily increase his strength. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Acquaintances. Lin Ling swam forward. Unfortunately, he only saw some small beasts along the way. What attracted him the most was a fight between two parties. Most importantly, he knew both parties. In front of him, the water was flowing faster. Huge bubbles were floating in the air. Two parties were fighting beside a huge hole that was more than 100 meters wide. On the left was the scouts' barracks, on the right was the boat commander's barracks. The commanders of the two parties were Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and Ling Wulai, and several other commanders were sneering. Dimo and Tang Yue were also with Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword. However, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword was obviously injured. His sword was broken. Yo, my old rival, you are so down and out today. Ling Wulai looked at Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword with disdain. We could have been friends. Unfortunately, you chose to follow Lin Ling. Now, we are enemies. As fellow enemies, your luck is really bad. The blue water world is so big, but you actually ran into me. Ling Wulai had been defeated by Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword in the Battle of the Divine List. Later, Ling Wulai had been trained by Xianxia. His strength had increased greatly, and he had surpassed Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword. Unfortunately, he was still defeated by Lin Ling. Ling Wulai, don't be too arrogant. We are all from the Martial God Battalion. Why are you attacking us instead of suppressing the bandits? Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others also felt that something was wrong. Ling Wulai seemed to want to kill them all. Do you think anyone will know if you die here? Yes. Ling Wulai's eyes were full of killing intent. He would not let Lin Ling's people go. The hole behind them was the fish dragon nest hole. It was said that it was the ancestral land of the curved palace giant fish. Those curved palace giant fish knew that death was coming, so they would swim back here before they died. The curved palace giant fish would leave a lot of fish pearls after they died. That was one of the reasons why Ling Wulai wanted to kill them all. You are also unlucky. The blue water world is so big, but you met me here. Yes. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, a cold voice drifted out from the water. The blue-robed young man slowly walked out from the ripples. His long hair flowed with the waves, and there was a mocking smile on his cold face. If it wasn't Lin Ling, then who else could it be? Milord. Lin Ling. As expected, everyone at the edge of the giant hole was shocked. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others were extremely excited. Since Master Lin Ling was here, they didn't have to fear Lin Ling anymore. How did I meet him? Compared to Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword's excitement, Ling Wulai's face was gloomy. In fact, he really wanted to see Lin Ling die, but he also knew that the person who could kill Lin Ling was obviously not him. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Ling Wulai looked at the huge blue hole behind him and shouted angrily. He was still reluctant to give up on the fetal cavity. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others were stunned. It had nothing to do with Lin Ling? They were Lin Ling's men. Now that they were about to be killed, it had nothing to do with Lin Ling? Ling Wulai was really thick-skinned. Do you want to die? Lin Ling continued to walk forward with a cold smile. He didn't even want to waste his breath on them. You are Lin Ling? If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Right now, there are many Grand Commanders who want to kill you. You are quite daring, to actually dare to surface. However, although Ling Wulai was afraid of Lin Ling, the commanders beside him had only heard of Lin Ling's name. They didn't know how terrifying Lin Ling was. Therefore, they stepped forward and pointed at Lin Ling angrily. Moreover, one of them looked at Lin Ling indifferently as if he was saying that Ling Wulai was too naive. Why should he be afraid of Lin Ling? Let me tell you, Commander Xianxia wants to kill you. So do the soldiers of the great general. How dare you be so arrogant? The commanders said again. In their opinion, Lin Ling was doomed. They should leave immediately. One of the commanders took out a bow and aimed at Lin Ling. He shouted coldly, "Get out of here." The imposing manner of these commanders made Ling Wulai smile. That was a confident smile. The previous him had been scared away, he couldn't deny that he was no match for Lin Ling. However, this was not a one-on-one battle. They had the advantage of numbers. Lin Ling, your good days are over, Ling Wulai said arrogantly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a sword broke through the water and formed a shockwave. A sword mark appeared on the commander's forehead before he could shoot the arrow. It was as if the tip of the sword had pierced through his forehead. Plop, he fell to the ground. The thunderous voice shocked the others. Lin Ling is so powerful. However, before they could say anything, a sword chi slashed at them. 80% of the boundary origin energy was destroyed. Plop, plop. Plop, plop. 4 heads flew out at the same time. The commanders were killed in one slash. Plop, the 4 heads rolled in the water and their eyes were wide open in disbelief. All the commanders were killed in 2 slashes, only Ling Wulai was still alive. He wanted to say something but now, he didn't want to say anything. According to his estimation, with Lin Ling's previous strength, it would have been difficult for him to win against several commanders. But now, Lin Ling had easily killed them. There was only one possibility. Lin Ling had become stronger again. You killed them. They are the commanders of the Martial God Battalion. Ling Wulai stepped back and his legs started to tremble. Do you think the Martial God Battalion will know that they died here? Lin Ling finally spoke. His words made Ling Wulai's body tremble even more. It seemed like he had nothing left to say. You're so unlucky. You know that we have a grudge against each other. How dare you show up in front of me? Lin Ling raised his sword and asked Ling Wulai to kneel down. He cowed out and said, Sir, please spare my life. I was wrong. Ling Wulai finally regretted when he was about to die. His voice was filled with despair. Lin Ling was not someone he could offend. I know many people want to kill me. Unfortunately, they will all fail. You will never live to see that day. Lin Ling would not show mercy to a person like Ling Wulai because he had spared Ling Wulai's life several times. So, after Lin Ling said that, he drew his sword without hesitation. Sir, I am willing to be your vanguard. Please spare my life. From now on, I am willing to leave the Martial God Battalion. Ling Wulai kept begging. The only thing he could do was to beg for his life. When he met Lin Ling for the first time before the divine list started, he looked down on Lin Ling. He thought that the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword was the king of scouts. However, after the divine list battle, he knew that Lin Ling was the king of scouts. He had missed out on the most powerful scout. After that, his strength increased greatly. He wanted to avenge himself but he was defeated again. Now, he was like an ant in front of Lin Ling. He could only kneel down and beg for his life. Unfortunately, his pleas for mercy were quickly silenced by a sword. Fish Nest Cave. Ling Wulai is dead. Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the other side. They had thought that there would be a fierce battle, but Lin Ling had finished him off in 3 moves. This was too fast. Then, they bowed to Lin Ling and said, Thank you, sir, for your help. Lin Ling put away his sword and said with a smile, You are all my subordinates now. I won't let anything happen to you. Sir Lin Ling, we have offended you in the past. I hope you won't take it to heart. If you don't like us, we are willing to accept any punishment. Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others looked at each other and immediately knelt down on one knee. In the past, they had been convinced by Lin Ling, but now, they worshipped him. Moreover, their lives were saved by Lin Ling. This was a great kindness. Lin Ling was speechless. To be honest, he didn't consider these people as his opponents. This was because of his vision. He shook his head and said, Let bygones be bygones. Now, you are my subordinates. That is enough. Thank you, sir. We will follow you for the rest of our lives. Falling Blossom Flowing Water and the others were excited and secretly swore an oath. If there were other people here at this moment, they would definitely be shocked like a celestial being, because the Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword's background was not small. They were all geniuses of the martial god realm. But now they were willing to follow the orders of a single person. This was extremely rare. After all, it was easy to kill someone, but it was difficult to make them worship someone blindly. Most importantly, that person was extremely young. Lin Ling also felt that. Although these people were arrogant, they were also people who valued friendship and loyalty, so he personally helped Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others up. Call the other commanders over as well. That blue hole is quite extraordinary. Then, Lin Ling stared at the giant hole in front of him. With his knowledge, he naturally knew that it was the curved gate giant fish's nest cave. There should be a lot of fish pearls inside. Sir, the curved gate giant fish is a world king. Do you want to enter the cave? Dmo suddenly exclaimed. It's rare for me to come here. Naturally, I won't miss out on those treasures. Lin Ling smiled calmly and walked forward. You guys wait outside the cave. Come down after I've ascertained the situation. Sir, I'll go with you. Seeing that Lin Ling wanted to enter the cave alone, Wu Qingzi spoke anxiously. The curved gate giant fish was extremely ferocious. If there was a giant fish in the cave, Lord Lin Ling would be in danger. There's no need for that. If all of you enter the cave, the other commanders won't be able to see you even if they come. So, all of you should just wait for them outside the cave. Lin Ling stopped them. He stared ahead. The huge hole in the ground was 100 meters wide. Looking down from above, the bottom of the hole couldn't be seen. The entire hole was dark blue. Without hesitation, Lin Ling jumped into the giant hole. Sir, you're so powerful. You're so much more courageous than us. Let's hope there aren't any curved giant fish at the bottom of the cave. Dmo and the others worshipped him even more. At this moment, Lin Ling shot into the huge blue hole like a meteor. His left eye appeared and his soul power spread out. With a soul power of 1,000 levels, it was as if he could see through the entire blue hole. Fish pearls, countless fish pearls. The feedback from his soul power made Lin Ling ecstatic. These fish pearls were actually deity crystals. It was just that they were more effective for water-type martial artists. However, Lin Ling had the Chaos Divine formula and could refine anything, so, if he could refine these fish pearls, Lin Ling's strength would definitely increase greatly. There are actually 5 old fish. Before reaching the bottom of the hole, Lin Ling's face turned solemn. This meant that there were 5 King Realm martial artists there. Although they were old fish, he couldn't underestimate them. With my strength, I can only fight against one at most. Lin Ling thought to himself. If he didn't deal with the curved gate giant fish, he wouldn't be able to get the fish pearls. Gulyalu. At this moment, the old fish were emitting buzzing sounds. They were actually talking. These old fish had come from all over the blue water world. They had traveled through the world and swallowed countless people. Now that they were old and about to die, they had returned to their homeland. One of the curved gate giant fish with a full beard said that it had swallowed hundreds of young boys and girls. Another fish proudly said that it had swallowed a kingdom in the blue water world. The other old fish were not to be outdone. They wagged their tails and spoke of their past pride. Although Lin Ling couldn't understand their conversation, he could guess what they were talking about. His lips curved up in a sneer. What a bunch of fish that kill people like flies. If you want to be a fish, you need to have the awareness of being a fish. Fish, Lin Ling planned to kill these old fish. Moreover, he didn't have any psychological burdens, but, how would he kill them? After thinking for a moment, Lin Ling smiled. He quietly landed at the bottom of the cave and took out the martial god cannon. Then, he stuffed all the divine crystals into the ancient cannon. During this entire process, he laid down a mysterious enchantment. This was the impermanence Netherdust world. It could block out all fluctuations of strength. Unless one was a powerhouse that surpassed the World King realm, no one would be able to sense it. Like this, the cannon had been laid down. Next, he would lure the 5 old fish over. Old fish, I trust you've been well since we last met. Hello. Lin Ling appeared. A jug of wine appeared in his hands, a smile on his face as he drank. His voice left the 5 old fish stunned. They had been talking about their past pride and then a human had appeared. Moreover, he was drinking wine. Yes, they recognized that he was drinking wine. This was because they had tasted wine before. It was a special product of humans, but, to drink wine in their lair, wasn't this a bit too crazy? Gulyalu, one of the huge old fishes, blew up all its whiskers. As for the other 4 old fish, their eyes were filled with amusement. They didn't think that they would meet such an interesting person at the bottom of the cave. They wanted to slowly toy with this human to death. However, as they slowly swam towards Lin Ling had already stretched out his left hand and waved at them. Waving, the 5 old fish were stunned. With their strength, they could swallow this boy in a single gulp. Who would have thought that this boy would wave at them? Am I seeing things? One of the old fish gurgled out loud. That's possible. The other old fish immediately replied. Come on, old fish. However, Lin Ling had already told them the truth. He was indeed waving at them. You are courting death. The curved gate fish were enraged. Their voices caused the cave to tremble and the water to explode. They threw themselves at Lin Ling, wanting to swallow this boy who had overestimated himself. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was calm, but his heart was heavy. His soul power surged out crazily as he took control of everything. Finally, his eyes lit up. If he fired the cannon a moment earlier, the old fish would have escaped. If he fired the cannon a moment later, Lin Ling would be in danger. This was the perfect time. Sorry, the old fish have entered the net. Lin Ling waved his left hand, and the crystals around him disappeared. A huge martial god cannon appeared beside him. The cannon's muzzle emitted a dazzling light. The 5 curved gate giant fish were stunned. They subconsciously sensed that the cannon contained a terrifying power that was enough to shatter them into pieces. Commander's arrival. Bang! Without waiting for the giant fish to react, the martial god cannon's massive beam of light shot out. A single cannon shot shook the heavens and earth. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because the martial god cannon had been charged up for a long time and had consumed even more divine crystals. Its might had surpassed his imagination. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire cave seemed to have been dug open. A massive tunnel appeared, extending without end. This was the result of the martial god cannon's bombardment. As for the 5 curved gate giant fish, they had been blown to pieces. The martial god cannon was terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that this cannon had been charged up for a long time and that it had burned too much money, Lin Ling would have no need to fear a World King powerhouse. Fish pearls. Then, Lin Ling stared at the fish pearls that fell from the cave and couldn't help but laugh. He hurried towards the bottom of the cave and had falling flower flowing water and the others collect the fish pearls. What happened? Are there curved gate giant fish at the bottom of the cave? Not good. Lord Lin Ling is still at the bottom of the cave. At this time, outside the cave, falling flower flowing water and the others' complexions changed. The previous explosion had seemed as if it would destroy a world. This caused them to worry. In fact, that cannon shot had indeed pierced through a world. At this time, on the other side of the blue water world, a massive amount of water had rushed out. However, the blue water world was an extremely stable world, thus it hadn't directly collapsed. Lord Lin Ling, could he have met with a mishap? At this time, Lu Chungfeng and the others also rushed over, their faces full of worry. Good that he died. Tang Yue sneered, but her words were insincere. Her beautiful eyes were also filled with worry. Even if you die, I won't die. At this time, from the giant blue hole, a figure floated out. It was Lin Ling. You bastard, your breath stinks. Tang Yue angrily scolded, but her heart was actually jumping with joy. Lin Ling hadn't died. This was too good. My lord. The others were also overjoyed, especially falling flower flowing water. He stepped forward and asked, My lord, did you encounter a curved gate giant fish? However, to be able to escape unscathed from the jaws of the curved palace giant fish is already quite impressive. Sir, why don't we mobilize our entire battalion and use our scouts to kill that curved palace giant fish? As soon as he said that, the others also looked like they were ready to die. Although the curved gate giant fish was powerful, they had the numbers advantage. No need, I've already roasted the fish. Hearing this, Lin Ling's heart warmed. These people were extremely loyal. He immediately replied with a smile. The curved palace giant fish was taken care of by Sir? A curved palace giant fish represents the strength of a world king powerhouse. Everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. This was because even if Great Commander Lin Ling and the others were present, they would still have to avoid the curved gate giant fish if they encountered them. Yet, Lord Lin Ling had killed one? Not one, but 5. However, Lin Ling's following words made all the scout commanders feel as if they had been struck by lightning. Follow me. Ignoring the dumbfounded crowd, Lin Ling had already shot towards the blue hole. Freak! Why is it like this? If I remember correctly, he is from the same batch of geniuses as us. Why is the difference so great? Each of the commanders smiled bitterly and followed Lin Ling. When they reached the bottom of the cave, the fish pearls around the cave caused everyone to open their mouths wide. This was a huge sum of money, especially for martial artists with water attribute talents. This place was simply heaven. They looked at Lin Ling again and found that Lin Ling had already collected a large number of fish pearls. Moreover, these fish pearls were the largest and contained the richest power of the universe. Next, I will be refining these fish pearls here. Can you guys help me guard the surroundings? Lin Ling looked at his subordinates and said. Right now, his strength was still too weak. Therefore, he had to race against time to increase his strength. Sir, don't worry about breaking through. Unless my head is stepped on, I swear to protect you with my life. Sir, please cultivate. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, Wu Qingzi, Lu Chungfeng and the rest patted their chests and said. Without Lin Ling, there would be no them. Therefore, the stronger Lin Ling was, the prouder they could be, and their strength would also be able to reach a higher level. You can cultivate as much as you want. No one can kill you except for me. Tang Yue also said with a smile, causing Lin Ling's heart to feel warm. These fellows were all his opponents in the past. Now, they had all become his companions. Lin Ling chose to trust these companions. Immediately, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. Right now, he needed to improve his physical strength and convert his realm essence. In this way, he would not be afraid of World King realm experts. Fish pearls floated around him and Lin Ling kept stuffing them into his mouth. As expected of Sir Lin Ling. He can actually use water attribute fish pearls to cultivate. Could it be that his talent is water attribute? Or is his cultivation method very special? The chess boy looked at Lin Ling in surprise. These fish pearls could not be used for cultivation, but they could be used to exchange for divine crystals. However, Lin Ling could use them. This made them feel that Lin Ling was full of mysterious aura. Then, they hurriedly collected the fish pearls and kept throwing them at Lin Ling. At this moment, a large number of figures were moving around in the water. With a raise of their hands, those weak fish were killed. Right now, the great commander and the rest are looking for the sea-burial disorderly Phoenix King. The commander is chasing after the remnants and collecting fish pearls. There was a roar before. It seems to be in that direction. Let's go and take a look. That's right. Maybe there are remnants of the sea-burial disorderly Phoenix King. Those figures were swimming in a certain direction. Obviously, they were attracted by Lin Ling's martial god cannon. When a huge blue hole appeared on the ground, their eyes lit up. If I'm not wrong, that's the curved gate giant fish's nest. There are a lot of fish pearls in it. An old man with a huge bow and arrow on his back said with a smile. The others were suddenly refreshed. Then, they swam into the blue hole. If there's only one curved gate giant fish, we don't have to be afraid of it. Someone laughed along the way. He was extremely confident. Moreover, more and more people gathered around the huge blue hole on the ground. They were also staring at the huge blue hole greedily. No wonder the sea-burial disorderly Phoenix King hid in the blue water world. It turns out that this is the world of water warriors. There are a lot of fish pearls here. It's simply a cultivation treasure land. I wonder how much our Lord's strength will improve after this cultivation. Stop talking nonsense. Pay attention to the surroundings. At this moment, at the bottom of the hole, Luo Hua, flowing water, and the others were talking while looking around vigilantly. Swoosh! Swoosh! However, at this moment, several figures flew down from the sky. Their faces immediately darkened. Su Tian? The chess boy was the first to speak because that person was Lin Ling's former enemy, Su Tian. Unfortunately, Su Tian had been demoted from a commander to a groom. However, what made them nervous was that Su Tian was not the only one who came down. Commander Taishan. That's the veteran red-haired old ghost. He's a commander of the martial god battalion who has cultivated for thousands of years. He was supposed to be promoted to a great commander. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak, so he lacks a foundation. This is going to be troublesome. Swarm bang. 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 After the experts landed, they looked at the bottom of the cave in shock. They were attracted by the fish pearls and ignored Lu Chengfeng and the rest. What are you doing? The curved gate giant fish here was killed by Lord Linling. The fish pearls should belong to Lord Linling. Lu Chengfeng thought for a moment and stepped forward. The curved gate giant fish is dead? Hearing that, the experts' faces changed. That's right, it was killed by Lord Linling. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword also spoke, reminding the others not to be greedy for the spoils. Linling is here too. Yes. Among the experts, Su Tian's eyes lit up. Then, he saw Linling in the corner. Linling seemed to be cultivating, and this was the perfect opportunity. Bullshit, we're all from the Martial God Battalion. There's no distinction between you and me. The fish pearls here should be shared by everyone. Su Tian immediately said, causing many people to nod their heads. They also saw that Linling seemed to be breaking through his realm. In fact, even if Linling did not break through, they were not afraid of Linling. After all, even though Linling was the Grand Commander, he only had a high position. Don't go too far. Hearing that shameless voice, Tang Yue felt that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. These guys obviously did not intend to retreat. Hee, we can only say that we thank Linling for killing the curved gate giant fish for us. As for the fish pearls, we'll kindly accept them. Also, is Linling cultivating? Great, cultivating in front of us, he's courting death. This is a reward from the heavens to us. The experts sneered. Not only were they greedy for the fish pearls, but they also wanted to kill Linling. How dare you? Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the rest did not expect these commanders to be so shameless. Linling's head is worth 100,000 divine gems. Do you think we wouldn't dare? Su Tian was the first to walk out, laughing as he walked. To him, today's encounter could be considered a miracle. Not only was the harvest good, most importantly, he was able to kill Linling and avenge his brother. Whoosh. A red sword appeared in his hand. It was the Red River sword. In the past, when Linling fought with him, Linling forced him to the point that he couldn't use his sword. Now, he wanted to use Linling's head as a sacrifice to his sword. Breaking through? Unfortunately, even if you've broken through, you're still no match for us. Of course, how could I allow you to break through so easily? Su Tian let out a cackle, as if he was extremely satisfied and comfortable, and his words were indeed true. This was because amongst these commanders, several of them were half a step into the World King realm and were able to erupt with 100% of their world essence. Linling was not their match. Red light flashed and world essence gushed out. However, just as the sword was about to pierce through Linling, a figure appeared in front of Linling, blocking the sword for Linling. It was Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. His chest had been pierced through and blood flowed out. But, a cold sneer appeared on his face. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They never imagined that Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword would block a sword for Linling. Was he not a match for Linling? You only dare to be so arrogant when Lord Linling is cultivating. Ignoring the sword in his chest, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword coldly sneered. Even though he was injured, his aura wasn't weak at all. Are you crazy? For a mere Linling, you dare to oppose me? Do you not know the fate of those who offend me? Su Tian's complexion turned icy cold. He was unhappy, extremely unhappy. This was because Linling's former opponent had actually saved Linling. Just what qualifications did Linling have to do this? Without him, I would have died a long time ago. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword also attacked, forcing Su Tian to retreat. This unflinching look made even more people envious of Linling. Of course, this also made Su Tian's expression turn ferocious. Do you really have to oppose me? Don't forget, you're just a new recruit. His sword buzzed, and the world essence of the Red River roared. Lord Linling defeated you in the past, and I want to follow Lord Linling. Then, I want to defeat you too. Come, let's fight. No one would have thought that Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword would support Linling so much and fight with his life. Soon, the two of them were entangled together. as for the other commanders, their complexions were still cold. Obviously, they wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. Therefore, another person walked out, wanting to kill Lin Ling. Double swallow wide water flag. At this moment, the water waves roared, and a large amount of water formed a huge swallow, flying around. At this moment, the world essence's power was extremely fierce. Tang Yue. Noticing the shining swallow, the crowd's expression changed. They saw that there was a blue flag in Tang Yue's hand, and it was the water swallow that was summoned by the flag. The flag was obviously a precious weapon, and its level was definitely not weak. Everyone, how about giving me some face and letting Lord Lin Ling go, and you can have the fish pearl? Tang Yue frowned and said. No one would have thought that the little princess of Square Commandery, who had always been against Lin Ling, would be the second person to protect Lin Ling, and her status was obviously not low, the princess of Square Commandery from Shang Commandery, and the treasure in her hand was not weak. This made the strong people stop in their tracks. Haha, bitch, I didn't expect you to expose the treasure that Square Commandery gave you for a man. However, at this moment, another figure descended from the sky. It was a woman. She wore red armor and held two huge hammers in her hands, appearing enchanting in everyone's eyes. Commander Poison Butterfly. The crowd was shocked. This enchanting woman had a powerful background, and she was also a veteran. She was half a step away from the rank of commander, although falling flowers, flowing water, and the others shone brightly on the divine list. That was the battle of new recruits. Many of the people here were veterans, and their basic strength was more solid. Bitch, I can't believe I see you everywhere. Tang Yue stared at the woman, her eyes full of anger. She seemed to have a grudge with the woman in red armor. However, thinking of Lin Ling, she controlled her anger and said, let's settle our matters after we leave this place. How about giving me some face now? Haha, the double swallow water flag is a level 3 precious weapon, and it can increase a lot of boundary essence. Unfortunately, with your strength, you can only use 50% of the boundary essence. In addition to your own boundary essence, you can only use 100% of the boundary essence. As for 100% of the boundary essence? I have it too. Commander Poison Butterfly said with a smile. The hammers in her hands were obviously not ordinary, and they also increased the power of the boundary essence. So, why should I give you face? As soon as she said this, the people on Tang Yue's side all frowned. These powerful commanders were really swarming over. Commander Poison Butterfly is mighty. That's right. Why should we give them face? They are too arrogant. They think that they can look down on everyone with the help of a precious tool. They are courting death. Su Tian laughed out loud as he rejoiced in their misfortune. Commander Poison Butterfly is the one who is going to become a great commander. What qualifications does Lin Ling have? The other commanders were also speaking, and they were flattering Commander Poison Butterfly. Commander Poison Butterfly was suddenly very happy, as if she had already become a great commander. Come, little girl, today I will teach you how to behave properly. She waved the giant hammer in her hand, and a black light surged out, turning into a giant butterfly. With a sweep of its wings, the surrounding water seemed to darken. Obviously, the giant hammer was also a precious weapon, and it was poisonous. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Another expert had arrived. Senior, please give us some pointers. Tang Yue also waved her flag and two dazzling swifts flew out to fight against the giant butterfly. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The underground cave suddenly rumbled and a large number of rocks fell. Upon closer inspection, the swifts and giant butterflies were entangled with each other. Although Tang Yue's weapon was stronger, her foundation was weaker. Therefore, she didn't have any advantage. Commander Poison Butterfly, is there something you can't settle outside? After several clashes, Tang Yue suddenly asked in a negotiating tone. She was arrogant and willful. When had she ever lowered her voice? However, at this moment, she also took a step back. Hey, are you afraid? However, Commander Poison Butterfly didn't give her any face and suppressed Tang Yue. The anger on Tang Yue's face burned even brighter. The reason why she begged for mercy was because she didn't want Commander Poison Butterfly to participate in Lin Ling's matter. However, she didn't expect the other party to be so aggressive. Red-haired commander, Tang Yue is being held back. Go and kill Lin Ling. Seeing the intense battle at the bottom of the cave, the other commanders immediately looked at an old man and said. They had long been tempted by the fish pearl. Therefore, they persuaded the red-haired commander to take action. The red-haired old man frowned. He was still a little afraid of Lin Ling. He didn't know what kind of background Lin Ling had. 100,000 divine gems. Aren't you tempted? I think that the 100,000 divine gems will belong to you. Even if you kill Lin Ling, you will have a chance to become a commander. At this moment, a commander beside him flattered him. The old man's eyes lit up. He was finally moved. However, he still said righteously, Lin Ling didn't follow the military rules. He actually coveted our fish pearl. He deserves to be killed. Everyone can be witnesses. Is that okay? That's right. The curved gate giant fish here was killed by us. Lin Ling brought his subordinates to snatch the spoils. He's too shameless. He deserves to be killed. Red-haired commander, please take action. Commander, please enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The commanders naturally understood. In this way, they wouldn't be punished for killing Lin Ling. Despicable. Seeing those powerhouses singing the same tune, Lu Chunfeng and the others' faces turned black with anger. You are the despicable ones. The red-haired commander shouted coldly. He took a step forward and attacked Lin Ling with his claws. As soldiers, each of their hands was dripping with blood. Once they decided to attack, their methods were extremely vicious. However, Lu Chunfeng, Pan Luyun, and Fairy Danran leapt out at the same time and stopped the red-haired commander with all their might. Boom! With a loud boom, Lu Chunfeng and the other two could not block the red-haired commander's attack at all. They all spat out blood and were severely injured. You are just a lowly soldier. How dare you offend your superiors? Are you courting death? The red-haired commander disdainfully pointed at the three of them. The aura of a superior emanated from his body as he coldly said, Now, I'll give you a chance. Scram immediately, or you'll all die here. We'll give you a chance now. Get out of here immediately and we'll let bygones be bygones. However, Lu Chunfeng and the other two quickly stood up and used their actions to prove their answer. These people are really stubborn. They'd rather die than retreat. Commander, they're underestimating you. You must kill them or you'll lose your dignity. Seeing this, the other commanders all spoke darkly. They wanted to use someone else to do their dirty work. Hearing this, the red-haired commander's eyes turned even colder. He was ranked third among all the commanders. How could he be humiliated by a lowly soldier? Bang! He once again pounced like a god of death. His murderous intent was so strong that it was as if he didn't see Lu Chunfeng and the others as his own people. Kill them. As long as they're dead, Lin Ling can be destroyed with a wave of his hand. Go. The red-haired commander cared deeply about his reputation, so Lu Chunfeng and the other two had to die without a doubt. However, facing the third-ranked commander, Lu Chunfeng and the others still refused to retreat. They faced death with equanimity. In fact, they weren't even commanders. How could they block the enemy's attack? However, just as they thought they were about to die, all the commanders on Lin Ling's side moved. They were Wu Qingzi, Di Baimo, and Qi Tong. The three of them, together with Lu Chunfeng and the other two, had joined forces. Boom! Terrifying airwaves erupted. This time, the six of them blocked the red-haired commander's attack. However, they were all seriously injured, especially Lu Chunfeng. Even his arm was broken. The third-ranked commander of the Martial Gods Battalion was indeed powerful. As for the red-haired commander, he only retreated a few hundred meters. However, his eyes turned even colder. Do you think trash like you can stop me? The people I want to kill never live past the second day. Bang! After saying this, he prepared for the second round of attacks. Facing the arrogant red-haired commander, Lu Chunfeng and the other five looked at each other and revealed a resolute expression. At this moment, they didn't have any fear. They only had pride and arrogance. That was because protecting their commander was the mission of a soldier. Boom! However, as the battle broke out, the cave rumbled again. It was as if a meteor had fallen from the sky. In the endless dust, two figures walked out like military gods. How lively! Yes. The third-ranked, 4th-ranked, and 5th-ranked commanders are gathered here. Plus, there are other commanders. Who could cause such a mighty scene? Yes. The two of them talked as they walked. The one on the left was tall and sturdy. His legs were very thick, disproportionate to his body. The one on the right was wearing white armor. He was handsome. Commander Evil Spirit? That's Commander Earth Explosion? Yes. At this moment, the entire cave was silent. The reason for that was because these two people were the first and second strongest people among the commanders. They were veterans who had cultivated for 2,000 years. Their reputations were widespread. However, as they led troops on the battlefield, ordinary people only knew their names and rarely saw them. Greetings, sir. Yes. Instantly, many of the commanders bowed. They had never imagined that this cave would attract so many experts. Wave after wave, all the ancient commanders had arrived. The two of them smiled faintly. Their eyes were filled with arrogance. The tall and sturdy man said, "What's going on?" "Yes. Lin Ling is here. He wants to steal our fish pearl, so we are resisting." The commanders immediately replied. "Lin Ling?" "Yes." Hearing this, the two of them instantly brightened. Naturally, they had heard of Lin Ling. It was said that he was the most popular recruit in the martial gods barracks in the past 2 years. "Sir, it's not like that. They are distorting the truth." In the distance, falling blossom flowing water was still blocking Su Tian. However, he also replied at the same time. These ancient commanders had all returned. If they all attacked Lin Ling, then things would be even more troublesome. "Did I ask you to speak?" However, the white-armored youth stared coldly at him. An invisible force instantly made falling blossom flowing. Water spit out blood and fly backward. This force was terrifying, as expected of the second-ranked commander Evil Spirit. Lin Ling? He became a grand commander among the recruits? End of chapter 2295. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.